Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Gained a Follower. Chapter 103, Gained a Follower. In the living room, Upton carefully recited the honorable name of the Creator. Creator in the shadow of order. You are the source and end of all order. You are the Lord who governs the clock of order. I pray for your gaze and favor. I pray that you merge the spirituality of this person on the altar with my own, so my enemy's divinations fail. Upton had gone over his father's notes countless times and rehearsed it in his mind many more. But today was his first time performing the ritual. His father's notes warned him never to casually utter the honorable name of the indefinable mist, as doing so could inadvertently offend that great existence. After finishing his prayer, Upton anxiously stared at the altar. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy descended, and a majestic figure appeared above the altar, seated on a throne forged from sharp swords, gazing down upon everything beneath him. When Upton mentioned needing a corpse from the Tamara family earlier, Hobert, with his wealth of mysticism knowledge, thought it over and quickly understood Upton's intent to cover his tracks with the corpse. Only individuals from the same family could effectively merge their spiritualities. By using a high-level distortion power to partially fuse Upton's spirituality with that of the corpse, any divination attempts on Upton's whereabouts would point to the spirituality of the corpse, located in the spirit world, rendering the divination ineffective. Hobert had estimated that his powers from the Nation of Disorder could achieve this. Additionally, high-sequence Beyonders from the Death Pathway could also perform this, as manipulating spirituality is a specialty of that pathway. The Lawyer Pathway could also manipulate spirituality, as high-sequence Beyonders from that pathway can exploit loopholes in death itself, not to mention those in spirituality. So, after Upton completed his prayer, Hobert, from within the Nation of Disorder, grabbed the residual spirituality of the corpse before the altar. Using disorder and distortion power, he intertwined it with part of Upton's own spirituality. This caused Upton, standing before the altar, to show a pained expression, as it twisted his spirit body. Hobert then used the power of order to solidify the previous operation, allowing the residual spirituality of the corpse to remain firmly within Upton's body. After completing all this, Hobert withdrew his power from the altar. He glanced at a piece of paper near the armrest and then placed it on the nearby stone platform. Hobert vaguely recalled that the indefinable mist was likely composed of the leftovers from the Nation of Disorder and the Son of Chaos, making him a relatively weak outer deity. Judging by the honorable name, the deity held authority over some aspects of distortion and disorder, making it easier for them to find the vulnerabilities and the protections the original creator had set up on Earth. Or perhaps part of the deity's power remained on Earth after being torn away from the Son of Chaos. Furthermore, the fact that the Son of Chaos was sealed on Earth so early shows the special nature of this pathway, which naturally gives them an advantage in infiltrating Earth. Hobert believed that in the future, if he became the Black Emperor and even reached the level of King of Angels, he could try to seize some of the authority of the indefinable mist to strengthen his own power. But that was a long way off. Until then, Hobert planned to maintain contact with Upton, intending to use him in the future to set traps and track down the indefinable mist. Of course, before becoming a King of Angels, it was best not to even think about such matters. After exiting the Nation of Disorder, Hobert began cleaning the altar. At that moment, the corpse of the astrologer suddenly sat up, startling Hobert. He quickly activated his spiritual vision, only to remember that the spirit necklace was still in the Nation of Disorder. Without it, his spirit vision couldn't detect undead creatures. "I'll help you take care of these corpses," came the voice of Dorfus. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Dorfus, your assistance is terrifying." The astrologer let out a ghostly laugh as it, along with the other corpses, stiffly rose. The judge, whose body had been split in half, also experienced partial restoration, with only faint scars visible in the light. The corpses marched away like ordinary people, causing Upton outside to scream in panic. This led Hobert to speculate that Dorfus might be a Beyonder from the corpse collector pathway, as controlling dead bodies was a hallmark of that path. Meanwhile, possession from the prisoner pathway usually only worked on a single target. Returning to the living room, Hobert said to Upton, "That was a friend helping us dispose of the corpses." He had initially wanted to say a servant, but felt it might be disrespectful to refer to Dorfus that way. Upton almost broke into tears, but then awkwardly chuckled, "I've gained another 10 years of freedom." Hobert glanced at him. "Shouldn't we settle our account now?" Previously, Upton had promised Hobert some benefits if he helped defeat the family pursuers. Upton, feeling the sting, began to unravel the astrologer's hair wrapped around his arm. Hobert quickly said, "I don't want something that could kill me at any moment. I'll give you the potion recipes I know." "I don't need those anymore," Hobert replied. "What I want is the Beyonder characteristics of the briber and astrologer." Upton forced a bitter smile, knowing those were the most valuable things he had left, especially the beyonder characteristic of the briber, which he had planned to use for his future promotion. But then he thought it over. With the potion recipes in hand, he could still have a chance to advance in the future. "All right," Upton said, "but I'll need 2 more days before I can give them to you." "No rush," Hobert replied. "Recover first. We'll meet at Harvest Church in a week." He smiled and added, "You look quite unwell. I'm guessing the potion is putting a lot of pressure on your spirituality." Upton paused, then nodded repeatedly. "I've been using the astrologer's hair too frequently lately, and the whispers in my ears have been getting worse." Hobert said, "I won't take your beyonder characteristics for nothing. I'll also teach you how to effectively avoid losing control when the time comes. After all, you are now a follower of that one. I can't just stand by and watch you slide toward madness." Thinking of the majestic figure from earlier, Upton immediately lowered his head to pray but suddenly realized he didn't yet know the hand gestures and prayer words for the Creator. Hobert sternly warned, "Without the Creator's permission, you must not reveal your status as a follower." "Yes." Upton replied, "Thank you for your guidance." Hobert's mouth twitched. It dawned on him that he had just recruited his own follower. Did the 7 gods also have to recruit their followers this way during their early days? Chapter 104, The Teleportation Statue. Chapter 104, The Teleportation Statue. By the time Hobert returned home, it was already past 3 a.m. As soon as he reached the 2nd floor, he bumped into Donna, who was in her pajamas, yawning. "Back so late?" Hobert smiled. "Working overtime, occasionally." Donna nodded and yawned as she headed to the washroom. Hobert knocked on the study room door, and as expected, Christian was still waiting for him there. Hobert briefly described the events of the battle that night and his gains, though he only shared part of the results from his communication with spirits. Christian nodded. "The speed at which you're finding potion formulas has far exceeded my expectations. However, don't get cocky or overconfident. In the world of beyonders, caution is a virtue that never goes out of style." Hobert responded with a simple then added, "Father, I'm planning to move out. Sometimes when I come home late, I don't know how to explain it. Why not rent a place near the law firm? That way, if I'm working late, I can stay there." Christian smiled. "When children grow up, home becomes a restraint." He continued, "I don't mind you moving out, but you must come back to stay at least 2 days a week. And make sure to inform your mother tomorrow morning." After leaving the study and returning to his room, a thoroughly exhausted Hobert changed out of his clothes and collapsed into bed. However, at 7 a.m., he awoke, nudged by his spiritual senses. He still had to meet with the Nighthawks team today to discuss the deal regarding 2 to 355. During breakfast, Hobert brought up the idea of moving out while he ate. His reasoning was solid. He'd been working overtime quite frequently, and having a place near the law firm would save time on the commute. Plus, in the mornings, Donna and Tyron took different routes than he did. To avoid being late, Donna and Tyron often had to leave early for school. Although his foster mother Melissa was somewhat reluctant, she didn't object since Christian had already agreed. She simply reminded Hobert to come home whenever he could and even promised that the family would help cover part of his rent. After breakfast, a yawning Hobert arrived at the law firm, showed his face briefly, and then left to visit clients. He first headed to 192 Blanca Street, using his bestowed abilities to retrieve the black gloves and place them into a cloth bag he'd prepared in advance. Following Daly's instructions from the previous day, Hobert went straight to the Blackthorn Security Company. At the reception, a lady in her 40s greeted him. "Are you Mr. Hobert?" Hobert paused. "Yes, I am. The captain and Miss Daly are already waiting for you in the office," she said, leading Hobert upstairs. Curious, Hobert asked, "You know me?" He didn't recall meeting anyone at the security company last time besides Daly. The middle-aged lady replied tactfully, "Our security company doesn't have that much business." Hobert immediately understood. The company didn't get many visitors, and since he was the only one showing up this morning, she could easily identify him. Upon reaching the office on the 2nd floor, Thomas and Daly were indeed inside, waiting. Once the office door was closed, Daly asked, "Tea or coffee?" "Tea, please." "Thank you." After Daly poured the tea and took her seat, the 3 of them got down to business. Thomas said, "Last night, I reported your situation to the Archbishop. After some discussion, the Archbishop has agreed to your deal." He smiled. "This is the only deal involving a sealed artifact that the Church has made in over a century." Hobert nodded. He had anticipated that the Nighthawks would agree to the deal. It was clearly in their best interest. "However, we have one condition," Thomas added. "If 2 to 355 is lost or stolen, you are obligated to inform the Nighthawks team." "No problem." Thomas then retrieved a stone box from his drawer, which contained 2 to 355. This stone box is also a mystical item, worth about as much as the beyonder characteristic of a briber. If you need the stone box, we will only offer you 2 barbarian beyonder characteristics and the certificate for an auxiliary officer. If you don't need the stone box, we will proceed with the deal as you requested yesterday. Hobert was taken aback by the offer, something he hadn't anticipated. Thomas was clearly trying to incentivize Hobert to continue working for the Nighthawks by offering the briber characteristic. But what Thomas didn't know was that Hobert had other means of obtaining the briber characteristic. I'll take the stone box. Hobert swiftly made his decision. Daly, sitting nearby, explained, since you've only borrowed 2 to 355 twice, and both times for less than 12 hours, I didn't mention the negative effects of the stone box. Now that you plan to keep the box long-term, you need to be aware that if you're in close contact with it for more than 12 cumulative hours, you'll begin to turn to stone. You'll need to rest for more than 6 hours before you can carry the box again. If the time between 2 periods of close contact with the box exceeds 6 hours, the accumulation resets. Hobert responded, thanks for the reminder. Inwardly, though, he was cursing the Nighthawks for being overly cautious. What's so secretive about the negative effects of a simple stone box? He had initially intended to inform Daly about the Black Glove's negative effects, but now he decided against it, let them figure it out on their own. The deal was smoothly concluded. Thomas also brought out a wooden box containing 2 barbarian beyonder characteristics and 2 small certificates. The first certificate had the sacred emblem of the Evernight Church on its cover, and when Hobert opened it, he saw his basic personal information inside. The second certificate bore the insignia of a sword surrounded by a crown. This was a special certificate from the police force, and Hobert had been granted the rank of sheriff. Hobert chuckled. The second certificate was an unexpected bonus, and it would surely come in handy at times. When Hobert left the Blackthorn Security Company, his briefcase felt considerably heavier. He had finally secured 2 to 355, along with 2 barbarian beyonder characteristics. With the 2 beyonder characteristics promised by Upton, this operation had been highly profitable. Sitting in the rented carriage, Hobert began thinking of renaming 2 to 355. He wasn't an official beyonder, so he didn't like these numerical designations for sealed artifacts. After a brief moment of thought, Hobert decided to call it the teleporting statue. By the time Hobert returned to the law firm, Zio and Furs had already arrived. He hosted them in a small reception room. Hobert handed Furs a handwritten formula for the Trickmaster potion. This is what you've earned. Furs scanned it quickly. She had been searching for this potion formula for a long time. Now that it was finally in her hands, the paper felt incredibly heavy. 2 of the main ingredients listed were ones she'd heard of at beyonder gatherings, but neither came cheap. They both cost over £300 each. Hobert then turned to Zio. Yesterday, I also acquired the formula for the sheriff potion. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Zio's new goal. Chapter 105, Zio's new goal. Zio, somewhat excited, said, I knew it. One spirit channeling couldn't possibly only yield a single formula. Hobert smiled and continued, at Mr. A's last gathering, we all saw that the sheriff potion formula sold for £450, but I plan to sell it to you for £420. He added, you should know that £450 is just the base price for a sequence 8 potion formula. It generally gets marked up to over £500, so the price I'm offering is already very low. Zio immediately replied, of course, I know that. Then, feeling a bit embarrassed, she scratched her head. But right now, I only have £398. If you can wait until I gather the remaining £20, I'll come by the formula right away. Hobert smiled, how about this, you pay £395 for the formula, and for the remaining £25, you help me investigate 2 addresses. Zio was slightly taken aback, Hobert, you don't have to go out of your way for me. No. Those £25 are well worth it for me, Hobert explained. I can't investigate those 2 addresses myself. Also, don't do the investigation yourself, find someone you trust to do it for you. Moreover, I want the investigation to start in 2 weeks. I only need the addresses, don't do anything that could alert them. Zio seemed to understand something. Are they, the Tamara family? Hobert nodded and then smiled, ladies, it seems that the Tamara family holds the potion formulas for the lawyer, arbiter, and apprentice pathways. We should be able to get what we each need from them. In this, I believe we are natural allies. However, compared to a beyonder family, we are still too weak. We shouldn't act recklessly. For now, just keep an eye out for any news regarding this family. We can take action when the opportunity presents itself. First smiled, in this matter, we are willing to follow your lead. It's not about leading, it's cooperation, Hobert said. The 2 of you have beyonder abilities, but you've never used them for crime. I respect that a lot. Zio, feeling a bit bashful, scratched her coarse hair. I respect you too. You know so much, and you've even found such powerful friends to help. You clearly didn't need us for this operation, yet you still involved us. Furs nodded in agreement. Zio was right. In this operation, their contributions weren't significant. In fact, they had gained a lot of combat experience and knowledge, which was invaluable for 2 wild beyonders of Sequence 9. Hobert smiled. Mutual respect keeps friendship strong. As he spoke, he wrote down the sheriff potion formula and handed it to Zio. Zio had brought all her savings with her today in preparation for this possible transaction. After completing the trade, Hobert told Zio, I can give you 2 good suggestions for acquiring the main ingredients for the sheriff potion. First, at Mr. A's gathering, the person who sold the sheriff formula likely has the main ingredients for it as well. Second, I also have the main ingredients for the sheriff potion and can sell them to you at a discount. Zio, overjoyed, said, Of course, I'll buy them from you. She had been worried about where to get the main ingredients, but Hobert had now pointed her in 2 directions. Hobert said, Great, I'll reserve them for you. In fact, the so-called main ingredient was the sheriff beyonder characteristic from the spoils of their battle. He added, Even though you're buying the ingredients from me, I still recommend you get in touch with the person selling the sheriff formula. Why? You should know that the lone royal family holds the potion formulas for the arbiter pathway, right? Zio nodded, indicating her understanding. A sheriff who has ties to the royal family is considered legitimate. Hobert reminded her. Don't shy away from cooperating with the authorities. As long as you're careful not to become their pawn, such cooperation can benefit you. Zio nodded again, understanding Hobert's advice. After sending off the 2 ladies, Hobert managed to stay awake through constant yawning until lunch. After eating, he went out to visit clients, which really meant heading to 192 Blanca Street to catch up on sleep. He slept soundly until past 4 p.m. A luxurious 4-wheeled carriage pulled up to Rose Street. A middle-aged man with shoulder-length, greasy hair and a cigar in his mouth looked out the window. Uncle Baird, was this where the incident happened? The man hadn't paid much attention to this operation since his divination showed that the family trader was the last one remaining and wasn't particularly strong. It wasn't until the team didn't return that he realized something had gone wrong. By questioning the coachman, he learned that the team's target had been Rose Street. That was his only clue. The astrologer named Baird, whose hair and beard were already white, used a crystal ball for divination before saying, Yes, they were here, but there's not much trace of them. Keep moving, the middle-aged man ordered the coachman. Drive past at a normal speed. Even if the enemy was still on this street, a beyonder battle wouldn't happen in daylight in Backlund. The carriage slowly rolled down Rose Street. Everything seemed normal, the street, the residents, there was no sign of a fierce battle. The man asked, Can we find their bodies? Their bodies were probably dealt with, Baird said with a bitter smile. An astrologer can only perform basic divinations, and it's easy for them to be disrupted. After all, they weren't professional seers. The man crushed the cigar in his hand. If divination won't work, start the investigation. I must avenge my sister. The astrologer who had died yesterday was his sister. After waking up from his nap, Hobert returned to the law office. During his absence, he received a letter and an official document. The letter was from the client of Mr. Barton's 3rd case, urging him to solve their problem quickly. Barton forwarded the letter to Hobert. The case had been sitting on Hobert's desk for 3 weeks now, and it was time to handle it. However, Hobert planned to take a good rest tomorrow. He would deal with the case on Saturday. As for the official document, it was a court notice regarding Bob's case, informing Hobert that the hearing would be next Wednesday. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Speculation on Acting as a Barbarian. Bonus 1, Chapter 106, Speculation on Acting as a Barbarian. Ether Gray. Hobert first wrote a letter to Bob at the almshouse, informing him of the court hearing time. After dealing with the 2 letters, Hobert sat idly at his desk until the end of his workday. During dinner, Hobert told his family that he had rented a townhouse at 192 Blanca Street. The next morning, Melissa brought the butler and several maids to 192, instructing the maids to thoroughly clean the house and the butler to add a few pieces of furniture. While supervising the process, Melissa told Hobert, I discussed it with your father yesterday. We'll help cover £30 of your rent every year. Once you become a fully fledged lawyer, renting will no longer be a burden for you. Hobert understood their good intentions and did not refuse. He planned to give Christian or his foster mother a more expensive gift on their birthdays. After all, his current cash had reached £943. His income was already higher than many lawyers. Moreover, the main materials and potion formulas for Sequence 7 and Sequence 6 did not require money, and there didn't seem to be any major expenses on the horizon. The only potential expense might be Hobert's plan to nourish his spirituality with beyonder medicines. Although the Nation of Disorder had helped him remove the damage caused by the black gloves to his spirituality, Hobert still felt uneasy and wanted to ask Viscount Glaint if he had any formulas for nourishing spirituality. Around 10 o'clock, Melissa left with the butler and maids. Hobert sat in his armchair, taking a deep, satisfied breath in the spotlessly clean rental house. One thing Hobert appreciated about this era was that he didn't have to clean himself. He then began his routine reflection. The recently concluded operation had been quite fruitful, with the greatest gain being the ownership of the teleporting statue. He had also gained the initiative to cooperate with official Beyonders, providing a good model for future collaborations. Additionally, he had taken many precautions against divination, and interfering with the other party's astrologer should not pose a problem. Now, the most pressing matter was to think about how to act as a barbarian and quickly digest the potion. Based on his experience with playing the lawyer, Hobert had summarized that it was best to have some ideas about the role before practicing, which would help speed up the process of creating the principles. So, what exactly is a barbarian? Through previous mediumship, Hobert had ruled out the option of being a wild man. In other words, playing the role of a barbarian did not require him to live in the wilderness. Then what does barbaric truly mean? Rudeness. Lack of reason. A preference for using brute force. Hobert frowned. None of these seemed to capture the essence of a barbarian. The core of the lawyer was the adept use of rules and loopholes. Therefore, the barbarian should have some connection to this core concept, in line with the principles of acting. For instance, one of the rules for playing the seer was mystery. There were also concepts like reverence for fate. In short, while potion names might not directly reflect their nature, the hidden rules for playing these roles were always interconnected. Following this line of thought, Hobert realized that the opposite of barbaric was civilized. Suddenly, his thoughts became clear. Civilization represents order and rules. Barbarism, then, represents the challenge to these orders and the breaking of these rules. Hobert nodded in satisfaction. This seemed like a good line of reasoning, and he could find an opportunity to test it out. After lunch, Hobert returned to the law firm. After a while, he grew bored and couldn't help but reflect. When working, one always longs for rest, but when resting, it feels dull, and there's even a sense of guilt. Shaking his head, Hobert decided to find something to do. After some thought, he remembered that there was indeed something he needed to handle. Bill's case was scheduled for court next Thursday, and before that, he needed to communicate with the plaintiff to understand the compensation amount they were demanding. This case was different from Bruce's. Bruce's case was about defending against the prosecution, while Bill's case involved a tobacco merchant suing Bill for drunk driving. Since Hobert had nothing planned that afternoon, he decided to visit the plaintiff. He retrieved the document with the plaintiff's address and had the firm's coachman drive him there. The plaintiff, named Kate, was a somewhat overweight middle-aged man. His tobacco company seemed fairly successful, occupying 2 floors of an office building. The first floor was a product display area, also used for retail. The second floor was the business area, with a dozen salespeople and a few administrative staff. Kate was polite enough to Hobert but insisted on £100 in compensation, not a penny less. He smoked a cigarette and smiled. Lawyer Hobert, I believe this is fate. That scoundrel has been causing trouble on the Tussock River for quite some time. Since he ran into me, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Not only do I want compensation, but I also want him in jail. Hobert responded, if you believe in fate, then you should know that fate is just. Bill hasn't caused you that much harm. If your compensation demands are excessive, it could bring you bad luck. I won't debate this with a lawyer, Kate said. I know you make your living with words. He continued, but let me tell you, based on my knowledge of mysticism. Oh yes, I'm an enthusiast. From what I know, fate is never just. Every blessing of good fortune means that someone else is unlucky. And Bill is clearly that unlucky person. Since the other party was interested in mysticism, Hobert engaged him in conversation. Kate's knowledge seemed more aligned with folk sorcery, full of misconceptions and extreme ideas. Though their conversation was engaging, Kate, being a competent businessman, did not budge on his compensation demands. Hobert didn't use his ability to distort the other's thoughts since its effects wouldn't last long. Kate would have regained his original thinking before the trial. Moreover, Hobert was confident in this case and didn't see the need to take unnecessary risks. After chatting for a while, Hobert stood up to leave. As he descended the stairs and reached the door, he unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance, Gal. Gal smiled, Lawyer Hobert, I didn't expect to meet you here. He was holding a box in one hand and a small glass bottle in the other. It seemed Kate truly was a mysticism enthusiast, otherwise, he wouldn't be dealing with someone like Gal, who sold mystical materials. Hobert smiled and greeted him while taking a closer look at the small glass bottle. Is that blackthorn powder? Your keen eye is impressive, Gal explained. The box contains herbs that conflict with blackthorn, so I have to carry it separately, even though both are stored in glass. Hobert paused for a second, recalling that the secret supplicant potion formula he had obtained from Zachary required blackthorn powder. Blackthorn was a rarely used mystical material and herb. As far as Hobert knew, only the secret supplicant formula required blackthorn. He quickly regained his composure. Let's chat some other time. Once in the carriage, Hobert instructed the coachman, take me to 51 Henry Street, Gal's herb shop. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, An Insider. Bonus 2, Chapter 107, An Insider. Ether Gray. Hobert waited outside the herbal shop for more than half an hour before Gal finally returned. He opened the door of his carriage and called out, Gal. The recently dismounted Gal was clearly surprised. Mr. Hobert. Hobert smiled and pointed to a nearby coffee shop. Let me treat you to a cup of coffee. Naturally, Gal was happy to strengthen his relationship with the client. Sure, please give me a moment. He went back into the shop to drop off his box, then quickly returned and entered the coffee shop with Hobert, chatting amicably. The coffee shop was of mid-tier quality, with dividers separating each table, making it a suitable place for private conversations. After some casual chit-chat, Hobert finally said, Gal, after a few transactions, we could be considered friends, right? Of course. Now, I have a small favor to ask of you. As a friend, I hope you won't refuse. Gal responded cautiously, what can I do for you? Hobert cut to the chase. What did Mr. Kate buy from your shop? Gal hesitated. Mr. Hobert, every mysticism enthusiast loves a bit of mystery. My herbal shop thrives because I keep my clients' secrets safe. How about this then? Hobert said, I'm impressed by your integrity. Here's £10 in cash as a token of appreciation. As he said this, he pushed £10 toward Gal. Seeing the cash, Gal hesitated for a moment but ultimately replied, I'm sorry, I can't betray my client's trust. Hobert retrieved the cash. Your professional ethics are admirable. I won't make things difficult for you. Gal sighed in relief and took a sip of his coffee. However, Hobert continued, how about I make a guess? Mr. Kate requested some occult materials, including hemlock juice and the blood of a Feraldo fish, didn't he? These two ingredients were auxiliary materials in the potion formula for a secret supplicant. Gal's hand, holding his coffee, visibly trembled. Hobert smiled. I see. He added, your character has passed the test. I'll be sure to recommend your herbal shop to more friends in the future. Gal forced a bitter smile. Although he didn't know how Hobert had guessed what Mr. Kate needed, he understood that Hobert had certainly figured out the purpose behind Kate's purchase of these occult materials. After paying for the coffee, Hobert dismissed his office's carriage and took a hired one to the Obsidian Bar in the North Borough. This had been his plan all along. Once he confirmed that Mr. Kate was buying materials for a secret supplicant potion, he would report him immediately. As for whether Kate was a member of the Aurora Order, Hobert would leave that to Daly and her team to investigate. Now that he was officially employed, there was no need for him to risk investigating on his own. Logically speaking, even if Mr. Kate wasn't a member of the Aurora Order, the source of his potion formula was likely connected to the group. Either way, for the sake of his own safety, it was best to report these lunatics as soon as they surfaced. Upon arriving at the Obsidian Bar, Hobert, as usual, ordered a beer and tipped the bartender to have Daly come over. 10 minutes later, Daly walked into the bar unhurriedly. By now, the bar had become busier, and the two were led to the back storeroom by the bartender. Daly smiled. If you had come 10 minutes later, I would have been off work. She joked, ever since becoming your contact, my workload seems to have doubled overnight. This also means your chances for promotion and a raise have doubled, Hobert replied. I've discovered a secret supplicant. Daly's expression immediately turned serious. Where did you find one? How did you discover it? This afternoon, I went to visit the plaintiff. Hobert recounted the afternoon's events briefly, though he didn't reveal where he had learned the secret supplicant potion formula or who had unwittingly confirmed the auxiliary materials Mr. Kate had needed. Understanding the unspoken agreement between them, Daly didn't press for those details. We'll begin an investigation immediately. If the situation is as you say, we won't forget your contribution. Hobert asked, is there any specific reward? There is, such as gold pounds, Daly replied. This information is worth around £10, and if we make significant discoveries based on your lead, the reward could be doubled. Hobert continued, are there any other forms of rewards? You can accumulate merit points, which can be exchanged for things or assistance you might need, Daly said. For example, the bribers beyond our characteristics, or permission to access certain confidential documents, or even our assistance. I'll opt to accumulate merit points then, Hobert decided. At the moment, he wasn't short of money. A wise choice. Daly smiled. Many times, our help is priceless. On his way back, Hobert suddenly wondered whether this could be considered unfair competition. Since the plaintiff wouldn't cooperate, he would simply remove the plaintiff. At the thought of this, he chuckled. This approach was somewhat in line with that of a barbarian. He then silently wished Mr. Kate a good night. As his thoughts wandered, Hobert found himself thinking of Dunn Smith from Tingen City, through his connection with Daly. Dunn's death had always been a regret for Hobert. Now, with the teleportation statue and the Wood of Order in his possession, Hobert was contemplating whether to save Dunn. As for Klein, well, death was just death. After all, he could always come back to life. Besides, this death would not only help him digest his potion, but it also opened up even greater possibilities for his future. Just as Hobert was considering this, he suddenly felt a spiritual prompting. He turned his head to look out of the carriage window. Outside, there was a beautiful woman, seemingly in her 30s, wearing a complex long dress and a small veil hat. She managed to combine elegance and avant-garde style flawlessly in her attire. Noticing Hobert's gaze, she smiled warmly at him. However, there was a certain madness in her eyes that made her smile seem unsettling, mismatched with her appearance. Hobert blinked in surprise and smiled back. The carriage wheels continued to turn, and the woman disappeared from Hobert's view. Hobert found it strange that his spirituality had urged him to look out the window, but he quickly dismissed the thought. At dinner, Christian seemed preoccupied, which made the atmosphere at the table rather tense. After the meal, there was no idle chatter, everyone returned to their rooms. Christian was the last to leave the dining room. He suddenly had a feeling and slowly made his way to the study. In the chair behind the desk sat the same woman Hobert had seen that afternoon from his carriage. She smiled. "Christian, long time no see. You've matured quite a bit over the past 20 years, but the magical barriers in your study are still as terrible as ever." Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Hobert's Origins. Bonus 3, Chapter 108, Hobert's Origins. Ether Gray. Christian closed the door behind him. "April, you are not welcome here. I just came to see my son. You still remember he's your son? Why did you leave without a word 20 years ago? Why did you let your son grow up under someone else's roof?" The smile on April's face vanished, and her gaze turned wild. "I left because I trusted you. I knew you would raise Hobert as your own. I left because I missed Rex so much it drove me insane." Tears flowed uncontrollably down April's face as she spoke of Rex, her emotions clearly unstable. "You." Christian sighed. "It's been over 20 years. But I still love him. No matter what others think or how they see me, I am going to revive Rex." April wiped her tears away, her expression hardening again. "Back then, I was too weak to save him. It's different now, different." Christian's anger dissipated. "It wasn't your fault." He asked, somewhat concerned, "What's your condition?" "This is the price of gaining power." April shook her head. "Let's just talk calmly, shall we?" Christian pulled out a chair and sat across from April. "It seems you've already become an alchemist." "Yes." April nodded. "I've already crafted a body for Rex's soul, but the biggest challenge now is finding his soul in the spirit world." "I don't want to hear this." Christian replied, "Besides, I won't let Hobert go mad with you. I just thought Hobert's curse would act up soon, so I came to check on him. I've also brought him 2 gifts." As she spoke, April took out what appeared to be a spoon and fork, resembling common dining utensils. Christian sighed. "I'll pass them on to him. Tell me about Hobert's life and work." A smile returned to April's face. "He's a descendant of the Emperor, after all. He's bound to live and be under life. By the way, have you mentioned me to him? Being the Emperor's descendant isn't something to be proud of." Christian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I told him you left, but he seemed to understand it as you having passed away. Well, a few days ago, he handled a case where the client wanted to divorce without splitting any property with his wife. He brought home a pumpkin and shared it with us. He also just orchestrated a battle involving several Sequence 6 Beyonders. I didn't expect him to obtain the formulas for Sequence 7 and Sequence 6 shortly after becoming a Sequence 8. April gazed affectionately at the spoon and fork before her, her eyes full of love. "He's as gentle and wise as Rex. But I've been a terrible mother. I didn't tell him bedtime stories, I didn't cook him delicious dinners, and I didn't share the story of his father with him." Upon returning to 192 Blanca Street, Hobert first went to the washroom to relieve his stomach discomfort, then stood in the kitchen for a while, staring at the tools and spices that were unfamiliar to him. During the day, the butler had thoughtfully bought fresh vegetables, and Hobert attempted to make a vinegar cabbage dish. Perhaps it had been a long time since he'd eaten hometown food, but he found it quite tasty. However, it didn't pair well with the bread, so Hobert wondered if he should find time to make some steamed buns. After dinner, Hobert went to the Nation of Disorder and broke off a branch of the Wood of Order. He then affixed the metal head of his old cane to the new branch, thus crafting himself a new walking stick. The next morning, Hobert walked to the law firm, spotting Christian's carriage parked at the entrance from a distance. Christian smiled and waved at Hobert as he boarded the carriage. Christian said, "Your mother prepared breakfast for you." Without thinking much, Hobert replied, "Thank her for me." Christian nodded. "While tidying up yesterday, I found something that belongs to your biological mother. I think I should pass it on to you." As he spoke, Christian pulled a spoon from his pocket and handed it to Hobert. Hobert paused, confused. Was Christian afraid he wouldn't have utensils for breakfast? But the moment Hobert took the spoon, he realized it was a mystical item. Infusing it with spirituality, Hobert discovered he could use 3 abilities from the spectator pathway: hypnosis, frenzy, and psychological suggestion. These were extremely practical abilities, and Hobert couldn't help but wonder if his biological mother had left him more items. Why keep them hidden? They should be put to use before they rust. Christian explained from the side, this mystical item also has a passive effect. It can resist a certain degree of hypnosis, psychological suggestion, and other mental attacks. Its negative side effect is that each time it's used, either the holder or the person attacked by the item will randomly burst into tears or laughter. Damn. Hobert thought, that's supposed to be a negative effect. With abilities and side effects like this, it far surpasses the spirit necklace and combat ring. Christian smiled. Anything your biological mother left you is bound to be valuable. She said when she left this for you, she hoped you would never be deceived. As for its shape, that's because the alchemist she knew liked crafting mystical items in the form of dining utensils. Hobert stared at the spoon for a while. First, he felt the deep love his biological mother had for him, then he realized she, too, was a Beyonder. And not a low-ranked one either. An alchemist is a demigod from the savant pathway, so her sequence must not be low either. Hobert slipped the spoon into his pocket, pressing it against his skin so he could use its abilities anytime. After bidding farewell to Christian, Hobert sat at his desk to eat breakfast, which consisted of his favorite meat pie. It was a bit salty but still tasted good. While eating, Hobert pondered names for the spoon. After considering several options, he finally decided to call it the Spoon of the Mind. After finishing breakfast, Hobert took a carriage to the eastern suburbs to handle the third case entrusted to him by Mr. Barton. Not long after setting off, Hobert once again saw the beautiful woman with wild eyes whom he had encountered yesterday afternoon. She smiled warmly at him again. As the carriage passed her, Hobert grew more puzzled. Why had they run into each other twice? If it happened a third time, Hobert decided he would immediately find Christian. Such coincidences often heralded unknown dangers. Remaining vigilant, Hobert left the city of Backlund without encountering any issues, finally allowing himself to relax. He then thought of another question: perhaps he could now dare to visit Tingen City. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, The Rebellious Wild Boars. Chapter 109, The Rebellious Wild Boars. The fate of the mysterious world works in such strange ways. Yesterday, Hobert was just thinking about rescuing Dunn, but after considering the terror of 0-08, he hesitated. Hobert had also thought about reporting the situation, but how could he explain it? Ins Zangwill is in Tingen. Unless the goddess intervened personally, no matter what actions the Nighthawks took, they might alert 0-08. That would only delay events, without truly solving the problem. By then, the evil god's spawn would have matured further, causing even greater harm. Fortunately, the range of 0-08's story-writing ability was confined to a single city. Otherwise, Hobert wouldn't even dare to think about it. Unexpectedly, this morning Hobert received the Spoon of the Mind, which gave him a way to rescue people in Tingen. He could use the Spoon of the Mind to seal off his memories of 0-08 and head blindly to Tingen. Once a certain event occurred, it would trigger his memories of 0-08. This way, 0-08 might notice Hobert's presence, but the odds of writing him into the story would be very low. Using the abilities of the spectator pathway to deal with the sealed artifact of the same pathway, it was a decent strategy. As Hobert pondered, the carriage continued heading east. After nearly 2 hours, and asking for directions a few times, they finally reached the client's residence. They had entered the mountainous region in the eastern part of Backlund, giving Hobert the illusion that he had left Backlund altogether. At the foot of a hill stood a farmhouse. This was the home of the client, Mr. Stan. Mr. Stan managed a woodland here. The place was far from the city, the air was fresh, like a paradise removed from the world. Beyond the hill in front, there was another woodland belonging to Mr. Jamie's family. Stan and Jamie weren't close, but they didn't have any significant conflicts either. About a month ago, they began to argue over the ownership of a small patch of forest between their woodlands, as a herd of wild boars had suddenly settled there. Both Stan and Jamie, who also worked part-time as hunters, naturally wanted this fortune for themselves. This led to quarrels between the two families, and they nearly resorted to violence. Since that time, both families had remained in a state of readiness, always leaving someone to guard the small patch of forest, preventing the other from hunting the boars. Mr. Stan had written to urge Hobert because he noticed that the boar piglets had grown significantly. The herd might soon migrate again. Hobert reviewed Mr. Stan's land deed. The description of the woodland boundaries was vague. He believed Jamie's deed would have similarly ambiguous descriptions, which gave both families room to argue. After a brief moment of thought, Hobert said, "I have a simple way to resolve this, but it requires your cooperation and trust." Stan was a white-haired, rough-handed but still energetic old man. He quickly said, "Lawyer, our family will follow your lead." Hobert first had Mr. Stan sign a power of attorney, then instructed him to bring his hunting rifle and gather his family to head for the disputed forest. He also asked him to invite Mr. Jamie over. Stan's youngest son excitedly said, "Lawyer, are you going to lead us to beat up the Jamie family?" "We are civilized people," Hobert laughed. "We can't always solve problems with violence. We should try reasoning with them first." Mr. Stan was just about to agree when Hobert added, "If they don't listen to reason, then we can consider beating them into submission." The family was stunned for a moment before Mr. Stan laughed. "The lawyer is indeed well educated. Makes perfect sense." Arriving at the disputed patch of woodland, they waited another half an hour before Jamie's family showed up. Jamie was about the same age as Stan. Upon seeing Stan with a hunting rifle and an unfamiliar young man by his side, Jamie quickly removed the rifle from his back and held it in his hands. Seeing the tension between the two families the moment they met, Hobert quickly stepped between them. "I'm the lawyer here to mediate your dispute." He continued, "I don't need to explain why this woodland is contested. There's no point in continuing this standoff. Here's a suggestion: in a moment, you'll fire a shot near the wild boar herd. Whichever direction the boars run toward, whichever woodland they flee into, that's who the disputed patch belongs to. What do you think?" Jamie sneered, "We thought of that solution long ago, but where should the shot be fired? No matter where it's fired, each of us will feel the position is more favorable to the other." Hobert responded, "Naturally, the shot should be fired closer to Mr. Stan's side of the woodland, and the closer to the boar herd, the better." At those words, both families were stunned. Jamie quickly retorted, "Can you make that decision for Stan? Don't back out later." "I'll write up an agreement for you both," Hobert said. "Once you've signed it, then we'll proceed with the shot." "Wait a moment, lawyer," Stan hurriedly said. Are you sure you want to do this? Is this really the lawyer I paid for, or did Jamie hire him behind my back?" Hobert smiled and asked in return, "Mr. Stan, please trust my professionalism. Didn't you just say you'd follow my plan?" Seeing Hobert's confidence, Stan finally stomped his foot and said, "All right, I'll trust you." Hobert placed his briefcase on the ground and handwrote an agreement. After both parties confirmed the terms were correct, they each signed. Each side received a copy of the agreement, and Hobert said, "With your signatures on it, the agreement is binding, and you'll need to follow the terms." After receiving firm confirmations from both men, Hobert, Stan, and Jamie approached the wild boar herd, while their families waited anxiously, one side worried, the other side excited. Once they were close enough to see the boar's shadows, Hobert, who was concealed behind some bushes, instructed Stan to fire a shot into the sky. Stan sighed. At such close range, the boars were sure to run toward Jamie's woodland. But at this point, he had no choice and fired a shot into the air. Just as Stan had predicted, the boar herd was startled. The three sows led their piglets toward Jamie's woodland. But just after taking a few steps, a miracle happened. The three sows, one after another, changed direction and started running toward Stan's woodland instead. Seeing things go awry, Jamie hurried to shoo the boars back toward his land, but it was useless. The three sows were determined to charge into Stan's woodland. Stan burst out laughing. When he turned to look at Hobert, he found the lawyer staring intently at the herd of boars. Stan didn't think much of it and began waving the freshly signed agreement in front of Jamie, proudly declaring his victory. Jamie wanted to argue, but after seeing the lawyer standing nearby, it was as though the fight went out of him. He had no choice but to comply with the agreement's terms. Yet, he couldn't figure out why the boars had acted so strangely. 3 AM Bonus Chapters. Chapter 110, Catching Thieves. Chapter 110, Catching Thieves. Ha ha ha. Did you all see the look on Jamie's old face? Stan laughed heartily. Naturally, the whole family was overjoyed. They hadn't expected the lawyer to resolve the issue so quickly. They all felt that the £10 spent were well worth it. Stan asked Hobert, "Mr. Lawyer, how did you know the wild boars would definitely run toward my woodland?" Jamie couldn't drive them away, even when he tried. Ha ha ha. Hobert thought to himself, "Of course, it was because I used my beyonder ability to twist the thoughts of those three sows. The piglets simply followed their mothers. Using his Beyonder powers to influence the Sow's minds for a commission of just £10 made Hobert feel like he was devaluing his Beyonder abilities, making them seem cheap. Out loud, however, he said, I happen to have read some books on the habits of wild animals. If it comes to hunting experience, I'm certainly no match for you, but I do understand the behavior of wild boars better. Your woodland has the ideal conditions for growing the food they need, so when startled, they instinctively run toward your land. Stan replied, so knowledge really is power. I've been hunting my whole life, and I never knew these things. By the time they returned to Stan's farmhouse, it was already around 1 in the afternoon. Stan's family warmly invited Hobert and the coachman to join them for lunch. While they were eating, the sound of horses' hooves on the road, though not hurried, caught everyone's attention. 3 horsemen, dressed in riding gear, approached at a relaxed pace. From a distance, Hobert recognized one of them as someone he had met before at a gathering of the mercenary club, the man who had introduced Hobert to the attendees as the son of a brigadier general. Hobert remembered his name, Harvey Hayden. He appeared to be the leader of the 3. As they drew closer, Harvey Hayden and the other 2 dismounted and politely asked Stan for some water. Stan's family, always hospitable, took their water flasks and refilled them, even inviting them to join for lunch. Harvey Hayden was about to decline the invitation when he noticed Hobert and greeted him with a smile. Hobert. Fancy running into you here. How's your father doing? He had once served under Christian and seemed to hold some affection for his former superior. Thank you for asking, he's doing well, Hobert replied politely. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the water was refilled, and Harvey Hayden was about to take his leave when he suddenly remembered something. We're chasing down 3 thieves, and we're short on manpower. Hobert, why don't you come along and lend us a hand? Once it's all over, we'll give you a share of the reward. Hobert had known that Barton's case couldn't be this simple, but he hadn't expected the unexpected twist to involve catching thieves. Seeing Hobert's hesitation, Harvey Hayden added, those thieves don't even have guns, and we've already got them cornered on a mountain. You just need to help guard one side. There's not much danger. Stan, who lived nearby, was a bit concerned and offered, I could help out. There's no need, Harvey Hayden smiled. The thieves are armed with knives and daggers. For safety's sake, we professionals should handle them. Then he turned back to Hobert. Hobert could sense the sincerity in Harvey Hayden's gaze. All right, I'll finish this piece of bread, and then I'll join you. In truth, Hobert had already decided to go with Harvey Hayden to catch the thieves, as he suspected Harvey might also know Rex. This could be a chance to extract some information about Rex from him. Moreover, Hobert was also curious to see what surprises the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence would bring this time. To prepare for any unforeseen events, Hobert had brought along the teleportation statue, the Wood of Order, and other artifacts. As long as he didn't encounter an enemy at sequence 6 or above who was determined to kill him, he was confident in his ability to retreat unscathed. After finishing his bread, Hobert bid farewell to Stan's family. Stan happily handed over the commission fee and even gifted Hobert some jerky and wild vegetables. Hobert shared a portion of the jerky with the coachman and instructed him to head back, as he had no idea when his business here would be finished. Harvey Hayden led his horse, walking alongside Hobert as they headed to meet up with the rest of the group. As they walked, Harvey explained, last night, a batch of jewels was stolen from the estate of Count Vincent. The Count's son, Simon, immediately posted a job at the mercenary club, and 9 of us mercenaries, myself included, were quickly assembled to capture the thieves. We followed the trail and tracked down the 3 thieves on the run, chasing them all the way here. Hobert asked, how could thieves dare break into the estate of a count? Harvey Hayden whispered, I know it sounds unusual. Simon must be hiding something, but don't worry. I've seen the 3 thieves up on the mountain. Only one of them is a Beyonder of sequence 9. As per Simon's task, all we need to do is catch these 3. There's no need for us to get involved any further. Hobert nodded. A seasoned mercenary like Harvey wouldn't want to get entangled in noble affairs. A little further up at a fork in the road, Hobert and Harvey met up with the other mercenaries. Harvey introduced Hobert to the group, he's also a member of the * Mercenary Club. I pulled him in to help since he was nearby on another job. The mercenary club had a strong reputation, and 2 of the mercenaries even recognized Hobert. With their vouching for him, the rest of the group quickly trusted Hobert. Simon Vincent, the de facto leader of this operation, smiled and said, we could use more hands. Welcome aboard. After a quick drink of water, Simon began assigning tasks. First, he designated 2 people to stay behind and watch over the horses and carts, while Simon, Harvey, and a hunter would lead the search of the mountain. The remaining 6 were split into pairs, positioned to guard the 3 directions along the road, ready to intercept the thieves when Simon's group drove them out of the forest. On the other side of the road lay deep mountains. If the 3 thieves had any sense, they wouldn't run into those treacherous woods. Hobert was paired with a mercenary named Vico. They reached their designated spot and climbed 2 adjacent trees to wait with a vantage point. After an hour of waiting, the 2 grew bored and started chatting casually to pass the time. They were discussing the Grain Act when Hobert suddenly felt himself slipping into a drowsy state. But just as quickly, he snapped back to awareness. Before he could figure out what had happened, he noticed Vico sitting motionless in the tree, his eyes blank, his body completely stiff. Feeling a faint warmth from the psychological spoon tucked in his clothes, Hobert realized he had just been subjected to a mental attack. T/N, change the name of the spoon. At that moment, a well-dressed middle-aged man appeared, leaping up from the ground to the branch where Vico sat. The man seemed unaware that Hobert was still in control of his own mind. He asked, "What's your name?" Vico, eyes glazed over, responded mechanically, "Vico." Hobert quickly mimicked Vico, pretending to be immobilized, as the situation was still unclear. It was safer to act as if he, too, had been controlled. The men questioned Vico again, "What are you doing here?" Vico recited their plan in detail, just as they had discussed earlier. The men jumped back down to the ground, and Hobert overheard him speaking to someone else, confirmed. "They're mercenaries hired by Count Vincent to catch the thieves. Then we leave them alone." "Understood," the middle-aged man replied before leaping back onto the tree and instructing Vico and Hobert, "You will ignore the caravan that will pass through here shortly." Vico, still dazed, nodded. "Yes." Once again, Hobert felt the psychological spoon warm slightly, clearly shielding him from another mental intrusion. He quickly nodded along. "Yes." Chapter 111, The King's Procession. Chapter 111, The King's Procession. After the middle-aged man left, Vico seemed to snap out of a trance, laughing as if nothing had happened. "You were right, the Grain Act has indeed reduced the income of many landowning nobles." Inwardly, Hobert thought to himself, this is the terrifying power of a spectator. That middle-aged man already knew all the details, yet Vico didn't even realize what had happened. "If Christian hadn't given me the psychological spoon this morning, I would have fallen for it too." Hobert absent-mindedly continued chatting with Vico, all the while waiting for the approaching convoy. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the sound of hooves echoed from the road. These horses were clearly well-trained, with barely any neighing. Using the corner of his eye, Hobert occasionally glanced towards the road. There was a group of heavily armored knights passing by. They were tall and imposing, their metal masks rendering their faces expressionless, making them resemble zombies. Despite the grandeur of this procession, Vico, sitting just 10 meters away, seemed oblivious to it. He continued watching the mountainside and chatting with Hobert. After another 2 or 3 minutes, a second group of knights appeared. Compared to the first, Hobert could distinctly feel the oppressive aura radiating from this group, indicating that many of them were Beyonders. Flanked by the knights were 2 luxurious carriages, moving at a steady pace. Both carriages bore royal crests and the symbol of a crown, signifying that their passenger was either the king or the crown prince. This was the grandest sight Hobert had witnessed since his transmigration. The irony was, despite such a large procession of knights and carriages passing by, Vico remained completely unaware. Hobert felt like he and Vico were nothing more than 2 monkeys, being toyed with by these richly dressed individuals. It took a full 10 minutes for the entire convoy to pass by. Hobert let out a sigh of relief. He figured this was the surprise that the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence had for him. It was highly likely that King George III was sitting in one of those carriages. But why was the king in such a remote area? Hobert speculated that the king was probably inspecting the tomb being built for him, or perhaps visiting it to establish a mystical connection. As for where the king's tomb was located, Hobert had no desire to know. He sighed again, reflecting that even though he had all his most powerful mystical items and sealed artifacts with him, they felt like a child's toys compared to King George III Royal Guard, like the difference between a 3-year-old and a giant. Luckily, the king's entourage was moving discreetly, otherwise, both he and Vico would likely have been arrested for interrogation or, worse, executed on the spot. After all, they were lying in wait on the king's path, making it look as though they were plotting against him. Then Hobert wondered, had King George III already integrated the uniqueness of the Black Emperor? When Hobert advanced to Barbarian, he still hadn't heard any distinct whispers. Could it be that King George III was only at Sequence 1? The Augustus family controlled the Arbiter pathway, and as a direct descendant of the family, King George III must have consumed potions from the Arbiter pathway during his youth. It was likely that he switched to the Lawyer pathway only when he reached Sequence 2 or Sequence 1. Perhaps it was precisely because of this switch from Arbiter to Lawyer that George III's influence over the Lawyer pathway wasn't as significant. Hobert's thoughts became increasingly scattered, and for the first time, he felt the oppressive presence of a high-sequence Lawyer pathway beyonder. He even had an urge to leave immediately, but doing so might attract unwanted attention. He forced himself to stay calm and wait for the thieves to be caught. Vico noticed Hobert's distraction and smiled as he reminded him, when you're on a mission, you need to stay focused. That's the mark of a competent mercenary. Look at me, even while chatting with you, I'm fully aware of everything around us. Nothing escapes my eyes. Hobert could only laugh bitterly, thinking, well, I don't know what to say to that. You just missed an entire regiment of knights passing right under your nose. Time flew by, and after another half an hour, gunfire rang out from one of the other ambush points. Hobert and Vico immediately jumped down from their trees and ran toward the sound to provide support. The gunfire came in bursts, growing closer and closer as the mercenaries chased the thieves in their direction. When Hobert saw two of the panicked thieves running towards them, he quickly fired a shot into the air, both to scare the thieves and to signal the mercenaries behind them, letting them know his and Vico's position to avoid friendly fire. When the two thieves saw Hobert and Vico, they immediately bolted in another direction. But it was too late. Hobert quickly chased after them and struck one thief on the back with his cane. The thief's bag dropped to the ground, and he stumbled forward a few more steps before collapsing. The other thief had already been subdued by Vico. At that moment, two mercenaries who had been chasing the thieves arrived, panting as they helped Hobert and Vico tie the two thieves up. Vico asked, "Why are there only two?" One of the mercenaries, still catching his breath, replied, "One of them kept running even after I gave a warning, so I shot him." He gave the captured thief a rough kick. "Still think you can run?" The kicked thief let out a piercing scream, sounding like a pig being slaughtered. Hobert, who had been quiet until now, noticed something. The bag that the thief had dropped contained the stolen goods. A few pieces of jewelry had fallen out of the bag, including a simple ring with a ruby set in the center. Hobert shifted his position to get a better look, avoiding the weeds on the ground. Yes, there was no doubt about it, this was the ring that Viscount Glaint had commissioned him to find. He glanced at the other three mercenaries and the two thieves, thinking of using the psychological spoon to hypnotize them so they wouldn't notice him picking up the ring. But then he reconsidered. If Count Vincent checked the stolen goods later and found the ring missing, it would certainly raise suspicion. Hobert sighed. If only he knew the incantation to open the ring, he could retrieve what was inside and then throw the ring back. But Viscount Glaint valued whatever was inside the ring so much that he hadn't shared the incantation with Hobert. Weighing his options, Hobert decided not to take any risks. As long as he knew where the ring was, he could find another opportunity later. With that decision made, Hobert joined in on the conversation with the other mercenaries, chatting and laughing with them. A few minutes later, Simon and Harvey Hayden approached at a brisk pace. Simon led the way, while Harvey and the hunter followed, dragging a third person, presumably the last thief. Vico pointed at the bag on the ground and said, "Mr. Simon, this is the bag that fell from the thieves. It's been in our sight the whole time." Simon walked over and picked up the bag, along with the jewelry that had fallen out. Those useless inspectors are probably still combing the scene, never imagining that the thieves are already caught. Vico laughed. Relying on them to catch thieves is like asking a roadside fortune teller for predictions. Hobert thought to himself, have you had a bad experience with a seer? Or maybe you haven't yet, but should. With the thieves apprehended, Simon generously offered payment. Harvey Hayden and the hunter each received £50, while Hobert, Vico, and the other two mercenaries directly involved in the capture received £20 each. Even the ones who had merely watched over the horses and carriages, and those who had done little more than tag along, received £10 each. However, Simon only promised the payment for now. Hobert and the others would have to return to Backlund to actually collect it. Simon then looked down at the two captured thieves and said, "They must have accomplices. We'll need to interrogate them." Chapter 112, The First Round of Investigation. Chapter 112, The First Round of Investigation. Some news at the end. Upon hearing Simon's words, Harvey Hayden stepped forward and used Whip of Pain to begin the interrogation. Before long, they learned that the thieves had accomplices, or rather a mastermind, back in Backlund. However, the thieves had not seen the mastermind's face. They only knew that he appeared to be male, always wearing a hood and a mask, so no facial or hair features could be discerned. Simon asked, "How did you manage to sneak into my home without being detected?" With Harvey Hayden standing nearby, the thieves felt immense pressure, as though a whip that could deliver endless pain was poised to strike if they dared lie. "There was no need to sneak in," one of the thieves blurted. "When we entered the Count's estate, we didn't encounter a single person." The mercenaries exchanged confused glances. How could that be possible? There was no way the Count's estate had no guards on duty at night. Simon responded coldly, "You're lying." Harvey Hayden immediately intensified the pressure, and the Whip of Pain seemed on the verge of descending. The thieves, on the brink of mental collapse, broke down in tears, insisting that they weren't lying. Simon furrowed his brow and gestured for Harvey to ease up. Only then did Harvey Hayden relent and stop pressuring the thieves. Hobert had already figured it out. It wasn't that the Count's estate had no guards, but rather that the mastermind had cleverly evaded or somehow blinded the guards to their presence. These thieves had been completely used. Even their decision to rob Count Vincent, whose finances were in excellent shape, seemed suspicious. No matter how daring, they couldn't have been foolish enough to target someone as well off as the Count. After the interrogation, Simon smiled at Harvey Hayden and said, "If we can catch the mastermind behind this, I'm willing to offer a reward of £500. Harvey Hayden didn't commit outright. As you've seen, the mastermind seems quite formidable. I can only keep an eye out for any relevant information." "All right," Simon quickly replied. "If you can provide any useful leads, I'll pay between £20 to £50 as a reward." The mercenaries exchanged hopeful glances, but they were well aware that only someone like Harvey Hayden, a mid-sequence beyonder, stood a chance of completing this task. The group, now escorting the three thieves, set off on the return journey. Harvey Hayden rode in the carriage with Hobert, who did not have a horse. Before boarding, Harvey said to Vico, "Go inform the Forester's family, the ones who gave us water at noon, that the thieves have been caught, and they can rest easy now." Vico responded with a quick acknowledgement and rode off to inform the Forester's family. The carriage slowly headed towards the city. Harvey Hayden smiled at Hobert and said, "Every time I see you, I'm reminded of the days when I fought under Commanders Christian and Rex. Back then, I was just a soldier, a witness to their legendary lives." With those two leading, the Phasacians became polite, the Phaenopotters suddenly cared about reason, and the numinous episcopate vanished from sight. He sighed. But unfortunately, both commanders were soon recalled to loan. Following this lead, Hobert asked, "Are you still serving under Rex?" He had been waiting for Harvey Hayden to start reminiscing. Harvey Hayden nodded. "You've probably heard many stories about General Rex, right?" "Yes, but it seems like their legendary tales ended after they returned to loan." "That's because Commander Rex couldn't stand the royal family." Harvey glanced outside, checking to make sure no other mercenaries were around, then lowered his voice. "Commander Rex despised the royals and their pompous faces, so he chose to leave the army. It's said that the royals attempted to capture him, but it's Commander Rex we're talking about. Of course, their efforts failed." "What happened after that?" Hobert asked. "After that, Commander Rex was truly free. Although both the military and the royals have kept him on their wanted list, he often shows up in Backlund." Harvey Hayden laughed. "We always suspected that Commander Christian stayed in the army just to be Rex's inside man. And whenever he passed on information, he did it so skillfully that no one could ever catch them in the act. Their coordination was always that perfect." Hobert pressed further. "Do you know anyone who stayed in touch with Rex after he returned to the northern continent?" "Yes, your father. But he never tells me about their experiences after they came back to Backlund. He only talks about their adventures in the southern continent." Harvey Hayden's expression grew a bit somber. "I imagine that for Commander Christian, losing his closest friend made those years unbearable. His memories of the northern continent must be too heavy to relive." After a few seconds of silence, he added, "You could try contacting Dix. He used to be Commander Rex's personal guard captain. From what I've heard, he stayed with Rex until his death, and only then did he go into business." "Where can I find him?" Hobert asked eagerly. "His business is on Nicro Street, number 1899. Just tell him you're the eldest son of Commander Christian, and he'll drop everything to meet you." Hobert quickly pulled out his notebook and jotted down the address. Their conversation drifted back to Harvey Hayden's experiences in the southern continent, giving Hobert new insights into the region's geography and environment. By the time they returned to Backlund, night had fully fallen. With Backlund's ever-present fog, the city was engulfed in darkness as soon as the sun set. Simon led the group back to Count Vincent's estate, where he paid them their wages and had the kitchen prepare dinner for them. After dinner, Hobert and Harvey Hayden exchanged contact addresses and then each took a hired carriage home. Hobert did not immediately go to Viscount Glaint to report about the ring. The next morning, he made his way to Glaint's estate, and upon seeing him, immediately asked, "What time is it?" Viscount Glaint understood at once. He pulled out his pocket watch and showed it to Hobert. The hands had stopped moving. They went to the study together, where Hobert briefly recounted how he came across Glaint's father's ring the previous day. Glaint was first impressed by Hobert's efficiency, then sneered, "Vincent, always pretending to be my father's best friend." Finally, with some regret, he said, "I wonder if we'll ever get another chance to steal the ring." "Perhaps," Hobert replied. "I'm planning to call a meeting of the Justice League. Maybe this small group can attract a few noble heirs who share your interest in the occult. In the future, they might help us seize another opportunity to steal the ring. If we hit 100 power stones, someone please remind me to post bonus chapter in the comments. One Piece Mysterious Journey continues in June 2025 because I have a lot of classes RN. Chapter 113, Commission on the Bulletin Board. Chapter 113, Commission on the Bulletin Board. After seeing what might have been George III's carriage yesterday, Hobert suddenly realized that in the Kingdom of Loan, nobles still held the most power. And Hobert, prompted by a sudden inspiration, formed the Justice League. Interestingly, two nobles' children were part of it, perfectly positioned to expand Backlund's aristocratic circle. Perhaps they would play a significant role at some point. Viscount Glaine's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Hobert continued, but the condition is that you disclose the purpose of finding the ring to the other 3 initiators. This left Glaine somewhat hesitant. That's. I trust their integrity, Hobert said. Of course, whether to disclose the purpose of finding the ring is up to you, but being honest with them makes a big difference compared to them discovering the truth themselves. You might want to consider it first. How about a first meeting on Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock at your mansion? Even if you don't intend to reveal too many secrets to them, exchanging information is good. Glaine nodded. All right, this is a mysterious organization we've started, and we should manage it well. Hobert added, next, I'll go inform Miss Audrey, Miss Zio, and Miss Furs. Would you handle the letter to them? No problem. Visiting Audrey was something Hobert had planned for a long time. As her lawyer, it was natural to communicate regularly with her aristocratic employer. Additionally, he had promised Audrey to explain the deal with Utravsky. However, in the past week, Hobert hadn't found time to visit her. Arriving at Earl Hall's mansion by carriage, Hobert informed the servants at the gate that he was here to visit Miss Audrey. He waited at the gate for about 10 minutes until Audrey's personal maid came to escort him inside. Audrey's beauty once again pleased Hobert, and he openly complimented her beauty. Audrey smiled as Hobert sat down in her living room. Hobert began by saying he wanted to tell some stories about mysticism. Observing this, Audrey immediately understood Hobert's intentions and asked her maid to leave the room. After listening to Hobert's new deal with Bishop Utravsky, Audrey sighed, Mr. Hobert, you have a very broad network. Hobert smiled and shook his head modestly. No, just lucky. Then he continued, are you available on Tuesday? I think it's time for our Justice League to have a meeting. Audrey eagerly replied, of course, I have time. We should have had a meeting long ago. That was their own mysterious organization. With the meeting settled, the two chatted. Suddenly, the steward of Earl Hall knocked on the door and informed Hobert that the Earl wanted to see him. Meeting Earl Hall, Hobert learned that he was called to review a contract. The Earl said, originally, I wanted to invite Lawyer Barton over, but I heard you were here. Today is Sunday, so I called you to help take a look. Hobert smiled and said, gladly. Opening the contract, Hobert's eyes narrowed slightly. It turned out the contract was a land transaction between Earl Hall and Count Vincent. It was an area of woodland without any special products, on the eastern outskirts of Backlund, not far from where Hobert had caught thieves yesterday. Hobert speculated that this transaction was related to George III's outing yesterday. However, he had no intention of actively investigating the specific connection. Hobert carefully read the contract once and pointed out 2 places that might cause ambiguity, then proposed amendments. Finally, Hobert said, is there a mine discovered in that woodland? Why would Count Vincent be willing to buy the land at a price higher than the market value? He continued, according to the contract law, contracts that are higher or lower than market prices may be invalidated. I suggest, sir, that you have a rough idea of why Count Vincent wants to buy the land, to avoid potential disputes. Your advice is as professional as Lawyer Barton's. Earl Hall smiled and casually said, I've done my research. Count Vincent wants to convert it into a hunting ground. This piece of land has been undeveloped in my hands, so I might as well do him a favor and sell it to him. Hobert complimented, you are the wisest Earl I have ever met. So far, I've only met one Earl. In Hobert's view, the reason given by Count Vincent seemed more like deliberately concealing something. Could it be that relics from the Tudor Empire period were discovered there, and George III went to see if they could be transformed into tombs? Hobert shook his head. Lacking relevant information, it was difficult to make accurate guesses. After bidding farewell to Earl Hall and Audrey, Hobert had lunch at the Mercenary Club and attended the afternoon gathering. However, this gathering did not yield what he was looking for. So after attending the gathering, Hobert went up to the 3rd floor to the room with the information wall. It had been about 2 weeks since his last visit, and the information here had been updated. Among the tasks posted on the wall, Hobert saw a commission posted by Simon Vincent to find the mastermind behind the thieves who infiltrated his home. Hobert only briefly acted as a mercenary yesterday and had no intention of continuing in this industry. Even if he did intend to work as a mercenary, he would not take on such a risky commission. Scrolling down further, another commission caught Hobert's attention. Previously, a cult hideout in Southville County was raided by mercenaries hired for this task. However, not all cult leaders were caught. According to reliable information, 2 cult leaders had fled to Backlund and were likely hiding in the chaotic East Borough. So the new task was to capture or kill these 2 cult members, regardless of their lives, with a reward of up to £200. Providing effective clues could also earn a commission ranging from £10 to £30. Detailed information could be obtained from the waiter. Hobert thought this commission was suitable for Zio to handle. He could pass on this information to her. If Zio completed the commission, he could symbolically take a cut. He could even offer some assistance. After all, only with money from Zio could he buy the beyonder characteristic left by the sheriff. Hobert muttered to himself that he really was a competent customer manager, worrying about customers. After obtaining more specific information, Hobert learned why their reward was so high. It turned out that the two cult members were both beyonder people in Sequence 9. Zio was relatively capable among Sequence 9s. There was no problem accepting this task. Putting away the information, Hobert continued to look down. Other commissions were either team tasks or required travel abroad, which were not suitable. Then he went to look at the trading information and free exchange information. Among them, a communication message caught Hobert's attention. The person who left the message said he saw a stone suddenly surrounded by a halo of light, and then the stone turned into sand. He was curious about what was going on. Hobert thought to himself that this was a case where an ordinary mercenary encountered an beyonder event, and it even showed the beyonder event of disorder. As he pondered whether to enlighten this fellow on basic mysticism knowledge, he suddenly thought, since disorder could turn a stone into sand, could it also crush beyonder characteristics? Chapter 114, Experiment to shatter beyonder characteristics. Chapter 114, Experiment to shatter beyonder characteristics. Hobert remembered that Sequence 2 angels had enough power to shatter beyonder characteristics, after which the characteristics would reassemble, thereby removing some contamination or curse from them. Hobert was about to obtain the Briber beyonder characteristic, and he had already obtained the Baron of Corruption beyonder characteristic. Each of them contained a lower sequence beyonder characteristic. Of course, consuming such beyonder characteristics would enhance the corresponding abilities, but this would also put pressure on Hobert's spirituality. Hobert had previously considered that if the Briber beyonder characteristic only included the main material of the Briber, that would be best, since Sequence 7 was a crucial barrier. Once past Sequence 7, consuming the Baron of Corruption beyonder characteristic with its extra beyonder characteristics wouldn't be as hard to accept. On the contrary, it could even be a way to become stronger. Hobert had once envisioned two solutions. One was to find an unshadowed or an equivalent sealed artifact to separate out the beyonder characteristics one by one according to their sequences. The other solution was to use a high-sequence sealed artifact or request an angel to shatter the beyonder characteristics. But the unshadowed are demigods, and angels are Sequence 2. Even if Hobert knew where to find them, it wasn't likely they'd help someone at Sequence 8, especially a stranger. Both solutions were hard to realize, and Hobert gave up on the idea after some thought. However, after seeing this piece of information today, Hobert had a flash of insight. The Nation of Disorder represents the shadow of order, and unconventional actions are its basic operating principle. Perhaps he could attempt to use the disorder power within the higher position of the Nation of Disorder to shatter the beyonder characteristic, and then influence it to reassemble according to its sequence. With this in mind, Hobert immediately took a cab to 192 Blanca Street. Although the Mercenary Club had rooms available, many of the beyonders there followed the Arbiter pathway, and Hobert worried they might notice when he entered the Nation of Disorder. Returning to his bedroom, Hobert drew the curtains and entered the Nation of Disorder right away. Seated on the Iron Throne, Hobert looked at the stone platform beside him and finally selected a Barbarian beyonder characteristic for his experiment. When Hobert had received those two Barbarian beyonder characteristics from the Nighthawks, he had used a sacrificial method to bring them into the Nation of Disorder. At the same time, he stored the teleporting statue in the Nation of Disorder when not in use. Since it was a sealed artifact and not a mystical item, carrying it all the time could exhaust his spirituality, and he might miss the moment he needed to use it. With a wave of his hand, a Barbarian beyonder characteristic appeared in Hobert's hand. He then began manipulating the disorder power of the Nation of Disorder, attempting to turn the beyonder characteristic into a chaotic state. The beyonder characteristic wrapped in the disorder power immediately started trembling. There's a reaction. Hobert quickly gathered more disorder power into his hand, causing the tremors of the beyonder characteristic to increase in frequency. Finally, when he reached the limit of the disorder power he could manipulate, cracks appeared on the beyonder characteristic, and it transformed into a sticky, chaotic state. Sweating profusely, Hobert didn't have time to celebrate. He carefully divided the chaotic mass into two portions and placed them on the left and right sides of the Iron Throne. Hobert let out a sigh of relief, having experienced the limits of power within the Nation of Disorder for the first time. It wasn't the limit of the Nation of Disorder itself, but rather the limit of what he could achieve as a Sequence 8. Shattering a beyonder characteristic was already the most he could do using the power of the Nation of Disorder. Of course, Hobert wasn't naive enough to think he had gained the strength of an angel. It was his extensive knowledge of mysticism, combined with the special properties of the Nation of Disorder that allowed a Sequence 8 like him to wield such power. Other Sefirah domains likely couldn't achieve this as easily. Just as the Nation of Disorder couldn't grant him an ability like Angel's Embrace, it had its limits. Hobert turned his attention back to the two portions of the chaotic state, beyonder characteristic, noticing that the chaos was gradually dissipating. Soon, the beyonder characteristic would reassemble into one Barbarian characteristic and one Lawyer characteristic. Hobert's gaze then shifted to the teleporting statue. Since he had time, he decided to try using the Nation of Disorder to strengthen its power. With another wave of his hand, the teleporting statue flew into Hobert's grasp, and he began channeling the power of the Nation of Disorder to surround the statue. Hobert noticed that part of the power seemed to be absorbed by the statue. The statue visibly changed, becoming darker in color, almost to the point of shining black. After withdrawing the power of the Nation of Disorder and examining the statue again, he found its abilities had increased by about half. Originally able to manipulate space within a 10-meter range, it could now affect a 15-meter radius. A 15-meter range was enough to launch a sneak attack, such as hiding behind a wall and suddenly burying the enemy underground. The enemy would likely be completely bewildered. What just happened? Why did it suddenly go dark? Who turned off the lights? I was enjoying my hot pot and singing, and now I can't see anything. Heh, just thinking about it was amusing. The negative side effects had also lessened somewhat. Every 20 minutes, his soul and body would still be distorted, but the first distortion wouldn't cause irreversible damage anymore. It would just lead to some temporary confusion in his thoughts, or cause his body to act out of sync with his mind. After finishing all of this, Hobert felt utterly exhausted. He placed the teleporting statue back on the stone platform and left the Nation of Disorder. When he returned to the real world, night had already fallen. After a brief rest, Hobert went downstairs, intending to make dinner in the kitchen. However, when passing by the armchair, Hobert suddenly felt the lazy god within him awaken. He looked at the kitchen, then at the armchair, and in the end, he chose the armchair. At that moment, he thought again of the convenience of takeout. If only there were takeout service, he could lie in his armchair and have food delivered to him. Alas, there was no such service. After lying there for a while, Hobert finally made up his mind. He put on his coat and headed to the nearby Flavor of Desi restaurant to solve his dinner problem. The middle-aged man with shoulder-length, more or less greasy hair smoked a cigar while looking at the material in front of him, and finally he heavily slapped the material on the table. I spent £200, and this is all I've found out about this trivial stuff. On the side, a man in his 30s with a bowler hat said, Alva, we have too few clues. He was Boris, the assistant of the greasy middle-aged man. Cigar in hand, Alva spread out the material again and pointed to a spot. What does it mean here that the suspected Nighthawk was involved? After a visit by 2 detective assistants, Boris explained, the residents of Moonflower Street seemed to have invariably fallen into a deep sleep on the night of the accident, so the investigators believed that there was a Nighthawk involved. It was because of this speculation that the other party immediately abandoned further investigation. Bullshit. Boris said, we've never messed with the Nighthawks, why would they kill our people? Chapter 115, Chapter 115, The Appearance of the Sun. Chapter 115, The Appearance of the Sun. The Tamara Family Council had already prepared to send someone to investigate the recent incident. After all, 2 Sequence 6 individuals died under mysterious circumstances, and such a matter certainly required investigation. Moreover, one of the 2 Sequence 6 victims, a judge, had been a promising junior in the eyes of a council member, and the father of the Baron of Corruption also held some influence within the family. Initially, they had assigned them this simple task to help them gain experience, but they ended up dead in Backlund. This put a lot of pressure on Alva. There was no way he could avoid the council's responsibility inquiry. He could only hope to uncover the truth before the investigators arrived, which might lead to a more lenient outcome. But what he had discovered so far left him wondering how he would explain it to the higher-ups. Was he supposed to tell them that their people were killed by the Nighthawks? Even if this were true, the higher-ups would never believe it. What else could he say? After all, they were dealing with a church where a true God existed, and the Tamara family was merely a family of Beyonders that had been hidden in the shadows of history for over 1,000 years. Alva took a deep drag on his cigar and reviewed the information again. So, the location where they were killed was on Rosette Street, correct? Boris responded, that's the assumption. However, he continued, the other party seems to have strong anti-divination abilities. We couldn't find a single clue. Alva found this curious. I'm just wondering, how did that family traitor named Apton manage to find so many powerful helpers? To silently eliminate 2 Sequence 6 individuals would require at least 3 to 4 Sequence 6 individuals, or 1 Sequence 5 individual. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the opponent's sealed artifacts were, it would be impossible for no one to survive. Boris speculated, perhaps Apton has already joined some Beyonder organization. Maybe it's the lone royal family. Alva thought this was a reasonable explanation. To avoid drawing attention from the lone royal family, the family's influence in Backlund didn't include any mid-sequence arbiter pathway Beyonders. But in this recent operation, a judge had shown up. That explained it. For such a decisive victory in this Beyonder battle, the other side must have had a powerful mid-sequence Beyonder holding the line. And Backlund was the lone royal family's home turf. Alva and Boris exchanged glances, agreeing that this theory could be reported. On Monday morning, Hobert arrived at the law firm and reported to Barton about Mr. Stan's case. He also had the driver deliver the jerky and wild vegetables he had previously received to Barton. Barton smiled, another tip from a client. Hobert nodded, it's a token of appreciation for my work. Barton handed Hobert a more complex case. I'll let you handle this one. Hobert took a look at it, it was a business dispute. Such cases were usually straightforward and didn't interest him much. He was about to refuse when he noticed something. This is a case in Tingen City. Yes, Barton replied. The trial is some time away, and it doesn't conflict with the 2 cases you're currently working on. However, you should prepare for a business trip. I recommend you head to Tingen City by next Wednesday. Hobert put away the file. All right. He wondered if this was fate pushing him to go to Tingen City. Otherwise, why would a reason to go there fall into his lap like this? Hobert chuckled. Even without this case, he would have made a trip to Tingen City, otherwise, it would have been a regret. The entire morning, Hobert went into slack mode, sitting at his desk, diligently reading through files. By noon, Hobert reflected that occasional slacking off was beneficial to mental health. In the afternoon, as usual for a Monday, he went to visit clients and participated in the tarot club at exactly 3 o'clock. Upon arriving at the grand hall once again, Hobert suddenly realized there was a new figure seated in his row. The Sun had joined the tarot club. Indeed, the fool Klein introduced him, this is the new member, the Sun. This is Miss Justice, this is Mr. Hangman, and this is Mr. Emperor. Derek Berg, the Sun, nodded slightly to everyone, acknowledging the introductions. Justice Audrey had already activated her spectator abilities, carefully observing this new member. Alger, the Hanged Man, was speculating what made this new member special. Ever since the Emperor had joined the Tarot Club, Alger no longer questioned the Fool's motives or judgment in selecting members. Since the Fool valued the Emperor's knowledge, what did he see in the Sun? Only Hobert remained calm, wondering if he should flatter the Fool and make it appear as if he already knew that the Sun was from the forsaken territory of the gods. That would make it easier to establish trade in Beyonder materials, buying from the Sun and selling them through Gal, thus creating a streamlined service. Unfortunately, the Fool's express delivery hadn't been established yet, and the Sun didn't use gold pounds. What would they use to measure their transactions? As for revealing that he knew something about the forsaken territory of the gods, if this were any other gathering, not even in the Justice League, Hobert wouldn't expose his wealth of knowledge. But since he understood the Fool, he wasn't worried about being cleaned up. After introducing the new member, the gathering officially began. Audrey had found 2 pages of Roselle's diary and hoped to trade them for information on the telepathist potion formula. Derek, clueless as usual, asked, the telepathist potion formula. Does it lead to psyche analyst? Audrey looked at him in confusion. You know. At the same time, her instincts as a spectator picked up on something odd. Derek had used the ancient term for sequence 7, psyche analyst, instead of the more modern psychiatrist. That's strange. Audrey scrutinized the Sun's every move once more. Derek, unaware that he had said anything unusual, replied earnestly, I can get that formula for you. After saying that, he felt guilty because he couldn't provide it immediately and hurriedly explained, this sequence originates from the dragon race, and our city of Silver was once ruled by the giant king's court. You know, giants and dragons are mortal enemies, so the formulas for sequences 9, 8, and 7 are available in the city of Silver. I have a way to get them. Hobert smiled faintly. In the end, the Sun was still an inexperienced youth who hadn't faced the hard knocks of society. His words had revealed a lot of information. Giant King's Court. Dragon Race. City of Silver. Audrey was completely bewildered. She glanced at the Hanged Man, noticing that he was equally shocked and confused. Then she looked at the Emperor, who remained as composed as ever. Mr. Emperor knows about the City of Silver. That was Audrey and Alger's shared conclusion. But Audrey didn't know how to broach the subject with Mr. Emperor, so she instead asked the Sun, City of Silver. I've never heard of this place. Where is it? Now it was Derek's turn to be surprised. You're not from the City of Silver. Which city-state are you from? The hall fell into a brief silence. After a few seconds, Hobert finally spoke. I've read about a kingdom of silver in books. If I'm not mistaken, are you from a land abandoned by the gods? The hall plunged into an even more eerie silence. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Vice Admiral Hurricane, Kalangos plus announcement. Chapter 116, Vice Admiral Hurricane, Kalangos. Announcements at the end. Klein thought, the Emperor even knows about the forsaken land of the gods. Well, of course, he knows about the elves of the second epoch, so how could he not know about it? Alger carefully pondered each word the Emperor spoke, forsaken by the gods. Could it be the forsaken land of the gods? He exhaled, recalling how, at the previous gathering, he had just probed Mr. Fool about the forsaken land of the gods. And now, only a few weeks later, Mr. Fool had pulled in a member from there. He mused internally, I knew it, I knew it. Mr. Fool must have had a special reason for choosing this new member. Furthermore, the Emperor seems to know quite a lot about the forsaken land of the gods. His knowledge is terrifyingly vast. Audrey, on the other hand, was shocked by the phrase, forsaken by the gods. Oh my, gods. What does that mean? How could gods forsake people? Isn't a god supposed to be a lofty, supreme existence? Why would the city of silver, or the kingdom of silver, be forsaken by the gods? Goddess, where exactly does the sun come from? Derek's expression turned somber after hearing Hobert's words. No, Mr. Emperor, the omnipotent and omniscient God has not forsaken their people. They have merely abandoned this land. Alger leaned back in his chair, he really is from the forsaken land of the gods. Audrey's heart was filled with shock, the gods have abandoned that land. What are they talking about? I understand their words, but I can't grasp the meaning behind them. Hobert first bowed to Klein, please accept my respect. I never imagined I would meet someone from the legendary forsaken land of the gods in my lifetime. Klein maintained a calm exterior, but internally he breathed a sigh of relief. Sometimes, he worried about exposing himself in front of the knowledgeable emperor. There were even moments when he wondered if he should find an excuse to keep the emperor away from the gatherings for a while. However, the emperor's display of respect made Klein abandon this thought. He sighed inwardly, only those who know about the forsaken land of the gods can truly appreciate the significance of the sun's participation in these gatherings. And the emperor clearly recognizes this. The power I displayed today should be enough to shock him. Hobert, of course, was unaware of the great Mr. Fool's internal musings. His earlier display was merely a case of mutual flattery. He then turned to Derek and said, 7 new gods have provided protection to the people of the northern and southern continents. Alger's eyes narrowed, 7 new gods. New gods. Audrey thought, protection for the people of the northern and southern continents. Of course, we are under the protection of the gods. Oh, goddess. Does this mean the sun isn't from either the northern or southern continent? Derek was first excited, new gods providing protection for the human world. But then he felt dejected, why hasn't the omniscient and omnipotent God protected us? The hall fell silent once again. This was the third time today's gathering had been enveloped in silence. Whether it was Audrey, Alger, or Derek, today's gathering shattered many of their prior beliefs. After a while, Hobert broke the silence, apologies for interrupting your transaction. You can now receive the telepathist potion formula, correct? Derek nodded. Hobert continued, what would you like in exchange? I want to exchange it for the initial sequence of the sun pathway. Klein then initiated a 3-way transaction, he would provide Derek with the Bard potion formula, and Derek would give Audrey the telepathist potion formula. He said, in terms of an equivalent exchange, the sun is at a disadvantage here. Once Miss Justice obtains the telepathist formula, we'll figure out how to compensate him. Alternatively, I'll compensate him myself, while Miss Justice provides money to one of my favored. He has something he needs to do soon. This is because the sun cannot receive Miss Justice's cash or material compensation. These words confirmed that Mr. Fool had acknowledged the sun as being from the forsaken land of the gods. Otherwise, why wouldn't he be able to receive cash or compensation? Other than Hobert, no one noticed the key point in Mr. Fool's statement, Miss Justice provides money to one of my favored. Hobert immediately felt as if the wheels of fate were set in motion. When Klein eventually used the funds Audrey provided, it would be the moment his life and fate would take a dramatic turn. After completing the 3-way transaction, Klein began reading the diary provided by Audrey. Today's diary described something related to adjacent pathways. Klein recalled the law of similar sequence beyond characteristics conservation mentioned by the Emperor at the last gathering. Suddenly, it all became clear to him, the conservation of beyonder characteristics also extends to adjacent pathways. In other words, beyonders from adjacent pathways see each other as mortal enemies. If he thought deeper, the fact that the Evernight Goddess Church and the God of Combat Church are sworn enemies might imply that these two pathways are adjacent to each other. At that moment, many pieces of the puzzle clicked into place for him. After Mr. Fool finished reading the diary, Hobert asked Alger, any new progress in your explorations? Alger replied, I'm currently dealing with another matter. He then turned to Hobert and Audrey, I have something I hope you can assist with. Audrey asked curiously, what kind of help? Hobert thought to himself, is Kalangos already entering the scene? As expected, Alger said, I've received intelligence that the infamous pirate known as Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos has secretly come ashore in Backlund. His intentions are unknown, and I hope you can help me track him down. As for what happens afterward, you won't need to take any risks. Vice Admiral Kalangos. One of the 7 pirate admirals. Audrey said, a little excited. As a beyonder, what could be more thrilling than encountering someone who had previously only existed in noble legends? Alger introduced solemnly, yes, he is a sequence 6 of the Sailor Pathway and possesses a mystical artifact. He's extremely cunning and ruthless. Don't try to confront him. He glanced at the Emperor, but the Emperor seemed disinterested. Hobert, of course, wasn't interested. Even though he had several mystical items and one sealed artifact, he understood the gap between himself and a sequence 6. It wasn't just two sequences apart, there was also the difference between low sequence and middle sequence. Plus, Kalangos had the shepherd's glove. Only after reaching sequence 7 did Hobert have confidence in challenging a sequence 6. Alger then turned to Klein and asked, Mr. Fool, may I request that one of your favorite provide assistance at a critical moment? I am willing to offer something of interest to you in return. It was only then that Hobert remembered that Mr. Fool's favored, Mr. Azek, was currently in Backlund. Exams and English papers cannot stop me. We'll begin translating new fanfic soon. Send Power Stones. Chapter 117, Battle of the Mid-Sequence plus new fanfic. Chapter 117, Battle of the Mid-Sequence. Hobert also thought that it might not be wise to approach Mr. Azek rashly. He decided to leave it to fate. If they met, it meant they were destined to, and if they didn't, there wouldn't be any loss. Derek, likely due to his inexperience attending such gatherings for the first time, had shared information about the shepherd without much thought, allowing Alger to gain valuable intelligence without spending a penny. At this point, everyone had formed an impression of this new member, simple and somewhat reckless. After finishing the exchange of information about Kalangos, the Tarot Club meeting concluded. Back in the real world, Hobert estimated the time and realized there were about 2 weeks left before the Nighthawks team in Tingen City would be attacked. He aimed to reach Tingen City by the end of this week and make some preparations in advance. Stretching his body, Hobert returned to the law office to prepare for Bob's trial. Logically, the defense attorney should have reached out to the plaintiff's lawyer by now to discuss the case, but so far, there had been no contact, indicating that the other side had no intention of negotiating. Fine, thought Hobert, whether we communicate or not, this trial will be a tough battle. Southern Continent, Crowell City. Late at night, Elliot and his roommate were awakened by a servant and informed that Elder Calvin had requested their presence in the living room. General Anthony had arranged their accommodations in the suburbs of Crowell City. It was quiet at this time of night, the sounds of wild beasts in the distant forest and the seemingly nearby chirping of nocturnal insects could be heard. On the way to the living room, Elliot met his companions from other rooms, and together they made their way to the living room. Is there a mission tonight? Elliot quickly prepared himself for action. Not long after arriving in the spacious living room, the other companions gradually gathered, all standing silently on either side of the hall. The negotiations have reached their final stage, Calvin began. No matter the negotiation, strength is always the most important bargaining chip. He continued, tonight is the time to showcase our strength. When we first arrived in Crowell City, I deliberately exposed that we were representatives of the Balk family. The Rose School of Thought has been conducting reconnaissance over the past few days. They believe they have figured out our strength and have sent a demigod to eliminate all members of the delegation. Everyone knew that Calvin was currently sequence 5, and even with a sealed artifact in hand, it would be difficult for him to contend with a demigod who had undergone a fundamental transformation. However, no one panicked, as Calvin had clearly planned for this in advance. Of course, we've made some preparations as well, Calvin continued. In a moment, I will act as bait and leave the inn immediately. You are not to engage in prolonged battle. Retreat quickly, and once our reinforcements flank the enemy from behind, you will launch a counterattack at the right moment. Yes, everyone responded in unison. All right, return to your rooms. As they walked back, the group quietly planned their escape routes and discussed fleeing together with companions they had a good rapport with, to avoid being left alone. Elliot also made plans with a few companions to escape together before returning to his room to wait for the enemy's arrival. Sitting in his chair, Elliot felt a bit nervous. He had fought members of the Rose School of Thought several times, but those were all low-sequence enemies. Having just become a briber, this was his first time participating in a mid-sequence battle, and there was even a demigod involved. At that moment, he noticed his bedsheet moving as if it had come to life, wrapping itself around the pillow on his bed. His roommate, sitting on the edge of the bed, was also caught by his bedsheet. Despite struggling, he couldn't break free, and the sheet only tightened further. Elliot quickly used the dagger in his hand to cut the sheet trapping his companion. He was grateful he hadn't been lying on the bed, or he too would have been ensnared. He first cut the sheet around his companion's neck to prevent him from suffocating. As he continued cutting, the sheet wriggled like an octopus or jellyfish, extending tentacles to grab at Elliot's hands. Elliot immediately stepped back, but then the coat rack by the door came to life and charged straight at him, as if intent on knocking him over. Tables, chairs, curtains, everything seemed to have come to life and launched an attack on Elliot. The worst part was that Elliot could feel his own clothes trying to restrain his movements. If it had been an ordinary person facing such a scene, they would have passed out in fear, seeing everyday objects spring to life. But Elliot and his companions had been trained as assassins from a young age. The stranger the situation, the calmer they became. Elliot dodged the desk's assault and grabbed a cup from the table, throwing it at the animated coat rack to complete the act of bribery. Weaken. The object's movements immediately slowed down, especially the clothes that had been tightening around him, they were now looser. Next, Elliot entered a berserk state, kicking away the chair that charged at him. His companion, now freed from the sheet's weakened grip, tore it apart using his barbarian strength. Run. That was the only thought in Elliot's mind. He grabbed the struggling coat rack, using it to smash through the window. Unexpectedly, the shattered glass seemed to come to life as well, flying straight at him. Elliot dodged the rampaging table and crouched behind it, but the glass seemed to have a mind of its own, curving around the table and heading for him. Elliot raised his arms to protect his face, bracing himself for the incoming shards. Disorder. Suddenly, Calvin's voice echoed from the direction of the living room. The glass spun aimlessly in midair like a swarm of insects, as if it had lost its target. Standing up, Elliot saw Calvin swiftly leaving the inn, with something following him, or perhaps, nothing at all. Inside the room, the glass fell to the floor, and the furniture that had been struggling moments before was now motionless. If not for the broken window and the mess everywhere, Elliot might have thought it was all just a bad dream. So this is a demigod. Without even seeing his figure, we were already exhausted by his abilities. Sounds of fighting from the courtyard snapped Elliot out of his thoughts and back into battle mode. Members of the Rose School of Thought, trailing behind the demigod, had launched an attack on the inn. Elliot and his companions immediately followed the escape route they had planned earlier. They defeated the enemies blocking their way and fled into the forest. The pursuers were close behind, and Elliot's group, seemingly terrified by the sudden attack, had no thoughts of counterattacking and focused only on fleeing. After a few minutes of running, a long horn sounded from behind them, and the pursuers immediately halted. This wasn't their first encounter, and they knew well that this was the Balk family's attack signal. A gust of wind swept through, shaking the trees violently. The zombies and werewolves quickly turned to flee. But they were a step too late. The wind carried a deadly force, cutting off the limbs of the undead and leaving fatal wounds, no matter how tough their bodies were. This was the Balk family's sealed artifact, Wind Blade. Send Power Stone's folded hands. New fanfic is out, Dolua Dalu, starting with Worm of Time Martial Spirit. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Calvin's Temptation. Chapter 118, Calvin's Temptation. Windblade did not kill all the pursuers in front of Elliot. 2 lucky ones evaded the attack of Windblade, and several quick-reacting individuals did not suffer fatal injuries. For members of the Rose School of Thought, being able to continue fighting without fatal injuries was expected. Thus, a Beyonder battle was inevitable. Elliot felt for the first time how insignificant his power was. In this long-planned Beyonder battle by the family, his Sequence 7 status made his abilities and strength negligible. All he knew was that he had to fight desperately and be constantly vigilant against the enemy's fatal attacks. But soon reinforcements arrived, and members of the Bark family quickly gained the upper hand. What followed was encirclement, breakout, counter-breakout, and finally pursuit. However, the pursuers and the survivors of the Rose School of Thought had already changed positions, with the surviving members of the Rose School of Thought running ahead and Elliot's group chasing from behind. It wasn't until the overall commander of the battle blew the horn to stop the pursuit that Elliot and his companions stopped. Members of the Bark family began to converge towards the direction of the horn. Low sequence members responsible for cleaning up the battlefield placed the enemy's bodies together, totaling more than 20. Gradually, smiles appeared on Elliot and others' faces. This was a great victory. In one battle, more than 20 members of the Rose School of Thought were killed. Seeing the results, everyone felt that the fierce battle just now was worthwhile. Elliot. Come over here. Calvin waved from not far away. Elliot hurried over, and Calvin patted his shoulder. How are you? Any injuries? No. As they walked, Calvin said, we just killed an important figure of the Rose School of Thought. The two walked out of the crowd, and Calvin said, I need you to perform spirit channeling with him. Following behind, Elliot was puzzled. Uncle Calvin, I've heard from the elders that when we first opposed members of the Rose School of Thought, we tried to channel their spirits using sealed artifacts, but every time there were terrible consequences. Besides, I don't know how to. Calvin looked at Elliot. But he carries crucial information about our family's curse. At this point, the two arrived in front of a corpse, and Elliot looked at the body in silence. If I guess correctly, this information could overturn your understanding, Calvin said. Think of a way. I'll create a space for you without interference. Of course, you can also choose not to channel his spirit, but it will be a long time before you have another chance to access this information. With that, Calvin left. Elliot hesitated for a few seconds before praying to the Creator, interested in the curse of the Bark family. He hoped the Creator could give him some guidance. Great Creator, according to Elder Calvin, this body carries crucial information about our family's curse. He wants me to perform spirit channeling with the body. But as far as I know, family members have tried to with members of the Rose School of Thought before, and without exception, they all died tragically during the process, with many terrible things happening afterwards. Elder Calvin also said that if I don't. Finally, he said, Great Creator, I seek your guidance. May I ask if I can invoke your power to commune? If so, how can I avoid the terrible consequences? He prayed several times but received no response from the Creator. Just as he thought the Creator did not advise him to commune, the great figure sitting on the Iron Throne appeared in his mind. Pay attention to Calvin's wording about your. The reason Hobert waited so long to respond was that the great Creator had just awakened from a deep sleep and was disturbed by Elliot's prayer, immediately realizing it was Calvin's temptation. And the bystander sees clearly. According to Elliot's description, it seemed like the Bark family needed to channel the spirit of this body of a member of the Rose School of Thought to understand crucial information. But upon closer inspection, Calvin's words carried a completely different meaning. Elliot immediately recalled where these two words appeared in the sentence. He carries crucial information about our family's curse, and, if I guess correctly, that information may overturn your understanding. It was about information regarding the family curse, not that he may have or should have information about the family curse. It was to overturn your understanding, not that this information will definitely overturn our understanding. Elliot was not stupid. Prompted by the Creator, he immediately understood. Elder Calvin has long known what information can be obtained during mediumship. He just wants to use this mediumship to let me know this information, and also. He was testing him. Elliot said somewhat anxiously, Great Creator, I have never voluntarily disclosed any information about you. This is an accident. The Creator sat quietly there, making Elliot even more flustered. After a few seconds, the Creator said, You are ready to undertake my powers ceremony. Elliot finally breathed a sigh of relief. As he prepared the ceremony, he also felt that his previous thoughts were ridiculous. The Creator must have known that he had not disclosed any information about him. He further thought that the Creator was willing to help him commune, which was a direct response to Uncle Calvin's test. Doesn't this mean that the Creator is willing to let more members of the Bark family know about his existence? This excited Elliot somewhat, thinking that this was an important step for the Creator to intervene and lift the curse. As for the ability of the Creator to channel the spirit, this did not seem surprising. After all, he was a mysterious and great existence. Soon, the setup for the ceremony was completed. Elliot began to recite the name of the Creator. Creator in the shadow of order. I seek your gaze and favor. I seek your power to allow me to spiritually communicate with the member of the Rose School of Thought before me. Elliot's eyes turned completely black, seemingly losing their pupils. Without anyone's guidance, he grasped the remnants of the spiritual presence of the member of the Rose School of Thought in front of him, silently chanting in his mind about the secrets of the Bark family's curse. About the secrets of the Bark family's curse. After silently chanting 7 times, the haze in his line of sight changed, revealing vague buildings and indistinct figures. In the Nation of Disorder, Hobert, like last time, took an interest in this film. The face of the person in front of him was blurred, indicating that his level was very high. At the level of this communion, the face of the person could not be seen. Professor Zatwin, are you saying that the curse of the Balk family has nothing to do with us? The blurred face of Zatwin replied, Exactly, the curse of the Balk family resides in their bloodlines, not in a literal curse. Why have they always claimed that we curse them? Zatwin said, they need an enemy. Suddenly, from behind Zatwin, a hand stretched out, covered with eyes and a tongue with sharp teeth. The communion process abruptly stopped. The angel of the Rose School of Thought, or even the abomination itself, may have projected its power through the spirituality of the member of the Rose School of Thought. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, Do Not Test God. Chapter 119, Do Not Test God. The scene before Elliot left him utterly astonished. At the moment the mediumship was interrupted, he saw the corpse before the makeshift altar sit up. Its eyes remained shut, one hand covered its face, while the other reached toward Elliot. In the palm of the outstretched hand, an eye covered in blood vessel slowly opened. Elliot immediately felt his spirit tremble, as if warning him that the eye before him was extremely dangerous. From the corpse's wrist, a tongue with sharp fangs grew, and an ominous power filled with countless curses quietly descended upon the land. At this moment, Elliot was like a lamb awaiting slaughter, his body rigid, unable to resist at all. From its arm, an ear with bone spikes sprouted, and an overwhelmingly evil and insane power began to spread through the surroundings. Elliot felt his soul about to separate from his body, ready to die miserably before the altar. 2 kilometers away on a hill, Jonas, a demigod sent by the Fasak Empire, and General Anthony, the nominal ruler of this land, leisurely observed the distant battle between demigods. Jonas smiled. I didn't expect the elusive Balk family to have 2 demigods. No, at least 2 demigods. The Rose school of thought will definitely suffer this time. He continued, with such strength, they indeed qualify to work with us. Anthony stood slightly behind Jonas. The problem is whether their ambitions will grow in the future, beyond our control. Jonas smiled. Do you think the royal family lacks angels? Or that the Church of the God of Combat has no angels? In the presence of an angel, a demigod is as fragile as a baby. Anthony bowed slightly. Yes, I was being careless. No matter what, drawing in such a powerful family is beneficial to us, Jonas smiled. Especially a family with mortal enemies on the southern continent, they are the perfect partners. Just as Anthony was about to offer more flattery, he suddenly sensed a terrifying power descending upon the battlefield. Jonas's expression darkened slightly. What kind of terrifying existence have they provoked? Roughly 1 kilometer from Elliot, the 3 demigods who were locked in fierce combat abruptly halted all movements and looked in Elliot's direction. Chester and another Balk family demigod exchanged glances. This was unexpected. Was this the test Calvin had mentioned earlier? This is reckless. Such a test could drive everyone in the nearby Crowell city into madness. The Rose school of thought demigod, however, looked delighted. If the leader has intervened, none of the Balk family members will leave here alive. Calvin, who was commanding the battlefield cleanup, sensed the arrival of that evil and insane power. Everyone turned toward Elliot's direction, their spiritual instincts warning them, a terrifying force was descending. Calvin said, "Attention. The demigods are still fighting. Leave all spoils behind and retreat immediately." The retreat commenced in an orderly manner, but everyone was puzzled. Could a demigod really possess such terrifying power? Elliot had completely given up hope, not expecting such a painful death. The faces of his deranged sister and close friend appeared before him, as if bidding him farewell. At that moment, Hobert, in the Nation of Disorder, seized the opportunity, covering the corpse before the altar with the surging power of order. Logically speaking, even with the Nation of Disorder's blessing, Hobert was no match for the entity projecting power onto the altar. But the abilities of the Nation of Disorder never operated logically. Hobert, of course, did not choose to face the entity head-on. Instead, he simply restored order to the corpse. The order for the corpse was naturally death and the dissipation of its spirituality. In this way, Hobert severed the connection between the corpse and the entity projecting power onto it. This method of exploiting loopholes was the true essence of the Nation of Disorder's abilities. It was with absolute confidence in this that Hobert had allowed Elliot to conduct the mediumship. Before the altar, the eye, tongue, and ear on the corpse's arm quickly withered and turned black, as if a strange dark sore had formed. Thud. The corpse fell to the ground, black viscous liquid oozing from its eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, completely devoid of life. Elliot, drenched in sweat, felt as though he had just returned from the brink of death. He smiled faintly. What had he been thinking earlier? With the Creator's protection, how could he possibly die? 2 kilometers away, on the hill, Jonas and Anthony, who were preparing to leave, stopped and looked back. Anthony, puzzled, said, "It's gone." The Balk family actually defeated that terrifying power. Just moments ago, both he and Jonas were ready to abandon Crowell City. Jonas folded his arms. The Balk family's strength is far more profound than we imagined. The Rose school of thought demigod sensed the leader's power suddenly stop and, without a second thought, fled immediately. That was the leader. That was a divine offspring. To interrupt his power projection required at least an angel-level figure, or a ceiling object of that level. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to escape. Generally speaking, a demigod cannot stop another demigod intent on fleeing, especially one like the Rose School's demigod, whose resilience was notorious. In the end, the Rose School of Thought demigod sacrificed an arm to escape, marking the official end of the battle. Elliot flexed his limbs and cleaned up the altar. As he stood up, Calvin hurried over. Seeing that Elliot, aside from looking a bit pale, was otherwise unharmed, Calvin asked, You completed the mediumship." Before Elliot could respond, a mysterious figure surrounded by swords appeared above him, radiating dark holy light even in the night. Calvin immediately felt a suppression from the figure's aura, instinctively wanting to kneel. Hobert, seated on the iron throne, cast a sliver of disorder toward Calvin, who instantly felt a pain 10 times worse than the family curse. Writhing in agony, Calvin collapsed to the ground, showing signs of losing control. After about 10 seconds, Calvin's uncontrollable state reached its peak. Just as he was about to lose his mind, the excruciating pain vanished. His body was bathed in seemingly endless order, and the signs of losing control disappeared completely. Elliot came over to support the tear and snot-covered Calvin, who was gasping for air. "Uncle Calvin, do not test God." Calvin stiffened and was about to kneel and beg forgiveness from the great being among the swords, but the divine figure had already vanished. Send power. Chapter 120, Possession of the Red Angel. Chapter 120, Possession of the Red Angel. After punishing Calvin, Hobert didn't immediately leave the Nation of Disorder. He decided to wait a bit longer to observe Calvin's reaction. He mocked himself inwardly. Why does this feel a bit like a client follow-up, checking to see if the client fell for my trick? Feeling bored, he recalled the results of the earlier mediumship. Although the séance was interrupted, Elliot already had the answer he sought. The Balk family curse had absolutely nothing to do with the Rose school of thought. The curse indeed stemmed from the family's bloodline. This shattered the last bit of Hobert's wishful thinking, as he had always believed there was some intricate connection between the Heller family and the Balk family. These two families were likely cursed for the same reasons, burdened by something within their bloodline. If this curse had truly come from a high-level beyonder on the prisoner pathway, the solution would have been straightforward: just kill the one who cast the curse, and it would naturally disappear. Though this would be difficult, it was something within Hobert's realm of knowledge. All he had to do was become stronger, then defeat the curse caster. However, tonight's mediumship showed that the curse had nothing to do with the Rose school of thought. Everything returned to square one. The curse was shrouded in mystery, and the investigation would have to begin with the Heller and Balk families. Unfortunately, these two families were relatively obscure, making an effective investigation challenging for Hobert. Right now, he had two leads. First, Rex. He decided to visit Dick sometime soon. The second lead was the Balk family's Council of Elders. They must know some secrets about the Balk family, which strengthened Hobert's resolve to support Elliot. With this in mind, Hobert once again observed Calvin through Elliot's stars. Calvin appeared a bit fearful and much more respectful toward Elliot. Hobert sighed. Mission accomplished. Just as he was about to leave the Nation of Disorder, Hobert noticed that the star representing Raft was entwined with something resembling a red thread. Hobert was startled. He had been busy lately and hadn't checked on Raft in a while. Could something have happened to him? Hobert spread his spiritual senses toward the star representing Raft. At that moment, Raft was running wildly down a deserted street, clearly engaged in some secretive activity tonight. On his back, there seemed to be a shadow. Hobert adjusted his true vision and saw a blurry, dark figure clinging to Raft's back. Yet Raft appeared unaware. This looks like a crude form of possession. Could it be the Red Angel Medici, and some kind of evil spirit merged with two of his enemies? Hobert stroked his chin. This was the only plausible explanation. Unexpectedly, Raft had already been possessed. Any later investigations or divinations by Klein regarding Raft must have been influenced by this evil spirit. Hobert tried to recall Raft's role in the story, but he was such a minor character that Hobert hadn't paid much attention to him while reading. He then thought, possessed or not, it doesn't matter. I'm not planning to help Raft break free for now. I'll assist him only when he proves useful. With this thought, Hobert submerged the star representing Raft into the pond, preventing the Red Angel from tracking back to the Nation of Disorder through his true vision. Dealing with a King of Angels level being required utmost caution. In the nighttime streets of Backlund, Raft didn't hail a cab until he was several blocks away from where he had been digging up the ruins. As he boarded the carriage, the Red Angel possessing him for the first time suddenly looked up into the sky, saying, "Solomon." Another voice from the evil spirit chuckled, "1,000 years underground has rotted your brain." A third voice added, "Indeed. When we invaded this Tudor descendant's mind earlier, didn't you notice? Over 100 years ago, a new, black emperor arose, and Solomon truly fell. Two fools. Have you forgotten Solomon's gaze?" The second voice retorted, "Unlike you, we don't willingly act as Solomon's dogs." The third voice said, "Of course you remember Solomon's gaze, that's the loyalty of a hunting dog to its master." Medici sneered, "You don't even qualify to be dogs." Even after 1,000 years, there was no peace among them. Naturally, neither Raft nor the coachman could hear their argument. After leaving the Nation of Disorder, Hobert lay in the darkness, staring at the black ceiling, listening to the occasional sounds of hooves and horses outside, while imagining the binary battle outside Crowell City, far away. From tonight onward, he would officially intervene in the Balk family as the creator. If executed well, this demigod family could become a significant force in the future. For example, in the future, if the creator sent one of his chosen to the southern continent for training, it wouldn't be unreasonable to demand control over a small town from the Balk family, since they secretly ruled many villages and towns within General Anthony's territory, to help digest the Baron of Corruption potion, would it? Even if something went wrong, at most, the southern continent's channels would be lost. No one would connect the creator to a young man from Lone in the northern continent. As his thoughts swirled, Hobert began to feel sleepy again. He smiled bitterly to himself. Since he had shown his face before the Balk family's elders, it seemed that the great creator would be forced into action often, even at night. The next morning, Hobert yawned as he arrived at the law firm, made a brief appearance, then left to visit clients. Around 8:50 a.m., he arrived at Viscount Glaint's mansion. Zio and Furs had just arrived as well, and after greeting each other, Audrey arrived. After everyone complimented Audrey on her beauty, they headed together to Viscount Glaint's study. A long table and 5 chairs were already prepared. Instead of drinks and fruit, there was a simple and rustic astrolabe on the table. Audrey smiled. The astrolabe really gives this study a mystical atmosphere. Viscount Glaint chuckled, clearly pleased with Audrey's compliment. Hobert also inwardly sighed, looks pretty convincing. The group tacitly left the head seat for Hobert, and he took it without hesitation. Audrey and Glaint sat to his left, with Zio and Furs to his right. Thus, the first meeting of the Justice League officially began. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, The Justice League Meeting. Chapter 121, The Justice League Meeting. First, let's discuss the issue of recruiting new members, Hobert said. I've thought of a development plan. Hear me out first. He continued, as the 5 founders of the Justice League, we should always have the highest authority, including the right to initiate and the veto power. For example, the action I'm proposing now, the recruitment of new members, falls under the right to initiate. If anyone feels this initiative is inappropriate or doesn't align with their interests, they can use their veto power. If my proposal is vetoed, it will not be implemented within the Justice League, and we will need to discuss it again and come up with a new initiative. This will be a power exclusive to the 5 of us. Future members will be official members and prospective members. They will have the right to speak but not the right to initiate. Audrey asked, does that mean future members can only trade or exchange information at the meetings, but won't have the right to suggest the development direction of the Justice League? Hobert smiled and said, exactly. The helm of the Justice League should only be in the hands of the 5 of us. Naturally, everyone agreed with this proposal, which strengthened their own authority. Hobert continued, I suggest that in the future, whoever recruits a new member will have them sit behind them at meetings. At the same time, the person who introduces the new member to the meeting will be responsible for their behavior. If more than 3 founders deem that a new member threatens the Justice League, we can bypass the introducer, expel them, and erase all their memories of the Justice League. Everyone paused, gradually getting into the right mindset, seriously considering the issue of recruiting new members. Zio raised her hand. As a mystical organization, if we can erase the memories of those who leave, that would be ideal. But how do we achieve that? Once Miss Audrey advances to the mid-sequence of the spectator pathway, she will easily be able to do that. Hobert had already thought this through. Before that, I have a way to erase someone's memories, provided their sequence isn't higher than mine. The process is somewhat complicated, but I can manage. He wouldn't easily reveal that he possessed a mystical items related to this. His explanation was intended to steer the conversation towards ritual magic. Zio and Furs believed him completely. They knew Hobert had a wealth of mystical knowledge, so this seemed unsurprising. Audrey and Viscount Glaint lacked sufficient knowledge, but Hobert's previous reliability made them trust his words as well. Hobert's proposal to recruit new members received unanimous support, marking the approval of the Justice League's first initiative. Before this meeting, Audrey had merely found the gatherings entertaining, while Zio and Furs hadn't taken the Justice League too seriously either. However, Hobert's proposal had brought more structure to the Justice League, causing the 3 ladies to start taking it more seriously. Hobert then smiled and said, it's been a while since we've all sat together and chatted. We can now exchange information freely. What might seem insignificant to one person could be crucial to another. We can also make trades, like in any other Beyonder gathering. He said, I'll start. I'd like to ask Viscount Glaint, who is now an apothecary, if he can concoct potions that nourish spirituality. I think both Miss Zio and Miss Furs would also need such potions. Furs immediately realized, are you saying that in last week's battle, our spirituality was damaged? Last week's battle? As a spectator, Audrey quickly caught on. She first gave Hobert a hopeful look, wishing he would elaborate, and then she became concerned about the state of their spirituality. That's right, Hobert confirmed. I've already healed the permanent damage to my spirit body, but I still want to nourish my spirituality. You 2 were farther away at the time, so your damage should be minimal, or you would have noticed it by now. He could sense Audrey's curiosity, so he briefly explained, last week, I, along with Miss Zio and Miss Furs, participated in a battle between Beyonders. Audrey excitedly said, I wonder when I'll be able to take part in one of the Justice League's Beyonder battles. Girl, that's a bit self-centered. Hobert thought helplessly. Who said this battle was initiated by the Justice League? Don't immerse yourself too deeply. He smiled and said, that wasn't exactly a pleasant experience. Besides, with your future abilities as a spectator, you wouldn't be well suited for direct combat. At this point, Audrey was still officially searching for traces of the psychology alchemists, seeking a way to become a spectator. Zio and Furs, hearing Hobert's words, looked concernedly at Viscount Glaint. Viscount Glaint smiled bitterly. I don't have any such potion in my memory. Hobert nodded. That's all right. He then said to Zio and Furs, if I find a recipe for such a potion from other sources, I'll share it with you. Furs sighed in relief. Thank you. Oh, by the way, Hobert added, I have a lead on the main ingredient for the Trickmaster potion. If you need it, Furs, I can sell it to you at a discount. Furs immediately responded, of course I need it. Audrey was slightly surprised. She remembered that Furs had once mentioned that the Trickmaster potion formula was hard to find. Had she found it now? Did she also get the formula from Hobert? Hobert nodded. Once I have it, I'll send you a letter. Audrey then gave Zio the task of finding Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Audrey felt a little proud. Though Hobert's expression of surprise seemed fake, could it be that he already knew Kalangos was in Backlund? Zio was the biggest beneficiary of this meeting because Hobert also gave her the task of finding 2 cultists, with each one having a bounty of £200. Zio was greatly interested, as she rarely encountered such a generous bounty. Audrey, perhaps afraid that her commission wouldn't be taken seriously, quickly added, my commission will also give you a satisfying reward. Zio nodded repeatedly. To her, the 2 tasks did not conflict. Hobert handed over information about the cultists to Zio and analyzed it for her. Based on the descriptions in the data, one of the Beyonders is a prisoner, and the other is an apothecary. As far as I know, there are quite a few apothecaries in Backlund, but not many prisoners. This pathway is relatively easy to track down, as the initial sequence potions give them far more madness and desires than ordinary people. I suspect these cultists won't restrain their madness and desires too much, which makes for a good breakthrough. He added, if you find them but aren't confident in capturing them, you can call on me for help. Zio nodded. I'll let you know if I need it. The conversation afterward became more casual. Hobert said, tomorrow I have a case to defend, one where I'm destined to lose, but I have to fight to the end. Everyone was curious and decided to attend the hearing together tomorrow. Chapter 122, Fragile Prosperity. Chapter 122, Fragile Prosperity. After the gathering, Hobert returned to his law office and focused all his energy on preparing for tomorrow's case. After work, he took a carriage back to his home in Empress Borough and enjoyed a pleasant dinner with his family. During the post-dinner conversation, Christian asked Hobert, I heard you're fighting for better compensation for a worker injured on the job. Hobert nodded, yes. Do you need me to step in and help with the negotiations? I want to try to solve it myself, Hobert smiled. If I can't handle it or if we need more influence, I'll ask you to step in. Christian smiled and nodded. Donna, curious, asked, isn't it normal for someone to get compensated for a work injury? Why does it sound like it's difficult to get compensation? You can get compensated, but the amount is too small, Hobert smiled. I won't go into the details, but some things aren't better to know too early. Christian nodded in agreement. Hobert then mentioned that he had to travel to Tingen City next week for business. Christian said, Tingen City, huh? My former deputy from the southern continent is now in Tingen City. You can stay at his place when you're there. Hobert was momentarily surprised but then replied, I'd rather stay at a hotel and not bother him. The hotel's conditions are terrible, Christian smiled. Besides, you can deliver a personal letter for me. Hobert had no choice but to agree. All right. Back in his room, Hobert slept soundly. The next morning, he took a hired carriage and went to pick up Bob from the almshouse. To his surprise, Daly was also there. As the carriage resumed its journey, Hobert joked, Ms. Daly, you don't seem too busy today. Daly smiled, occasionally, I also need to check on the status of my informants. They exchanged knowing smiles, though Bob looked a bit nervous. After a few seconds, Daly added, recently, the church has also started paying attention to the issue of work injury compensation. Mr. Bob's case is quite representative, so the captain asked me to attend as an observer. Hobert nodded and began discussing the case with Bob, reviewing the materials, and making final preparations. Around 8:10, the three arrived at the courthouse. Unexpectedly, quite a few people had already arrived in the gallery. Bob's co-workers sat in the front row. On the left side of the corner were Zio, Audrey, and others. Daly was slightly surprised to see Audrey, knowing she was the devout daughter of Count Hall, a faithful believer in the Evernight goddess. But she hadn't expected Audrey to attend. Then, seeing who was sitting in the right side corner, Daly was even more surprised and sat down next to him. Ikancer? Why are you here? With his chiseled features and messy brown hair, Ikancer smiled. This case has stirred quite a bit of discussion among the followers of the god of steam and machinery. The Archbishop sent me to observe. This was none other than a Cancer Bernard, the captain of the Heart of Machinery in Backlund, who oversaw the mystical mirror, a Rhodes. Only then did Daly realize that this case had garnered far more attention than she initially thought. Hobert, after escorting Bob to sit with his co-workers, waved to Audrey and her group. Then, he knocked on a girl's head beside him. "Donna, why are you here?" Donna grinned mischievously. "Tyren and I skipped class to cheer you on." Hobert smiled helplessly. "Don't make it a habit." Donna nodded repeatedly, then continued, "Hobert, how do you know that angelic-looking lady?" She was referring to Audrey. Hobert replied, "She's one of my clients." "You're lying. She doesn't look 20 yet. How could she be your client?" "Believe it or not," Hobert said, glancing at his pocket watch before calling Bob to the plaintiff's bench. The defendant, Arnold, and the judge took their places, and at 8:30, the trial officially began. As the plaintiff's lawyer, Hobert first outlined the case. Arnold's negligence had caused Bob's disability, so they were accusing Arnold of intentional harm. From the gallery, Cancer quietly asked Daly, "You seem familiar with the plaintiff's lawyer?" "He's one of our unofficial personnel." Daly didn't hide the fact. "His defense strategy is creative," Cancel said. "Perhaps this case really can be won." "Let's hope so." Then it was the defendant's lawyer's turn to speak. "Your Honor, the plaintiff's claim is clearly unfounded. This lawyer wasn't the one from the last hearing in the magistrate's court. He appeared to be in his 30s, mature and steady, and was likely a well-known but not top-tier lawyer in Backlund." He pointed to the gallery. "There are no safety-first signs posted in this courtroom. If someone in the gallery were to accidentally fall and injure themselves, would that be the fault of the court and the judge?" Hobert responded, "The defendant's example is quite different from Bob's situation. Bob was under Arnold's employment and was injured while working for him. Are the people in the gallery employed by the judge?" Bob's co-workers immediately started cheering and clapping. Right from the start, the two lawyers engaged in an intense debate. After 2 or 3 rounds of back and forth, the defendant's lawyer realized that his eloquence was not gaining him any ground. He switched tactics. "Your Honor, everyone knows that the real issue here is not Mr. Arnold's alleged intentional harm but the compensation for Bob. I hope the court will adhere to legal precedents and not be swayed by the plaintiff lawyer's arguments. I believe the outcome of this case will impact future compensation cases between employers and workers. Everyone, the current compensation practices have maintained Backlund's stability and peace. To ensure this stability and peace continue, we shouldn't set a precedent that disrupts it." Hobert silently acknowledged the opposing lawyer's skill. This lawyer was far superior to the one in the magistrate's court. He was quicker on his feet and knew how to tie his argument to something Hobert would find hard to refute. Would Hobert, an ordinary lawyer, argue against the stability and peace of Backlund? Fortunately, Hobert had prepared well. "Your Honor, everyone, of course, we want to see a more prosperous and stable Backlund. But times are changing, and society is evolving. The old laws and regulations won't always apply." He passionately continued, "Of course, we want to see a more prosperous Backlund, but the prosperity of the territory of hope shouldn't be built on the blood and tears of workers, on the exploitation and oppression of the working class. Without adaptation, prosperity is nothing but an illusion." Chapter 123, Chapter 123, This is the Barbarian. Chapter 123, This is the Barbarian. Hobert's debate once again won applause from everyone, but the debate did not end there. Next, the defense lawyer, following old precedents which were more beneficial to Backlund's interests, argued against Hobert, who advocated for adapting to the current era's trends. They engaged in a heated argument back and forth. After several rounds, the judge lightly tapped his gavel. "Please refrain from debating matters unrelated to the case in this court." The debate between the two lawyers temporarily ceased. Next, Hobert challenged again, continuing to argue about Arnold's inaction and Bob's disability causation. However, the defense lawyer suddenly attacked Hobert and Bob from a moral standpoint, accusing Hobert of prioritizing personal gain and alleging he was here for fame, while claiming Bob was too greedy and his demands exceeded industry norms, among other criticisms. Hobert countered, "I don't know by what standard the defense lawyer judges me to prioritize personal gain. Whatever the standard, Mr. Arnold sitting in the defendant's seat adheres more strictly to the principle of personal gain than I do, otherwise, he wouldn't be wealthy. As for me, who supposedly prioritizes personal gain, I am just an ordinary lawyer till now." Furthermore, Hobert continued, though the defense lawyer's words just now were carefully worded and did not constitute defamation, "Your method of defense is despicable, attempting to unsettle my client through moral attacks. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are to discuss moral judgments, is my client's remaining life worth only £150? When did life become so cheap? When did human life become so cheap?" These words plunged everyone present into a brief contemplation, except for the defense lawyer, who looked coldly at Hobert, not expecting this relatively unknown lawyer to be the strongest opponent he had faced since starting out. The judge again struck the gavel lightly. This is a court of law. Please refrain from moral debates. He asked, defense lawyer, do you have anything else to say? The defense lawyer and Arnold both sensed that the judge was already leaning towards the plaintiff. If Arnold's charge of intentional injury was upheld, it would mean a victory for the plaintiff. After careful consideration, the defense lawyer said, Your Honor, I request a recess. The judge was slightly taken aback, but it was within the defense lawyer's rights. Granted, a 10-minute recess. After a brief conversation with Arnold, the defense lawyer and Arnold came to the plaintiff's side. The defense lawyer first glanced at Hobert, then said, How about £500? Let's settle this case out of court. Supporting Bob to stand up, Hobert faced Arnold and the defense lawyer, saying, Gentlemen, what are you so proud of? This is compensation, not your benevolent charity. He added, £500 may be acceptable, but we cannot accept the attitude of your compensation. Mr. Arnold publicly apologized to Bob. Our patience has limits. Exactly the same words. Arnold suddenly said, Young man, do you know your behavior now will ruin your life? Do you know who you are opposing? You are challenging the entire upper class of Backlund. Let me tell you, I cannot lose this lawsuit. Because from today onwards, the entire upper class of Backlund will stand on my side. Hobert, are you really not considering your own future? Do you really want to challenge the survival rules set by the gentlemen of Backlund? A smile flickered across Hobert's face. That's exactly what I'm pursuing. He immediately felt the clear feedback from the potion he had taken earlier. Challenging the so-called rules of civilization was what a barbarian would do. Arnold shook his head incredulously. He gestured to the defense lawyer, and both returned to the defendant's seat. Supporting Bob to sit down, Hobert asked, Are you not regretting the lack of reconciliation? Bob smiled, although I seem to have lost much dignity, your words just now made me suddenly realize that my remaining dignity is more valuable than £500. Hobert nodded with a smile. As soon as the 10 minutes passed, the judge announced, Court resumes. Please let the plaintiffs and defense's attorneys make their final statements. As Hobert stood up, he sensed a spiritual warning. He scanned everyone and finally looked at the defense lawyer. The defense lawyer was a true lawyer, who was now using his beyonder abilities to distort Hobert's thoughts. This indicated that Arnold was prepared to use despicable means to resolve the issue. Hobert sneered inwardly, trying to distort the thoughts of a barbarian. He injected mana into the psychological spoon hidden in his lining, psychological cue. The defense lawyer immediately stood up. I was just using my beyonder power to attack Hobert because I knew a secret rule of the court. As long as beyonder powers are involved, the judgment of this court is invalid. The judge will immediately adjourn and, after sternly warning those using beyonder abilities, schedule a new trial date. Regardless of success, I can achieve my goal. As long as this court does not render a final judgment, Hobert's demands will temporarily fail. He covered his mouth with his hands in horror, but his voice was still clearly heard by everyone. I previously used similarly despicable methods to turn the tide, including 1 week ago. Prohibited. The judge suddenly spoke with authority. He was a true judge. The psychological cue that Hobert hastily planted earlier immediately dissolved. Then Hobert burst into laughter suddenly, seemingly laughing at the defense lawyer's despicableness, and also at the defense lawyer for voicing his scheming thoughts. Audrey, sitting in the corner, watched the vanguard of justice, laughing heartily, saw the stern yet somewhat helpless judge, and saw the defense lawyer in unease. She planned to paint this scene immediately after returning, which would be extremely ironic. Zio and Furs exchanged a glance. They were experienced beyonders and could tell at a glance that in the recent beyonder ability confrontation, Hobert had won decisively. On the other side, Daly and Acancer gradually became serious. They realized that this case might receive more attention in the future. Daly even worried whether Hobert could withstand the pressure. In the courtroom, Hobert finally restrained his laughter. The judge waved to the defense lawyer and Hobert separately. As the two lawyers approached the judge's bench, he said solemnly, Today, your performances will be recorded by me. Trust me, you have only this one chance. If you use any power outside of the law in this courtroom again, I will immediately send you to a special court. Hobert said, Your Honor, as you saw just now, it was he who used beyonder powers first. I only responded effectively. The judge looked coldly at the defense lawyer. He will certainly undergo some special investigation. The defense lawyer involuntarily took a step back. Several cases he had handled before could not withstand investigation. He was likely to be sent to a special court for trial. While the defense lawyer was uneasy, the judge turned to Hobert again. Your defense was brilliant. But in the end, he sighed helplessly. Court adjourned. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Captain Acancer who likes red underpants. Chapter 124, Captain Acancer who likes red underpants. Hobert, this was undoubtedly the most brilliant defense I've ever witnessed. Audrey spared no praise. You are not just competent, but what you're doing now far exceeds what any lawyer should do. She continued, I will do everything in my power to support your cause for justice. Audrey emphasized the word justice and winked at Hobert. Facing her playful remark, Hobert smiled and replied, thank you for your support. Viscount Glaint also made a similar commitment before leaving with Audrey in their carriage. Next, Bob's co-workers approached, saying, Mr. Lawyer, I will definitely tell every co-worker I meet about your brilliant defense today. Some even had tears in their eyes as they said, you spoke so well for us, no one has ever fought for our interests before. Steam above, Bob, it must be the great God of steam and machinery who heard your prayers and led you to find such a good lawyer. Did you all hear what the defense attorney said? That scum. After the chorus of praises, one by one, Bob's co-workers left. Donna came over and said, Hobert, today I realized how amazing you really are. Although the judge had to adjourn for reasons unknown, I could tell you one. You shined brightly in court. Tyren chimed in, it won't be long before you become a great lawyer. Hope your flattery will make your teacher feel pleased. Hobert smiled, so he won't punish you for skipping class. Donna laughed, punishment or not, I feel like I've earned today by attending. Hobert shook his head, hailed a carriage, paid the fare for Donna and Tyren, and sent them back to school. When he returned to the courthouse's entrance, he saw Daly with a man whose messy brown hair caught his attention. Daly introduced him, this is Captain Isengard from the Church of Steam and Machinery. Hobert paused slightly, I remember now, the guy who likes red underwear. Why wield anything other than a seal? Why not take the mirror? He smiled, Captain Icancer. Icancer hesitated, have we met before? No, I've heard about you from others. Oh. Can we talk privately? They left the crowd and went to a corner. Icancer said, since you've heard of me, I won't introduce myself. You should know that most of our church's followers are workers, so we take this case very seriously. I think Arnold should try some despicable means in the future. If you need help, you can come to the church and we'll shelter you. Thank you for your kindness, Hobert smiled, if needed, I'll definitely visit the church. We should be thanking you, Icancer said, actually, we should. Suddenly, something occurred to Hobert, if you really want to thank me, send me a few tickets to the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. I've been studying the mysterious symbols left by Emperor Roselle. How did you know we were planning a memorial exhibition? I heard it from a friend. All right, leave me your address, and when the exhibition starts, I'll send you the tickets. The Roselle Memorial Exhibition was already in the preparation stage, and Isengard didn't find anything wrong with Hobert getting the news early. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, his mind was full of the cards of blasphemy and he didn't seriously think about when the Roselle Memorial Exhibition would begin. After seeing off Icancer, only Bob, Daly, Zio, and Furs were left at the courthouse entrance. Zio stepped forward, Hobert, I'd like to ask for your help. Hobert nodded, let's talk in the carriage. They got into the carriage, first sending Bob back to the almshouse, then Daly. Before Daly got off, Hobert made an appointment to meet her at the Obsidian Bar at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the carriage were only Hobert, Zio, and Furs. Zio said, Hobert, I hope you can accompany us to Mr. A's gathering. I want to make contact with the person who sells the sheriff potion formula. This was a suggestion Hobert had made earlier, subtly reminding Zio that only the sheriff recognized by the royal family was a legitimate sheriff. While Mr. A's gatherings had always had good reputation and guarantees, Zio was still afraid of encountering risks. No problem, Hobert asked, when does Mr. A's gathering start? At 12:30. Hobert checked his pocket watch, it's not even 10 o'clock now. Let's first go to the Harvest Church, I have an appointment there. Okay. Arriving at Rose Street, Hobert carefully surveyed the street and didn't see anyone trailing them. Even if the Tamara family knew that the 5 family members had trouble on Rose Street, they didn't dare to conduct a thorough investigation or send someone to tail them. Because their Beyonder influence in Backlund was too weak, without the backing of a demigod, anything they did would risk being investigated by their opponents. And Hobert could tell that among the Beyonders in the spirit channeling, the men with long hair who liked smoking cigars was not a demigod. Arriving at the entrance of the Harvest Church, Hobert asked Zio and Furs to wait in the carriage and instructed the coachman to wait here as well. He put on his mask and got off the carriage. The coachman was happy to wait, as he charged by the hour. Entering the church, besides Bishop Utravsky sitting in the front row, only Upton sat in the corner. Upton visibly relaxed upon seeing Hobert. Hobert wasn't sure if he was worried that Hobert wouldn't come or if he couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere in the church. Hobert first greeted Utravsky, Father. The giant bishop nodded slowly in response. Hobert sat next to Upton, how's your recovery? Almost there, Upton handed Hobert a wooden box. Hobert opened a corner of the box and saw a diamond the size of an eye inside. Even in the box lacking light, it reflected 7-colored light. Inside the diamond was half a palm-sized black crystal ball emitting a charming aura, which made people feel a strong affinity. This is the beyonder characteristic of the briber. Hobert closed the wooden box. Have you been hearing indescribable murmurs lately? I can hear it, Upton smiled bitterly, and it's getting worse. I do have some ways here that can help you eliminate these murmurs. Upton listened attentively. For example, you could try to be a real barbarian. Upton took 2 or 3 seconds to understand. Does the name of the potion imply a way to eliminate murmurs? Hobert smiled and nodded. Pretty clever. Chapter 125, Chapter 125 Important Revelation. Chapter 125 Important Revelation. The two of them walked out of the church together. Seeing that the street was mostly empty, Hobert asked Upton, what are your plans? I plan to vacation in Desi Bay, Upton replied with a smile. Now that he had regained 10 years of freedom, he was filled with hope for life. Weren't you planning to become a businessman? I'll think about that after my vacation. Hobert nodded. If I need to find you, I'll ask that great entity to contact you. If you ever need my help, you can pray to that great entity as well. This was exactly why Hobert wanted to lead Upton out of the Harvest Church. While plotting an ambush or using the church as a meeting point would be overlooked by Bishop Utravsky, discussing evil gods inside the church could easily lead to the giant bishop's sword descending within moments. Upton nodded grimly, feeling as though he had just crawled out of the pit his family had dug for him, only to fall into another. However, he recalled that the creator didn't seem to be like the evil gods of legend. It hadn't had any negative impact on him. In fact, it had strengthened his connection with the masked men before him, giving him a true backing. After the two parted ways, Hobert met up with Zio and Furs for lunch. During the meal, they discussed how to approach the seller of the sheriff potion formula. A little after noon, they arrived at the meeting place. The venue seemed to belong to a noble, with a spacious interior and luxurious decor. As they settled in a corner, Hobert realized that Mr. A's gatherings were always held during the day. Most gatherings for wild beyonders happened at night. Moreover, the venues for the two gatherings Hobert had attended both appeared to be noble properties. Coupled with the fact that the royal family had been using these gatherings to recruit wild sheriffs by selling the potion formula, Hobert realized something. He had received clues long ago. The royal family had been entangled with the Aurora Order. However, without prior knowledge of the answer, it was difficult to connect all the dots. At 12:30, the gathering began as scheduled. Hobert, Zio, and Furs waited patiently until the meeting reached its midpoint. Zio then called over a servant and wrote on a piece of paper, I would like to speak with the seller of the sheriff potion formula and purchase the main ingredients for the sheriff. The servant took the note, and after more than 20 minutes, returned. The other party invites you to the reception room in the back for the transaction. Zio said, I'd like to bring my 2 friends with me. That's fine. The 3 followed the servant out of the hall and into a small reception room. Inside, a man in a black tailcoat was already seated. He wore a golden mask that covered everything except his eyes, nostrils, and mouth, making it impossible to imagine his original appearance. Sit, the masked man gestured to the 2 chairs opposite him, seemingly unfazed by the presence of a third person. Hobert and Zio sat down, while Furs stood near the door, eyeing the masked man warily. The masked man asked Zio, it seems you already have the sheriff potion formula. Hobert stroked his chin, thinking the voice sounded familiar. Zio replied, yes. May I ask where you obtained it? Sorry, I can't disclose the source, Zio said, using the response she and Hobert had agreed on. But I can assure you, I didn't steal or rob it. The masked man nodded and didn't press further. Zio then asked, do you have the main ingredients for the sheriff? Yes, I have both. What's the price for each? £300 on average. The price was fair, as Sequence 8 materials usually carried a slight premium, often selling for between £320 and £350. Particularly rare ones could go for over £400. The masked man added, of course, you can also complete tasks I assign in exchange for the materials, which would be more cost-effective for you. He smiled and said, in fact, I sell the sheriff potion formula hoping that the buyers will complete tasks for me. Zio asked in a serious tone, why are you doing this? To select suitable assistants, the masked man replied. Hobert, who had remained silent, finally recognized the masked man's voice. He smiled and said, did you turn the secret supplicant characteristic into a mystical item? Indeed, the man before them was the same one who had taken the secret supplicant characteristic from Hobert at the mercenary club gathering. Though the masked man had intentionally altered his voice, Hobert had still managed to identify him. The masked man smiled and said, so you recognized me after all, eldest son of the Jeffrey family. His voice was brighter than before as he continued, since there's trust between us now, would Miss Zio be willing to become my assistant? Zio said, only if I have the right to refuse any task. Of course. Zio glanced at Hobert, who nodded slightly. Even if he hadn't recognized the masked man, Hobert knew he harbored no ill intentions toward Zio. After all, he had once served under her father. Not only would he not harm Zio, but he would also look out for her. At the masked man's request, Hobert and Furs left the room first, allowing Zio and the masked man to privately arrange future meetings and communication methods. As they left the gathering, Zio asked, "Hobert, how should I thank you?" She didn't ask who the masked man was or how Hobert knew him. Since Hobert trusted him, Zio felt a basic level of trust as well, knowing that the man would hesitate before harming her. "There's no need to thank me," Hobert said. "It's not a big deal, just think of it like a friend helping you pick out a dress at a department store." "Oh, sorry, you don't like wearing dresses. Let's say I helped you pick out a pair of shoes instead." Zio nodded. Indeed, she didn't like wearing dresses, as they made her look even more like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. After saying goodbye to Zio and Furs, Hobert hurriedly took a cab to the Obsidian Bar. While in the carriage, he reflected on the leisurely Monday he had, wondering why things always seemed to pile up at once. By the time he arrived at the Obsidian Bar, Daly had already gotten there. Hobert smiled and said, "Sorry I'm late." Daly glanced at the clock on the wall. "At least you weren't late." It was now 2:58, and Hobert wasn't sure if Daly was stating a fact or teasing him. "Let me buy you a drink." The two ordered drinks, and Hobert got straight to the point. "I asked you to meet me for two reasons. First, I want to know how your investigation into Kate, who is suspected of being a secret supplicant, is going. Bill and Kate's case would be heard tomorrow, so he wanted to know what state his opponents were in." Chapter 126, Chapter 126 Easy Victory. Chapter 126 Easy Victory. "We conducted a preliminary investigation on Kate." Daly recalled the information she could share with Hobert. "After our confirmation, he did indeed recently ingest the secret supplicant potion. The person who provided him with the potion seems likely to contact him soon, so we are monitoring Kate around the clock to apprehend more dangerous individuals." Hobert nodded. "I hope you can disclose the general results to me after this is over." Daly hummed in agreement. "As long as you need us to. Also, I have other leads on the secret supplicant here," Hobert said. "Back then, I wasn't your informant." Hobert briefly recounted his investigation into Haman and Zachary, including the information he obtained from Dockholm, that among the farmers in Backlund, there hides a rose bishop named Hillman. Daly listened attentively. "These pieces of information are very useful to us, even more valuable than the information you provided before. We will investigate this." Hobert took a sip of wine and asked, "So, what's the approximate value of this information?" "If it all checks out, it's worth about 1/5 of the beyonder characteristic of a briber," Daly said. Hobert nodded, approximately valued at £260. Daly's price tag was fair. He whispered, "Secondly, I would like to obtain a spirituality-nourishing potion." Daly was puzzled at first, but then understood. "I didn't feel that your spirituality was damaged, so I thought you had a way to erase the damage caused by 2 to 365. The black glove was named 2 to 365 by the Nighthawks. "I did handle the spiritual damage," Hobert said, "but I always feel that my spirit is weaker than before, so I want to nourish my spirituality." "No problem," Daly said. "The previous report on secret supplicant Kate is enough for you to exchange for a potion to nourish your spirituality. I want 3 doses. "That's fine too." Daly didn't ask who the other 2 doses were for. "I'll have someone deliver them to your law firm tomorrow morning." After chatting with Daly for a few more words, Hobert said goodbye in a hurry. Since he knew Kate could appear in court normally tomorrow, he would prepare for the lawsuit. When he returned to the law firm, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Hobert was mentally prepared for overtime. But soon he found that the case was indeed quite simple. He even felt that the plaintiff's lawyer should be the one with a headache now, not himself. Around 5 o'clock, Hobert finished all the preparations. He praised himself for his efficiency in his mind and then considered what to eat for a while. Southern Continent, outside Crowell City, more than a dozen carriages were undergoing final repairs, and they were going to travel overnight tonight. This was the convoy of the Balk family. After the demigod battle, negotiations became much easier. In the end, the Fasak Empire and the Balk family reached an agreement. The Balk family would send a Sequence 5 and 3 Sequence 6, as well as several Sequence 7 and Sequence 8, to reside permanently in Crowell City. These Beyonders would assist the Fasak Empire and General Anthony in dealing with other countries, colonies, pirates, and other Beyonder attacks, as well as resolving local cases involving supernatural factors. Because of the Balk family's hostile relationship with the Rose School of Thought, this dispatch was kept secret to avoid retaliation from the Rose School of Thought. The Balk family benefited by acquiring 2 copper mines and a large forest suitable for logging. In the convoy, Elliot saw Calvin finally had some free time, so he approached Calvin to a secluded corner away from the crowd. "Uncle Calvin, I won't keep you for long. I know what you want to ask." Calvin asked, "You didn't tell others about the spirit channeling results, did you?" No, Elliot said. Uncle Calvin, is that true? He whispered, the family curse has nothing to do with the Rose School of Thought. Calvin nodded, yes, that's true. Elliot asked angrily, then why do we keep fighting against the Rose School of Thought? Every year, members of the Balk family died at the hands of the Rose School. Calvin glanced at Elliot, feeling very complicated when facing Elliot now. This was originally a younger member of the family, but now he had to communicate with him cautiously because of his special status. I think you've guessed the answer, Calvin said, only by giving family members a target for venting can our family continue to survive. Otherwise, we will end up like the Rex family, with only him left. Even if his personal strength is strong, once he fails, all previous efforts will be in vain. Elliot slumped his shoulders. What should we do to end the family curse? You should be closer to the answer than we are, Calvin said meaningfully. It seems that we now have more hope than ever before. Elliot took a deep breath. I understand. Thursday morning, Hobert arrived at the Backlund court at 8 o'clock. In the spectator seat of this case, there were only a few people. Among them were Furs, who came to collect materials. After a brief communication with Bill, Hobert quietly waited for the trial. Around 8:20, Kate, who looked somewhat mentally absent, appeared at the plaintiff's seat. The confidence and even a bit of arrogance from before had disappeared. He seemed like he hadn't slept well for several days. No matter who he saw or what he saw, he would pause before reacting. Hobert thought to himself, perhaps he really hasn't slept well for several days, just ingested the secret supplicant potion, and is unable to control the overflow of spirituality. In the dead of night, everyone is asleep, and Kate must feel that his home is livelier than during the day. At 8:30, the trial officially began. The plaintiff's lawyer first stated that Bill had driven the boat after drinking alcohol and a serious accident occurred. According to the relevant punishment regulations for drunk driving, Bill would face at least 3 years in prison and compensate Mr. Kate, the plaintiff, for £100 in losses. Next, it was the defendant's lawyer's turn to speak. Hobert smiled and said, yes, Mr. Bill admits that he drove under the influence, but it is not drunk driving. Of course, this is not important. I brought a copy of the criminal law of the Kingdom of Loan. Let's take a look at the provisions on drunk driving. As he spoke, he flipped open the criminal law. The relevant regulations are on page 226. If the driver of a carriage or steam car causes an accident after drinking, the driver shall bear all losses from the accident. If the driver is intoxicated, it will escalate into a criminal case, and the driver will be criminally liable. Please note the earlier description, driver of a carriage or steam car. Can you tell me if this provision mentions the driver of a small steamboat? Even if according to the law, there is no clear definition of the case and facts, precedents can be extended or interpreted accordingly. A small steamboat cannot be interpreted as a carriage or steam car. One runs on the road, the other runs in the water, and the meanings of the two are vastly different. So, I believe the plaintiff's claim is unfounded. My client Bill at most disturbed public order or disrupted traffic order and should only be fined less than £1. Chapter 127, Chapter 127 Tiny Help is an investment. Chapter 127 Tiny Help is an investment. Hobert's words made the plaintiff lawyer's face increasingly unsightly. When he took on this case, he found out that the plaintiff, Kate, didn't understand the law at all. Kate insisted on suing Bill for drunk driving, but the relevant regulations had loopholes, making it difficult to convict Bill. In response, the plaintiff lawyer could only pray that the defense lawyer wouldn't notice this point. However, it was clear that his prayers had failed. Defense lawyer Hobert was the one who discovered this loophole and decided to take on the case. The plaintiff lawyer quickly changed strategy, preparing to demand more compensation. As a result, most of the inflated bills submitted by Kate were exposed by Hobert, and the final compensation was reduced from £100 to £30. The case was not complicated, so the judge quickly ruled, the plaintiff's claims were not established. Bill was fined £1, and ordered to compensate the plaintiff £30 for the losses. Even after leaving the court, Kate still looked oblivious, as if everything that happened in court had nothing to do with him. Bill was released on the spot, and he and his family continuously thanked Hobert, paying him £10 in commission on the spot. After seeing Bill and his family off, Hobert asked Furs to return to the office together. In the carriage, Hobert asked, how's the material collection going? Almost done, Furs replied. I also attended hearings of other lawyers as an observer. Honestly, none were as brilliant as your defense. I might even consider them as antagonists in my novel. Hobert chuckled. When you design characters, remember to make me look handsome. Furs sighed helplessly. I'm writing a novel, not a biography for you. Well, at least thank me in the acknowledgments for providing material, Hobert smiled. It's just mutual promotion in business, right? I guess so, because indeed, Hobert had provided her with a lot of material. Then Furs asked, you called me to the office, was there something? Yesterday I found a spirituality nourishment potion, and they promised to deliver it today, Hobert said. I thought I'd bring you and Zio a dose. Furs was taken aback, then laughed. Hobert, sometimes I wonder if you're trying to pursue me or Zio. Hobert smiled. You're right. I want to pursue both of you. One is a literary girl, the other a lowly style girl, both very distinctive. Forget it, Furs shook her head. Your eyes have already given you away. You don't really think like that. I just realized a long time ago, Hobert said seriously. The world is too big. If I were to become strong alone, I would always fight alone, and such a life would be very tiring. If me and my friends all become strong, we might even have the power to change the world. Furs pondered over this statement carefully. Don't refuse such tiny help, and don't feel embarrassed, Hobert said. It's just normal social interaction. When it came to matters involving interests, like selling them beyond their characteristics, Hobert would only offer them discounts. Through this conversation, Furs felt that her relationship with Hobert had become closer. Previously, she always thought of Hobert as Zio's friend, but now she felt that Hobert was also her friend, Furs. Back at the law firm, the potion promised by Miss Daly had indeed arrived. Furs took the potion, promising to treat Hobert to dinner before leaving. Suddenly, Hobert hinted, during this time, if you help Zio investigate Kalangos, be vigilant at all times. He's a pirate notorious for murder. Furs agreed, waved goodbye, and left. Hobert first drank the potion Miss Daly sent him and soon felt his spirituality replenished, returning to his peak state. It was indeed from an ancient church that had existed for thousands of years, with even such obscure prescriptions available. He sat back in his chair, leisurely opened a folder, and didn't read a single word for over 10 minutes. Yes, he had started to slack off again, after all, there wasn't anything urgent these past couple of days. Until the afternoon, when he found slacking off rather boring, he began to consider Bob's case. Next time in court, Arnold would definitely find a better lawyer, which would surely make it even more difficult than this time. Suddenly, Hobert thought of gathering a few witnesses to describe the environment in Bob's workshop, substantiating Arnold's neglect. So Hobert wrote to Bob and David, asking them to find a few former colleagues who had worked at Arnold's factory. When idle, time always flew by quickly. Before he knew it, it was Saturday, and Hobert began preparing for his trip. He didn't need to prepare much luggage, mainly just going home and taking Christian's handwritten letter. So on Saturday night, Hobert simply went home for dinner, taking Christian's letter with him. Because he hadn't received the official letter about Bob's next court date, Hobert didn't set off on Sunday but decided to wait until Monday. This weekend, Hobert had no plans to attend the Mercenaries Club gathering, so he lazily slept in at home, had lunch with Donna and the others, then headed back to Blank Street. When leaving, Donna even made an appointment with Hobert to visit his rental house after his business trip. The reason for returning to the rental house was because Hobert needed to separate the characteristics of the astrologer. Since the successful separation of the barbarian characteristic, it had recombined into a lawyer characteristic and a barbarian characteristic. Since the experiment was successful, he planned to sequentially separate his own astrologer, sheriff, and briber characteristics. The first two he would sell to Furs and Zio, respectively, while keeping the latter for himself. After almost depleting his spirituality, Hobert finally shattered the astrologer characteristic. In the future, he would obtain an astrologer, a trickmaster, and an apprentice characteristic. He found that with his current strength, he could only shatter up to sequence 7 characteristics. Anything higher seemed impossible. Immediately, he seemed to have spotted a business opportunity, acquiring and reselling legacy characteristics of sequence 8. By doing so, he could turn them into sequence 8 and sequence 9 characteristics. The only downside was that each time he shattered a characteristic, it consumed too much spirituality, making mass production impossible. Monday arrived, and as soon as Hobert got to work, he received 2 letters and a public letter. The public letter contained the new court date for Bob's case, more than 20 days later, so there was still plenty of time. The 2 letters came from Bob and David, listing several names, but they said they no longer knew the current addresses of these former colleagues, where they worked, or even if they were still alive. Hobert pondered for a moment, first replying to Bob to inform him of the new court date. Then he put on his windbreaker, checked his revolver, and took a rental carriage to find Darkholme, the boss of the East Borough's underworld. When it came to finding people, underworld bosses were more efficient than the police. After getting off the carriage, Hobert found Darkholme's house door open. Upon entering, Hobert unexpectedly saw Zio vomiting, first standing alert beside him, and Darkholme, who looked like he had been dealt with by a butcher. Hobert stood dumbfounded at the door. Damn. Can't believe this coincidence. Immediately, he felt a wave of unabashed malice rushing towards him. Chapter 128, Chapter 128 Encounter with Kalangos. Chapter 128 Encounter with Kalangos. Hobert was particularly impressed by this plot point. Zio entrusted the task of finding Kalangos to a gang leader, only to find her and Furs arriving to collect the investigation results, with the gang leader already arranged, all over the house. But Hobert never expected that the tragically dead gang leader was Darkholme. After all, he was someone who received a lunchbox as soon as he appeared. Who would remember his name? Standing at the door, Hobert hadn't vomited because of the scene inside, but he felt a strong sense of malice. Furs, who had a high level of spiritual perception, also felt the malice. She looked at her bracelet, then at Hobert and Zio, which put her in a dilemma. By using a stone on the bracelet, she could perform a travel and quickly escape from here. But she could only take one person with her. If it were in the past, she would definitely have taken Zio away without hesitation. However, after the conversation on Thursday, she had regarded Hobert as a friend, and if she abandoned Hobert, her conscience would definitely be uneasy. Furs hesitated for only a second or two, but these were crucial seconds. Hobert saw Furs' expression and roughly understood what was happening. He quickly stepped forward and inserted his cane into the ground. Order. The order wood quickly grew taller and thicker, and formed a canopy against the roof. The canopy spread around, breaking through the glass of the windows and extending outside the windows. While the order wood was still growing, Hobert, as the holder, felt an extraordinary attack coming. Hobert immediately twisted the target of the attack, and the extraordinary attack rushed towards a chair. Crack! The chair shattered as if it had exploded, and pieces were scattered all over the ground. Hobert quickly pulled Zio and Furs behind the tree trunk. As soon as they hid, someone appeared at the door of Darkholm's house. He was in his 30s, with a wide chin and dark green eyes. It was Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. Bang bang. Hobert, behind the tree trunk, fired 2 shots and used the order under the order wood to make the gunshots louder than usual. Kalangos' face was full of mockery. Just as he was about to rush over to launch a new attack, he suddenly heard Hobert shout, "Do you see this big tree? Under the tree, you can't kill me. All order will become favorable to me." This was half true and half false. Hobert was bluffing. However, the rapid growth of the big tree and the sudden loss of control of the extraordinary attack just now did make Kalangos worried. Kalangos didn't rush forward rashly, but from his position, he couldn't see Hobert and the other two at all. So he waved his hand, and a strong wind swept up the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, etc. placed on the table, blowing towards the 3 people hiding behind the tree trunk. When Zio saw the head with a painful expression flying towards her, she subconsciously grabbed Hobert's arm. Furs, who had been a doctor, was no better off. She raised her foot to dodge, but Hobert grabbed her. Kalangos did this to force them to leave the protection of the order wood. At this time, Hobert endured the feeling of vomiting and twisted the direction of Darkholm flying over. Paw. Bones, internal organs, and other things fell on both sides of the tree trunk. Hobert shouted again, "You must have been sent by Arnold to kill me, right? Haha, your plan is going to fail. The gunshots just now will quickly attract the attention of the official beyonder." Madness. Kalangos was unmoved and launched a new offensive. Zio and Furs trembled all over, and the rationality in their eyes gradually disappeared. It seemed that they were going to rush out and fight Kalangos to the death. Hobert quickly hugged the 2 of them tightly and used hypnosis to help them regain their sanity. "I am an extra member of the Punisher team. I will not be harmed in any way, but you will definitely be caught and used as a test subject." Kalangos stopped moving forward, with some surprise in his eyes. Under this big tree, extraordinary attacks would have their targets twisted, direct attacks would have their directions twisted, and even attacks on the spiritual world were useless. He almost didn't hesitate at all and immediately turned around and left. It wasn't that he was afraid, nor was he bluffed by Hobert's words, but he felt the flow of the power of order under the canopy and knew that he couldn't resolve the battle in a short time. The speed of his decision and the decisiveness of his actions surprised Hobert. This was the reaction that someone who crawled out of a pile of dead people would have. The reason why Kalangos chose to attack before was because he judged that he could quickly solve Hobert and the other 2, and he wouldn't even alarm the people around him. In that case, he could still have some fun with the 2 women. Hobert breathed a slight sigh of relief. If there had been any mistakes in his response just now, such as directly shouting out Kalangos' name instead of pretending to recognize someone else, Kalangos wouldn't have left so readily. "Hobert, can you let me go?" Furs said with a slightly red face. Hobert realized that he had hugged the 2 of them around the chest without thinking too much in the emergency situation just now. He released his arms and smiled. "Fortunately, I held you back, otherwise you would have left the protection of the tree trunk." He recalled the feeling just now and told the truth. Furs still had something. As for Zio, well, she might not have fully grown yet. Ha 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 ha. Zio and Furs suddenly laughed together. Their eyes were full of surprise, but it didn't affect them laughing until tears came out. The negative effects of the psychological spoon arrived as scheduled, but this time the negative effects appeared on the people it had attacked. Hobert suddenly had a thought and used his beyonder power to twist Zio and Furs' laughter. The effect was immediate. The 2 of them still had smiles on their faces, but they no longer laughed out loud. He sighed again that the psychological spoon was completely prepared for the lawyer. The sequence 8's distortion can offset most of the negative effects. If it reaches the sequence 7 distortion, it should be able to completely offset the negative effects. Zio wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, with an unnatural smile on her face. Just now. It was Kalango's mental attack that caused your emotions to become chaotic. Hobert made up a reason. Seeing that there were already many people watching the excitement outside, he bent down and picked up the head of the cane and said, "Go to the church of the Evernight goddess." As long as there were people outside, he dared to go out. He knew that Kalangos would never expose himself at this time. Passing through the crowd watching the excitement, he found a rental carriage nearby. Hobert handed the coachman a 5 soldi paper bill. "Go to the nearest church of the Evernight goddess, take the route with the most people, the more people on the road, the better." The coachman put away the money and thanked him. Although the guest's request was a bit strange, he was willing to follow the guest's arrangements as long as there was money. Chapter 129, The First Step to Rescue Done. Chapter 129, The First Step to Rescue Done. Send Power Stones this way, it's an investment. Entering the church of the Evernight goddess was finally considered safe. Hobert asked Zio and Furs to wait in their seats while he entered the confessional and spoke to the priest inside, saying, "I am Hobert, an auxiliary member of the Nighthawks. Here is my identification. I just encountered Kalangos, yes, Vice Admiral Hurricane." Hobert briefly recounted his recent encounter. The priest asked him to wait inside the church. About half an hour later, Captain Thomas personally led his team over, skipping pleasantries and asking, "Tell me about what happened in detail just now." Hobert recounted his experience again, omitting detailed aspects such as how the psychological spoon protected him from mental attacks. "You handled it very well," Thomas said. "The risks in your recent confrontation far exceeded your expectations. The fact that you all managed to leave alive is truly a miracle." Thomas then began assigning tasks. Daly and 2 other team members were to escort Hobert and 2 others back and ensure their safety. Meanwhile, Thomas led his team to the scene to see if they could find any clues about Kalangos. As they departed, Hobert said, "Captain Thomas, my cane was left at the scene. Please help me retrieve it." Before they left, the Tree of Order had not yet withered completely, but due to its special nature, Hobert hoped to burn all used Trees of Order himself. Thomas agreed and led the team away. Hobert and the others boarded a carriage adorned with the emblem of the Evernight Church. Inside, Hobert said to Zio and Furs, "It's best for you not to return to your rental rooms for now." Furs sighed, "We had the same idea." Another move. "Your new place should preferably be in Sherwood Borough or St. George Borough, areas with better security," Hobert suggested. Kalangos rarely operates in those areas. After all, he consumed a vagabond every day and had no time to wander around Backlund. Zio wryly smiled, "Rent in those places is too expensive. They had to move frequently, losing 10 to 20 pounds in rent each time. Too extravagant." Hobert thought for a moment, "Stay at my place for these days. There are 2 guest rooms. I happen to be away on a business trip this week, and you can help me look after the house. I think it won't be long before Kalangos is caught. When I return from my trip, you can go back to your original place." Daly, who had been silent, suddenly said, "I don't recommend you going out during this time. Kalangos isn't easy to catch. It's best for you all to stay at home and within our sight." "I'm safer away from Backlund," Hobert said. "I don't know why Kalangos suddenly surfaced, but I believe he has a purpose here in Backlund. He won't chase me out of the city." He smiled, "Besides, I think it's a suicidal move for a pirate to come ashore and commit crimes. He won't be rampant for long." Daly smiled, perhaps thinking Hobert had a point and didn't argue with him. Hobert looked at Zio and Furs again. "What do you think?" Zio and Furs had already exchanged glances earlier. They had come out today in a hurry, carrying a few pounds in cash, prepared to pay the informants of Darkholme. A place to stay without spending money was certainly the best. After getting their response, the carriage headed towards 192 Blanca Street. Daly and the others were also happy to protect the people involved in such townhouses, at least avoiding staying up late in the chilly autumn streets and having conditions to brew a cup of hot coffee late at night. Hobert bought 6 lunches at a nearby Desi Flavor restaurant, but he and Zio and Furs had met people from Darkholme before and had no appetite. Hobert even thought to himself, "Even if I return to the era, I will never eat stewed tripe and lamb soup again." He simply pushed away the lunch and wrote a letter to his mother Melissa at home, telling her that he had recently moved in with a few friends in the rental house to avoid Melissa sending maids to clean the house immediately upon arrival and then going to the police. When Daly and the others finished their lunch, Hobert took his suitcase and briefcase, packed his lunch with a few spoons that hadn't moved much, and then said goodbye to Zio and Furs, and asked Daly to take him to the train station. Zio and Furs also went out, intending to tell Miss Audrey about today's experience. Once again, on the rental carriage, Hobert smiled at Daly opposite him. "Miss Daly, my father has a good comrade in arms in Tingen, which makes me have several good friends in Tingen. Well, yes, I've heard of some of your deeds in Tingen. Daly was stunned at first and then smiled. Did you hear about that passionate deed in Tingen? But Hobert suddenly said seriously, Miss Daly, please don't ask me how I learned about what I'm going to say next, because I can't say where the information came from. But this concerns the life and death of Captain Dunn and other members of the Nighthawks. Please take it seriously. When Dunn's name was heard, Daly also put away his smile. If you receive a request for help from Tingen, don't hesitate to ask your Archbishop to rush to support at the fastest speed. Hobert said. Tell the Archbishop that if you are late, the true creator, may very likely come to Tingen. Surprised, Daly was about to speak, but Hobert preempted, if you want to save Dunn, follow my arrangements. If you intervene early, you may defuse the crisis, but you may also hide the cultists. Your Archbishop cannot stay in Tingen all the time. If the crisis is not completely resolved when the Archbishop leaves, the members of the Nighthawks in Tingen will still be in danger. So it's best to wait until they start acting before uprooting them. This, of course, is just a clever excuse. The main reason Hobert doesn't want the power of Backlund to intervene prematurely is to deal with Insangwil, who holds 0-08. In Ince's plan, Dunn must die, even if he does not die to deal with the birth of the demigod. He is sure to die in other events because only the leader of the Nighthawks has the right to use St. Selena's ashes. Hobert has been thinking about many plans recently, only by letting Ince start his actions, and then using ways to disrupt the story fabricated by 0-08, can there be a chance to kill Ince and completely solve the crisis in Tingen, and Dunn can truly be saved. Except for Hobert, no one else would think of or use this method, because only Hobert knows Ince's plan clearly. Hobert emphasized again, if you want to completely help Dunn resolve the crisis, you must follow my arrangements. Daly looked at Hobert for 5 or 6 seconds before saying, I will cooperate with you, and if what you said really happens, I will also help you cover up. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. Talking to Daly was the most variable and difficult step in his plan. Arriving at the train station, Daly's expression was somewhat serious. After you come back, we need to talk. Don't say that. Hobert said, generally, in a drama, if such lines appear, the person who is about to go on a long journey will definitely not come back. Hobert quickly took his suitcase off the carriage, went to the post office adjacent to the train station to send a letter, and then went to buy a ticket to Tingen. Chapter 130, The Omniscient and Omnipotent God. Chapter 130, The Omniscient and Omnipotent God. Daly watched Hobert's figure gradually recede, lost in thought. She first wondered where Hobert had obtained such crucial news about the arrival of the evil god. Even Klein, a formal member of the Nighthawks in Tingen City who had just consulted her about mediumship, seemed unaware of it. Then, she pondered why Hobert knew about her feelings for Dunn. In theory, only she and Dunn should know about these feelings. Could it be? Could it be that the members of the Nighthawks had all figured it out? Was Dunn the only one pretending not to know? Daly smiled bitterly. If that were true, it would be truly pitiful. Hypnosis. In the restroom of the train station, Hobert used the psychological spoon to hypnotize himself, erasing all knowledge about 0-08, until he encountered Migos and the spawn of the evil god at the Blackthorn Security Company in Tingen City. Hobert's gaze went blank for about a second, then he looked somewhat lost at his reflection in the mirror. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face, and he felt an urge to cry aloud. Distortion. Hobert even forgot why he had used the psychological spoon. He twisted his emotions, tears flowing freely but without sobbing aloud. As the train departed, Hobert's mood sank deeper into his journey. Finally leaving Backlund shrouded in heavy fog, although Hobert had become a beyonder and his physique had greatly improved, the constant lack of sunlight and the early arrival of night by over an hour made him feel deeply oppressed. After over an hour since the train started moving, Hobert felt hungry as expected while admiring the scenery outside. He took out his packed lunch and started eating. It wasn't because he was particularly thrifty, but after witnessing Eastborough, he found wasting food to be extremely shameful. Just after 2:30, Hobert finished his delayed dinner and covered his face with a newspaper to feign sleep while clutching his wallet under his clothes. There was no choice. His plan was to depart in the morning, arrive in Tingen City around 1 or 2 o'clock, and then use the excuse of taking a nap in his room to attend the tarot club. He hadn't expected to encounter Kalangos. He had been avoiding the task of finding Kalangos as much as possible. As his thoughts churned, his vision was covered in grey mist, and he found himself once again in the magnificent giant hall, precisely as the tarot club was about to begin. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Audrey greeted as usual and then said, Respected Mr. Fool, I wonder if your devotee has received the compensation of £300. Audrey referred to the compensation to cover the difference in last week's three-way transaction. I haven't paid attention to this matter, the fool, Klein said, but since my devotee hasn't requested further assistance, he must have received it. Rubbish. Hobert harshly exposed in his mind, you probably checked the accounts right away and confirmed it several times. Oh, right, to prevent others from stealing, you even use your own name for the withdrawal password. Additionally, he thought, Klein is now sequence 8. While he was lost in his thoughts, Audrey had already started recounting Hobert's encounter with Kalangos. After hearing the details, Klein, hidden in the grey mist, was sweating for the three of them. Alger marveled, your lawyer friend was so calm. If he had misspoken a single word, he would have been dead. Hobert nodded lightly, feeling the same way. Alger added, theoretically, even 10 sequence 8s may not necessarily be Kalangos' opponent. They survived with 1 sequence 8 and 2 sequence 9. Their luck is also extraordinary. Audrey did not mention Hobert, Zio, and others' real names, but instead described them as my lawyer friend and my bounty hunter friend while recounting the incident. Hearing Alger's praise, Audrey was a bit proud, my lawyer friend is amazing. Although he's only sequence 8, he just participated in a fierce battle last week and won. In fact, she didn't know if there was any victory, but she believed that Hobert and the 3 others hadn't been seriously injured, so they should be the victors. Hobert smiled helplessly in his heart. Hearing Audrey say that, it seemed as if she had won that victory herself. Next, Audrey and Alger initiated a new transaction. If Audrey found Kalangos again, Alger would provide her with a perfect pituitary gland of a rainbow salamander. In this transaction, Audrey was clearly cheated by Alger again. Even the main ingredient of a sequence 8 potion, however rare, would sell for at most £450. And the risk of finding Kalangos' whereabouts far exceeds this price. At least Hobert felt this way, and he believed he still had the right to speak up about it, especially since he had just fought Kalangos and now felt terrified. However, Hobert didn't speak up to remind him. He knew Audrey didn't care about these few dollars, and he didn't want to have a bad time with Alger because Audrey didn't care. Because of the transaction for the rainbow salamander pituitary gland, Audrey and Alger extended their discussion to this almost extinct beyonder creature. Audrey asked, if the rainbow salamander becomes extinct, does that mean the spectator pathway will be interrupted? No, Hobert replied. Do you remember when we talked about the law of beyonder characteristics indestructibility? When one of these materials is depleted, another material with similar effects will inevitably replace it. Audrey was somewhat stunned. I didn't expect the law of indestructibility to have such a broad application. She now deeply realized how valuable the knowledge spoken by the Emperor was. Then she realized that the Sun had not attended the meeting at that time. So Audrey asked, Mr. Sun, do you need me to explain the law of indestructibility to you? No need. Derek said, this is knowledge that is already in our textbooks. Audrey smiled faintly, and then said, I really want to go to the City of Silver for a few days. Derek's face darkened slightly, we are abandoned by the gods here, and no one will want to come. The statement made Audrey unsure how to comfort the Sun. After a few seconds of silence in the Great Hall, Klein suddenly asked the Sun, is the City of Silver still faithful to the gods? Hearing this question, Audrey and Alger listened intently. Derek said in a respectful tone, we still believe in the Creator, the omnipotent and omniscient God. Audrey was somewhat surprised, they actually directly believe in the Creator itself. You know, in mythological stories, the Creator has long been divided among various gods and races. In modern terms, it's just a symbolic meaning. Alger also felt strange, their description of the Creator was a bit strange, omniscient and omnipotent, what exactly does that mean? Hobert suddenly asked, do your records have any descriptions about the dominions of the omnipotent and omniscient God? Chapter 131, information worth £20,000. Chapter 131, information worth £20,000. Hobert's question intrigued Audrey, nearly prompting Alger to praise out loud. Even Klein couldn't help but marvel, what an intriguing question. Knowing the dominion of the omnipotent and omniscient God, and comparing it with the geography of the North and South continents along with the location of City of Silver, one could roughly deduce the direction of the forsaken territory of gods. Derek said, there are relevant descriptions. As mentioned in textbooks, wherever the sun shines, there are believers of the gods, including the dragon territory, the elven territory, the vampire territory, the phoenix territory, and our giant territory. Initially, Hobert was still impressed with Little Sun's straightforwardness, asking, can someone tell me where the dragon territory is? Audrey stifled a laugh, and Alger smiled wryly and shook his head. Let's sort this out. Hobert quickly realized there were clues to follow. Derek mentioned 5 regions in total, likely corresponding to 5 of the 8 ancient gods. These 5 ancient gods were probably slain by the ancient sun god, after which the people there began to worship the omnipotent and omniscient God. Hobert asked, approximately where is the Phoenix territory in relation to the City of Silver? How far are they from you? According to the book, it's roughly to our north, Derek said. But the book doesn't specify the exact distance. Hobert nodded. So, this region was indeed part of the forsaken land of the gods. And what about the vampire territory? To the direct south of the City of Silver, replied Little Sunday. Hobert cross-referenced this with his knowledge of geography from the modern era, roughly in the position of what would have been Africa in that era, now also within the forsaken land of the gods. The giant king's court should be to your west, right? Daly exclaimed excitedly, "Me Emperor, you actually know about the giant king's court." Audrey wasn't surprised. The Emperor naturally knew some peculiar knowledge. Alger, however, scrutinized Hobert deeply. He began to suspect if the Emperor was like Mr. Fool, a hidden being awakening. Otherwise, how could he know so much ancient knowledge? I've only read about it in books, Hobert admitted frankly. I have a strong impression of that court always being in a twilight state. Little Sun nodded repeatedly. Our textbooks describe it that way too. Audrey let her imagination wander, picturing an eternal twilight palace behind the mist, feeling inspired to paint again, although she lacked brushes and a canvas here. Klein, hidden in the mist, also realized that gods not only symbolized supreme power but also represented the atmosphere, climate, or fixed moments like twilight or night. Reflecting on the exchange with Little Sun just now, Hobert roughly understood the geography of the forsaken land of the gods. He then asked, let's continue sorting through this. Where roughly is the Elven territory in relation to the City of Silver? To the west. And the Dragon territory? To the northwest. In this way, our geographical concepts are basically aligned, Hobert said. The Elven territory corresponds to the archipelago between the North and South continents and the Desi Bay, while the Dragon territory is probably what is now the North continent. Hobert turned to Derek. City of Silver is east of the Kingdom of Lone, or slightly north or south, but definitely in the eastern part of the Sonia Sea. Derek stood up excitedly, then sat back down. The world under the protection of the true God seemed both distant and within reach, but in any case, those places truly existed. Alger straightened up too. He hadn't expected the Emperor to so easily analyze the rough location of the forsaken land of gods and explain it so generously. Well, the Emperor must also enjoy using his knowledge to formulate new knowledge. In fact, for Hobert, the approximate location of the forsaken land of the gods was not particularly valuable information. It was the differences in modern and ancient geography that interested him. Curiously, Audrey asked, Mr. Hangman, you've been traveling the seas, so have you been to the Sonia Sea? Why hasn't anyone crossed that sea to find the forsaken land of the gods? I've heard that the eastern part of the Sonia Sea is even more dangerous than the Berserk Sea. Alger said. Of course, many have gone there in search of treasure, but most have not returned. Even among those who returned, most became madmen with unclear minds. Only a few people know the situation in the eastern part of the Sonia Sea, but they are unwilling to share their experiences with others. Audrey looked at Hobert again. Emperor, do you know why? Derek also looked at Hobert, visibly nervous. I only know a rough idea, Hobert smiled. But this information is so advanced that you can hardly imagine. If you want to trade related information, be prepared with 20,000 pounds. 2. Even Audrey, who was wealthy and confident, was startled. In the entire Kingdom of Lone, only a few had wealth exceeding 20,000 pounds. How valuable was this information? Could it create a millionaire out of thin air? Klein, seated at the head, would have revealed his surprise if not for the mist blocking his expression. The Emperor was indeed generous, not just in offering but also in demanding a high price during transactions. 20,000 pounds. This was wealth that most people dared not even dream of. Suddenly, having 300 pounds in one's account seemed insignificant. However, this also precisely illustrated the high value of this information. Klein even anticipated a transaction with Miss Justice, but seeing even the wealthiest Miss Justice of the Tarot Club hesitating, he knew this transaction would be difficult to accomplish in the short term. Hobert smiled. There is much geographical knowledge that seems commonplace to us but actually contains highly advanced information. For example, the Berserk Sea was not always so berserk. Before the War of the Four Emperors, it was just an ordinary sea. As for why it became berserk, that too is highly advanced information. He asked, Miss Justice, do you still think my price is high now? This kind of information is completely priceless, and you won't find such high-level transactions at other gatherings. Audrey seemed to regain the curiosity and excitement she had when first introduced to mysticism. It's really not expensive at all, but it'll take me a few months to save up for the trade. Derek was somewhat at a loss. Emperor, I. He now wanted to trade with the Emperor, but even if he didn't know the exact value of the gold pound, he could tell from the expressions of the other members that the price that Emperor quoted was very high. You don't have to rush, Hobert smiled. Even if you get this knowledge now, it won't be of any use to you. My advice is, you should explore how you need to explore. I believe your elders know which direction to explore, so you don't need to worry about it. With Mr. Fool's protection and guidance, all of you attending this gathering will definitely have the opportunity to gradually learn these hidden secrets in the future. Klein, hidden behind the mist, smiled bitterly. I didn't even know there were such hidden secrets here. But the Emperor's words effectively maintained his authority, so Klein said nothing and sat quietly in his chair, watching everyone as usual. Chapter 132, Chapter 132 Tinjin City, hello. Chapter 132 Tinjin City, hello. Hobert's comfort made Derek breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, they could still get help from Mr. Fool. Suddenly, the City of Silver seemed to have hope. Alger suddenly asked Hobert, just now you discovered that the land of elves and the land of dragons correspond to the archipelago and the northern continent respectively. What about the southern continent? What region does it correspond to? The southern continent doesn't seem to be mentioned in the sun's description just now. Hobert asked Derek, apart from places that worship the omnipotent and omniscient God, are there no other regions? Derek thought seriously for a moment. There aren't any. Our textbooks only describe geography very simply. His expression dimmed. Because even if we knew about those places, we couldn't go there. Do you still remember the original text from the textbook? I roughly remember. As long as it's a place where the sun shines, there are believers of the gods, then there are the 5 regions we just talked about, and the last sentence is, the omnipotent and omniscient God brings eternal peace, and only the followers of the gods can receive the grace of light and civilization. Which means, there are still people who are not followers of the gods, unable to receive the grace of light and civilization. Hobert analyzed, according to the descriptions of the 5 regions just now and the 8 ancient gods. Audrey immediately noticed the key point in Hobert's words just now, 8 ancient gods. There are ancient gods. Also, the omnipotent and omniscient God should also be considered one of the ancient gods, right? Alger rubbed his chin. Why haven't I heard of the 8 ancient gods before? He was almost certain. The Emperor and Mr. Fool must have a close connection. Were they allies long ago? Is that why they're waking up together now? Klein also speculated that the 8 ancient gods should be figures from the legendary 3rd epic or even the 2nd epic. Hobert said, oh, if you want detailed information about the 8 ancient gods, you need to trade with me or the sun. He was reminding the sun that this information could be traded freely. Hobert continued, based on the comparison of the descriptions of the 5 regions and the 8 ancient gods, there are also 3 regions ruled by ancient gods that haven't been mentioned. This includes the land of mutants. Considering that there are many mutants in the southern continent now, can we infer that the 3 ancient gods who were not mentioned ruled regions include our familiar southern continent? Alger nodded. Your erudition once again amazes me. Hobert smiled faintly, accepting the compliment. There was silence in the hall for a few seconds. Mr. Fool spoke in a slow, low voice to Derek, are you still offering sacrifices to that omnipotent and omniscient God? Yes, we are still offering sacrifices to him. Derek's tone concealed an undeniable sadness. We were once ruled by the Giant King's court and believed in the Giant King Ormer. Later, we received the Lord's redemption. We will not betray the Lord again. We all believe that we will eventually regain the Lord's favor, perhaps on the day when the sun rises again. Alger frowned. Ruled by the Giant King's court. He had read the secret chapters of the Book of Storms, which described the 2nd epic as the Dark Epic, where giants, dragons, elves, and other races played major roles in the sky, oceans, and lands. But in the end, the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom led humans to defeat these extraordinary beings one by one, ushering in the glorious era at the beginning of the 3rd epic, followed by the so-called cataclysm. Although Audrey couldn't understand, she listened attentively. Only Hobert sat there relaxedly, listening. Klein added, describe in detail the process of your sacrifices. Alger was excited to the point of trembling. Did Mr. Fool want to uncover the truth about the City of Silver's abandonment? Or did he want to determine if the Creator still exists? These thoughts elevated Alger's sense of self. He sighed, this secrecy among the gods, my pursuit of authority, my pursuit of power, isn't it all to gain this feeling? Audrey didn't understand what was so exciting about it. Hobert, however, concealed his smile in another way. Mr. Hanged Man's reaction is so intense. You might not imagine, Mr. Fool is learning sacrifice with Little Sunday. Derek answered honestly, we have a grand altar built. After discussing the sacrifice, Klein ended today's gathering. The moment they left the giant hall, Alger and others once again marveled that this meeting had shattered their understanding. Who? The sound of the train whistle reached Hobert's ears. He folded up the newspaper, pretending to be awakened by the train whistle. 2 hours later, the train arrived at its destination, and Hobert arrived at Tinjin City, a place of special significance to him. Suburbs of Tinjin City, a house with dark red chimneys and a lawn of green grass. Ince Zangwill, returning from the toilet, saw a feather pen scribbling on his notebook. He quickly took hold of the feather pen and looked at the notebook. The contents read, Hobert Jeffrey seems to have come to Tingeon City because of a commercial dispute case, or for something else. Could it be to save Tingeon City? He got off the train, stretched lazily, and said, Tingeon City, hello. Zangwill frowned and thought for a moment. He didn't remember any strongman named Hobert. Although he was cautious, 0-08 had already tried to kill him more than once or twice, and as long as he interrupted 0-08's writing in time, events harmful to him wouldn't happen, and characters harmful to him wouldn't appear in his story again. After getting off the train, like many other passengers, Hobert stretched lazily and then smiled, hello, Tingeon City. He had come to where it all began, like a primary school student entering a history museum, excited and curious. Stepping off the platform, he saw a servant holding a blackboard with, Young Master Hobert, written on it. Beside the servant stood a soldier in his 40s, with slightly dark skin and a scar on his forehead. Hobert walked over. Hello, I'm Hobert Jeffrey. Welcome to Tingeon City. The soldier squeezed out a stiff smile. I was your father's deputy when he was in the southern continent, Ulysses. Christian had already sent a telegram to Ulysses ahead of Hobert's arrival in Tingeon City. Hello, Mr. Ulysses. Father often praised your bravery in front of us. No, Commander Christian always led the way for me, even though he was already a lieutenant colonel at the time. Sitting in the carriage, Hobert took out Christian's personal letter. Although he was curious about the contents of the letter, he did not open it privately. Chapter 133, Melissa and Elizabeth appear. Chapter 133, Melissa and Elizabeth appear. Ulysses immediately opened the handwritten letter, which seemed short. After a brief glance, he tucked it away. It was clear that Ulysses wasn't much of a talker. Is this your first time in Tingeon City? He asked. Yes, Hobert smiled. The scenery here is much prettier than in Backlund, but then again, Backlund's mist makes it impossible to see the city's views. At least it's bustling, Ulysses ignored Hobert's jest. Commander Christian's telegram mentioned you're here on business for the law firm. Yes, to handle a commercial dispute case. I'll be defending the defendant. Is the defendant Dominic? Hobert was surprised. How did you guess? Ulysses frowned. Dominic is my brother-in-law. I've heard him mention this matter. How coincidental, Hobert chuckled. Ulysses shrugged. The circles in Tingeon City aren't that big. He continued, I'll have the steward arrange a carriage for you. You're free to use it during your stay. If you need my intervention, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you for your assistance. Ulysses arranged for Hobert to stay in a villa on the outskirts. After dropping him off, he instructed the steward to prepare rooms and a carriage before leaving the villa. Talking with the steward, Hobert learned that this villa was one of Ulysses's many properties. It was usually reserved for Ulysses's close friends or comrades when they visited Tingeon City. Hobert thought, now this is what a high-ranking officer's life should be like. Thinking of Christian, although his villa in the center of Backlund could buy several villas in Tingeon City, it seemed a bit austere compared to Ulysses, his former subordinate. Hobert also considered that there might be other properties he didn't know about. Arriving at the room prepared for him, Hobert found it much more comfortable than a hotel. The decor was elegant but not overly luxurious, and the furniture was tasteful. After resting for a while, Hobert saw that it was already late in the day. He decided to visit Mr. Dominic tomorrow. Due to his busy schedule, Ulysses didn't come to entertain Hobert. He dined alone in the vast dining room, feeling somewhat unused to the sudden luxurious lifestyle. After dinner, Hobert took a stroll in the garden. He looked up at the night sky, wondering what Klein, who shared the same city with him, was doing right now. At this moment, Klein had just finished dinner and was sitting on a single sofa in the living room, leisurely reading the Owa Evening Post that had arrived not long ago. Benson had a grimace on his face as he read a grammar book. Melissa was also busy. In front of her were textbooks, stationery, a compass, ruler, and other items, as if she were doing homework. Suddenly, the gas lamps in the living room and dining room dimmed. The three siblings looked at the lamps simultaneously, trying to find the cause. Just then, Klein felt something touch his arm. There was no one else beside him, but the slight touch made his hair stand on end. He activated his spirit vision and immediately saw a small, pale hand near him, holding a neatly folded paper. It was a messenger. Klein breathed a sigh of relief and discreetly grasped the letter under the guise of the newspaper. The messenger promptly left. How strange. Melissa muttered in front of the gas lamp, checking for any issues but finding none even after a thorough inspection. Klein shook his head with a wry smile. Why was it that in their household, the girls handled such matters while the men just watched? After the gas lamps returned to normal, everyone went back to their respective tasks. Under the cover of the newspaper, Klein opened the letter. It was indeed a reply from Miss Daly, detailing relevant knowledge and precautions about spiritualism. This knowledge greatly benefited Klein. At the end of the letter, Daly wrote, "If you encounter anything difficult to understand or resolve recently, don't hesitate. Send a telegram to Backlund for help." Klein smiled wryly. "Miss, did you receive some alarming information? Don't scare me like this, okay?" Early the next morning, Hobert took a two-wheeled carriage provided for him and arrived at Dominic's company, where he discussed the case in detail with Dominic. He planned to contact Klein or Captain Dunn in a day or two. When he did so, he would try to be as natural as possible. As for why he needed to be natural, he couldn't recall at the moment. In any case, in his plan, this contact had to be natural. Mr. Dominic's case wasn't too complicated. Earlier this year, at Dominic's initiative, he and another tycoon, Mr. Claude, invested in a batch of futures. However, during a violent storm at sea, it was unclear whether the goods were seized by pirates or lost in a shipwreck. In any case, the investment failed. For Dominic, this was just one of several investments, and the loss was acceptable to him. However, Mr. Claude was currently facing a financial crisis, and this investment was crucial to him. After the investment failed, Mr. Claude hoped that Dominic, the initiator of this investment, would compensate him. He believed that the risks of this investment were much greater than what Dominic had described, accusing Dominic of fraud. Naturally, Dominic wouldn't pay compensation. He believed that Claude was now in need of money, so he was trying to extort him. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach a satisfactory solution through communication, Mr. Claude sued Dominic in court. The lawyer who usually worked with Dominic suddenly fell ill and was hospitalized. Through a friend's introduction, he found Mr. Barton. Dominic was also surprised that Mr. Barton only sent an assistant to handle this case. However, after chatting for a few moments, he found that this young man had a clear mind and high professional competence, so he signed the power of attorney with confidence. Hobert then went to visit the plaintiff's lawyer. The plaintiff's lawyer was quite polite. He also knew that Mr. Claude had little chance of winning, but in order to fight for the interests of his client, he still hoped that Mr. Dominic would compensate him to settle the matter. The two talked for half a day but made little progress. In the afternoon, Hobert went to visit Mr. Claude. Claude, in his 40s, had a deserted company, and it seemed that only one secretary was working in the huge office building. "It's too late," his eyes were bloodshot, and Claude, smoking, sneered. "It's all too late. Dominic will pay for everything he has done." In the end, the conversation ended without harmony. After organizing the information, Hobert returned to Dominic's place in the late afternoon. The two had just sat down on the sofa when a 16 or 17-year-old girl pushed open the door. She was wearing a blue lace dress, her brown hair was naturally curly, and her face had some cute baby fat. Seeing Hobert, she apologized slightly. "Sorry, Dad, I didn't know you had a guest." Dominic stood up and introduced, "This is Mr. Hobert, a promising young lawyer from Backlund. This is my daughter, Elizabeth." Hobert glanced at the slight baby fat on the girl's face. It should be Elizabeth, Melissa's friend. Wasn't the world so small? Aside from Latin, what other types of fanfic do you guys like? Chapter 134, Kidnapping Elizabeth. Chapter 134, Kidnapping Elizabeth. Hobert and Elizabeth politely greeted each other. "Hobert, you should have told me earlier that you were Ulysses's friend," Dominic smiled. "If we hadn't met at a banquet at noon, I wouldn't have known." Elizabeth, on the side, curiously sized up Hobert. In her impression, Uncle Ulysses seemed to dislike socializing. Hobert smiled and corrected, "My father and Mr. Ulysses were comrades. I'm actually Mr. Ulysses's junior." Dominic chuckled, "Guests who can stay in the villa in the suburbs are all good friends of Ulysses." Elizabeth didn't intend to continue listening to their conversation. She politely took her leave and went to the secretary's office to wait. She came to inform her father that she would be taking leave tomorrow morning to accompany her friend Selina to the cemetery to mourn her teacher. Because of the frightening divination earlier, Elizabeth was worried about her friend going alone. If anything happened, she planned to immediately seek help from Melissa's brother. Hobert and Dominic resumed discussing the case. After learning the results of today's visit, Dominic shook his head with a smile as he smoked. It's quite normal for investments to fail. Claude ended up with nothing because of his greed. I owe him nothing, and I won't give him a penny of so-called compensation. At Dominic's request, Hobert conducted an analysis and concluded that the chances of winning the lawsuit were very high. As he was about to take his leave, he suddenly remembered Claude's expression. He reminded Dominic, "Mr. Claude seems to be at the end of his rope now. Be careful, he might do something irrational." Dominic shook his head with a smile. "As long as he still has a brain, he wouldn't dare do anything to me." After all, Mr. Ulysses's brother-in-law was the chief of staff of the Intercia Naval District. Back at Backlund, Viscount Hall. Audrey stared blankly at the painting before her. The Grand Hall at dusk, Lady Countess commented on the artwork on the easel. "It's a wonderful concept." "Mother," Audrey smiled, "I've been feeling inspired lately." Take a look at my latest painting. She brought out a painting from the side. The background depicted a courtroom, with a young lawyer laughing, a helpless judge, and a middle-aged lawyer with a gloomy expression. The well-maintained countess asked, "Is this the recent workman's compensation case that's been the talk of the town?" "Kind countess, what can we do for that poor worker?" "My dear, I know your kindness makes you sympathize with the worker, but there's nothing we can do." This case was no longer just a simple compensation case, it had laid bare the contradictions between two classes to everyone. Audrey felt somewhat disappointed inside. Through her abilities and the education she received since childhood, she understood her mother's meaning. Not helping the defendant Arnold at this time was already a kind of mercy. These days, she had been trying to guide her parents, hoping they would stand on Hobert and Bob's side, but evidently, she had failed. The Countess did not continue the topic but noticed that the painting had been framed. She smiled and asked, "Is this painting for someone?" "Yes." Audrey did not continue the previous topic either. "Beautiful Countess, would you be my model?" "Not now, dear," the Countess said. "I came to tell you that tomorrow night you'll join us at Duke Negan's ball." Audrey glanced again at the painting depicting the courtroom. She whispered softly, "The cost of one of the Duke's balls is probably more than £1,000, isn't it?" "What did you just say?" "Nothing, Mother," Audrey smiled. "I'll prepare in advance." Hobert breathed in the moist morning air by the window. The air in Tingen City was much better than in Backlund. He changed into his clothes and had breakfast served by the servants. Just as Hobert was about to leave, the butler approached. "Master Hobert, the master is preparing a welcoming banquet for you here tomorrow night. Do you have time tomorrow night? If there's a conflict, we can make other arrangements. Please thank Mr. Ulysses for his warm hospitality." Hobert smiled. "Guests follow the host's arrangements." "I'm available." "Very well, I will convey your thanks." Hobert got into the carriage again, heading once more to Dominic's company. He planned to chat with Dominic first, letting the client know he was working hard on his case. Then he intended to go to Blackthorn Security Company. Originally, he wanted to ask the local authorities to investigate the authenticity of the clues in this case. But Claude's reaction yesterday gave Hobert a new inspiration. He planned to ask the security company for help in investigating whether Claude had any unlawful intentions. However, when he saw Dominic, he found him pacing in the office. Although he seemed to be trying hard to conceal his anxiety, his eyes and slightly trembling fingers betrayed him. Hobert smiled. "I seem to have come at a bad time. Is there anything I can help with?" Dominic took a deep breath before saying, "Elizabeth is missing." "Missing?" "Yes, Elizabeth didn't go to school this morning but went out with friends," Dominic recounted. "Just now, Elizabeth's two friends came to me. They were supposed to meet at 8 o'clock, but they haven't seen Elizabeth yet." It was now around 10 in the morning, meaning Elizabeth had been missing for over 2 hours. Hobert asked, "Has a police report been filed?" "It has," Dominic said anxiously. "The police said they would help search, but they also reminded me that it's not time to file a case yet. If an ordinary person had reported it, the police wouldn't even accept the case." Dominic seemed to suddenly realize something. "Yesterday, I should have taken your warning seriously. Claude may not harm me, but oh, poor Elizabeth." Dominic suddenly stopped in his tracks. "I'm going to find Claude. Whatever compensation he wants, I can agree to, but he must not harm Elizabeth." "Please calm down, Mr. Dominic," Hobert seized the opportunity. "If you go to see Claude now, you might also disappear." He continued, "Why don't we ask the security company for help? They can also help find Elizabeth. I happen to know a company with very good operational standards." "Look at me, I'm getting flustered." Dominic interrupted Hobert. "Thank you for your reminder. I have a long-term cooperation with OWA Security Company. I can ask them for help." "Listen to me, Mr. Dominic," Hobert hesitated. If he continued to persuade him, Dominic might suspect that he had received some benefit from Blackthorn Security Company. "Are Elizabeth's two friends still here?" "They are, in the waiting room." "I'll take them back then." Dominic slapped his forehead. "Look at my memory. Please, if it's no trouble for you. Care brings chaos." No matter how successful he was in business or how calm he appeared, as a father, he was now frantic. Seeing the two girls waiting in the reception room, Hobert sensed something. After asking, these two girls turned out to be acquaintances, Melissa Moretti and Selina Wood. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, The Rebellious Girl. Chapter 135, The Rebellious Girl. Melissa had brown eyes and black hair. She appeared somewhat thin, but her complexion was rosy, and her skin glowed with the vitality of youth. Hobert remembered that when Klein had first crossed over, this young girl had a rather pale complexion due to long-term malnutrition. Now, she looked much healthier, which showed how much their living conditions had improved since Klein found a job. Selina, on the other hand, had striking burgundy hair and deep dimples. Sitting together, she appeared even more eye-catching. After exchanging a few casual words, Hobert sighed in relief. Thanks to Melissa's sharp instincts, she had immediately realized something was wrong when Elizabeth didn't show up at the agreed time and, along with Selina, came to report it. Otherwise, in this age without mobile phones or telephones, it might have been noon or afternoon before Elizabeth's family realized she was missing because she hadn't returned home on time. "I'm Mr. Dominic's lawyer," Hobert said. "Mr. Dominic is working hard to find Elizabeth, and he entrusted me with taking you home." Melissa responded, "Actually, we were hoping to wait here a little longer." "Yes," Selina agreed. "Otherwise, we won't be able to relax when we get home." She added with a mournful expression, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't gone to mourn my teacher, Elizabeth wouldn't have gotten into trouble." "You're still going to mourn that cultist?" Hobert thought. "What are you thinking?" "This kind of waiting is pointless," he said. "If Elizabeth is found, you'll be notified immediately." With Hobert's persuasion, the two girls finally agreed to go home first. Inside the carriage, the talkative Selina chatted with Hobert, showing curiosity about the nature of his work. During the conversation, Selina casually remarked, "Elizabeth should have met us along this road." Hobert paused and began paying attention to the details of the road, trying to locate the spot where Elizabeth had been kidnapped. However, he soon realized he had no talent for detective work and couldn't find any clues. At that moment, Hobert felt a bit envious of Mr. Cross's abilities. With just an item of Elizabeth's, he could use divination to find her. Though Hobert had a spirit necklace, it could only perform very simple divinations and was useless for finding people. He planned to send Melissa and Selina home first, then immediately head to the Blackthorn Security Company for assistance. The two girls attended the same school. After watching them enter the school gates, Hobert didn't leave immediately. He first consulted with the coachman about how to get to the Blackthorn Security Company in Tingen City. Because Hobert couldn't remember the exact address of the Blackthorn Security Company in Tingen City, he figured he could ask for directions near the Evernight Goddess Cathedral or find it on his own. However, the coachman had never heard of such a security company, indicating that Blackthorn Security Company had little standing in the security industry. Fortunately, Hobert remembered it wasn't far from the Evernight Goddess Cathedral, so he could ask for directions upon reaching the vicinity or search for it himself. Just as he was about to leave, Hobert saw Melissa and Selina emerging from the school again. They were surprised to see he hadn't left yet. Hobert opened the carriage window and asked, "Did you forget something?" "No," Selina replied. "We're going to search for Elizabeth. We thought of a new clue." Hobert got out of the carriage and said, "That's too dangerous. You can tell me the clue, and I'll handle it." Selina shook her head and said, "We must be involved in finding Elizabeth. Otherwise, we won't tell you." Clearly, they had returned to school just to avoid Hobert. If he hadn't waited a few minutes longer, they would have acted on their own. Hobert sighed, "All right, get in the carriage." At least with him around, he could keep an eye on these two worrying girls. Once back in the carriage, Melissa said, "We just thought that since Elizabeth was kidnapped on her way to meet us, the kidnappers are likely hiding her in vacant houses or places with few people along the way." Selina added, "I've thought of a few possible locations. We can check them one by one. But to save time, I think we should do a divination," she said. Hobert was startled and thought, "Your half-baked divination might get us all killed." I know, it sounds ridiculous," Selina smiled helplessly. "But Mr. Archer's divinations are truly accurate. They're even more powerful than my late teacher's, and his place isn't far from here." "You're back in contact with the Aurora Order again?" Melissa asked. "Selina, maybe we shouldn't do a divination. It's time-consuming." "No, we need a divination right now," Hobert smiled. "Let's not waste time. Let's go to Mr. Archer immediately. Then, after visiting Blackthorn Security Company, I'll report this Aurora Order member. I suspect the Nighthawks will pay a visit to Mr. Archer's house later tonight." Selina clapped her hands and smiled, "Wise choice." Melissa shook her head helplessly. She hadn't expected the upright Hobert, a lawyer, to believe in such things. Hobert noticed her expression and thought, "You wouldn't believe it if I told you, there's a great charlatan right in your house." As Selina had said, Mr. Archer's residence wasn't far. They arrived after about 10 minutes in the carriage. It was a dimly lit room, and as soon as they entered, they smelled a pungent scent of herbs. Strange occult symbols were painted on the walls, giving the room an air of mysticism. Mr. Archer had the look of a proper mystic, dressed in loose silk robes, his hair disheveled, and mysterious oil-painted symbols on his face, obscuring his appearance. He sat quietly in the darkest corner of the room, blending almost seamlessly with the shadows. The decor and Archer's appearance made Melissa's expression turn serious, while Hobert frowned slightly. His intuition sensed danger. This Mr. Archer was quite powerful. However, Hobert wasn't afraid. Since arriving in Tingen City, he had kept the teleportation statue with him at all times, only placing the stone box further away at night to avoid its negative effects. "Mr. Archer, my friend is missing and we would like you to help us divine her whereabouts." Celine said as she skillfully sat across from Archer. Patreon.com/keyoffstars for 30 advanced CHP. New fanfics uploaded there. Building a demon familia in the anime world. Lord of Mysteries, the outer god is me. Drawing anime abilities in Marvel. This Japanese story is too cold. Chapter 136, Selena's Cultic Constitution. Chapter 136, Selena's Cultic Constitution. Archer glanced at the two strangers behind Selena. Selena quickly introduced them, they are my friends. Archer paused on Hobert for a second or two, then withdrew his gaze. I need her hair, blood, nails, or something she often uses. Selena was prepared and took out a headdress. This was given to me by Elizabeth last week. She wore it for a while before I had the chance. Archer nodded, took out a crystal ball, and placed the headdress beneath it. Then he began to theatrically chant, as if entering a frenzied state. Selena and even Melissa were stunned, while Hobert coldly observed from the side. He knew such divinations didn't require any nonsense chants, and he also guessed that the archer before him should be a secret supplicant. The ample spirituality of a secret supplicant was enough for them to use some tools to perform divination-like operations. However, Archer should be a sequence 7 or sequence 8, and all the abilities of a secret supplicant should be enhanced. After a series of operations, Archer took a deep breath and recovered from his frenzied state. He touched the crystal ball and said, your friend is in the outskirts to the east, in an abandoned villa. Hurry. The criminals are preparing to leave there. If you're late, you won't find them. Thank you, Mr. Archer, Selena said, getting up to leave. However, Hobert asked, what is the cost of this divination? Archer glanced at Hobert. Selena's divination is free. Selena smiled proudly. No, Hobert said, I believe every gift from fate has a price. He continued, besides, this is about respect for you and the divination. Archer stared at Hobert for a second or two before saying, 5 solely. Hobert handed over 5 solely and then said, please return the headdress to me. He spread out a handkerchief in his palm and held it out to Archer. Archer took the money, placed the damaged headdress on the handkerchief. Both movements were slow, as if they were making a transaction more dangerous than high explosives. Finally, Hobert put away the handkerchief, and the atmosphere in the room immediately eased. Selena thanked Mr. Archer again, and the three left the dim room one after another. After getting on the carriage, Hobert instructed the coachman to head east towards the abandoned villa. Inside the carriage, Melissa was somewhat surprised. Mr. Lawyer, you don't really believe in the divination just now, do you? Why not? Selena smiled. Hobert said seriously, Miss Selena, please remember the principle of equivalent exchange when dealing with enthusiasts of these mysteries in the future. If anyone is willing to provide you with some mysterious services for free, it's because they have greater ambitions. Selena was first startled, then smiled. Mr. Lawyer, are you also an enthusiast of mysticism? Also, Hobert continued seriously, do not leave your blood, hair, nails, or things you often carry with you to others for yourself, your family, or friends. He handed over his handkerchief. These things can be used to find people or to curse. The smile on Selena's face disappeared, and she took the handkerchief. I remember. Then Hobert answered Melissa's question, let's trust that divination for now, or we have no other clues. As for Archer's divination results, Hobert estimated they should be correct. After all, Archer had to maintain his charlatan image in front of Selena. Melissa nodded and said no more. Hobert asked again, Miss Selena, how did you meet Archer? After my teacher, Hannes Vincent, who taught me divination, passed away, I went to mourn him. Selena replied, I met Mr. Archer who had the same purpose in the cemetery. Hobert nodded. The exposure and sudden death of Hannes must have attracted the attention and investigation of the Aurora Order. And this Archer was probably sent by the Aurora Order to investigate the cause of Hannes's death and exposure, as well as to establish contact with Hannes's students. But he was also really arrogant, appearing openly at Hannes's grave. Wasn't he afraid of the surveillance that might exist among the official Beyonders? Then Hobert was relieved. These were madmen, they couldn't be reasoned with by common sense. Hobert continued, today is Wednesday, aren't you going to class? Why did you have to mourn Hannes today? I've been dreaming about my teacher a lot recently. Selena smiled bitterly, and the contents of the dreams are almost the same, urging me to mourn him as soon as possible. She had just finished speaking when she saw Mr. Lawyer close his eyes. She wasn't sure if it was her illusion. When Mr. Lawyer opened his eyes again, his eyes seemed even deeper. This was certainly not her illusion. Hobert opened his spirit vision because of the blessing of the spirit necklace, and his spirit vision could see all undead creatures. But he found nothing. Since when did the same dream start appearing? From. Selena thought for a moment, then was surprised, since I met Mr. Archer. Then never go to mourn Hannes, Hobert said seriously, I don't know what's going on, but I know that as long as you appear at Hannes's grave, you will definitely be harmed. Selena was somewhat frightened and somewhat at a loss. Then go to the confessional at the church and tell the priest about this. I believe Hannes will not appear in your dreams again. Hobert said, and for the sake of your safety and that of your family, don't contact Archer again. Selina seemed to understand something, but also seemed to understand nothing. Okay. Then she reluctantly smiled, Mr. Lawyer, you know so much. Hobert did not respond to Selina's praise, but continued to admonish, unless there is a trustworthy guide to be your guide, do not follow teachers in mysterious fields at random. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen someone with a cultic constitution. At this point, the coachman said, Sir, there really is an abandoned villa. They had arrived in the suburbs by the time they spoke, and Hobert told the coachman, don't slow down, just drive past. Through the carriage window, the three saw an abandoned villa overgrown with weeds in the yard. Thinking back to the divination just now, Melissa was somewhat surprised, but she immediately thought that there seemed to be many abandoned villas in the outskirts. Hobert smiled, looks like this is it. Whatever happens later, don't get out of the carriage. Melissa and Selina immediately understood that Mr. Lawyer intended to rescue people alone. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 137, Rescuing Elizabeth. Chapter 137, Rescuing Elizabeth. Hobert noticed the trampled and flattened weeds in the courtyard and the faint silhouette behind a tree. He deduced that this was the location mentioned in Archer's divination. Reporting to the police would take too much time, and if the criminals decided to take Elizabeth away, it would be even harder to track them. So Hobert decided to rescue her immediately. Besides, he didn't take a group of kidnappers too seriously. Selina excitedly asked, Mr. Lawyer, are you going to rescue Elizabeth alone? Melissa, on the other hand, calmly reminded him, there might be more than a few of them, and they could have other weapons. Hobert smiled, don't worry, I won't take unnecessary risks, nor will I charge in recklessly. Melissa, doesn't this seem like a grand adventure from a storybook? Selina said, and we are part of it too. Melissa replied, the main character of the adventure is Mr. Hobert, and we are merely spectators. Hobert chuckled, this girl is way too calm for her age, she doesn't act like a typical teenager. The carriage traveled for about 3 more minutes before Hobert asked the driver to wait. The driver offered help, but Hobert declined, stating that having him around would be a hindrance. After stepping out, Hobert briskly walked towards the abandoned villa. In the courtyard, 2 criminals were discussing the appearance of the kidnapped girl, maliciously laughing about finding ways to enjoy her. Hobert, as if he were entering his own home, walked straight in and even closed the gate behind him. Yes, this was his plan all along, to act boldly, not recklessly, like a true barbarian. The 2 criminals were completely dumbfounded. A companion. Someone they hadn't met. The villa's owner. But hadn't the owner died from illness? Hobert smiled, I know this will hurt, but you brought it upon yourselves. As he spoke, he broke one criminal's nose with a punch, knocking him out. Then, with a swift kick, he shattered the other's arm. With the strength of at least 3 grown men, Hobert's attacks against ordinary people caused immediate fractures. He kicked open the decaying door, just as another criminal rushed at him with an axe. Hobert dodged nimbly, and seeing the right moment, tackled the criminal, knocking him out with a powerful kick. Suddenly, Hobert's intuition kicked in, warning him of danger. He instinctively ducked. Bang. A gunshot rang out, but because of Hobert's sudden movement, the bullet missed its mark. The shooter was hiding behind a half-broken wooden door. How rude. Shooting from hiding. Hobert picked up the axe, swinging it toward the door. Crash. Bang. The door shattered under the force of the axe, and the head of the criminal behind it exploded. 2 more criminals rushed in from the back door, brandishing knives. But before they could attack, Hobert, like a charging battering ram, knocked one out and smacked the other unconscious with his cane. The villa fell silent. Remaining cautious of further ambushes, Hobert searched for Elizabeth. He heard movement on the 2nd floor, so he carefully ascended the decaying staircase. In the left room, he spotted Elizabeth, tied to a chair with a gag in her mouth. She frantically shook her head as soon as she saw Hobert. Hobert quickly assessed the room and guessed there was an ambush waiting for him, but he still walked in unhurriedly. As soon as he entered, he heard a heavy object being moved on the left. With a glance, he saw a thick wooden beam hurtling toward him, with a gunman hiding behind it. Such a heavy beam would have severely injured or killed an ordinary person, but Hobert caught it with one hand, effortlessly. Both the criminal and Elizabeth were stunned. Hobert pushed the beam back, slamming the gunman against the wall. Crash. The villa's entire wall collapsed from the impact, and the criminal fell into the backyard, his condition unknown. Hobert removed the gag from Elizabeth's mouth and untied her. Hobert, what just happened? Elizabeth asked in disbelief. Hobert smiled, I've always been strong. And as a lawyer, fighting is one of my skills. When words fail, we resort to physical persuasion. Elizabeth rubbed her numb wrists, contemplating what physical persuasion truly meant. "You're a barbarian." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in the room. It was Archer's voice. Hobert immediately stood up, raising his cane with one hand and reaching into his pouch for the teleportation statue. His ability to detect weaknesses kicked in, and he quickly sensed Archer hiding in the shadows of the corner, though the shadows appeared no different from others in the room. "I didn't expect you to act in broad daylight," Hobert said. The two had clashed before, but it was more of a battle of wills rather than an actual fight. Though Hobert's sequence was lower than Archer's, he was not to be underestimated. Archer hadn't been prepared at the time and couldn't find a clear opening, so he refrained from attacking. Hobert thought Archer would flee or wait for the official Beyonders to arrive, preparing to fight them instead. He hadn't expected Archer to use his divination to arrive here in advance, laying an ambush. "If it were anyone else, I'd choose to stay hidden," Archer said, "but you're different." He continued, "Heyman from Backlund recently hid at my place. From his memories, I saw your face. I know you've disrupted our organization's plans. So, I came here early to kill you." Archer had been observing Hobert and, after confirming that he was a Sequence 8 barbarian, decided to act. Without hesitation, Hobert pulled out the teleportation statue and first teleported Elizabeth outside the villa. But a shadow in the corner rose like a black cloth, extending a hand toward Elizabeth, making a choking motion. Elizabeth immediately felt as if invisible hands were gripping her throat. Panicked, she clutched at her pale neck. However, there was nothing there, just a red mark appearing on her skin. Hobert swiftly brought Elizabeth back to his side. Elizabeth, sitting in the chair, was utterly confused. What just happened? She felt like she had been outside on the lawn, and then suddenly, she was back on the second floor again. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 138, Chapter 138 Confronting Sequence. Chapter 138 Confronting Sequence. Hobert did not rush to take action, he was observing Archer's abilities. He knew the abilities of the Secret Supplicant, Sequence 5 Shepherd, and had a general idea about the abilities of Rose Bishop, but he only had a vague concept of the abilities of Shadow Ascetic and Listener. Additionally, Hobert realized that Archer's abilities seemed to somewhat counteract the abilities of the Barbarian. For Hobert's current abilities, all he could rely on was his physical strength. But no matter how great his strength was, it seemed futile to strike Archer hiding in the shadows. If it were any other Sequence 8, encountering such an enemy would almost certainly mean being at their mercy. However, Hobert was not afraid at all. He had an artifact on him, 3 mystical items, and 1 disposable mystical item. Even if he couldn't win, there would be no problem in ensuring his own survival. Elizabeth still didn't understand what had just happened, but she could sense that there was tremendous danger lurking in this room. The figure standing in front of her blocked the danger. In the shadows, Archer did not expect that Hobert actually possessed a sealed artifact that could instantly move positions. Nevertheless, since he had already started, he naturally couldn't stop halfway. He reached out towards Hobert, who immediately felt suffocated. Just now, when Archer went to choke Elizabeth, Hobert hadn't quite understood what was happening. Now that Archer was trying to choke him, he probably understood what was going on. Turning his head slightly, Hobert indeed saw the shadow of his own neck being gripped by a hand from within the shadow. He exerted force on his neck, and 2 veins bulged. Archer immediately couldn't move his hand anymore. Hobert smiled. Could this be might makes right? He had a rough idea of Archer's main abilities now. Although Archer could hide in the shadows and use shadows to affect his enemies, his offensive power was not strong. Faced with a Beyonder like Hobert, who was tough and resilient, his attacks would not be effective for the time being. Thinking of this, Hobert decided to counterattack. He took large strides forward, intending to knock down the wall near the window, which already showed signs of collapse, to reduce the shadow area in the room. However, it seemed like his feet were stuck to the ground. Every step he took, the shadows on the ground wrestled with him. Hobert even had the illusion that each time he lifted his leg, there was a person hanging onto it. After taking 3 or 4 steps, the shadows in the corner of the wall flickered as if breathing heavily. It was at this moment that Archer realized Hobert was deliberately wrestling with him. Strength was Hobert's forte, so naturally, he would use his strengths to deplete Archer's stamina. Identifying weaknesses in an enemy's abilities and leveraging one's own strengths were basic operations for lawyers. Archer now realized that the young man in front of him was not as reckless as he had shown earlier. He jumped out of the shadows and stood in front of Hobert. Hobert immediately recognized this as his physical presence and raised his cane to strike. Swish. The cane swung by Hobert was caught by a hand covered in thick black fur. In almost an instant, Archer underwent a noticeable transformation. It seemed like he was draped in a black curtain of hair. The sunlight was receding further from the room, and it seemed like the room had suddenly elongated, with the window and door getting farther and farther from Hobert. Endless darkness swept over, and Archer's power rapidly expanded. The hand with dense fur pushed forward. Thump thump. Hobert hurriedly stepped back 2 steps, nearly losing his grip on the cane. Archer's transformation continued. His face grew longer, and 2 golden antlers sprouted from his head. Hobert sensed extreme danger and quickly continued to retreat. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Archer's face was covered in black fur, and his head resembled that of a bull, but with golden antlers. He was draped in a black cloak that touched the ground, with red light shimmering in his eyes. Just standing there, the surroundings were filled with maddening whispers. This was a power Archer gained when he was still a listener, allowing him to temporarily borrow some of the power of the true Creator's creatures. It was precisely because of establishing such a connection that he hadn't gone mad or died, making him Mr. Z of the Aurora Order. Hobert quickly turned away, but he felt that his spirit had already been corrupted. The power of all the corruption in his spirit body and all the madness in his spirit were churning, as if he could lose his sanity at any moment. This was bad. Elizabeth. Looking back at Elizabeth, the chubby-faced girl was staring fixedly at the monster in front of her. On her head, 2 golden horns were slowly growing. Hobert dropped the cane and hurriedly covered her eyes. And with the teleportation statue in his hand, forcibly knocked down the 2 golden horns. Then Hobert quickly used the ability of the teleportation statue to envelop the surrounding 7 to 8 meters in darkness created by the statues and deprived Archer of his sight. There were still indescribable whispers in his ears, but without the visual impact, the mental burden was greatly reduced. Elizabeth's eyes gradually began to regain their luster, and her mutation from earlier was slowly receding. Looking at Archer again, he could only stand in the corner of the wall. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Klein's Opponent. Chapter 139, Klein's Opponent. Hobert wanted to continue pursuit, but tears had completely obscured his vision, a profound sorrow welling up in his heart. Perhaps due to using the psychological spoon twice consecutively, even distortion couldn't completely negate its negative effects this time. After Archer entered the shadows, his speed increased dramatically. Dragging his visibly uncontrollable body, he swiftly disappeared from Hobert's view. Half a minute later, the sadness in Hobert's heart gradually faded. Elizabeth seemed to awaken from a nightmare. "Mr. Lawyer, just now, why were you crying so sadly?" "It's nothing," Hobert said. "I just remembered some sad things." He glanced helplessly at Elizabeth and employed his hypnosis ability. "You better forget what just happened." Elizabeth forgot the memories after Archer appeared, and Hobert soothed her somewhat chaotic mind. Using the psychological spoon 3 times in a row left Hobert somewhat tired. At this moment, Elizabeth couldn't help bursting into laughter. Hobert quickly twisted her smile. Elizabeth smiled gently. "Mr. Lawyer, you're really strong. You lifted that thick log with just 1 hand." Her memory returned to when Hobert had just untied her. Hobert sighed. "I'm naturally strong. Your 2 good friends are outside, let them take you back first." Elizabeth nodded obediently. She tried to get up but sat back down on the chair. "Mr. Lawyer, my legs have no strength." The creature Archer had transformed into just now had put tremendous pressure on the ordinary Elizabeth, mentally and physically exhausted being a normal phenomenon. But now time was of the essence, so Hobert had to carry Elizabeth and quickly descend the stairs. After a slight surprise, Elizabeth unexpectedly found security in Hobert's embrace, which made her feel shy, instinctively moving away to the side. Melissa and Selena's carriage was nearby. After hearing the gunshot, the coachman drove the carriage over, ready to help Hobert escape if his rescue failed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Hobert carrying Elizabeth out. Then Melissa noticed that Elizabeth, in Mr. Lawyer's arms, didn't resist being in such close contact with him. After Mr. Lawyer put her in the carriage, she seemed noticeably disappointed. Melissa immediately felt that something was wrong. Klein's opponent had appeared. The reason Elizabeth reacted like this was because she felt deeply afraid in her heart. She couldn't remember exactly why she was afraid, only feeling safe when she was with Hobert. "Take the 3 girls back first," Hobert told the coachman. "Elizabeth needs rest now. Also, report to the police. Say all the kidnappers have been caught. Yeah, they shouldn't be able to escape for a while. Those bandits were either dead or disabled. When he went downstairs just now, those who fell into a coma hadn't woken up yet, and those who didn't were lying on the ground crying, unable to move." The coachman asked, "Sir, what about you?" "I have some other matters to attend to. After you take the 3 ladies to Dominic's company, wait for me at the Church of the Evernight Goddess." With that said, Hobert quickly walked towards the busier street to find a rental carriage. Elizabeth watched Hobert's figure in a daze, feeling strangely familiar with his back. "Elizabeth, are you okay?" Selena asked. Elizabeth came to her senses. "Praise the lady. The kidnappers didn't finish writing the ransom note before I was rescued." As she spoke, tears streamed down uncontrollably. I was so scared when I was kidnapped. I thought. At this moment, Elizabeth's fright and grievances surged up, finally having the chance to cry out. Fortunately, Melissa and Selena, her two good friends, comforted her non-stop. On the other side, after finding a rental carriage, Hobert arrived at the Church of the Evernight Goddess. He instructed the carriage to circle around the street behind the church. After searching for a few minutes, he finally found the Blackthorn Security Company. It must be said that their signboard was really inconspicuous, and he nearly missed it. After paying the fare, Hobert climbed the steps and entered the security company. There was a brown-haired, fair-faced girl at the front desk, seemingly absorbed in reading the newspaper. "Hello," Hobert greeted. Whoosh! The girl covered the newspaper on the table, but due to the hurried cover-up, something under the newspaper was still exposed, a best-selling book. Hobert was momentarily puzzled. What's the difference between reading the newspaper at work and reading a novel? Why cover up a novel with a newspaper? "Sir, how can I help you?" The girl smiled, trying to conceal her previous fluster. Hobert took out his freelance personnel identification. "I need to see your captain." The girl behind the front desk, naturally, was Roseanne. Although she hadn't seen this kind of identification before, she recognized the emblem of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. "Please follow me." Leading the way, Roselle said, "Sir, you don't sound like a local." "Yeah." Hobert followed behind. "I'm from Backlund." Roseanne glanced back at Hobert. "The City of Hope, right? Is the smog as severe as the newspapers say?" "We usually don't read newspapers," Hobert said, "because the fog is too thick to see the letters on the newspaper in front of us." Roseanne chuckled, covering her mouth. "You're quite humorous." They reached the captain's office, where Dunn, who had heard Roseanne's voice earlier, was already looking towards the door. "Captain, this gentleman from Backlund has something to see you about." In front of Dunn, Roseanne finally showed her professionalism, inviting Hobert in and closing the door behind her. Dunn looked at Hobert. "Who are you?" Hobert looked at the men with gray eyes, high hairline, and a low, gentle voice. "Hello, here are my credentials." The captain's appearance was slightly more rugged than he had imagined. Dunn glanced at the credentials. "Welcome, Mr. Hobert." As he spoke, he gestured for Hobert to sit down. Sitting opposite Dunn, Hobert said, "While resolving a dispute case, I encountered a member of the Aurora Order." Hobert briefly recounted the kidnapping case and his encounter with Archer, concluding, Archer was already showing signs of losing control. According to the characteristics of the secret supplicant pathway, he is easily prone to complete loss of control. Even if he doesn't completely lose control, it will take a long time to suppress the signs of his control. I think we should find him before he loses control and restrain him. Or seize him while he's licking his wounds. Well, does your team have a seer? I left clues on him for divination. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 140, Chapter 140 Action of the Protagonist Team. Chapter 140 Action of the Protagonist Team. In the carriage, Hobert sized up the 3 team members besides Dunn. One had black hair and brown eyes, with a scholarly air about him, Klein Moretti. Another had black hair and green eyes, unkempt and carrying a poet's aura, Leonard Mitchell. The last one had a prominent nose, an icy and gloomy demeanor, with a pallor that resembled more a corpse than a living person, Fry. Captain Dunn mobilized 3 team members at once, partly due to the seriousness of a Sequence 7 enemy and, of course, to watch out for Hobert. Even after confirming Hobert's identity through a telegram to Backlund, Dunn remained cautious. That was normal, after all, they hadn't fought together and lacked trust. "So, Mr. Hobert," Dunn said, "about what you mentioned earlier, what clues do we have for divination?" Hobert took out his wallet and carefully pulled out a corner of a banknote. "I saw him put this banknote into his pocket with my own eyes. After that, he rushed ahead to the ambush site before me. He wouldn't have had time to take it out after things went haywire. So I think that banknote is likely still on him." The banknote in question was the 5 solely divination fee Hobert had paid to Archer. As he took it out of his wallet earlier, he had discreetly torn off a small corner. Klein examined the tiny piece in his palm, using it to find the rest of the banknote. It wasn't too difficult to do. Leonard smiled and asked, what if he didn't have the banknote on him? "Then I'll take you to the rented house where he had his divination," Hobert said. "If we find clues there, we'll continue investigating. If not, then it's closed, and I'm out of it." "I love hearing the word closed," Leonard said with a smile. "All right, let's get going," Dunn interrupted their increasingly off-topic conversation. Klein began directing the coachman using a method called dowsing rod divination. Hobert, now with some idle time, looked at the people in the carriage and suddenly felt a bit surreal, as if he had suddenly joined the adventure of the protagonist team. The carriage gradually left the city and arrived at a rural village on the outskirts, finally stopping in front of a farmhouse with a water wheel. The people in the carriage immediately sensed a dangerous atmosphere inside the farmhouse. The horses pulling the carriage were restless. Without the coachman's control, they would have left long ago. Hobert sighed. With a seer on their team, finding people or things was indeed convenient. He took out his gun and reminded them, "Be careful. It seems like the enemy can transform into a kind of creature that exudes madness and corruption. If you see signs of transformation, don't make eye contact." Everyone nodded and quickly approached the farmhouse. Soon, they discovered dead dogs and several chickens inside. If there were people in the farmhouse, their situation was likely grim. Klein divined, the opponent is inside the farmhouse, posing some danger, but within acceptable limits. After a brief inspection, Dunn said, "I'll pull him into a dream. Wait a dozen seconds before entering." "No, I can bring him out," Hobert said, pulling out the teleportation statue. Dunn nodded. His earlier suspicion of Hobert stemmed from doubting whether a Sequence 8 could severely injure a Sequence 7. Seeing the sealed artifact and Hobert's previous words made Dunn more inclined to trust him. Then, leaning against a tree outside the courtyard wall, Dunn lowered his head, seemingly entering sleep. Soon, a tranquil aura enveloped him completely. "Ah!" A pained cry came from inside the farmhouse, followed by the sound of things being knocked over. But soon, everything quieted down. Hobert held the teleportation statue. "Ready." Klein and Leonard glanced at each other, ready for what? Hobert began using the teleportation statue. Within a 15-meter radius, everything, including people and objects, fell under his control. He then moved Archer from the farmhouse into the courtyard. At this point, Archer hadn't completely lost control, some semblance of reason still remained. But his entire body had swelled to twice its size, covered with black growths that resembled tumors. Within these growths, some emitted black mist while others oozed murky liquid. Particularly on his back, it seemed to have turned into a thick liquid, emitting an aura of dirt and corruption. Several people raised their guns and aimed at Archer's transforming head. Hobert sighed again. Having teammates who could control was really helpful. If he had faced such a monster alone, a fierce battle would have been inevitable. No, he would more likely have fled and then reported it. After a volley, they realized something was wrong. Where Archer's head had been hit, thick black fur was exposed. Dunn suddenly looked up. Bad news. An evil creature is using Archer's body to manifest. Earlier, Archer had been resisting the manifestation of this evil creature. By pulling Archer into a dream, Dunn inadvertently accelerated the creature's descent. At this point, golden deer antlers sprouted from Archer's head. Hobert immediately understood, they were the creatures Archer had summoned earlier. After Archer began to lose control, he became the vessel for their descent. In the Nation of Disorder, this problem would be easily solved, just cut off the path of descent. But in reality, Hobert lacked this ability. At this point, Dunn also drew his pistol. "Kill Archer." Hobert, shooting along with them, marveled, Captain Dunn's reaction is so fast, immediately understanding the situation and quickly coming up with a countermeasure. Archer was now the medium for the descent, killing him would also end the descent process. Archer didn't dodge the bullets but suddenly lay down, writhing and rubbing his back. When he got up again, the thick slime on his back had been wiped away, revealing thick black fur inside, along with human flesh and bones. The human flesh and bones were gradually being replaced by the thick black fur. Dunn buried his head again. Archer's movements immediately slowed down, and Dunn shook his body, struggling against the opponent. Leonard assisted from the side, chanting, "If life deceives you, don't be sad or troubled. Stay calm on gloomy days." Everything around them became calm again, and Archer's movements slowed once more. Hobert and Klein almost lost their desire to attack. Hobert, who had been searching for Archer's weakness, finally found it. There was a piece of human flesh on Archer's back that hadn't grown thick black fur. He fired 2 shots, overturning that piece of flesh, revealing black ribs inside. Most of Archer's Beyonder characteristics were concentrated in this black rib, crucial to this descent. "Cover me," Hobert said, jumping into the courtyard. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, The Death of Mr. Z. Chapter 141, The Death of Mr. Z. Archer seemed to sense Hobert's intentions and struggled harder. The thick black fur covering its human flesh accelerated. Leonard chanted again, "Then you will know why, in your prime, you lie in your grave." Archer's movements slowed once more. Hobert, crossing the courtyard wall, retracted the teleportation statue, and approached Archer. Immediately, he felt discomfort, as if he heard indescribable murmurs again and saw the world's most filthy and depraved things. He resisted with his own spirituality, using his cane as a lever to pry open part of Archer's flesh and blood. The black rib was fully exposed before him. Archer slowly opened his mouth, now resembling a bovine's maw. Oh no! This guy was about to spit out something fragrant. T/N, meaning that he will excessively say flowery language. It was too late to stop it. Hobert prepared to use the teleporting statue to move Archer further away, reducing the harm from the language of foulness. At that moment, a figure leaped past Hobert. It was Klein. He agilely avoided Archer, precisely throwing a stone into Archer's mouth and swiftly kicking, completely sealing Archer's tongue. Who said he was timid? At critical moments, not at all. Hobert whistled softly, feeling reassured with an experienced teammate by his side. He tore a piece of cloth from his overcoat and used it to grab the black rib. Though separated by a layer of cloth, Hobert still felt immense pressure. He exerted force and prized the black rib from Archer's body. At that moment of separation, Hobert seemed suddenly transported to a golden grassland, vaguely seeing colossal figures swaying in the distance. Surroundings turned pitch black, seeming to harbor unspeakable dangers. A lightning bolt struck, revealing towering giants around him, draped in massive black hoods, hands resting on giant swords before them. As if sensing something, the giants turned their heads together, staring at Hobert. Hobert felt deeply fascinated by the immense power of these giants, but his will ultimately overcame his obsession with power. He turned away, consciousness returning to the farmhouse on the outskirts of Contention City. Archer's flesh had already turned into black liquid, leaving only a white skeleton in the yard. The upper half of the skeleton had partially transformed into non-human bones. Especially the head, resembling that of a bull but with two golden deer horns. Hobert tossed the rib outside the yard. The immense spiritual pressure disappeared, along with the sensation of constantly entering another world. He breathed a sigh of relief. After Archer's loss of control and the arrival of bullhead and deer horns, the rib would serve as a significant seal of negative effects. Outside the courtyard wall, Dunn asked, "How do you feel?" "A bit tired," Hobert said. "It's best to clamp the rib with a clip to avoid direct contact." Seeing Hobert's normal state, Dunn turned to Fry. "Go check inside the farmhouse." Hobert looked at his torn overcoat and asked Dunn, "Can this be reimbursed?" Everyone turned to Klein. Klein paused. Why did everyone look at him when reimbursement was mentioned? Hobert sensed something amiss in the atmosphere and cleared his throat. "According to the cooperation model between me and the Nighthawk squad of Backlund, I have the right to share the spoils. And in discovering and fighting Archer, I made a significant contribution, so I have the priority to choose the spoils. Of course, if the rules in Contention City are different, we can discuss it again." The last sentence was purely to leave himself a way out, given the strength of the Nighthawk squad in Contention City. "Let's go with your agreement with Backlund," Dunn smiled. "But since you picked up the spoils, we won't reimburse you for the overcoat." Hobert smiled. "No problem. The main spoils of this battle were two things, the black rib and the two golden deer horns. Previously, the bullhead and deer horns had already gained much power. Interrupted in the process, all the previous power concentrated entirely on the two golden deer horns. The black rib might possess strange abilities, but it was now completely unusable, or the cost of using it was too great. Although it could be shattered and sold for Beyonder characteristics, considering Dunn and the others were present, a normal Beyonder would not choose the rib. So Hobert took off his own overcoat and wrapped up the skull and deer horns together. At this moment, Fry came out of the farmhouse. There are two broken bodies inside, along with some torn clothing. Fry took out the clothing, and among them, they found a wallet and a letter. The wallet was messily filled with several bills, including one with a corner torn off by Hobert, a 5 soldi note. According to the contents of the letter, everyone learned that the monster who had just died was Mr. Z from the Aurora Order. "This is a major victory in the fight against the Aurora Order," Dunn exclaimed. Hobert smiled. "To celebrate this victory, I invite everyone to a restaurant tonight. Would you all honor me with your presence?" "If there's a big meal, count me in," Leonard said first. Dunn smiled. "There's no reason to let guests pay. We'll use the squad's funds to treat everyone tonight. I'll report back to Backlund when I get home. I believe everyone who participated in today's battle will receive a bonus. But Mr. Hobert's bonus will be distributed in a way that you contact Backlund's Nighthawk squad after you return." And so the evening meal was decided happily. Next was to clean up the battlefield. Not needing so many people, Dunn sent Klein back to call the police to handle the two bodies in the farmhouse. Hobert followed Klein back in the carriage. During the ride, Klein chatted casually with Hobert while seriously scrutinizing the young lawyer. He felt that the lawyer seemed somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen him. As a seer, his judgment on intuition didn't make Klein think it was his imagination. Instead, it made him pay more attention to every move Hobert made. Just before getting off the carriage, Hobert smiled at Klein and said, "Thanks to you for sealing its mouth in time. If you ever come to Backlund, remember to visit me at Aslan Barton Law Firm. I'll host you well. And if you encounter any difficulties in Backlund, come find me. I have some connections there." Klein smiled back. You're brave, that's impressive. If you hadn't jumped into the yard first, I wouldn't have gone in. Hobert replied with a double entendre, I'm a barbarian, after all. Klein was taken aback. After saying this, Hobert naturally opened the door and got out of the carriage without it stopping. Klein hurried to the carriage door and saw Hobert already standing on the street, waving at him. He muttered, do barbarians not care about how others see them? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters plus new FIC release. First chapters are available to public or free members. Mysteries, the outer god is me. Building a demon familia. My girlfriend is Misaki Shukuhu. Drawing animation abilities in Marvel. This Japanese story is too cold. The Minecraft editor. Dual Kamui in Akame Ga Kill. Chapter 142, Chapter 142 Chameleon. Chapter 142 Chameleon. Hobert got off here because he saw the carriage Ulysses sent to him not far from the Church of the Evernight Goddess. The coachman, seeing Hobert, said, Sir, Sheriff Jared and Mr. Dominic hope you can come over. Jared asked the coachman about Hobert's whereabouts, who professionally claimed ignorance, or Jared would have come over himself. Let's go back to the mansion first, Hobert sighed. I haven't had lunch yet. The coachman nodded and took Hobert back to the mansion. While the kitchen prepared lunch, Hobert returned to his room, instructing the male servant outside to guard the door and allow no one in. After locking the door, Hobert used his own sacrificial method to send the golden stag antlers into the nation of disorder. Although he still didn't know the use of the golden stag antlers, theoretically, these two antlers should be rare beyond their materials. He decided to leave them in the nation of disorder for now and figure out how to cash them out after the heat died down. Hobert then comfortably took a bath, changed clothes, and finally went to the dining room to enjoy his belated lunch. While eating, Hobert reflected that he seemed to enjoy these days where everything was served to him on a platter. Perhaps when playing the Baron of Corruption, he could indulge himself appropriately. However, there must be a limit. Otherwise, once the evil in human nature was unleashed, even he might not be able to control himself. After finishing lunch, Hobert asked the coachman to take him to Mr. Dominic's company again. Naturally, Dominic was very grateful to Hobert. By then, he had been negotiating the details of a security contract with Awa Security, and Elizabeth had already been rescued. Dominic then said, Sheriff Jared has been waiting for you in the living room. Although the deaths of two thugs have caused some trouble, rest assured, I will hire the best lawyer to help clear your name. In addition, when you explain that you are a friend of Ulysses, even if Jared wants to arrest you, he'll have to treat you with respect. Hobert smiled, Mr. Dominic, I have no intention of reporting to jail because I have plans tonight. Dominic was momentarily puzzled. Because you have plans tonight, you don't intend to cooperate with the investigation. Please take me to Sheriff Jared, Hobert said as he walked out, asking, how is Elizabeth? Thank goodness, she was just a little scared. The two of them arrived at the living room while talking. Jared had already consumed 2 pots of coffee. However, he had to wait here because earlier in the morning, Hobert had caused 2 deaths and several injuries, making this a major case. I'm going to arrest you immediately, Hobert. Jared shouted loudly as soon as he saw Hobert. At noon, you killed 2 citizens of Tingen City. Sheriff Jared, aren't those Tingen City citizens kidnappers? Hobert put one hand in his pocket and questioned, are you protecting the rights of law-abiding citizens or the interests of kidnappers? Jared was suddenly stunned. Faced with Hobert's questioning, he actually didn't know how to respond. I stopped an ongoing crime. Hobert said, those 2 dead kidnappers were planning to murder me at the time. This also constitutes an ongoing crime. My actions were in self-defense and not excessive. But lives were lost. Jared's momentum immediately weakened. Sheriff, I understand criminal law better than you. Cooperating with your investigation is my duty, but you currently have no right to arrest or interrogate me. This was actually another loophole in the law. Hobert remembered that in similar cases in the era of AD, he would have been locked up awaiting investigation results. However, the criminal law of Lone Kingdom did not clearly stipulate whether persons involved in legitimate self-defense should be temporarily detained. Dominic intervened to smooth things over and revealed Hobert's background as Ulysses' friend. Jared could only take Hobert's statement here. After recording the statement, Jared wanted an address where he could find Hobert at any time, and the atmosphere gradually became more cordial. When Jared left, he bid farewell to Hobert and Dominic like old friends. This reminded Hobert of a chameleon. After seeing off Jared, Dominic sneered, when my daughter was kidnapped, you didn't take it seriously, but now you're coming to question us for a few dead kidnappers. Meanwhile, Hobert lamented that in this kingdom of unequal personalities, such dramas might unfold every day. If he were an ordinary person without legal knowledge, he would have been taken away by Jared. Who knew what would happen during the interrogation? Perhaps he would be heavily extorted for bail money if he said the wrong thing. Dominic invited Hobert to dinner at his home to express their family's gratitude, but Hobert had plans both tonight and tomorrow night, so he postponed the invitation. Around 5:30 in the evening, Hobert arrived at the dining room for the gathering. In addition to those who participated in today's operation, 3 other team members also attended, but none of the administrative staff were present. Leonard smiled. Old Neil probably didn't expect his leave today would make him miss such a feast. Leave. Hobert instinctively felt something was wrong. He didn't know if Klein had reminded Dunn that Neil was conducting a ritual involving an evil god. If they didn't completely disrupt Neil's ritual, he could still potentially lose control. Klein seemed to want to remind the captain of something crucial but couldn't remember exactly what it was. Just as he was about to use the spiritual insights of a seer to help him remember, Captain Dunn suddenly brought up the topic of the mental hospital. Because this action was scheduled for tonight, he listened particularly carefully, setting aside his previous thoughts. Meanwhile, Leonard explained to Hobert, "Old Neil is also a member of our small team, but he's been feeling a bit unwell these days." Hobert nodded and began to discuss other topics. When everyone learned that Daly, who had once been a Nighthawk team member in Tingen City, was Hobert's superior, they became closer to Hobert again. Halfway through dinner, Hobert noticed that Klein first froze, then went to the restroom. He couldn't help but chuckle. Lord of the bathrooms, that's how it goes. As Hobert chatted with the more opportunistic Leonard, his mind wandered as he pondered who might be looking for Klein. After some recollection, he remembered that tonight seemed to be the death anniversary of the great pirate Kalangos. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters and stories. Current updating fanfics that are free to read. Join to read for free and let me know which ones you want me to continue and which ones you guys think I should drop so I can focus on the others. Dual Kamui in Akame ga Kill. This Japanese story is too cold. I have a Minecraft editor tool. Building a demon familia from scratch. My girlfriend is Misaki Shokuo. Drawing animation abilities in Marvel. Mysteries, the outer god is me. Chapter 143, Chapter 143 The Death of Kalangos. Chapter 143 The Death of Kalangos. I met someone who appeared to be Kalangos at Duke Negan's ball. He disguised himself as Baron Grammar, his intentions unclear. Miss Justice's prayer, Klein sat on the ancient high-back chair, speculating about Kalangos' intentions based on the information Miss Justice provided. He responded to Miss Justice first, understood. Then, he materialized the images and voices Miss Justice had just prayed for, projecting them onto the deep red star symbolizing the Hanged Man. Tonight will surely be an extraordinary night for Backlund. Klein sighed, pondering what changes his recent actions might bring. But soon, Klein stopped speculating. He returned to the washroom and wrote a letter to Mr. Azek with his portable pen, informing him of Kalangos' appearance at the ball and summoning a large bone messenger with a brass whistle to deliver the message. After completing all this, Klein suddenly remembered he had only eaten half of his steak and wondered if his visit to the washroom would affect his appetite. Backlund, Holy Wind Cathedral. Upon receiving Audrey's message, Alger was initially pleasantly surprised, unconsciously pressing his chest with his hand, praising Mr. Fool. Then Alger's pupils contracted slightly as he once again felt the power of the Fool. This is the Holy Wind Cathedral. Once the headquarters of the church, and still one of its sanctuaries today. Yet, Mr. Fool silently descended, responding nonetheless. Silent for more than 10 seconds, Alger finally regained control of his emotions. He turned and left to report this critical information upwards. Audrey, upon discovering traces that might be Kalangos and informing Mr. Fool through prayer, did not passively wait. Instead, she delicately informed her father, Viscount Hall, of this matter. Thus, Kalangos' assassination attempt predictably failed. Instead of entangling further, he chose to flee immediately, swiftly evading pursuit with the abilities of the Wind Blessed. At this moment, Kalangos had time to speculate on where things went wrong and why Duke Negan had been on guard. Suddenly, he remembered the large tree he encountered a few days ago in East Backlund and the 3 people hiding behind it. It must be them. Kalangos realized that the men recognized him then, but intentionally pretended to mistake him, causing Kalangos to relax his vigilance. He refrained from risking killing witnesses. It was because of these 3 individuals that cautious Kalangos advanced his assassination plan. He decided to find these 3. An evil smile crept onto Kalangos' lips. They could not always be protected by Duke Negan or official Beyonders. Once they lost protection, he would surely retaliate against their betrayal in the cruelest manner. Just then, Kalangos' vision suddenly blurred, and he saw various colors in the darkness intensify. In the high sky obscured by the crimson moon, countless indescribable forms appeared, radiating mysterious knowledge. Oh no, Kalangos realized he had fallen into another ambush, and the strength of these ambushers was undoubtedly high. Before he could react, he saw one after another giant skeleton with sockets burning with pitch-black flames appear before him, more than 100 in total. And below, the dark water surface rose higher and higher, pale and unreal hands emerging, constantly waving upwards, grasping at Kalango's ankles. Kalangos hadn't found any escape route yet when he was caught in the dark water. He struggled desperately, but despaired as he saw those huge skeletons approaching him. In almost an instant, Kalangos realized his vitality was rapidly disappearing. The first batch of Alger, who arrived at the scene, was stunned by the sight before him. Kalangos had already lost all vitality by the time they got closer. When they approached, Kalangos' face rapidly decayed, oozing yellow-green pus, chunks of flesh falling off one after another. With a crackling sound, Kalangos completely fell apart, leaving only a pile of gleaming white bones. Kalangos, one of the 7 admirals, died mysteriously before Alger's eyes. At this moment, the Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake, asked with his magnetic voice, "Did you tell anyone else this information?" Alger regained his composure immediately. "I just received the intelligence and reported it to Your Excellency, the Archbishop." Ace turned away, continuing his search for clues. However, Alger suddenly shuddered, realizing a possibility: the assailant was likely a follower of Mr. Fool. Only members and affiliates of the Tarot Club could have known the intelligence so quickly. And Mr. Fool's followers happened to be in Backlund, so they, coincidentally, lent a helping hand. Inside Duke Negan's mansion, Audrey, upon learning that Kalangos had been killed by a clandestine organization, immediately guessed that Mr. Fool's followers had dealt with this vice admiral. Next, Audrey had another surprise awaiting her. She received Kalangos' bounty and a gift from Duke Negan as a token of gratitude, totaling about £40,000. Unfortunately, this money couldn't be used directly. Otherwise, Audrey would prepare to trade the £20,000 worth of information with Emperor Mr. at the next Tarot Club meeting. Around 9 in the evening, after finishing dinner, Hobert and others bid farewell to each other. At the banquet, Hobert and Leonard grew more intimate in conversation and exchanged contact addresses upon parting. By the time they returned to the villa, it was past 10 at night. Despite being mentally and physically tired from dinner, Hobert found himself somewhat sleepless. It was a strange phenomenon. Sometimes, the more tired he was, the harder it was to fall asleep. Since he couldn't sleep, Hobert began his usual introspection. Firstly, in today's battle, he felt the effectiveness of the hypnosis beyond her ability, thanks to Dunn and Leonard. The fight at noon in the farm ended rather uneventfully because of them. Of course, Dunn and Leonard had a fierce struggle in their use of beyond her abilities against Archer, though much of it was invisible, making it appear less intense. Hobert's psychological spoon ability, which he possessed, had a form of hypnosis, but it was a mystical item, not a sealed artifact. Although mystical items and sealed artifacts were similar, their methods of use differed. The negative effects of mystical items were minimal, generally not very active, requiring spiritual infusion to unleash their abilities. Sealed artifacts, on the other hand, were more active. Even without spirituality, they exerted influence on any creature near them at any time. Through the use of the spirit necklace and psychological spoon, Hobert had summarized some experience in using mystical items. The power of mystical items was closely related to the holder's sequence and the level of the mystical item itself. For example, Hobert, a sequence 8, could unleash almost all the power of the spirit necklace. When he was sequence 9 before, he struggled with the use of the spirit necklace for spiritual communication. Certainly, the higher the sequence, the more powerful the mystical item's ability. The upper limit of mystical items was determined by their own level. For example, the spirit necklace could only reach sequence 7 at most, and the psychological spoon could only reach sequence 6 at most. However, Hobert currently could not fully unleash the power of the psychological spoon. He believed that after becoming sequence 7, he could fully control enemies to a certain extent with the hypnosis of the psychological spoon. Rather than the current situation where he could not fully unleash the true power of frenzy and hypnosis. This increased Hobert's enthusiasm for advancing to sequence 7. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Proactive Contact. Chapter 144, Proactive Contact. Hobert allowed his thoughts to wander as he began to reflect on his earlier battle with Kalangos. He suddenly realized that, despite possessing sealed artifacts and 3 mystical items, he lacked one crucial thing, a mystical item that could help him escape. Hobert mused that if he had a sealed artifact or mystical item with the ability to travel, he could have happily grabbed Zio and Furs, and they would have traveled away together. Who would stay and fight Kalangos in a life-or-death struggle? However, possessing a mystical item with traveling capabilities was equivalent to Sequence 5. The key issue was that Sequence 5 of the Apprentice pathway was notoriously hard to kill, and acquiring such an item would likely cost more than £10,000, far beyond his reach. Hobert sighed. Just recently, he thought he was no longer short of money, but now he realized that the £900 he had, which might be considered wealthy for an ordinary person, was far from enough for a Beyonder. As a result, Hobert felt a renewed drive to earn money. He planned to frequently check the bulletin board at the Mercenary Club for suitable commissions once he returned to Backlund. As these thoughts swirled, sleepiness gradually overtook him, and Hobert finally fell asleep, although his battle with Archer had left his mind strained, causing him to dream all night. In the southern continent, in the non-existent town, the morning sunlight pierced through the mist, casting a warm glow in the council chamber halfway up the mountain. The chieftain and several family elders sat as still as wooden statues in their seats. The demigod Elder Chester broke the silence. "So, you're saying that this mysterious being possesses at least the power of an angel?" Calvin responded, "It seems so." The mysterious being interrupted the descending power of the enemy's angel. Elder Bowen speculated, could it be that Elliot found some kind of loophole? As he spoke, he realized it was unlikely. Even if a loophole were found during the enemy's descent, without a sufficiently high level of existence, it would still be impossible to force back the angelic power. "No," Calvin corrected. "The mysterious being appeared before me and punished me." Elliot said, "Do not test God." The council chamber fell into silence once again. If they had an angel or even a god-level figure backing them, they wouldn't need to keep hiding in the non-existent town. Years ago, due to insufficient intelligence, the family had provoked the Rose School of Thought, only to later learn that the organization was backed by an angel-level figure. But at the same time, such power could also represent an existential disaster. Even if they combined all the family's strength, they might not be able to stand against this mysterious being. Several seconds later, Calvin spoke again. "The mysterious being didn't allow me to completely lose control, and he enabled Elliot to complete the spirit channeling process. This clearly shows a response to our probing, and the gesture was filled with goodwill. Regardless of our choice, the mysterious being has already taken notice of us," the chieftain croaked. "In that case, why not attempt to contact this mysterious being?" There was another silence, but this one was different from the earlier tension, as everyone tacitly agreed with the chieftain's suggestion. "How should we contact the mysterious being?" Bowen asked. Calvin, having prepared for this, replied, "For example, we could offer Elliot a seat among the elders." Hobert yawned and got up to wash. Despite dreaming all night, his spirituality and energy had been well restored. While enjoying breakfast, he glanced at the morning paper, where the front page headline reported Kalangos' death. So, last night was indeed the day Kalangos met his end, and Audrey had quite a haul. Hobert skimmed the rest of the newspaper but found nothing particularly noteworthy, so he focused on his meal. After breakfast, Hobert went once again to Dominic's company. Dominic greeted him with a broad smile. "Lawyer Hobert, I was just about to send for you." It turned out that one of the kidnappers Hobert had injured yesterday had inadvertently let slip during interrogation that there was a mastermind behind the abduction. The police followed this lead and found out the mastermind was none other than Mr. Claude. This morning, Claude had already been arrested and jailed. Dominic had just received the news that Claude confessed to orchestrating the kidnapping. As a result, Dominic and Claude's lawsuit was no longer necessary, as the prosecution would take over the case against Claude. Naturally, Hobert's services were no longer needed. However, Dominic was generous, paying Hobert a legal fee of £150 and even adding a £30 tip to express his gratitude for saving Elizabeth. Hobert hadn't expected the case to resolve itself so neatly. Dominic smiled. "I'll also be attending the welcome banquet Mr. Ulysses is hosting for you tonight. Elizabeth will be there too, she's been saying she wants to thank you in person." "You're too kind," Hobert smiled back. "It's my honor that you'll be attending the banquet tonight." That morning, the Blackthorn Security Company received a new commission, to follow Lady Sharon and uncover evidence of her crimes. Captain Dunn handed the case over to Klein. Under Leonard's guidance, Klein went to the Hound Bar and found a gang leader, paying £5 to have his men take turns tailing Lady Sharon and documenting her daily activities. Fortunately, this expense could be reimbursed. As Klein left the Hound Bar, reflecting on the situation, he suddenly remembered that old Neil's house wasn't far from there, and old Neil had been off sick for 2 days. Today, he was supposed to visit the doctor. Klein checked his pocket watch, it was nearly 11. He wondered if old Neil had returned from the hospital. Since he was already nearby, Klein decided to visit old Neil. After a 20-minute walk, he arrived outside old Neil's house. Klein's spirituality immediately sensed something was off. The sun was high in the sky, yet old Neil's curtains and door drapes were still drawn. Could old Neil's condition have worsened? Klein hurried to the door and knocked. There was no response. But inside, it sounded like someone was whispering. "Old Neil." Klein called out, but still received no answer, though the whispering continued. Could old Neil's condition have deteriorated so badly that he couldn't even get up to answer the door? Klein took out a piece of paper he carried, flicked his wrist, and the paper instantly became as hard as steel. Using that steel paper, he slid it through the door to unlatch the lock. As he pushed the door open, he immediately saw old Neil pacing in the dark. Klein didn't approach right away because he noticed that old Neil seemed to be circling around a small altar. Thud. The door suddenly shut on its own, and the candles on the altar next to old Neil flared up like torches. In the bright flames, Klein saw old Neil clearly. Two eyes devoid of any emotion had appeared on his cheeks. Klein instantly realized that old Neil was once again on the verge of losing control, and this time, it was far more severe than before. Join patreon.com/keofstars for more chapters. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Neil's uncontrolled outburst again. Chapter 145, Neil's uncontrolled outburst again. Apart from those two emotionless eyes, Neil's face was lined with wrinkles, his hair sparse, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. His nails were long, seemingly untrimmed for years, making him look like a zombie clawing out of a grave. Neil didn't even notice Klein entering. He continued to pace around the altar, muttering words that sounded like some obscure and incomprehensible incantation. On the altar sat a large basin of blood. In the center was a symbol Klein had never seen before, an eye surrounded by various intricate symbols and polygonal shapes. Under Neil's chanting, the eye in the center of the altar seemed to come alive, coldly staring at Klein, the intruder. Klein, no stranger to beyonder events, forced himself to remain calm. Neil seemed on the verge of complete loss of control. It was crucial not to provoke him further. Calling for the captain's help now would be too late. The ritual to invoke the power of the Evernight goddess must commence immediately. This was Neil's last chance. So Klein approached Neil cautiously, trying not to draw attention. Seeing Neil still absorbed in his chanting, Klein began to arrange the altar. Everything went smoothly until the altar was prepared. As Klein was about to invoke the goddess's power, the eyes on Neil's cheeks suddenly moved, seemingly noticing the newly completed altar. "Little Klein, please don't disturb me," Neil suddenly looked at Klein with a hoarse voice. "I'm about to succeed, I'm going to succeed very soon." Klein took a deep breath. "Neil, don't be afraid. It won't hurt, it'll be over soon." "No," Neil's emotions rose, "my research has never harmed anyone else." "You haven't lost a loved one, you don't know the pain." His tone softened again. "Please, I'm about to succeed, don't stop me." Klein hesitated, but forced himself to remain resolute. "Neil, don't you know what you're doing? You're hurting yourself, and you'll hurt others. Please, Neil, don't resist. This is your last chance." Neil became agitated again. "You don't understand. You don't know how profound this knowledge is, I stumbled upon it unintentionally, from the hidden sage." Neil's expression turned surprised. "No. That's not it." Another eye slowly opened on his forehead. Klein knew it was now or never. "I pray for the power of the Evernight, I pray." Neil lunged forward, intent on destroying Klein's prepared altar. Klein raised his wand defensively. "I pray for the power of Crimson." Neil's strength was overwhelming, he swept his hand, breaking Klein's cane. If Klein hadn't agilely dodged, Neil's nails would have scratched him. Neil kicked and destroyed Klein's altar, his last trace of sanity halting his attack. "Leave me alone. Go quickly." He now realized he had prayed to an evil god, and something was terribly wrong. But after saying this, Neil lost his final shred of reason. His skin turned as red as blood, and he roared at Klein like a wild beast. Klein hurried to the door, but found it wouldn't open. Neil, now resembling a bloodied figure, charged at him. Klein, using the abilities of the clown, deftly avoided Neil's attacks. What to do? Should he really shoot at Neil? Klein felt his hand go weak at the thought of reaching for the gun. No, there's another way. But it's risky. Glancing at Neil, his tutor in mysticism, Klein knew he had to take this risk now or regret it forever. After a brief hesitation, Klein recited, "Creator in the shadows of order. You are the beginning and end of all order. You are the Lord who governs the clock of order. I pray for your gaze and favor." After praying 3 times and seeing no response, Klein muttered, "Roselle. You great deceiver." No, he had to make a final decision. If he continued like this, he would die here. Just as Klein forced himself to make up his mind, a throne made of swords appeared in midair, with a towering and mysterious figure seated on it. Then, a surge of power descended. Neil was enveloped by this force, standing still. The abnormalities on his body quickly disappeared, the extra eyes on his face almost simultaneously closed and immediately disappeared. This power seemed to represent supreme order. Klein realized something, but restoring Neil's physical order was not enough. His mind was also disturbed. Just as he thought this, Klein felt another surge of power. This power made his mind tremble involuntarily, as if a colossal creature stood before him. It was a beyonder power of the mind. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. This creator seemed to offer full service, even helping to resolve the mental issues of the uncontrollable. Neil returned to his original state, but he looked much older than a few days ago. After all this turmoil, he couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. Thunk. Klein was about to step forward to help when he heard a sound from the altar. Turning his head, he saw that a black eye had appeared in the center of Neil's altar. It was alive, jumping into the basin of blood, though its first attempt failed. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Knowledge Itself. Chapter 146, Knowledge Itself. In Nation of Disorder, Hobert first used the power of order to restore the order of old Neil's body. Then, using the power of the psychological spoon, he concealed a portion of the infected spirit body and used hypnosis to make old Neil forget his ritual and the determination to revive his lover. As Hobert sighed with relief in Nation of Disorder, marveling at the success of this treatment, he suddenly shuddered, as if suddenly being stared at by eyes from an unknown source. Hobert felt that the gaze could penetrate the true sight and see himself on the Iron Throne in Nation of Disorder. Shifting the perspective of the true sight, he saw that the symbol representing an eye in the center of the altar suddenly came to life, turning into a real eye. It was entirely black, with a deep black pupil, making it look like a moving dark paper cutout. It bounced around, trying to leap into the vat of blood on the altar. Hobert probably understood what was happening. Old Neil's ritual had indeed attracted some advanced scrutiny, but the entities observing here couldn't project too much power here before old Neil's ritual was complete. So the eye hoped to leap into the blood-filled vat to strengthen itself. Realizing he couldn't let this happen, Hobert realized that if the eye's power grew any stronger, its presence behind it might really see the situation in Nation of Disorder through the true sight. So Hobert said to Klein with supreme authority, "Sacrifice it to me." At the same time, he threw the symbol representing the Creator into Klein's stars. Meanwhile, in Klein's room in the suburbs of Tingen City, he felt deeply what it meant to invite a god easily and send a god difficult. The Creator, indeed, as Roselle said, cured Neil's loss of control, but it seemed unwilling to leave. What to do? Finally, the other party said that the eye that was bouncing around was best, which gave the Creator a sacrifice and solved the strange eye. Klein quickly drew the symbol of the Creator near the strange eye, arranged the altar, and then used the knowledge about sacrifice just obtained from Little Sun to make the sacrifice. He saw two huge bronze gates open a crack, and a surging force emerged, followed by a huge suction force that seemed to suck everything in the room into the bronze gates. When the huge suction force disappeared, the bronze gate disappeared, and the eye bouncing around on the altar disappeared without a trace, and the Creator in the air also disappeared. Klein sighed with relief. Thankfully this mysterious existence really had no malice and did not demand unaffordable sacrifices. As he thought, he tidied up the altar, then went to pull open the curtains, and the dazzling sunlight shone into the room, leaving nothing dark to hide. In a rented house in the suburbs of Tingen City, Zangwill crossed out a passage in his notebook and then wrote quickly, "Klein Moretti was almost killed by the uncontrollable old Neil." Why didn't he pull out his gun and shoot after the psychological struggle? If he shot, old Neil would become a sacrifice for this ritual. Klein Moretti would immediately lose control due to the hidden gaze of a secret existence and become a pile of flesh and bones. But he didn't do that. Not only that, he let old Neil, who was on the verge of losing control, return to normal. It's incredible, once again making Zangwill feel surprised. Even the quill in his hand didn't understand what happened. Anyway, Zangwill's plan to kill Klein Moretti failed again, and he was fooled by a sequence 8 once again, which made him very annoyed. Zangwill picked up the pen, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes, not because of Klein, but because he was just mocked by a pen, and that pen was still in his hand. In Nation of Disorder, Hobert examined the eye in his hand. It still had the characteristics of being alive, but it looked around as if it had lost its target and didn't know what to do next. This indicates that Nation of Disorder has severed its connection with its original body. Hobert tried to grasp the eye, and his gaze suddenly extended to an unknown land. That land seemed to be an endless wilderness, with a tall tower in the calamity, and a fiery eyeball on the top of the tower was staring at this land. Suddenly, the eyeball seemed to sense Hobert's gaze, and it looked back at Hobert. Hobert's perspective immediately returned to Nation of Disorder, and at that moment, he felt that his brain had gained a lot of knowledge. Snap. His head seemed to explode like a smashed tomato, and the half-built hall trembled. The pool in front of the Iron Throne bubbled like it was boiling. After about 4 or 5 seconds, Hobert's head grew back, and the hall and pool returned to normal. Hobert smiled bitterly, realizing he had almost died unexpectedly. Immediately after that, he found a large amount of chaotic knowledge in his mind, and he didn't even understand the meaning of most of it. But it seems that these things are knowledge itself, which seems to understand the mysterious world and must be seen to understand. For example, when he saw the spirit world, the knowledge itself about the spirit world would emerge, and Hobert would immediately understand the composition of the spirit world and the principles behind the rules of walking in the spirit world, and so on. No wonder the extraordinary people who approach the mystery prior are so afraid of being chased into their minds by the hidden sage to inject knowledge. Is this knowledge useful? Very useful, but generally unnecessary and difficult to understand, and it takes up too much memory. If he had grabbed this eye in the real world, Hobert would have already lost control and become a monster. Hobert manifested a stone box and put the eye that looked around into the box, covering it with the power of order. Then Hobert began to sort out understandable knowledge. Sequence 9, Mystery Prior, Potion Formula. Main ingredients, a pair of eyeballs from the Nasla Ancient Mountain Giant Ape, 70 grams of star crystal. Auxiliary ingredients, 80 milliliters of pure water, 8 drops of octagonal gold tray flower juice, 7 grams of white orchid powder, 9 grams of dragon's blood herb. Sequence 9, Savant, Potion Formula. Main ingredients, head of the brown-backed firefly, a complete 5-colored leaf grass. Auxiliary ingredients. Sequence 8, Melee Scholar, Potion Formula. Main ingredients, a complete combat beetle, a dried hanging orchid flower. Auxiliary ingredients. Sequence 7, Warlock, Potion Formula. Main ingredients, complete brain of pale giraffe, 2 fruits of flying puff tree. Auxiliary ingredients. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, Welcome Banquet. Chapter 147, Welcome Banquet. Thanks to Open Dagger for becoming a member and Ethergray 314, 10 bonus chapters. The last piece of mysterious knowledge Hobert acquired was, Sequence 5, Advancement Ritual of the Astronomer, riding on the back of the colorful star-eyed beast and drinking the potion under the midnight sky. He immediately felt that the explosion in his head just now was worthwhile, as it enabled him to grasp the potion formula for the mystery prior pathway in the continuous sequence, as well as the formula for the starting pathway of the Savant. So far, Hobert had mastered 4 consecutive potion formulas, all ranging from Sequence 6 to Sequence 9. Although these accumulations were for relatively higher sequences, they would surely be of great use someday. Selling these potion formulas was their smallest value. Then, Hobert thought of the scene he saw with the black eyeball just now. The eyes in the wilderness didn't seem to be from the hidden sage, could they be from the knowledge more? He remembered that the hidden sage seemed to be the unique activated form of the hermit pathway. Now, does the knowledge more also have its own consciousness? Moreover, one could already project their power through some rituals. The ceremony of Old Neil was told to him by the hidden sage. Could this be the effort made by the hidden sage in search of the knowledge more? It seems that the seal of the western continent has indeed loosened. Afterwards, Hobert thought again about the strange gains he had made coming to Tingen City. Apart from the eye he obtained today, there were also 2 golden deer antlers. They both looked quite exquisite, but he dared not use them in reality. Once used, it would either lead to death or madness. Moreover, they were difficult to liquidate. They could only be temporarily stored in the Nation of Disorder to see if they would be useful in the future. With signs of spiritual exhaustion already appearing, Hobert left the Nation of Disorder. The aftermath of his head, bursting open, just now brought into reality. He had a splitting headache for more than 10 minutes, and only then did his spirituality begin to recover, with the headache gradually disappearing. Today's near-death experience made him just want to lie in bed and not move at all. Suddenly, he saw the towering giant palace, and a mysterious and majestic figure sitting on a high-backed chair said, "Cancel the gathering next week." Hobert sat up abruptly, then slowly lay back down. It seemed that Mr. Fool had already sent something. In the evening, the steward reminded Hobert that Mr. Ulysses's invited guests had arrived. Having lazily spent half a day, Hobert washed his face, adjusted his condition, and changed into the formal wear he had brought before heading to the living room. The first to arrive was Mr. Dominic and his family. His wife, who was Mr. Ulysses's sister, a baroness, expressed gratitude to Hobert. Although Elizabeth had forgotten the details of Hobert's battle with Akil, when she saw Hobert, she immediately felt an unprecedented sense of security. She sat beside Hobert. "Mr. Hobert, I heard that you don't need to handle the lawsuit anymore." "Yes," Hobert said, "Mr. Claude has already sent himself to prison." He found that this cute girl seemed a bit too close, but it would be impolite to move aside, so he moved forward to ease the embarrassment. Elizabeth also followed suit. "Then are you going back in a few days?" "In 2 more days," Hobert smiled. "I really can't bear to leave the fresh air of Tingen City." Dominic and his wife exchanged glances, and of course, they noticed that their daughter was a bit unusual. But Elizabeth did not behave excessively. She seemed satisfied just sitting next to Hobert. "Then let's go shopping together this weekend," Elizabeth said. "I want to give you a gift to express my gratitude." "No need to be so polite, and I may have something to do this weekend." "What's up?" "Participating in the operation to save Tingen City." The family of 3 thought Hobert was joking and laughed along, flattering. At this point, the real owner of the villa, Ulysses, entered. "I heard that someone dared to kidnap our little princess." In front of Elizabeth, Ulysses finally showed a genuine smile, not so stiff, showing that he loved his nephew and niece. "Yes, uncle," Elizabeth greeted him. "But the ransom letter of the kidnappers wasn't even finished, and Mr. Hobert rescued me." Hobert smiled. "This shows that the kidnappers are really uncultured." They probably need a dictionary even to write a ransom letter, and they'd be frustrated by grammar issues. Everyone immediately had the image in their minds of the kidnappers looking up words in the dictionary while frowning as they wrote the ransom letter, which made everyone burst into laughter. Then the guests arrived one after another, all dressed in military uniforms, shouting as soon as they entered, "Where's Commander Christian's son?" "Ah. Commander Christian's son? Why does he look a bit like Commander Rex?" "Nonsense. How could Commander Christian's son?" "Wait, don't say it, he really does look like him." "Haha, tomorrow I'll write a letter to Commander Christian, reporting your faces to him." Someone else asked, "Hobert, right? Do you have a girlfriend? Do you want Uncle to introduce you to one? If Commander Christian gives instructions, I guess the kids will have them." They didn't care about Hobert's answer at all. Even if Hobert didn't say a word, they probably could keep chatting. Amidst laughter and joy, the banquet began. Hobert strongly suspected that they hadn't gathered for a long time, welcoming him to Tingen City's banquet, just as the reason for their gathering. After all, Hobert had been here for several days and was almost ready to leave. At the dinner table, there were only Hobert and Elizabeth, the two juniors who had some common topics, occasionally chatting, which made Hobert, the protagonist of the banquet, not too awkward. After 10 o'clock in the evening, the guests began to leave one after another. Having drunk a lot of wine, Ulysses patted Hobert on the shoulder. "If you have any plans, go ahead and do it. Don't let down the expectations of both commanders. As long as Commander Christian speaks, we can still accompany him into battle." Hobert smiled helplessly. "Okay, it's late now. You should go rest." Watching Ulysses leave, Hobert's smile gradually disappeared. He almost asked Ulysses for external support just now. Fortunately, he endured it because Ulysses was polite to him, out of respect for Commander Christian. His relationship with Ulysses had not yet reached that point. The final preparations began, and Hobert didn't go anywhere on Friday, staying in the villa to conserve his energy and adjust the negative effects of sealed artifacts and mystical items. On Saturday morning, Hobert took a carriage to the Blackthorn Security Company. He told the coachman, "You can go back first. Come pick me up around 4 or 5 in the afternoon." Seeing off the coachman, Hobert glanced at the somewhat cloudy sky, stepping into the lobby of the security company step by step. In the lobby, Leonard looked somewhat unnatural as he chatted with a woman wearing a broad-brimmed hat and loose skirt. "Hobert!" Leonard exclaimed. You've come." He didn't know whether to say it was the right time for Hobert to arrive, or if it wasn't the right time. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Hobert's Plan. Chapter 148, Hobert's Plan. Upon seeing Migos with the offspring of an evil god, Hobert's mind exploded with thoughts. He recalled everything about 0-08 and the overall outline of his plan. Firstly, his plan wasn't overly complicated because in the face of 0-08, the more complex the plan, the greater the chance of failure. Last week, Hobert intended to prepare early in Tingen City, but after much consideration, he realized that no matter what preparations he made, 0-08 would sense something amiss beforehand. Therefore, Hobert's plan was to gain basic trust from Dunn and the others before Intzangwil acted. Afterwards, things weren't so complicated. Migos coming to Blackthorn Security Company was inevitable, and only after this could they deal with Ince. Otherwise, Ince would continue to wait for the right moment, and the situation would completely spiral out of Hobert's control, losing his advantage of seeing things from a god's perspective. The proposition was already there. How to stall Migos without harm until reinforcements from headquarters arrived. Hobert's answer was to follow the original storyline's development. He must protect Leonard during Migos' initial onslaught. The old man within Leonard and the sealed artifact he held could effectively stall Migos. In the ensuing battle, they must prevent Dunn from going all out. If necessary, they could even throw St. Selena's ashes onto the streets outside for anyone who wanted them. As for Klein, they could completely ignore whether he lived or died. Another principle for those participating in this operation was to do their best without risking their lives. Hobert didn't have Klein's ability to resurrect. Standing at Blackthorn Security Company, Hobert's thoughts churned for a moment. He quickly put on a smile and said to Leonard, "I came today to bid farewell, but it seems I've come at the wrong time." Leonard sighed bitterly. "I still have guests here. Captain and Klein are in the back." Hobert nodded. "All right, you go ahead." "My baby in my belly says he seems to have seen this gentleman somewhere," Migos suddenly said. Hobert smiled. "Maybe we were good friends in our last life." "No, he said you spied on his order," Migos said. "But he didn't expect you to be so weak." Hobert recalled that a few days ago, when he got hold of that black rib, he seemed to have seen another world, probably the realm of the true creator. Thinking about this, Hobert smiled. "Madam, rest assured. The child's words are often contradictory. Migos smiled gently. No, my child is very smart. He says you're weak, so you really are weak. Hobert twitched his mouth. The true creator wouldn't change his pathway to become a hunter, would he? After nodding slightly to Migos, Hobert turned to the reception hall behind him. Dunn and Klein were already waiting here, one holding an ash box emitting a sense of tranquility, and the other holding a pale and thick blood vessel. Klein smiled bitterly. Hobert, you've come at a really bad time. No, I think it's just the right time, Hobert said seriously. When I was in Backlund, I heard that Tingen City seemed to be brewing a huge disaster. Now I know what that disaster is. He asked, have there been a lot of coincidences recently? Dunn and Klein's expressions both froze. They had just discussed the coincidences that had been happening recently. Hobert said, please report to the headquarters that 0-08 is planning a ritual for the descent of an evil god and ask them to send saintly support. Mentioning 0-08, Dunn and Klein immediately thought of the defector in Sangwil. They each had their own suspicions and probably understood what was going on. Dunn held the ash box and said, I'll report immediately. Don't act rashly until I come back. Hobert glanced outside. Don't worry, there's still time. Klein said, you seem very calm. Of course, Hobert smiled. The more this time, the more you need to be calm. In a bar outside Blackthorn Security Company, one-eyed Insangwil ordered a beer and held a feather pen to write on its own. Hobert Jeffrey's arrival was not part of Insangwil's plan. Will he affect the entire plan? Ince took a sip of beer and gripped the feather pen tightly, writing on its own, no, after all, he's just a sequence 8. Then he let his wrist relax and let the feather pen write on its own again. Hobert Jeffrey has a lot of unexpected knowledge. He has already guessed that Migos' arrival is in Sangwil's plan. Will he affect the entire plan? Ince's single-eyed pupil contracted. Klein was annoying enough. Why did Hobert come again? He wrote, no, after all, he's just a sequence 8. Then he wrote again, the Nighthawk's plea for help telegram was too brief, and did not attract enough attention from headquarters, so the minimum assistance from headquarters can only arrive half an hour later. The premise of this statement was that, the plea for help telegram was too brief, so the consequence was, not enough attention from headquarters. This was still within 0-08's ability. But when Ince let go of the pen, the feather pen wrote on its own again. The first plea for help telegram was indeed too brief, but the second plea for help telegram was very detailed. Ince's gaze contracted again. Another plea for help telegram. He looked towards Blackthorn Security Company. For today, he had been shut up in a rented house writing for a long time, and he didn't know when he would have the same opportunity again. Most importantly, if this failed, headquarters would definitely guess his purpose and might return St. Selena's ashes to headquarters, which would be a total loss of opportunity. Ince finally made up his mind. No matter what, today he had to take a gamble. After sending the telegram again, Dunn smiled. Let's reintroduce ourselves, Nighthawks, Dunn Smith. Hello, Captain Dunn, Hobert smiled. Let me introduce the sealed artifact I have, called the teleportation statue, with the ability to. And my cane, a one-time mystical item, its ability is. Klein said, Hobert, with your help, we can hold off the other party for a longer time. Hobert smiled. I also suggest whether we can try to lure Migos underground, preferably into Cheney's Gate before taking action. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Battle with the Evil God Spawn, Bonus 1. Chapter 149, Battle with the Evil God Spawn. Backlund, headquarters of the Nighthawks. Daly had been on duty in the dispatch room for many days. Today, she finally couldn't hold on anymore. After receiving a telegram from Tingen City, she collapsed into a chair for a rest. When the administrative staff received the first telegram, they felt the situation wasn't urgent enough and Daly was sound asleep. So, they first delivered the telegram to Captain Thomas and planned to inform Daly later. However, when the administrative staff received the second telegram with just the phrase, "The evil god descends," they felt the urgency of the situation. They quickly woke Daly up. After reading the message, Daly immediately went to Thomas's office. I need to see the Archbishop. Only the Archbishop had the means to support Tingen City within minutes. Tingen City, within the Blackthorn Security Company. Upon hearing Hobert's suggestion, Dunn shook his head. The influence of Migos' child is high, she wouldn't submit so easily. Hobert said, I can try. Even if it doesn't succeed, we won't lose much. Dunn considered for a moment and nodded. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. Although Dunn wasn't in the right state today, he hadn't lost his sanity. He returned to the reception hall of the security company. Migos looked somewhat agitated by now, scratching her head and pulling out a handful of hair, naturally tossing it into the trash. Leonard's expression had stiffened. He silently swore to himself never to flirt with ladies randomly again. Hobert smiled. A few days ago, we got something good. It's 2 golden deer antlers that grew on the head of a bull. Migos first showed a twisted smile and then said, my child says that the horns of the golden horned demon are very delicious. With Hobert's relay, Leonard relaxed, following Hobert's nod towards the back of the reception hall. We've placed the 2 golden deer antlers in the basement. Just standing opposite Migos, Hobert felt immense spiritual pressure. He resisted this pressure with all his might. If your child wants to eat them, please follow me to the basement, and I'll give them to him. Thank you, kind sir. Migos smiled gently. Today, my child seems to lack energy and needs some nutrition. Saying this, she got up and followed Hobert towards the underground entrance of the Blackthorn Security Company. Hobert casually asked as they walked, he's lacking energy today. Yes, usually, he's quite active. Migos said. But this morning, he said today was a crucial day, and he only speaks to me occasionally. Hobert took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He's a good boy. Yes. Migos smiled warmly. For example, right now, my child tells me there's danger underground, and you're taking me down to harm us. Hobert froze in place, feeling as though he was being stared at by the Grim Reaper. Is that true, sir? Migos asked calmly, her tone unchanged. How could that be? Hobert laughed. Your child is as humorous as his father. Migos seemed like a melting wax figure. Some thick liquid began to flow down her head, her smile becoming unusually terrifying. Sorry, sir, I can't go down with you, so you'll have to die. Although Hobert was prepared early, he rolled forward immediately, but he couldn't dodge in time and was scratched deeply on his back by Migos' suddenly long nails. Relying on the sturdy physique of a barbarian, he rolled down from the stairs. When he looked back, Migos had already left the intersection of the underground passage. Ignoring the wound on his back, Hobert picked up his cane and charged forward. Thump thump. He took 3 or 4 steps in one go. Suddenly, he felt that his barbarian potion had digested quite a bit at this critical moment. He immediately understood. If Migos didn't enter the Chinese gate, the evil god would arrive early in the reception hall, a script written by 0-08. As long as he participated in this matter, he had to follow the script of 0-08. Hobert's recent actions were obviously disrupting this script and not following the rules of 0-08. So Hobert's barbarian potion was digested. But now wasn't the time to think about this. Just as he returned to the first floor, he heard Migos screaming and questioning, I won't let you hurt my child. Dunn had already appeared in the reception hall holding an urn of ashes, blocking Migos' way out. Klein and Leonard were hiding in a nearby room, ready to strike at any moment. Despite Migos' shocking scream, Hobert rushed into the reception hall, planting his cane on the ground. Order. Looking at the tree of order rapidly growing, he laughed loudly. You're weak, your whole family is weak. The reception hall became unusually quiet. The order under the canopy became advantageous to dark forces, thieves' powers, and sunlight powers, suppressing the powers of filth and corruption. With a loud voice, Hobert focused Migos' attention on him. By now, her entire face had melted, revealing bones, looking hideous and terrifying. She raised her hand and reached for Hobert. But at this moment, Hobert had already picked up the teleportation statue. He wanted to move Migos away, but he immediately discovered that the ability of the teleportation statue couldn't move Migos, only slowing her down. No wonder the Nighthawks defined it as a Grade 2 sealed artifact. It turns out its effect was limited when facing high-level enemies. Since he couldn't move Migos, Hobert quickly retreated. His goal just now was to attract Migos' attention and create an opportunity for Dunn. Now that his goal was achieved, he acted like a barbarian and withdrew. After the battle began, with the teleportation statue in hand, he assisted Dunn and the others to blink. Seizing this opportunity, Dunn opened the St. Selena's ashes. Inside the urn was an intense darkness, and within the darkness were bright strands. The reception hall suddenly darkened, countless black, cold filaments surged towards Migos, instantly wrapping her up. Migos suddenly shouted in a hoarse voice, "You must die." In the instant she opened her mouth, as the holder of the Tree of Order, Hobert redirected her extraordinary attack onto a wall. However, the Tree of Order couldn't redirect all of Migos' attacks. Just as she finished speaking, Hobert felt a tremendous impact on both his physical and spirit bodies. Blood flowed from the corners of his eyes and mouth. This should be the highest level opponent he had encountered since crossing over. He wiped the blood from his eyes, but it was still much better than when it was just Dunn and the others. At least Dunn wasn't injured right away. Klein and Leonard took advantage of this opportunity to rush out. Leonard reached out and stole Migos' upcoming profanity, while Klein threw out one of the flaring sun charms. The high Tree of Order made way for the sunlight, opening a small gap, and a ball of light fell from the sky, slamming heavily on Migos. After the bright light flashed, Hobert knew Migos hadn't been dealt with yet. Give it another shot. Klein hadn't yet understood what Hobert meant, but the four of them saw a black baby hanging between Migos' legs. The baby was very small, looking like it weighed only 5 or 6 pounds. He was sucking on something with the umbilical cord in his mouth, making gurgling sounds. Upon seeing the baby, all four of them showed signs of losing control to varying degrees. Dunn, who wasn't in a good state, was the most affected. Hobert quickly adjusted the tree of order, making the order under the canopy more favorable for resisting madness and losing control. In the few seconds they fought against the loss of control, Migos, who had already been dried out by the light ball, stretched out her withered hand and touched the baby's head. "Child, my child." Then Migos collapsed to the ground, flesh and blood turning to dust, leaving only a pile of bones. Because the baby absorbed all of its mother's nutrients, it quickly grew to the size of a 4 or 5-year-old. His skin was gray all over, as if there were no blood flowing, his appearance was ferocious, his eyes fierce, without a trace of the innocence and cuteness that a child should have. This was the birth of the evil god Spawn, not the descent of the evil god. If it were the descent of the evil god, Hobert and the others would already be dead. The evil god Spawn intended to kill everyone before him because it was these presumptuous people who forced him to descend early, so he had only a small fraction of the power of the true creator. He needed to hold the corresponding ceremony, sacrificing many living beings, to help him establish a broader connection with the true creator, so that the true creator could utilize him to descend upon the mortal world. The moment he descended, Tingen City would no longer have any living beings, this city would become a part of his divine kingdom. Even with only a tiny fraction of the true creator's power, it gave the evil god Spawn an ability comparable to the pathway sequence 4 of the Secret Supplicant. His birth also filled the entire reception hall with the power of filth and corruption. Moreover, he was the evil god Spawn, a near-complete mythical creature with a status much higher than Sequence 4, causing signs of loss of control just from being seen by Hobert and the others. Hobert was the first to recover. He turned his head away, not needing to look to deeply feel the malice from the evil god Spawn. This doesn't quite match the original description. However, now wasn't the time to be bewildered. Run. With just Migos' words, they could delay her for a while, but facing a genuine evil god Spawn was a completely different level of opponent. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly realized that his shadow had come alive, standing up and attempting to snatch the teleportation statue from his hand. The shadows of the other 3 people also came to life. Dunn's shadow didn't try to grab the St. Selena's ashes, but instead twisted its own head, aligning it parallel with its shoulders. Dunn's neck also suffered a heavy blow, unable to support itself any longer, falling to the ground against the wall. Leonard struggled to free himself from his shadow's entanglement while raising the hand holding the blood vessel thief, blaspheme curse. This was the ability he had just stolen. Ha ha ha. But just as Leonard opened his mouth, a sharp childlike laughter interrupted his curse, causing all 4 people to feel as if a sledgehammer had struck their chests simultaneously, each spitting out fresh blood. Dunn used his strong willpower to continue using St. Selena's ashes, but this time the tentacles seemed uncontrollable, not daring to approach the evil god Spawn. At the same time, Dunn's shadow arm turned into spikes, piercing through his chest, blood immediately spreading across Dunn's front. Then the evil god Spawn seemed to change targets, die. Leonard seemed to have been struck by a tremendous force and was sent flying into the wall. However, in the nick of time, Hobert moved him next to himself, but Leonard was already pale and fainted. They were completely outmatched. This couldn't go on like this. Hobert retreated to the corner, "Buy me a few seconds." Dunn caught the blood flowing from his chest with the ash box. The tentacles boldly entangled the evil god Spawn. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Klein shouted, "Light." He threw out the second, flaring sun charm. The evil god Spawn suddenly said, "Light, shine upon the earth." Just as it seemed the fireballs in the sky were about to fall, the light ball flashed a few times and exploded in midair, truly shining upon the earth. The evil god Spawn easily broke free from the tentacles and attempted to counterattack using his ability to blasphemy curse, but now it was completely ineffective against Hobert. The evil god Spawn was more agile than a monkey, which caused Hobert's 2 attacks to miss. It was quite embarrassing to think about it. He, the magnificent creator, currently only had these 2 types of presentable powers, and their attack range wasn't very large. Also, because Hobert had to spend 1 or 2 seconds gathering strength for each attack, his attack speed wasn't fast. After a moment's thought, Hobert had an idea. He reached out and summoned the black eye that had been trapped in the stone box. "Take a look at this good thing for you." Using his spiritual energy, he activated the power of the black eye in front of him and directed its power toward the evil god Spawn. This was equivalent to creating a path to the knowledge more and placing it in front of the evil god Spawn. This time, he couldn't dodge it, standing there immediately, deep black pupils reflecting a giant eye composed of flames. Hobert used the maximum extent of his power of disorder that he could mobilize to envelop the Spawn of the evil god. Crack! The evil god Spawn exploded like a shattered tomato. Hobert swept around with his true vision and found no lingering souls or anything like that. The evil god spawn was completely dead. This not only made him sigh, indeed, a status that overwhelmed everything else. Without the nation of disorder, he would have had no chance against the evil god spawn. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 150, Unexpected Enemies, Bonus 2. Chapter 150, Unexpected Enemies. The figure of the Creator vanished, and Klein faintly heard Hobert say, "Praise be to the Creator." Klein breathed a sigh of relief. Things were finally resolved. Turning to check on the other teammates, Hobert seemed to be in the best condition, having not suffered severe injuries. Leonard appeared to have merely fainted, but Captain Dunn's condition was dire. Blood continued to flow from his chest, pooling beneath him. Dunsmith turned his head towards Klein, a gentle and relaxed smile on his pale face. Tinjin City is saved. Klein was about to struggle to his feet to use ceremonial magic to heal the captain when a pale hand pierced through his chest. Not even Hobert had noticed when the one-eyed Ince Zangwill appeared. As Klein stared at the pale hand, consciousness slipping away, he collapsed to the ground. From there, he saw Hobert holding a statue, moving Captain Dunn and St. Selena's ashes to his side. Ince Zangwill. As Klein's vision darkened, he lost all consciousness. Ince paused briefly, surprised that this Sequence 8 actually recognized him. One troublemaker down, one more to go. Though he had failed to advance, he could still use the abilities of Sequence 5, Gatekeeper. Hobert felt a chilling sensation creeping in. He immediately activated his spirit vision and indeed saw a towering spirit next to Ince, with another hovering in midair. Hobert noticed Dunn's eyes losing their sparkle and swiftly made a decision. He tossed St. Selena's ashes to Ince. "Take it and go." Without hesitation, Ince picked up the ashes and left. It wasn't fear of Hobert that drove him, but the potential arrival of support from headquarters could happen at any moment. He didn't even have time now to settle his score with Hobert. Ince Zangwill. Upon hearing the voice, Ince shuddered all over, as if recalling his most terrifying memory. He had arrived too late. Following the voice, Hobert looked towards the door where a clean-cut, deep-eyed old man stood. He was the support rushing from Backlund's St. Samuel's Cathedral, Archbishop Anthony Stevenson. If Daly hadn't insisted on seeing the Archbishop, Anthony might have just received a plea for help from Tinjin City. Hobert, seeing this elderly figure who was likely a saint, finally relaxed a bit. He bowed slightly to the Archbishop and hurried to prepare the ritual to save Captain Dunn. Ince stood there, with no intention to flee. He knew he couldn't escape from Anthony's grasp. At that moment, Ince's quill, tucked at his waist, suddenly leapt out and rapidly wrote on the floor. Just as Ince Zangwill was trembling in fear, a frenzied mage passing through the reception hall was drawn to the large tree. 0-08 was even less willing than Ince to be caught by the Church of Evernight. Its desire to escape surpassed Ince's, and crucially, it wasn't intimidated by the fear emanating from Anthony. So it wrote swiftly, completing the sentence before Anthony could react. A force of sleep and horror emanated from Anthony as he prepared to seal 0-08 with his own abilities. However, at that moment, an enormous pressure suddenly descended from outside, forcing him to temporarily halt. A section of the reception hall's wall had collapsed, and through the breach walked a gray-haired gentleman who appeared weather-beaten, as if he had been traveling. He knew of Anthony's presence but stood at the breach, seemingly observing yet also waiting for an opportunity. Hobert's hands trembled violently as he felt a deep-seated tremor from within. It was no ordinary shaking. The story written by 0-08 had been fulfilled once again. This gray-haired elder was a Sequence 3 frenzied mage of the pathway of the lawyer approach. The Black Emperor's suppression was not as potent as the death pathway, but saints could easily overwhelm low sequences, and angels could easily overwhelm mid-sequences. This lawyer pathway saint stood there, rendering Hobert powerless. Inside the reception hall, the intimidating aura of fear and the maddening aura clashed and tugged. The mental pressure on Hobert was immense. He glanced at the corner of the frenzied mage's eye, struggling against his body shivering. If you've come for this tree, then please take it away. The standoff continued, but, Horror Bishop, Anthony stepped back, clearly indicating, take it if you want. For him, sealing 0-08 and capturing Ince Zangwill were now the top priorities. As for this tree, he could sense that while its approach wasn't low, its power was dissipating rapidly. It could likely only be used once, or a few times, as a mystical item. Hobert's words provided a way out for both Sequence 3 individuals, neither of whom wanted to engage in combat. The frenzied mage remained wary of Anthony while approaching the tree. His hand touched the tree, causing it to immediately shrink into an ordinary black sandalwood. He could feel the order power filled within the sandalwood and its high rank. The frenzied mage, now with the black sandalwood, bowed slightly to Anthony in thanks, then turned and left. In one step, he was on the street outside, in 2 steps, he was on the main road, in 3 steps, he had vanished. Anthony gave Hobert a deep look before chasing after Ince, who had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Hobert's spirit and astral bodies had been repeatedly squeezed and pulled today, leaving him exhausted. His wounds continued to bleed, soaking his clothes with blood, leaving bloody footprints wherever he walked. But now was not the time to rest. He mustered his strength and continued preparing the ritual. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and hurried to check on Dunn. Dunn's pupils were dilated. With a gentle smile on his face, Dunn faced outside the reception hall, as if he had just scrutinized Tingen City under the sunlight. Hobert finally couldn't bear it any longer. Ince, Quill, frenzied mage. Damn you all. He had just been about to slam the floor forcefully when he suddenly remembered, the Black Emperor could find even the loopholes in death. Hobert's eyes widened suddenly. He still had a way. Continuing to set up the altar, he changed the central symbol to represent the Creator in the shadows of order. As he was about to sacrifice himself, he saw the umbilical cord of the evil god spawn not far away, grabbed it, endured the whispers and corruption it brought, and placed it before the altar. Looking at Dunn with a gentle smile again, Hobert said, "O Creator in the shadow of order." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 151, Chapter 151 Facing Daly's Interrogation, Bonus 3. Chapter 151 Facing Daly's Interrogation. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert arrived at the Nation of Disorder and cautiously wrapped Dunn Smith's spirit with the power of order. Then, using the status of the Nation of Disorder, he accelerated the extraction of Beyonder characteristics. Finally, he wrapped this characteristic, which had been highly compatible with Dunn's spirit due to being his, together with Dunn's spirit, ensuring that the characteristic could sustain Dunn's spirit for a long time. After completing all this, under the envelopment of orderly power and nurtured by the characteristics, Dunn's spirit stopped dissipating. To prevent Dunn's spirit from turning towards malevolence, Hobert took his spirit along with the characteristics and the umbilical cord to the Nation of Disorder. Behind the Iron Throne, Hobert manifested a stone coffin and laid Dunn's spirit inside. At this moment, Dunn's eyes were blank, his consciousness still in a chaotic state. Hobert could have awakened him with the spirit necklace, but there was no point in doing so now. Hobert said to Dunn, "I've heard that the classical alchemists have a way to craft a normal body. Lie here and wait. Once your body is ready, I'll let you out." With a wave of his hand, he covered the lid of the coffin, sealing it with another layer of order power outside to prevent Dunn from becoming an evil spirit. Next, Hobert manifested a small stone box and placed the umbilical cord inside, next to the box containing the black eyes. Feeling his own spirituality depleted, Hobert quickly returned to the real world. He first pulled out a few strands of Dunn's hair, then took out a glass vial from his pocket containing mystical herbs and poured out half a vial of Dunn's now viscous blood. He then changed the symbol of the Creator on the altar to one representing the Evernight Goddess. Just as he finished changing it, waves of exhaustion swept over him. Hobert felt himself about to faint. Suddenly, he remembered, "Oh no, I forgot about the old man inside Leonard." He called out towards Leonard, "The great Creator says, if you expose the existence of the Creator, he will definitely send you a monocle." T/N, every good fanfic needs to threaten pals with monocles. As he spoke, Hobert tried to lean against the wall, but his strength was insufficient to support him crawling over, so he collapsed on the ground and passed out. Half a minute later, Leonard, pale-faced, woke up. He looked at the reception hall, now resembling ruins, and stared blankly for a second or two. Then he saw Dunn, with a gentle smile, and Klein, looking incredulous. Leonard crawled over to check Dunn's and Klein's breath and pulse, muttering, "No," a word squeezed out of his throat. He continued to verify, going back and forth between the two, but ultimately had to accept the unchangeable outcome. Leonard's legs gave way, and he knelt on the spot. His emerald eyes were full of pain, and tears streamed down his face, washing away the blood and dust. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp at a lifeline. "Old man. Old man. You must have a way, right? You can definitely bring them back to life, right? I'm not a god. Do you think I have the power to resurrect?" A voice that only Leonard could hear said, "Don't bother. Hobert has tried every possible method." He said, "Klein is already dead." Leonard's shoulders slumped, the last hope shattered. At that moment, the sound of rapid footsteps running upstairs came from outside, the reinforcements from the mandated punishers and members of the machinery hive mind rushing to support. When Hobert woke up, he was lying on a cold stone platform. The fiery pain in his back had disappeared, and his spirit and strength had recovered somewhat. "Old Neil just performed a healing ritual for you." Leonard, sitting on a nearby chair with a pale face, said, "He's also quite old. The deaths of 2 teammates in a row have aged him a lot." Hobert sighed with relief, meaning that no one died in this incident. Old Neil didn't die, Klein would come back to life, and as for Dunn, Hobert was also confident that he could bring him back to life. Hobert had barely achieved the goal he set for himself before. Next, Hobert sensed that the potion of the barbarian had been digested by most of it. His appearance completely contradicted the script written by 0-08. The true creator did not wait, but chose to be born with a small part of his power, creating the descendant, and Dun did not die completely in the true sense. The true creator paid the reward to Insong while picked up by Hobert. Finally, 0-08 was forced to invite a frenzied mage to create an escape opportunity for Ins. Because he had been challenging the script written by 0-08 all along, constantly refreshing 0-08's understanding of Hobert, the potion of the barbarian was well digested. Hobert asked, "Did you catch Ins?" Leonard shook his head expressionlessly. 0-08 created too many obstacles for the Archbishop. In the end, Ins escaped with excellent luck. Hobert nodded. If Ins had been caught, the desire for revenge and the desire to improve his strength would not be so strong for either Klein or Leonard. He asked, "Has Miss Daly arrived?" "She should have arrived." Hobert sighed. "How should I explain to her?" Leonard was puzzled, not understanding what he meant. At this moment, the stone door of the dim room was opened. It was Daly. Her eyes were filled with pain. After seeing Hobert, there was some anger left. "Hobert, didn't you say you could save Dun?" She quickly walked over, grabbed Hobert's collar. "I followed your advice and immediately gave the Archbishop a telegram." "Why? Why did he die?" "Of course, now is not the time to explain that there is still hope for Dun to come back to life. Otherwise, the Church of the Evernight Goddess will definitely investigate, which will be a big trouble." Hobert squeezed out a faint smile. "I'm sorry, madam. I couldn't save him." "Madam," Leonard probably understood what was going on. Hobert did his best. He fainted beside the captain. As he spoke, he choked up too. Daly's hand clutching Hobert's collar trembled violently. Finally, she leaned on Hobert's shoulder and sobbed. She didn't cry aloud, just sobbed, but it tore her heart apart. Hobert patted Daly's back. He protected Tingen City. Daly wiped away tears, seeing the blood on Hobert's clothes still not dry. "Sorry, I shouldn't blame you, but her heart was bleeding now, unable to control her emotions. Chapter 152, Chapter 152 Return to Backlund, Bonus 4. Chapter 152 Return to Backlund. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Daly's emotions gradually calmed down. Hobert could sense that Daly's sorrow was slowly transforming into hatred. She sat quietly in her chair for a moment, then calmly said to Hobert without expression, "Captain Thomas will see you alone later. Tell him the source of the information was Zachary." Hobert nodded. "All right." Daly slowly got up and walked away step by step. Her departing figure looked desolate and weak. Watching Daly leave, Leonard looked at Hobert. Hobert said, "I'm sorry, this involves confidentiality agreements. I can't explain too clearly to you." It wasn't that he couldn't explain, but rather that he couldn't make it clear at all. For instance, the 0-08 and the information about Ins in Tingen City, Hobert could only fabricate something, but this was the B-underworld, where lies could easily be exposed. Saying more might lead to more mistakes than silence. Leonard realized that Hobert might have known something in advance, but since it involved a confidentiality agreement, he didn't press further. Hobert changed the subject. "What are your plans for the future?" "I'm going to take the Red Gloves assessment. No matter where Ins Zangwill escapes to, I'll find him." There was a glint of hatred in Leonard's eyes too. Hobert nodded. "If you have any news, let's exchange letters." "Sure," Leonard grunted. At that moment, the scarred Nighthawk Borgia appeared at the door of the stone room. "Hobert, Captain Thomas wants to see you." Hobert descended from the stone platform and followed Borges to the first floor. Walking ahead, Borges suddenly said, "We've roughly reconstructed the course of the battle. You both did well." Hobert simply replied, "It's what we should do." The reception hall was indeed severely damaged, but the other rooms were mostly intact. In the lounge, Hobert saw Thomas standing in front of the window. Borges called out, "Captain." Thomas turned around. "I want to talk to Hobert alone." Borges left the room and closed the door. "Are you feeling better?" Thomas asked. "Much better, but it may take a few more days to fully recover," Hobert replied. Thomas nodded. "I heard from Daly that you seem to have received the news of the arrival of the evil god in advance." "Sort of." After Daly's reminder just now, Hobert had already thought about how to say it in advance, but at that time, Zachary had already been contaminated, and I saw true creator from him. In such a situation, of course, I had to end the spirit channeling immediately. Hobert spoke every word truthfully, but guided the conversation to, during the spiritual communication process, he obtained information about Tingen City from Zachary. However, due to the appearance of the true creator, the information he obtained was fragmented and limited, so it did not attract much attention. Thomas did not delve deeper into this issue, but asked again, according to Leonard, did the evil god ultimately choose to be born as his offspring? Yes. How did you kill the evil god's offspring? Hobert was prepared. Captain Dunn used St. Selena's ashes to trap the evil god's offspring, and Klein used an advanced charm. This was also true, but they only dealt with Magos, not the evil god's offspring. Thomas frowned. Where did Klein get the advanced spell? I don't know. Thomas nodded. All right, go back and rest well. Oh, by the way, Lord Anthony specifically instructed that from today onwards, you are officially a member of the Backlund Nighthawks team. And your actions are still completely free. If the team needs your abilities for any mission, they will find you for help. Related documents will be exchanged for you after returning to Backlund. He smiled. His Excellency the Archbishop said that your calmness under the mental pressure of a sequence 3 impressed him. Hobert then understood why Thomas's inquiries were so succinct. It turned out that the Archbishop had endorsed him long ago, and Thomas was just going through the motions. Please thank His Excellency the Archbishop for his guidance, Hobert politely replied. Leaving Blackthorn Security Company, it was already afternoon. Seeing the sun about to set, Hobert remembered the fierce battle at noon, feeling as if he had crossed into another world. Strolling aimlessly on the street, Hobert thought of the frenzied mage who took away the Tree of Order. In theory, the Tree of Order could still be used for another 2 or 3 minutes. He wondered what the other party would do with it. Would they use it as a clue to find the Nation of Disorder? This was a considerable hidden danger. He didn't care much about 0-08 and Insanguil, as he knew their fate. But the frenzied mage was an unexpected participant. If left unchecked, it could be a potential danger. He needed to carefully investigate whether the other party was a friend or foe. Lost in thought, Hobert saw the coachman who had come to pick him up. The coachman looked surprised and asked, "Sir, are you?" Hobert then realized that everyone around was looking at him. After all, he was covered in so much blood. It's okay, it's all over. His mind had been greatly stimulated today, and he still felt a bit dazed. He fell asleep in his coat without changing or taking a bath. When he woke up the next morning, it was already dawn. After breakfast, Hobert asked the butler to convey his thanks to Ulysses and explain that he was preparing to return to Backlund early tomorrow morning. Hobert spent the whole day resting. He didn't go back to Blackthorn Security Company, but informed Leonard by letter that he would leave Tingen City tomorrow morning. On Monday morning, Hobert packed his bags and arrived at the door, where he saw Ulysses' carriage parked outside. Hobert smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "Mr. Ulysses, you didn't have to come and see me off." "No," Ulysses said, "I have something here that needs you to deliver to Sir Christian." Hobert was stunned, speculating whether the contents of Sir Christian's handwritten letter were borrowed from Ulysses like this. Getting into the carriage, Ulysses handed Hobert a box about the length of his forearm, instructing him to personally deliver it to Christian. Ulysses took Hobert to the station, and after bidding farewell to each other, Hobert bought a ticket for 9:20. In the afternoon, Hobert saw the city with a thin mist again. Suddenly, he felt close to Backlund. Not until he got off the train did Hobert realize that he had forgotten to buy gifts for Donna and the others. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Turbulence on Nicola Street, Bonus 5. Chapter 153, Turbulence on Nicola Street. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Coming out of the Tingen City specialty shop, Hobert muttered to himself, "I used to make fun of Christian for buying those laughable gifts, but now I'm worse off, I forgot to buy any gifts at all." Then Hobert realized a serious issue. Could it be that Christian also forgets to buy gifts every time he returns and ends up visiting specialty shops like himself? The more he thought about it during the carriage ride, the more likely it seemed. Hobert first returned to Blanca Street, where Furs was lounging comfortably in a recliner, flipping through a magazine. Seeing Hobert enter, Furs lazily got up, saying, "You're back." "Yeah, where's Zio?" "She's out doing the task you gave her." Hobert set down his luggage. "Is there anything to eat at home?" "I haven't had lunch yet." "Neither have I." Hobert blinked. "Have you really been lounging on that recliner since morning?" "No." Furs chuckled nervously. I've been brainstorming for a new book." Hobert smirked inwardly. What a lie. Under Hobert's unspoken scrutiny, Furs finally overcame his laziness and got up to order lunch from Desi Flavor restaurant nearby. After a satisfying meal, Hobert delivered the gifts for Furs and Zio, then said, "I'll be heading home tonight and will come over again tomorrow morning." With that, he left with his briefcase and many gifts. Furs responded with an "oh" and glanced at the dishes on the table. "Do I have to wash these too?" "So annoying, I hate washing plates and bowls." Hobert walked to the law firm and first briefed lawyer Barton on Mr. Dominic's case. "This case is all thanks to you," Barton said. "Let me see." "Oh, the commission fee totals £150. Instead of distributing your compensation according to the firm's commission fee distribution regulations, the firm will only deduct £50 for intermediary and material fees, leaving you with the remaining £100. However, your travel expenses for this trip won't be reimbursed. Hobert joked, smiling, "If I had known this earlier, I would have bought you more expensive gifts." Barton chuckled and shook his head. "No new cases will be assigned to you recently. Focus on winning the lawsuit you have." Hobert nodded. He now only had Mr. Bob's case in hand. Leaving Mr. Barton's office, Hobert distributed gifts to several colleagues he got along well with, then sat down at his desk and quickly calculated the expenses of this trip. The expenses were minimal: damaged clothes in the battle, a shirt, a trench coat, and trousers, costing less than £2 in total. The shirt was expensive, but it was from home and didn't cost him money. Then there were round-trip tickets and money spent on gifts, totaling around £6. However, his income was £130, £100 commission and £30 tip. Moreover, he could still use the identification card provided by the Nighthawks to evade taxes, and all £130 was his. This was the income on the surface. This trip to Tinjin City also yielded the horn of the wicked creature, the black eyes, and the umbilical cord of the offspring of the evil god. These three things seemed high level, but for now, they could only be used in the Nation of Disorder and only within the Nation of Disorder. This made Hobert's methods in the Nation of Disorder more diverse, making him appear more like an evil god. Because Klein had been lying in the coffin, the Tarot Club for this week was cancelled. Regarding this, Mr. Fool had already made a prediction on Thursday. I wonder if Klein sensed something at the time. Hobert stayed at the law firm until closing time and took a taxi carriage home. His return was welcomed by the whole family, and Melissa had the chef prepare several more dishes. While dinner hadn't started yet, Hobert handed the box Ulysses gave him to Christian. Christian nodded with a smile. "Looks like he hasn't forgotten me as his old boss." He put the box in the study before returning to dinner. At the dinner table, the family listened to Hobert's stories of his business trip. They found the ending of the kidnapping case he was in charge of more bizarre than the stories in the newspapers. After dinner, Hobert distributed gifts, and the whole family enjoyed themselves. On Tuesday morning, Hobert, whose spirit body, spirituality, and physical strength had fully recovered, took the family carriage to work. He sat in the chair for more than 10 minutes before going out to visit clients. In fact, he went to the rental house on Blanca Street. With Furs and Zio present, the rental house now seemed lively. Hobert entered and saw Zio making tea while Furs was on the recliner again. How much does she like the recliner? Hobert really doubted if this girl had spent the night on the recliner. Zio smiled. "Thank you for the gift, I really like it." Hobert smiled back. "I'm glad you do." Furs struggled to get up again, and the three sat around the dining table. Zio said, "I found the addresses of the Nikola shipyard and the Tuma Hotel." She took out a note with the addresses written on it. Both addresses were on Nikola Street, the shipyard was at 1668, and the hotel was at the other end of Nikola Street, number 35. Taking the note, Hobert found the address somewhat familiar and searched through his briefcase, finally finding the address Harvey Hayden had given him. Rex's former security guard, Dix, owned a company at 1899 Nikola Street. Nikola Street was indeed bustling. After taking a sip of tea, Furs said, "I didn't expect Galangos to die so quickly. Fortunately, we didn't rent a new house, otherwise, we would have wasted rent." Zio said awkwardly, "Hobert, our rental house has a problem, and we won't be able to move out until the day after tomorrow." Hobert smiled. "It's okay to stay a few more days, there are 3 bedrooms anyway. In Backlund, mixed-gender renting is quite common." Zio immediately said, "We'll pay you rent. And we promise not to bring any danger back. Forget about the rent, it's just a few more days." Hobert said, "While you're here, you're responsible for my 3 meals a day." Furs immediately raised her hand. "I'll take care of it." Hobert immediately gave up hope for the next few days of dining. Furs then asked, "Hobert, how much is the rent for a month in this row house?" "It's usually rented annually." Hobert put away Zio's investigation results. £20 to £25 per month. Zio stuck out his tongue. "So expensive." Furs shook her head too, saying they couldn't afford it right now. Zio then talked about the mission to find the cultists. She had used her connections to find the hiding places of 2 cultists, who were not hiding in the East Borough but in a factory by the port. Zio wanted Hobert and Furs to help her catch these 2 cultists. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, Briber, Bonus 6. Chapter 154, Briber. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Zio had investigated and confirmed that the 2 cultists had no other accomplices. Their access to the factory was facilitated by the workshop supervisor, who was once a follower of the cult. Both Sequence 9 individuals lacked emergency escape means, so apprehending them shouldn't be difficult with a solid plan. Due to Zio's extensive preliminary investigation and the associated information costs, she took the lead in this operation, hence she would receive half of the commission, while Hobert and Furs would split the other half. If it became necessary to eliminate the cultists during the capture, their characteristics will be distributed according to this model. Hobert had no objections. He considered the police credentials might have some utility in this operation, so the three split up. Zio and Furs continued scouting and planning the capture, while Hobert took a rental carriage to the Blackthorn Security Company in Northborough to obtain credentials. Thomas had just returned from Tingen City today, but Hobert wasted no time in finding him. Thomas instructed Borgia to prepare credentials for Hobert and asked him to wait in his office for a moment before leaving himself. About 15 minutes later, Thomas returned with a wooden box and handed it to Hobert. I received a telegram last week about your success with the Nighthawks team in Tingen City, defeating and eliminating Mr. Z of the Aurora Order. We intended to reward you with 3/5 of the briber's characteristics at that time. However, after the incident with the birth of the evil god's offspring, due to your outstanding performance in that event, we will give you more rewards. Thomas continued, 2 of these rewards include the remaining 1/5 of the briber's characteristics. Along with the 1/5 you previously received, you can now take this portion of the briber's characteristics. The second reward is official membership status. As for the third reward, you may make a request, which we will consider fulfilling immediately or partially. Hobert opened the wooden box to find a crystal ball emitting a charming aura, confirming it as the briber's characteristic. After considering for a moment, Hobert said, for the third reward, grant me the judge's characteristic. Daly had taken a judge's characteristic during the previous battle to divide the spoils from the ambush of the Tamara family members. Thomas was taken aback. What do you need the judge's characteristic for? I have a friend who needs it, Hobert replied. I'm short of money lately, so I can sell it to her. Most importantly, he could soon divide the judge's characteristic into 4 parts, turning a sum into a significant amount of money. Thomas nodded. Very well, but that's a sequence 6 characteristic. Its value, I believe, needs no explanation to you. You will receive 3/5 of the judge's characteristic for your remaining merit. Hobert had no objections to this. At this moment, Borgia arrived with Hobert's credentials, which included the inspector's badge. Additionally, Hobert would receive a weekly salary of £6. In fact, given Hobert's sequence, he was already considered a senior member, eligible for a salary ranging from £10 to £12. However, due to his ability to act independently, he was currently receiving the salary of an ordinary member. Regardless, the unexpected salary from the Nighthawks team was a pleasant surprise, and Hobert found it sufficient. Leaving the Blackthorn Security Company with the wooden box, Hobert now possessed 2 portions of the briber's characteristic, thinking he could sell one. Upton would be a good potential customer, though Hobert wasn't sure if he was still vacationing in Desi Bay. Returning to Blanca Street, Hobert found Zio and Furs still absent. He went back to his room, placing the briber's characteristic into the Nation of Disorder. Next, he shattered the sheriff's characteristic and awaited the aggregation of a sheriff and an arbiter's materials in a day or 2. Gazing at the brilliant and colorful characteristics on the stone platform, Hobert had only one thought, to cash in. He needed to do so quickly, preparing to purchase items capable of traveling to prevent situations where he might encounter such items without enough money. Just as he was thinking this, Elliot's star lit up, and Hobert extended his spiritual influence. Elliot's hands crossed as he lowered his head. Creator in the Shadow of Order. After reciting the title, he continued, Great Creator, Elder Calvin found me today and said he wanted me to join the family's Elder Council, becoming the 10th Elder. Should I go? This was obviously the Balk family's attempt to actively approach Elliot behind the scenes of the Creator, allowing Elliot to become an elder in the council, equivalent to opening the family's decision-making meeting to the Creator. Hobert pondered for a moment and felt Elliot's current position in the Elder Council was inappropriate, mainly because Elliot's sequence was too low to gain consensus upon entering the Elder Council. At that time, he might have to announce himself as the Creator's spokesperson to appease other family members' dissatisfaction. However, no matter what method he used, Elliot would be isolated, which was not beneficial to Hobert's plan to go to the southern continent to digest the Baron of Corruption potion. Since he was the spokesperson for the Creator, he should be supported rather than isolated. Thinking of this, Hobert made a decision, using his supreme voice. Not for now. In the southern continent. Having received a response from the Creator, Elliot breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, he wasn't very keen on joining the Elder Council now, but he knew more that he couldn't decide on this matter. Fortunately, the Creator is wise and did not require him to join. Elliot took a deep breath and came out to the living room. Calvin was still waiting for news in the living room. Seeing Elliot only went in for a few minutes and then came out, Calvin was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that the mysterious existence would give Elliot an answer so quickly. This made him curious about what extraordinary encounter Elliot had to gain the trust of that existence so quickly. Perhaps he couldn't even dream that the reason the mysterious existence was able to give such a quick response was entirely because he happened to be in his work position. Elliot said, "After my careful consideration, I temporarily won't join the Elder Council." This surprised Calvin again. If Elliot joined the Elder Council now, he would become a simple mouthpiece. The mysterious existence did not intend to let him join the Elder Council, obviously preparing to cultivate him carefully. "I respect your choice," Calvin said in his mouth, thinking in his heart, "I need to change my attitude toward Elliot." Elliot asked again, "Uncle Calvin, I have been trying to act as a briber recently, but why is my briber potion digesting so slowly?" Calvin smiled, "That's because the people you've bribed are all relatives in the family. Even without bribes, they are willing to help, so relatively speaking, digestion will be slow." "Is there any way?" "There is. According to the family records, there is currently only one method that you can use." "What method?" "Bribe the gods." Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Zio's Capture Operation Plan, Bonus 7. Chapter 155, Zio's Capture Operation Plan. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Back in the real world, Hobert waited until 2 in the afternoon before Zio and Furs returned. This time they had thoroughly scouted the location. Zio drew a sketch and explained her capture plan. 2 cultists lived in a dormitory building within the factory. Zio planned to attack them from the front entrance, while Hobert and Furs waited in ambush by the windows. If Zio's surprise attack failed, Hobert and Furs would break through the windows to join the fight. Given our strength advantage over the enemy, we didn't need overly elaborate tactics. Hobert would handle one cultist alone, while Zio and Furs would deal with the other to end the fight quickly. Zio usually seemed a bit reckless, but when serious, she was quite competent. Her plan was practical, and her precautions were sufficient to handle most unexpected situations. However, her stature was a bit short, which somewhat diminished the grandeur of her explanation of the plan. Lastly, Hobert added a note: if confronted by factory workers during retreat, they could use his inspector's credentials to escape. Seeing Hobert's credentials, Zio exclaimed, "Where did you get these forged? They look very real." Hobert didn't reveal the truth and simply smiled, "I borrowed these from a friend." Zio envied this ability. Having such credentials would make many things easier for her. In the evening, the 3 had dinner and made final preparations. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. "Who is it?" Hobert called loudly from the dining room. No one answered. "I'll go and open the door." Furs immediately got up to avoid washing dishes and went to open the door. But there was no one outside. "That's strange." Furs was about to close the door when she noticed a small box outside. "Wait." Furs moved to pick it up, but Hobert stopped her. He approached with his cane and nudged the box open. Inside was a pigeon stabbed to death with a dagger. Furs frowned. "Whose prank is this?" She wasn't afraid of such things. Hobert chuckled, shaking his head, "These people are so childish." Furs noticed, there seems to be a letter inside. Without even looking at it, Hobert closed the box decisively and tossed it into a nearby trash can. After closing the door again, Furs seemed to understand. "Is it because of Bob's case?" Hobert nodded. "It seems they know I'm back. I suggest you 2 move out tomorrow, their methods will only get more despicable. Now is not the time for us to leave." Zio said, "With us here, the 3 of us can take turns resting at night." Furs agreed, "Yes, if we didn't know, it would be one thing, but now that we do, we can't just walk away." Hobert smiled, "After you leave, I'll stay at home for a couple of days. Let's see who dares to send such things to a general's house." Zio and Furs exchanged glances. It seemed like a plan. "Let's proceed with tonight's operation first," Hobert said. "We'll discuss the rest tomorrow." By late evening, the 3 boarded a carriage that often worked with Zio. Around 10 o'clock at night, Hobert and his group arrived at the courtyard wall of a textile factory. Inside the carriage, Zio reiterated the plan they had made during the day. Then they began their operation. Hobert and Zio climbed over the wall, while Furs opened the door directly. The workshop area was already darkened. After all, this was an era of gas lamps and steam-powered machinery, not yet capable of running 24 hours a day. Led by Zio, they arrived in front of the dormitory where the cultists resided. There were 2 dogs here, but Zio had prepared by tossing them some meaty bones. The dogs were too busy with the bones to pay attention to Hobert and the others. Hobert and Furs lay in ambush outside the window, while Zio agilely climbed into the dormitory from the 2nd floor, reaching the room where one of the cultists lived on the ground floor. Listening and hearing no movement inside, Zio kicked the door open, only to realize something was wrong. Instead of 2 people, there were 3 sitting on the edge of the bed, seemingly engaged in a quiet conversation in the dark. After Zio kicked open the door, they all turned to look at her. Scratching her head, Zio said, "Sorry, wrong room." She politely closed the door on them. The three inside the room stood stupefied for a second or two before one of them said, "Catch her." They rushed to the door, but just as they were about to open it, the door suddenly swung toward them. Zio hadn't left, she had heard them approach the door and kicked it hard, sending the door panel crashing into the three rushing out. At the same time, the window side suddenly became ethereal, and furs crossed through the window into the room. Immediately afterward, the window was smashed open, and Hobert jumped in with his cane. 3 against 3, they engaged in a fierce battle in the not-so-spacious room. Due to the chaotic scene, Hobert temporarily refrained from using his pistol, afraid of accidentally hitting Zio or Furs. Hobert's opponent was a skilled fighter, bare-handed against Hobert's cane, and under the blessing of the combat ring, they were evenly matched. As the fight continued, the opponent seemed to grow stronger. However, as a barbarian, Hobert had greater strength. He quickly adjusted his strategy, using his strength advantage to charge straight in. The opponent, without a weapon, could only resist Hobert's onslaught with his arms. Eventually, Hobert slammed him against the wall, kicking up dust and nearly making him cough up blood. Hobert charged again, and the opponent quickly dodged, not expecting Hobert to use the cane like a sword, leveraging his strength advantage to stab him through and pin him to the wall. Amid the opponent's screams, Hobert pulled out his pistol. Bang! He shot the opponent in close range in the head. The gunshot in the night was particularly loud, and the earlier sounds of fighting had already awakened many people. But upon hearing the gunshot, the factory workers who had intended to come out and see what was happening quickly retreated and locked the doors again. Meanwhile, the fight on Zio's side was nearing its end. Furz's opponent was the weakest, and despite Furs not being skilled in combat, she wasn't at a disadvantage. Hobert went to help Furs, rushing over to kick down her opponent, and then another shot to resolve the situation. Zio had already slashed her opponent's throat with a dagger. In just a minute or two, they had finished the fight. Of course, much of this was due to their surprise attack. Furs breathed a sigh of relief, lit a match, and lit a lamp to examine the faces of the three. Hobert's opponent was a prisoner. Although his abilities did not include combat skills, a prisoner was more likely to learn various murder techniques, including combat. Zio's opponent was a farmer, and Furz's opponent wasn't listed in the wanted list. He wore an expensive suit and didn't seem like a manager hiding 2 cultists. Hobert searched the opponent's body but found no identification or similar items. Not knowing the opponent's identity made him uneasy, so Hobert asked Zio and Furs to disguise the other 2 bodies, preparing to perform a spirit channeling on this stranger. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Unexpected Gains, Bonus 8. Chapter 156, Unexpected Gains. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The previous battle hadn't drained much of Hobert's strength, so he could calmly use the spirit necklace. The room immediately grew cold, and Hobert's eyes turned completely black. He saw the dissipating spirituality of the stranger, and the surroundings rapidly disappeared, transforming into a vast gray fog. Hobert grasped the other person's spirituality and began silently chanting in his heart, "Your name and identity. Your name and identity." After chanting 7 times, the gray fog revealed the scene Hobert wanted, a hand holding a document. The deceased man's name was Wayne, and he was an employee of the Fainapotter embassy. "You cannot carry this document with you, it will remain with me until your return to the country." A voice said, "You will disguise yourself as a merchant and cooperate with the ambassador's actions." The scene faded, and the gray fog returned. Hobert was stunned. Why would a Fainapotter spy be here? He then asked, "What was your purpose for coming here tonight? What was your purpose for coming here tonight?" The gray fog revealed another scene. Inside an office, a middle-aged man with Fainapotter's signature mustache and thinning hair angrily said, "The matter with Count Vincent is already frustrating enough, and now those 2 idiots are causing trouble at this time. Have them smuggled out from the dock tomorrow and send them to the southern continent. Never let them return." The scene disappeared, once again turning into the gray fog. Count Vincent. Could the theft at Count Vincent's estate be related to the Fainapotter embassy? As for those 2 cultists, Hobert had some guesses. To confirm his suspicions, he asked, "Who was the middle-aged man who appeared just now? Who was the middle-aged man who appeared just now?" The gray fog changed again, showing a lavish hall. The middle-aged man with the mustache appeared much younger than in the previous scene. A man in his 30s pointed at the middle-aged man and introduced him to Wayne. "This is Mr. Tim, the ambassador to the Lone Kingdom." The scene turned back into the gray fog. Hobert noticed that the man's spirituality had thinned due to the mediumship, which put his mind at ease. Exiting the mediumship, Zio and Furs had already packed up the body. One of the ladies had spent much time in the East Borough and was used to seeing dead bodies on the street, while the other had once been a surgeon, so neither was afraid of corpses. Hobert nodded to them. He and Zio carried the body while Furs led the way. Though Zio was short, she was quite strong, effortlessly carrying a body and walking swiftly. The gunshots from earlier had alerted the security personnel, but they didn't dare approach right away. It wasn't until the security captain arrived with a double-barreled shotgun that they came to investigate. By then, the only thing they found was a corpse with a shattered head, as Hobert and the others were already scaling the wall. It wasn't until they got into the carriage that Zio and Furz's faces started to relax into smiles. Zio smiled and said, "This mission went smoother than expected." Furz let out a breath. "Ever since meeting Hobert, I've been dragged into all kinds of fights." She smiled, "But I quite like it. We earn bounties and take down cultists." It was only then that they noticed Hobert's serious expression. Furz sensed something was wrong. "Did you discover something unusual during the mediumship?" Hobert leaned forward and whispered to Zio and Furz that stranger was a staff member at the Phaenopotter embassy, or more accurately, a spy. Zio and Furz didn't immediately react, which was understandable. Who would associate cultists with an embassy? After a few seconds, Furz reacted, "You mean that the cult is backed by the Phaenopotter kingdom?" Hobert nodded, "That's highly possible." A beat later, Zio caught on. "I've always heard that embassy staff from foreign countries often engage in espionage and sabotage. I never really believed it, but it turns out it's true. Phaenopotter embassy staff secretly organizing a cult in loan to disrupt our peace." There was a moment of silence in the carriage before Furz broke it. "What do we do now? Should we go hide in the countryside for a while?" While disrupting Phaenopotter's conspiracy and taking down cultists was satisfying, they were ultimately just a Sequence 8 and 2 Sequence 9s. If the Phaenopotter ambassador wanted to retaliate, he could easily have them killed without anyone knowing. "No, act like we know nothing." Hobert replied, "This mission has military backing, which is our protection. The Phaenopotter ambassador won't make a move on us lightly. After all, relations between Lone and Phaenopotter have never been good. The ambassador and his staff in Backlund are under tighter scrutiny than those from other countries. We might be watched for a while, but as long as we treat this mission as a simple cultist elimination, the ambassador won't make any trouble over a dead spy." Furz nodded. "If the ambassador retaliates, it only proves his connection to the spy." "Exactly," Hobert said, "so for now, I'll keep working at the law firm, one of you keeps thinking up new book ideas in your armchair, and the other keeps working as a bounty hunter." Furz looked at Hobert. "Were you about to say I've been slacking in my armchair?" "No," Hobert chuckled, "I know you're hard at work thinking of new stories." Zio turned to the window, stifling her laughter. After settling on their plan, they followed through, taking the two bodies to Zio and Furz's previous rental apartment. As for the information about Count Vincent revealed during the mediumship, Hobert didn't plan to share it with Zio and Furz. Hobert had a theory: the recent theft at Count Vincent's estate was likely orchestrated by the Phaenopotter ambassador. The reason was simple: it was a test for Count Vincent. Aside from sending a few petty thieves to rob Vincent's residence, Ambassador Tim probably had other ways of testing him, though Hobert wasn't sure what they were. As for why Count Vincent was being tested, Hobert could understand. It was clear Vincent was serving the king, likely helping George III construct one of his tombs. The Phaenopotter royal family, being arbiters themselves, had probably sensed something unusual in George III's recent actions. Hobert thought to himself, they might be the ones who least want to see George III become the Black Emperor. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Splitting the Money, Bonus 9. Chapter 157, Splitting the Money. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. By the time they arrived at Zio and Fur's rented apartment, the Beyonder characteristics of the two cultists had already precipitated. The Beyonder characteristic of the farmer was a clump of thick green liquid, resembling a glob of seaweed-filled water. The Beyonder characteristic of the prisoner appeared as a grayish stone mixed with some crystals, capable of reflecting light under illumination. Hobert carefully placed the Beyonder characteristics into prepared wooden boxes, and the three of them took turns resting. At dawn the next day, the carriage Zio had hired appeared at the door once again. This time, Hobert noticed that the coachman was a scruffy old man with a thin, disheveled beard and hair. The three of them rode the carriage, bringing the corpses to the mercenary club's entrance. Hobert went inside alone and headed to the third-floor information wall room to find the attendant, asking them to notify the issuer of the cultist bounty. While waiting in the reception hall on the first floor, Hobert had 2 cups of black tea and waited for over half an hour before a few people dressed in black formal attire sat across from him under the attendant's guidance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, their superior finally said, "We need to verify that you've caught the right people. They put up a fierce resistance when we tried to capture them, and they attempted to flee, so..." Hobert smiled. "The bodies are in the carriage outside." The superior nodded, not particularly concerned. Hobert led them outside, allowing Zio and Furz to step out of the carriage first, while 2 men in black formal suits got inside to examine the bodies. Queen's Avenue was mostly empty, with only a few passing carriages. Neither the nobles inside the carriages nor their drivers paid any attention to the 3 carriages parked on the wide street. The black-suited superior started chatting with Hobert as they stood by the carriage. So, it was you who broke into the Lobito textile factory and killed someone last night. Both Zio and Furs tensed up. They hadn't expected last night's operation to be discovered so quickly. You could say that, Hobert replied with a smile, careful not to reveal anything incriminating. A merchant from the Phaenopotter kingdom also died at the scene, the superior said nonchalantly as he lit a cigarette. He was with the cultists at the time, Hobert explained. But since he wasn't on the bounty list, we treated him as just another cultist. At this moment, the inspectors finished their examination and nodded to the superior as they removed their gloves. Good job, the superior said with a smile. I never liked him anyway. Taking a drag on his cigarette, he asked, after keeping the bodies for a while, did anything unusual happen? Hobert smiled, you're asking about the beyonder characteristics. The superior nodded. Since you know, I won't need to explain. Believe me, both of those characteristics will be hard to sell. Let me buy them from you. I've sold cultist beyonder characteristics once before at a mercenary club gathering, Hobert said, subtly indicating that he could attend such gatherings and that he knew the prices of beyonder characteristics. Name your price. How about £280 for each? Too cheap. Prisoner should be 300, and farmer 350. The superior was momentarily stunned, clearly surprised by Hobert's accurate knowledge of the prices. Your asking price is a bit high. After some friendly negotiation, they settled on 290 for the prisoner and 330 for the farmer. Once the price was agreed upon, Hobert took the wooden box from Furs, climbed into the superior's carriage, and completed the transaction. After counting the money and ensuring everything was in order, Hobert handed over the beyonder characteristics and the corpses. With a simple nod of acknowledgement, both parties parted ways. In the carriage, Zio and Furs watched as Hobert pulled out a stack of gold pounds. The sight of the large sum made both women's breathing grow slightly heavier. They weren't strangers to large sums of money, but it was rare for them to see over £1,000 in one go. Zio chuckled, this is definitely the most profitable job I've ever taken. The earnings from this job were equivalent to what she usually made in a year. Hobert smiled and said, now comes the most exciting part, splitting the profits. He continued, the bounty for the two cultists is 200 each, making a total of 400. The two beyonder characteristics sold for 620, so our total income is £1,020. I introduced the job to Zio, so taking a 5% broker fee isn't unreasonable, right? Not at all, Zio quickly replied. That's a very fair fee. For high-paying jobs like this, it was common for broker fees to reach 8% or even 10%. Hobert took out £51 for himself, and they began dividing the remaining 969. Zio took half, amounting to £484 and 10 soli, while Hobert and Furs each took a quarter, earning £242 and 5 soli apiece. With that, the task was successfully concluded, and the carriage headed towards Blanca Street. Furs asked Hobert, earlier, you mentioned having a lead on the main ingredient for Trickmaster. Hobert smiled and replied, I've already acquired it. If you're planning to advance soon, you'll only need to buy the supplementary materials. Furs smiled back, great. The earnings from this task, combined with her savings, were enough to pay for the main ingredient of Trickmaster. Hobert added, given the potential consequences of last night's operation, I suggest we stay together for a while, at least until the Phaenopotter embassy's surveillance ends or we're sure they aren't monitoring us. Furs nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. We can take turns keeping watch at night to prevent any ambushes. Zio also agreed, so their planned move was postponed by a few days. Back at 192 Blanca Street, since they hadn't rested well the previous night, Hobert and Furs went to sleep first, while Zio stayed in the living room reading a magazine and keeping an eye out for any potential surveillance. Around noon, Hobert woke up after a couple of hours of sleep, feeling refreshed. When he went downstairs, he found Zio preparing lunch. Sorry, Hobert, I only know how to make pasta, Zio said as she served Hobert a plate. The popular pasta in Lone was similar to what Hobert remembered as Italian pasta. The noodles were boiled, then mixed with salt and olive oil, mushrooms were added, and the dish was topped with either meat sauce or tomato sauce. Hobert smiled. When you're hungry, a big plate of pasta is perfect, though, I can't eat that much. Zio, a bit embarrassed, said, that's the portion I set aside for myself. Hobert finally understood why Zio was so strong, she could eat. After filling their stomachs, Hobert glanced at the clock, noticing it was already around 1 in the afternoon. Furs hasn't woken up yet. Let her sleep a little longer, Zio said while cleaning up the dishes. You should head to work. Once Furs wakes up, I'll take a nap. Hobert didn't argue, helped wipe the table, then grabbed his briefcase and left for the law firm. When he arrived at the office, Hobert received an official notice, and its contents surprised him. The court date has been moved up. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Demonstration, Bonus 10. Chapter 158, Demonstration. Generally speaking, cases in formal courts are sometimes postponed, but rarely are they moved up. Bob's case was originally scheduled for next Thursday, but now it has been moved to this Friday, which is the day after tomorrow. Originally, Hobert wanted to find a few witnesses, but now he has no time at all. Something's not right. Hobert immediately realized that something was very wrong. Just then, the receptionist from the law firm entered the office. "Lawyer Hobert, someone is looking for you." Oh. Hobert came to his senses, put away the official letter, pondering how to respond, and went to the reception room. In the reception room, there was a well-dressed butler who smiled and said, "Mr. Hobert, my master Mr. Arnold invites you to a dinner tonight. Here's the invitation." Hobert looked at the butler and suddenly understood. He smiled and said, "All right, I'll definitely go." The butler nodded slightly, politely bid farewell to Hobert. Hobert tossed the invitation on the desk, glanced at the official letter again, and realized this was a demonstration. He sat in his chair, crossed his arms, and began to ponder how to deal with it. 10 minutes later, he suddenly jumped up from his chair, threw on his coat, grabbed his briefcase and cane, and quickly left the law firm. As soon as he left, Hobert noticed 2 tailing men following him almost openly. This was also part of the demonstration. Hobert shook his head with a smile. If this had been in ancient times, when these people threatened his family and his life, he might have compromised. But now he wasn't compromising at all. If they pushed him too far, he might just storm Arnold's house and hang him from a lamppost. But it wasn't time to flip the table yet. Back at the rental house, Furs was dining, and Zio was yawning, preparing to nap again after a little more preparation. Furs saw Hobert. "Is it only a few points? You're off work already." "I have urgent matters." Hobert said, "Zio, I'll take up your rest time to give you an urgent commission." He handed her a neatly arranged note. "Remember Arnold, the employer of my client Bob?" Zio put down her magazine. "I remember." Hobert said, "The names on the note are former employees of Arnold's factory. Go find them as quickly as possible. It's okay if you don't find them all, 4 or 5 will do. Then ask them to testify in court on Friday. You can give them some money, but when you give them money, make it clear that it's compensation for their lost wages, not for testifying." As he spoke, he took out £30 in cash. "This is the commission for this task." Zio took 20. "This will do," she said, putting on her hat and leaving immediately. Hobert then turned to Furs, who was eating slowly. "I have a commission for you too. Go to Viscount Glaint's mansion and inform him and Miss Audrey that I will hold an emergency meeting of the Justice League tomorrow morning." He took out a £2 note from his wallet as he spoke. Furs, however, only took out £1. "It's just delivering a message, £1 is enough." She began to speed up her meal. Hobert said hello and left immediately, with the 2 tailing men arrogantly smoking at his doorstep. Hobert walked forward as if nothing had happened. As he passed them, Hobert suddenly approached them, lifted his foot, and stomped hard. Crunch. The sound of the arch bone breaking. The stomped man yelled in pain, hopping around holding his foot. The other tailing man hadn't figured out what was going on yet, and Hobert lifted his foot again and stomped hard. So there were 2 people on the street hopping around holding their feet. Hobert smiled and shook his head. "Sorry for stepping on your feet. Please watch where you're walking in the future, or I might accidentally step on your heads." After saying that, Hobert called a cab and left, leaving behind 2 crying men holding their feet. Passers-by on the street were puzzled. It was just a footstep, why were they in so much pain? Hobert took a cab to Obsidian Bar, gave the bartender a tip, and asked him to bring Daily Simone over. Several minutes later, a black-haired woman in her 30s followed the bartender back. "Let me introduce myself, Loretta, your new contact." She had a decent appearance and dressed somewhat masculine, giving her a unique sense of androgynous beauty. Hobert was stunned. "Where's Miss Daly? She didn't quit her job because she couldn't save Dunn, did she?" Loretta whispered. "She joined the Red Gloves and just left today. I'll be your contact from now on." Hobert nodded slowly. "I understand. Hello, Ms. Loretta, I'm Hobert. I believe I don't need to introduce myself too thoroughly, right?" "No need." Loretta smiled. "You're a special case in the entire Nighthawks team of the Lone Kingdom." She asked, "It's not payday yet. What's the matter?" Hobert smiled bitterly. "Who told you I was so eager to get paid?" He asked back, "Do you know about Bob's case?" "I've heard of it. Recently, the defendant Arnold is using some despicable means to try to win the lawsuit." Hobert said, "I want you guys to protect Mr. Bob closely in the next day or 2. If he dies, this lawsuit won't go on." Loretta said, "The church also attaches great importance to this case. I believe the captain will send someone to protect Mr. Bob after receiving your message." Hobert picked up his cane, ready to get up. "Then I'll leave it to you." Then he suddenly remembered, "By the way, when I met Kalangos before, please ask Captain Thomas to help me pick up my cane that I left at the scene. I forgot to ask when I went to the security company last time. Is the cane with you? Loretta was stunned. There was no cane at the scene. It's a black sandalwood stick. There's no black sandalwood stick. Loretta said, I was at the scene at the time, and the captain mentioned this, and didn't find the cane you mentioned. Hobert had a bad feeling someone picked it up. At the time, the home was in a terrible mess, and the people who looked around were probably only going to scream and run away at a glance, with only a small probability of taking them away. The greater likelihood is that someone has taken away the cane for a clear purpose. This was the second would-have order that couldn't be completely recovered. If it weren't for its high level and sufficient anti-divination properties, Hobert would have considered joining the Nighthawks team completely now. Loretta asked, is that cane special? Nothing. Hobert smiled, I just suddenly remembered this. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Refutation of the Elite Social Theory. Chapter 159, Refutation of the Elite Social Theory. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. After bidding farewell to Loretta, Hobert took a carriage to the poorhouse, informing Bob that the court session had been moved up, and that he should be prepared. Next, he headed to the Steam Church to seek support from a cancer. Hobert requested the clergy in the church to pass on a message, and after waiting for about 10 minutes, Captain Acancer of the Machinery Hive Mind emerged from a door inside the church. His hair seemed even fluffier than before, perhaps because he had recently used roads again. Hobert sighed inwardly, what a tragedy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two sat down in adjacent seats. Hobert said, the court session for Bob's case has been suddenly moved up. Captain Acancer was stunned at first, then became slightly irritated and said, how can the legal system of the Lone Kingdom allow such manipulation? That legal system wasn't designed to protect workers' rights, Hobert smiled. I am currently quite weak and in need of your help. Captain Acancer, however, seemed a bit deflated. If it's about ensuring your personal safety or helping you gather information, that's not an issue. But if it means opposing all the powerful people in the Lone Kingdom, we might get expelled from Lone. Hobert had found the Church of Steam and Machinery's bottom line. Don't exaggerate the conflict so much. We're not opposing anyone, we're just asking for reasonable rights. He continued, I'm not asking you to do anything that would provoke the Lone Kingdom. I just hope your church can report this matter truthfully. Regardless of the outcome of the trial, I estimate that Arnold and his people will use the newspapers and other propaganda tools to smear us. If that happens, all my efforts will be in vain. But if the facts are reported, this case could serve as a precedent. Workers, when faced with similar situations, will know how to defend their rights. Captain Acancer nodded. That's not a problem. I'll speak to the Archbishop about this matter soon. I don't think he will oppose it. Looking at the church's emblem made of gears and compasses, Hobert asked, Captain Acancer, what kind of era are we living in? Is it civilized or uncivilized? Captain Acancer was momentarily taken aback but didn't get the chance to answer before Hobert rose to leave. After watching Hobert depart, Captain Acancer remained seated in the church for a long time. On the surface, it seemed that the Lone Kingdom had reached an unprecedented level of civilization. But why did this unprecedented civilization seem so fragile? So savage? Around 5:30 p.m., Hobert arrived at the banquet as scheduled. The banquet was not held at Arnold's residence but at the Lone Kingdom Grand Hotel, which was publicly touted as the most luxurious hotel in the world. The carriages arriving here were mostly noble ones bearing family crests, with the lowest tier being finely crafted private carriages. Hobert's hired cab stood out conspicuously, and even the doorman doubted his eyes for a moment. Upon dismounting, Hobert saw the hotel's vast front courtyard, complete with fountains, statues, landscaping, and a large area of lawn. Opening the door to the hotel was like stepping into a museum. The furnishings in the lobby were all works of art, and the murals on the walls and ceiling were exquisitely detailed. Hobert looked coldly at everything in front of him, it was all a display of power aimed directly at him. The butler who had previously invited Hobert was already waiting in the lobby. Mr. Hobert, this way, please. Led by the butler, Hobert arrived at a massive dining room. In the center of the room was a long table that could seat dozens. More than 20 people were already seated by the windows. Some were plump, some had calculating eyes, some coldly scrutinized Hobert, while others wore smiles. However, near the door, only one chair had been prepared for Hobert, as if to subconsciously remind him, you are alone. Hobert smiled and said, Lone Kingdom has a tradition, the more distinguished the guest, the later they arrive. You all have arrived early, which is overly polite. With that, he calmly hung his coat on the rack, pulled out his chair, and confidently sat down opposite the 20 or so people. Hobert's display of confidence caused Arnold and the others, who had meticulously planned the setting, to feel slightly disoriented. The middle-aged man sitting across from Hobert smiled and said, allow me to introduce myself. I am Gustav, the president of the Backlund Chamber of Commerce. Hello. I've heard of an interesting theory from Emperor Roselle, Gustav said. Nature follows the law of survival of the fittest. All weak and unfit animals are eliminated, while the strong ones thrive, becoming more and more suited to nature. Their species also become stronger. He smiled and continued, Mr. Hobert, the human world follows the same law. Some people are weak and should be eliminated, while others are strong and deserve better development. Eventually, only the strong will remain in the human world. At that time, human civilization will be more prosperous and powerful because everyone who contributes to it will be strong. There's no denying that Emperor Roselle's theory explains much of the evolutionary process for most species, Hobert smiled. But are the people present here beasts? Are we living in a jungle? Hobert spread his hands. The reason humanity built civilization, while curly-haired baboons did not, is entirely due to our humanitarian care. We understand how to care for and help our fellow humans, and only by growing together can we truly call it civilization. A world where the strong prey on the weak, devoid of any moral baseline, would push humanity to the brink of collapse. A society made up of only a few so-called elites is bound to be one of false prosperity and strength. Under this theory, without the contrast of the so-called weak, the struggles of these elites would continue. They would all believe themselves to be the true strong ones. And Mr. Gustav, your theory gives them the justification to mercilessly attack one another. An internally conflicted society with no moral compass, is that what you call civilized? The smile on Gustav's face vanished, and he stared intently at Hobert, like a viper eyeing its prey. Hobert stared back, his eyes full of mockery, which only made Gustav even more uncomfortable. But to maintain decorum, he restrained himself from lashing out immediately. At this moment, a gaunt middle-aged man sitting next to Gustav spoke up. Mr. Hobert, are you familiar with the latest discoveries in medicine? Not much. Have you heard of a major new discovery in anatomy? Which discovery are you referring to? The gaunt man smiled. Of course, the new discovery in the anatomy of the human head. He continued, a university professor dissected the heads of people from the southern continent, the Rorstad archipelago, and Lone, and found that the brain capacity of southern continent people is noticeably smaller than that of Lone people. He also discovered that the skull structure of people from the Rorstad archipelago includes an additional feature. The professor believes that this extra brain structure is what makes them more inclined to obey. Humans are not all the same, even physiologically. Otherwise, why do thieves and criminals always appear in Backlund's East Borough, while residents of Empress Borough and West Borough never steal? Hobert smiled. Sir, your theory is cloaked in scientific terminology, but it's entirely a subjective, idealistic argument. Or rather, it's a theory invented by lone people to justify the enslavement of the southern continent and Rorstad archipelago people. Chapter 160, No Compromise. Chapter 160, No Compromise. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert retorted, all humans share a common ancestry, this is a consensus across all societies and religions. So, does it make sense that some are thriving while others are enslaved? Does it align with moral principles? If we don't use theories like racial differentiation to justify aggression and slavery, it would create immense psychological pressure on both the aggressors and those enslaved. And this gentleman's idealistic theory justifies the immorality of some people, providing them with legal grounds. Ignoring the grimaces of those opposite, he continued, as for why people from the Rorstad archipelago seem more submissive, it's purely due to their island culture. People living on islands often face attacks from storms, heavy rains, and tsunamis. They frequently sacrifice personal interests and must exhibit high organization to combat these disasters. Do you understand now? For survival, they can only choose submission, those who disobey have long perished. For a person from the 21st century, his knowledge of anthropology far exceeded that of the elites of Lone Kingdom. As for why criminals frequently emerge in the East Borough, Hobert solemnly declared, no one is born a criminal, they must survive, they must live. The space you leave for them to survive is too small, they can only break moral constraints and take risks to survive. If they could have everything they wanted from birth and meet all the demands society imposes on them, who would risk their lives rather than enjoy a good life? Enough. Suddenly, Gustav coldly interjected, continuing this debate is meaningless. Hobert shrugged. It was they who had initially planned to use evolutionary and racial differentiation theories to mock and admonish him for his current efforts to help the weak. Now that Hobert had rendered them speechless, it seemed pointless. Gustav reminded Hobert once more, you are alone. No, Hobert smiled, I have hundreds of thousands of proletarians behind me. Do you expect those rough workers? Gustav chuckled, don't be foolish, young man. Your current actions do not serve the interests of lone gentlemen and will be eliminated. It's just a legitimate request for one's own rights, I don't see anything wrong with it, Hobert replied. And the trend of the times isn't dictated by so-called gentlemen like you. Your methods make me think that in the near future, there will be a nation brave enough to acknowledge the equality of personality and uphold the interests of the weak. This nation will definitely not be Lone Kingdom, because the street lamps here are too short to hang people on. Gustav and the others were stunned, not quite understanding Hobert's meaning. Hobert stood up and said, I think we don't need to dine together. It will only widen our differences. Arnold, who had been silent all along, suddenly said in a mocking tone, you might as well stay and taste the food here. If you miss this chance, you'll never be able to dine here again in your life. Hobert smiled and shook his head. I know you want to intimidate me with the luxury and sophistication here, but I can tell you, I sensed your insecurity the moment I walked in. Yes, you're afraid, that's why you're preparing to pressure me psychologically. In fact, you're more afraid of the workers opposing you than anyone else. Hobert put on his coat, picked up his cane, and said simply, one common-sense lesson for you, contempt is the fiercest attack. With that, he waved briefly and left the restaurant. The atmosphere in the restaurant remained heavy for a full minute. Gustav sneered, since he's so ignorant of respect, there's no need to consider the face of a general. Arnold nodded, rest assured, leave it to me. Tonight, I'll show him how formidable we are. Hobert walked a long way before finding a rental carriage. Inside the carriage, Hobert felt a profound alignment between his spirit and the potion of the barbarian, as if something had shattered in the void. The experience just now had actually completely digested the barbarian's potion. T/N, I thought it was digested in the 0-08 fight. In his joy, Hobert chuckled to himself, the danger level of the barbarian is no less than that of the provoker sequence, challenging mainstream culture and interest groups to quickly digest potions. Or challenging grade 0 sealed artifacts, or challenging strong individuals at this level, can also quickly digest potions. These methods are all about risking death, or hovering on the edge of death. Without these challenges, it might take 1 or 2 years to digest potions through daily acting. Although Hobert had now digested the potion, he planned to end Bob's lawsuit and then take the Sequence 7 potion. Advancing from Sequence 8 to Sequence 7 was a hurdle for any Beyonder. It would be best to thoroughly digest the potion before acting again to achieve a higher spirituality and potion alignment, reaching the best state to use the potion of the briber. Bob's case was a good opportunity for acting. He would face enormous pressure again, challenging the existing order and unspoken rules. Secondly, if he took the potion in the past 1 or 2 days, the overflow of spirituality would impose a huge burden on his spirit body, making him unable to focus on the current case. As his thoughts churned, Hobert arrived at Blanca Street in Sherwood Borough. The attire of pedestrians on the street wasn't particularly luxurious, but it maintained a basic decency. Shops lined both sides of the street, giving it a bustling appearance. Compared to the Lone Kingdom Grand Hotel, just now, this street had more vitality, but these two places seemed like two different worlds, one a magnificent palace and the other an environment where ordinary people lived. Returning to number 192, Furs was cooking, and Zio had just returned, sitting at the dining table waiting for dinner. Hobert sniffed and smelled fried fish. Great, I didn't miss dinner after all. Zio swallowed saliva, trying hard not to look towards the kitchen. I've sent out all the tasks. We should have news by tomorrow. Hobert nodded. Furs came over with a sizzling frying pan. Today, I bought 3 large yellow croakers with the reward Hobert gave me. Haha, it's been a long time since I've had this delicious dish. Hobert took a deep breath, as if returning to earthly life. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, The Door Made of Gold, Bonus 1. Chapter 161, The Door Made of Gold. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Jonathan Gages for joining, 5 more bonus CHP. Furz's culinary skills exceeded Hobert's expectations by far. At least her pan-fried yellow croaker was tender and fresh, comparable to the level of chefs in Hobert's household. The only drawback was the bread, which didn't quite complement the dish. Rice or biscuits would have enhanced the flavors. Nevertheless, Hobert still ate until he was satisfied. After dinner, they chatted for a while and confirmed their respective night shifts. Furs would take the first shift from 8 p.m. to midnight. Hobert would take the second shift from midnight to 3 a.m., and Zio would cover from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. At 6 a.m., Furs would wake up to prepare breakfast, while Zio could get some more rest. Back in his room before 8 p.m., Hobert lay on his bed staring at the ceiling, mentally simulating his defense strategy for the upcoming court hearing. At 9 p.m., just as Hobert was about to try falling asleep, he suddenly heard Furs blow a whistle in the second-floor hallway. Hobert jumped up, grabbed his cane and psychological spoon, and rushed out. As he ran, he wondered why his intuition hadn't sensed any danger beforehand. Outside his bedroom door, Hobert saw Furs fighting 2 thugs in their pajamas. Zio also came out, and the 3 easily subdued the 2 thugs with just a few punches and kicks. Hobert prodded one of the thugs with his cane, demanding, "Who sent you?" The thug twitched on the ground. Hobert realized something was wrong and quickly turned him over, but the thug was already foaming at the mouth, dead. Checking the other thug revealed the same outcome, dead. The three exchanged looks. They hadn't intended to kill them. Zio scratched his head. They were too fragile. Furs asked, did the Fenepotter embassy send these two to kill us? If they meant to show contempt for us, they've succeeded. Hobert stood up. Perhaps. Perhaps they were sent by Arnold. Furs nodded. That's very likely. He doesn't know we are Beyonders, he probably just thinks we're three young people. Hence, he sent such low-quality thugs to scare us. Zio asked, what do we do now? Cover up the bodies or call the police? Call the police, Hobert smiled. After all. He suddenly paused. Wait, we can't call the police. These bastards are quite cunning. Before Furs and Zio could grasp his meaning, they heard someone downstairs shouting, Police of Lone, open up. As they shouted, they pounded on the door. Hobert said to Furs and Zio, buy me half a minute, pretend nothing happened. Without waiting for their response, he grabbed each body and carried them back to his room. Furs and Zio waited a few more seconds until the person outside threatened to break down the door. Furs then said, who's there? Who's knocking at this late hour? Lone police. Open up. Someone reported hearing a fight in your house. Furs and Zio immediately realized something was wrong, the lone police had arrived too quickly. Furs descended the stairs calmly. You've got it wrong. There was a fight in the neighboring room. Break the door. Break the door. Bang. The wooden door couldn't withstand a single hit and was immediately broken down by 5 lone police officers who stormed in. Furs calmly said, I will sue you for illegal entry into a private residence. The officer in front said, we are conducting official duties. Zio added, my arbiter says you're trespassing. The petite Zio suddenly seemed taller and more authoritative to the lone police officers, who hesitated and took 2 steps back. Arbiter's decision is invalid. A middle-aged man in a trench coat and hat entered, you have no authority to arbitrate the actions of law enforcement officers. The lone police officers immediately felt the mental pressure dissipate. Zio frowned. This middle-aged man seemed to be an arbiter too. The middle-aged man smiled, you can call me Chief Rotter. The 2 who entered your home just now were likely 2 criminals, and we must arrest them immediately to ensure your safety. Then he turned to his subordinates, search. Wait, Zio asked, do you have a search warrant? Chief Rotter said, this is just a routine search, no warrant is required. Is it necessary to search an inspector's home without a warrant? Hobert asked coldly as he descended the stairs. Furs and Zio breathed a sigh of relief and made way for Hobert to come down. Chief Rotter smiled, perhaps a superintendent lived here before, but now it's just an ordinary house. Hobert calmly took out his credentials. Chief Rotter was a bit dumbfounded. Why hadn't anyone told him that today's target was an inspector? Wasn't he a lawyer? How could a lawyer have an inspector's credentials? He carefully examined the credentials, confirmed they were not forged, and reluctantly said, Chief Hobert, for your safety, we must still search for those 2 thugs. All right, I'll let you search, Hobert smiled. His easy acceptance surprised Chief Rotter. But you barged into my home so rudely. If you find nothing, you owe me an explanation, right? Chief Rotter asked, what are your demands? Hobert pointed to the doorway, compensate for my door. 100 pounds. No problem. Chief Rotter thought, a door made of gold. Worth 100 pounds. He knew Hobert was extorting them, but he dared not say anything now. He could only bring out more than 70 pounds from his wallet, collect a bit more from his subordinates, and finally write an IOU for 12 pounds. Only then did Hobert let them leave. T/N, the purchasing power of £1 is $132. He owes $13,200 for a door. Chapter 162, Dirty Tricks, Bonus 2. Chapter 162, Dirty Tricks. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The broken latch on the door slammed shut as Hobert turned to Zio and Furs. Pack your things, we're moving somewhere else for a couple of days. Furs asked, where are we going? To Blackthorn Security Company. Quickly, before they realize. The 3 of them grabbed a change of clothes and secured the door with iron wire before boarding a rented carriage and leaving. Once on the carriage, Zio asked, what were they trying to search for when they wanted to come in earlier? Why were they so urgent? Obviously, they were searching for those 2 corpses, Hobert smiled. I almost fell for their trick. Zio countered, but didn't burglars break into our house? We're the victims here. That's one way to put it, but there's plenty of room for maneuvering, Hobert said. As a lawyer, it's standard procedure to report deaths at home. As long as investigators classify the deaths as part of a home invasion or similar crime, it's self-defense. We can be released on bail tomorrow. But the problem lies here, Hobert continued. According to regulations, the classification of self-defense can't exceed 5 working days. If it's deemed self-defense, I can be released immediately, and if the victim's family doesn't file a lawsuit within a month, they'll even refund the bail money. Hobert chuckled. They were ready to exploit this 5-day loophole. They know as a lawyer, it's hard to pin intentional murder on me during questioning. And in my experience, determinations on self-defense are usually quick. Knowing this, they can use my understanding to delay the investigation, Hobert explained. For instance, if they want to mess with me, they can declare it self-defense after Bob's trial ends. But by then, even if I get bail, what's the use? So I can't call the police or let them find the bodies. Hobert couldn't help but laugh at the irony of playing this loophole game with someone like him, a lawyer who loves exploiting loopholes. After a moment of silence in the carriage, Furs suddenly exclaimed, "I have to write this incident into my new book. This courtroom duel outside the courtroom is just too exciting." Zio nodded slightly in agreement with his friend's words, then belatedly asked, "What about the bodies? Where did they go?" "I used some mystical means to hide the bodies. After the trial, I'll deal with them," Hobert explained casually, as if hiding 2 bodies wasn't too difficult for someone with his extensive knowledge of mysticism. In the eyes of Zio and Furs, Hobert possessed rich knowledge of mysticism, so hiding 2 bodies seemed like child's play to him. When the rented carriage arrived at the front of Blackthorn Security Company, the 3 got off the carriage and glanced at the 2 carriages following behind. They had noticed these 2 carriages long ago and knew they were being followed, but they didn't take it seriously. Hobert walked to the front and knocked on the door. He glanced at the 6 or 7 people who got down from the 2 carriages behind them. If these people tried anything here, they were asking for trouble. After knocking for a minute, Loretta, whom he had seen at the Obsidian Bar, yawned and opened the door. She looked slightly surprised to see Hobert first. "Didn't I say today isn't payday? I'm not here for wages." Hobert sighed. "Let us in." Loretta also noticed the people outside and let Hobert and the others into the house. Thunk. The door closed. Hobert said, "Is Captain Thomas here?" "He just received a report that someone attacked Bob, and he and Borges went to check," Loretta replied. Hobert was taken aback. "How's Bob? Was he hurt?" "No, after we met this afternoon, 2 colleagues have been protecting Bob. Although there was an attack, it was stopped at the beginning," Loretta explained. Hobert glanced at the lady. Did she always talk like this? He sat on the sofa and tested its hardness. "We'll be sleeping here tonight and tomorrow night." Loretta looked outside. "Were you attacked too? These people are too audacious." "Fortunately, I didn't block their way to make money," Hobert chuckled. "If you think you don't have enough manpower to protect us, I suggest you inform the machinery hive mind. Captain Acancer promised to ensure my safety." "I'll report to him when the captain returns," Loretta said. "I'll go find some blankets for you." Zio and Furs, who had been following Hobert closely, exchanged glances. They had already understood from Hobert and Loretta's conversation that this was the territory of official Beyonders. For them, it was somewhat magical that 2 wild Beyonders were now under the protection of official Beyonders. After getting the blankets, Hobert pointed to another sofa and said to the visibly restrained Zio and Furs, "Sleep here. We're absolutely safe here." If anyone wanted to attack the Nighthawks team's headquarters, it would be good news for Hobert. Arnold, as a defendant, might not even be able to appear in court the day after tomorrow. There was no conversation that night, and Thomas didn't return until the next day. He was a spirit warlock, sequence 5 of the Sleepless Pathway, and could stay awake for 3 days and nights without feeling tired. It's just that his hairline was much better than Dunn's. Having spent the night on the sofa, Hobert stretched and realized that the bed was much more comfortable than the sofa. Hobert and Thomas chatted for a while, and Thomas expressed the church's support for Hobert, similar to Captain Acancer's promise, ensuring Hobert's safety. After a quick wash in the washroom, Hobert put on his overcoat, and with Zio and Furs already prepared, they left together. But this time, they were accompanied by Borgia, who ensured their safety. Borgia was a sequence 8, not as strong as Hobert in combat, but his presence by Hobert's side was a statement from the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Hobert believed that Arnold and the others, as long as they were still sane, wouldn't attack him at this time. The 4 of them took a carriage from the church to Viscount Glaint's mansion. Borgia was invited to the living room for tea, while Hobert, Zio, and Furs went to the study for an emergency meeting of the Justice League. In the study, Hobert noticed a young man sitting behind Viscount Glaint. He didn't expect Glaint to recruit a new member so quickly. Viscount Glaint introduced, "This is Hobert, Zio, and Furs, 3 of the other founders of the Justice League." He continued, "This is Carl Vincent, the younger son of Count Vincent." Chapter 163, Chapter 163 New Member Initiation Ceremony, Bonus 3. Chapter 163 New Member Initiation Ceremony. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Backlund West Borough, in the living room of Arnold's house. In the spacious living room, there were over a dozen people sitting, standing, smoking cigars or cigarettes. They had gathered together last night, waiting for news of Hobert's arrest, but the situation far exceeded their expectations. There was no body found at Hobert's residence. Wasn't it Arnold who spent £600 to hire 2 bodies? And Arnold's subordinates saw them break into Hobert's residence with their own eyes, so how did they disappear into thin air? While Arnold and his men were still processing this, Hobert had taken refuge in a security company because the security company wasn't well known. They were just about to force their way in when Mr. Kenneth arrived and stopped them. By the time the sun rose, everyone was tired and no better plans were discussed. At this moment, Arnold's subordinate came to report. Hobert went to Viscount Glaint's mansion. Gustav frowned slightly. "Arnold, why didn't you tell us earlier?" Hobert still knows some nobles. In today's kingdom of Loan, the most powerful people are still the nobles. Arnold was sweating coldly. "President, I really didn't know." One of Arnold's friends defended him. "President, this Viscount Glaint only inherited his title last year due to his father's sudden death. He hasn't fully inherited the connections of the old Viscount Glaint, so he hasn't had a proper job and can only be considered a fallen noble. Today's nobles are divided into 2 types, those with power, who are the targets of flattery among the present company, and those fallen nobles, who aren't so unattainable to these merchants." Gustav glanced at the 2 who had just spoken. "Don't you feel that we're having a hard time dealing with Hobert? Originally, we wanted to intimidate him with our wealth and power, but Hobert wasn't scared at all and turned the tables on us. Then they tried to play dirty, but failed again, and neither Hobert nor Bob was harmed." Arnold asked somewhat stubbornly, "Mr. Kenneth, can't we just break into the Blackthorn Security Company and take Hobert away?" Kenneth, a 30-something man with a long face, had to explain again more clearly. "Let me put it this way, breaking into Blackthorn Security Company to arrest someone is like breaking into the Church of the Evernight Goddess to arrest a clergyman." Arnold suddenly realized, so this security company belongs to the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Kenneth couldn't be bothered to explain further. "Anyway, if you go to Blackthorn Security Company to arrest someone, the Duke will no longer assist you in this matter." Everyone looked at each other, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Then they began to curse Hobert for being cunning and finding such a place to hide. Kenneth added, "There's no need for these unsavory methods anymore. Since we've already hired Mr. Hugo, I believe even if we defend Hobert openly in court, would a famous lawyer lose to an unknown small lawyer?" The people around immediately flattered. "Mr. Kenneth is right. Even if he knows the Viscount, he's just a small lawyer." Mr. Kenneth's reminder makes us realize our stupidity. We could have won in court, why did we spend so much effort trying to deal with that small lawyer outside the court? Arnold didn't say anything. He had witnessed Hobert's defense process himself. With courage and wit, whether he could win the lawsuit or not, he really had no idea. Carl Vincent politely shook hands with Hobert and complimented Fur's beauty, and then praised the teenager, Zio, for being able to join such a mysterious gathering. Zio smiled helplessly and didn't explain because he wasn't familiar. Furs tried hard to suppress a smile, while Hobert glanced at Glaint and seemed to say with his eyes, "Isn't this too direct?" In a previous accidental mercenary task, Hobert discovered the ring Glaint was looking for, in the possession of Count Vincent. During the last Justice League gathering, Viscount Glaint did not announce the mission of stealing the ruby ring, indicating he did not want to announce this task at the gathering, as well as the hidden side he has always maintained. Glaint smiled slightly and said ambiguously, "My father was good friends with Count Vincent, and our generation naturally continues this friendship." Hobert nodded and turned to Carl. "Are you sure you want to join the Justice League? Before you make your final decision, I must warn you. If you disclose the secrets of the Justice League, you will be immediately punished. If you want to withdraw, we will erase all your memories of the Justice League. Carl said, "I am sure I want to join the Justice League. Having received a clear answer, Hobert said to Glaint, "Prepare a room for me where I won't be disturbed." Glaint led them to a small reception room next to the study. After Glaint left, Hobert drew mysterious symbols on the table in the reception room and lit candles. After whispering a spell-like incantation, Hobert solemnly said to Carl, "Come to the altar." Carl was completely stunned by Hobert's actions, showing he didn't have much knowledge of mysticism. When Carl arrived, Hobert said, "Empty your spirit." As he spoke, he dripped Amantha essence distillate onto the candle. Under the influence of the drug, Carl immediately felt drowsy. At this point, Hobert used the psychological spoon ability. "In the years to come, if you intend to disclose any information about the Justice League, you will cry and slap yourself until you no longer have such intentions. If you are forced to speak under external influence, you will only tell your most disgraceful and least presentable memories, and at the same time, you will forget everything about the Justice League. With the assistance of Amantha essence distillate, the effect of this psychological suggestion was very good. Unless encountered by a demigod of the spectator pathway, it would be difficult to obtain information about the Justice League. Hobert first distorted the negative effects of the spoon, then patted Carl on the shoulder. Wake up. Carl shivered as if suddenly awakened. Is it over? It's over. Hobert reminded, remember, if you intend to leak, you will be punished immediately. Carl nodded repeatedly, having already put away his previous arrogance. After leaving, Glaint, who was waiting outside, asked Carl, how do you feel now? Nothing. Carl said, but the ritual just now was magical. It felt like I was flying into the sky and seeing one island after another made of clouds. You're right, Mr. Hobert is a master of mysticism. Following behind, Hobert smiled and shook his head. What Carl saw was perhaps his own mind island. Chapter 164, Chapter 164 Shock of the New Member, Bonus 4. Chapter 164 Shock of the New Member. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Returning to the study room, Audrey had already arrived. She smiled and greeted Glaint and the others before asking, Mr. Hobert, did the initiation ceremony go smoothly? Hobert nodded, very smoothly. That's great to hear. After everyone had taken their seats, Hobert spoke, let's begin. Let the new member introduce themselves first. Carl said, beautiful Audrey and two charming ladies, I'm Carl. I've been fascinated by mysticism since childhood, especially recently learning about some family matters. I hope to become an arbiter through gatherings of the Justice League. Zio and Furs were stunned for a moment, then realized, the Vincent family was a notable arbiter family. Sitting at the head, Hobert said, that's easy. Zio, do you have the potion formula for arbiter? Would you be willing to sell it? Zio hesitated slightly, yes, I would. Of course, she would. Rather than letting the potion formula gather dust, she preferred exchanging it for some pounds. Carl widened his eyes. He never expected the little girl in front of him to have the arbiter's potion formula. Hobert continued, the arbiter's potion formula is controlled by the royal families of Lone and Fainapotter, as well as nobles from both countries. It's a rare potion formula. But since it's needed by a member of the gathering, how about £300 as the market price? Carl, can you accept that? Carl nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. Too good to be true. He had only recently learned that becoming an arbiter would give him some status at home and a chance to compete for heirship. Though he wasn't valued much at home, £300 wasn't too difficult for him. Hobert asked Zio, would you accept? Zio smiled, I would. She hadn't expected to earn £300 right at the beginning of the gathering. Hobert added, I also have the main ingredients for arbiter, similarly priced at £320 according to the market. Previously, he had explained to Glaint that to prevent the potion formula from leaking, he had procured an extra 2 grams of crown jellyfish venom crystals, increasing the potion's cost. The additional 2 grams of crown jellyfish venom crystals would not be added to the potion, but stored by Glaint for future use. Therefore, Hobert was now asking for £320, without worrying about Glaint questioning him. Carl stood there completely dazed. He never imagined that the problem that had plagued him for months would be solved so easily at this seemingly low-end gathering of the Justice League. Hobert noticed Carl's expression and thought he might not have that much money. It made him a little speechless. He hadn't expected that a noble's son couldn't even get £600. If you don't plan to buy it, then wait until the next gathering to say it again. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Carl stood up excitedly. Sorry, I was shocked just now. I didn't expect to be able to buy the arbiter's potion formula and main ingredients so easily. I'll go back and get the money now. Not today, Hobert said. Come over the day after tomorrow morning, and Zio and I will hand over the potion formula and main ingredients to you. Carl nodded repeatedly, okay. Audrey smiled faintly beside him. She hadn't expected the Justice League to have such great power already, completing a trade for a Sequence 9 potion formula and main ingredients so quickly. It somewhat made her proud. The Justice League was visibly growing at a rapid pace. Next, let me explain why I called this meeting, Hobert said. First, let me briefly tell you about my experience yesterday. He then explained about the pretrial, the open surveillance, the call to the Lone Royal Hotel, and the nearly being framed at night. As he spoke, Hobert found 3 noble youth surprisingly excited. They had only seen such an exciting story in storybooks, especially Hobert's repeated counterattacks, which made them feel relieved and eager to join. Only then did the 3 noble youths start to feel a bit angry. Audrey frowned, I didn't expect Backlund to have such a dark side. Where there's light, there's darkness, Hobert smiled. I called this meeting to rally the power of the Justice League to help me win this lawsuit. You should all understand that this is a just act, and it also carries certain risks, so whether you want to participate is not mandatory, and of course, there is no compensation. But I think maintaining Backlund's justice is the best reward, after all, we are the Justice League. Audrey clenched her fist, since I listened to your defense, I have been working hard in this area. But I found that those kind gentlemen and ladies, as soon as they heard about this, immediately became indignant. This made it impossible for her to guide the topic in the direction she expected. Hobert said, "They are only kind because you haven't harmed their interests. Once you harm their interests, you will know how vicious they can be." Glaint also said, "I tried to persuade those wealthy and noble people who sided with Arnold, but..." He shook his head. "Our power is too weak." "You're going in the wrong direction," Hobert said. "First, don't rush to take sides. Second, don't intensify the conflict. The reason why so many people are helping Arnold now is because he has elevated this matter to a class conflict. But because our power is weak, we can't treat this case as a class conflict. We must try to portray this as Arnold's personal behavior. He's stingy and unwilling to compensate his employees' losses, which triggered this case. Use moral kidnapping to depict our actions as just and remember. Depict Arnold personally as despicable and shameless. Turn class conflicts into personal conflicts, and you won't encounter such resistance." Audrey brightened. "That's indeed a good idea. Why didn't I think of it?" Hobert thought to himself, "That's because you haven't read selected works of Mao Zedong. T/N, I heard this become nationalistic in later chapters." He said, "The trial is tomorrow. I hope that in the recent period, you will tell the nobility circle about Arnold's personal despicableness. Whether I win tomorrow or not, such propaganda should not stop, because I estimate that after tomorrow's trial, Arnold will vigorously smear me and my principles. With you forming a tide of discussion in the noble circle, it will be a great help to me." Chapter 165, Chapter 165 The First Joint Operation of the Justice League, Bonus 5. Chapter 165 The First Joint Operation of the Justice League. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for 40+ more chapters. Upon hearing Hobert's words, Audrey immediately responded, "There's a ball tonight that I was planning to decline, but now I've changed my mind." Glaint also chimed in, "I will do whatever I can to help." Hobert smiled, "In addition to your help, Zio and Furs are also assisting in finding witnesses. This is our Justice League's first joint operation." Audrey's eyes shimmered with an inexplicable brilliance. While the Tarot Club was prestigious, it felt elusive to her, whereas the Justice League and its members' experiences were tangible and enhanced her sense of involvement. The other members were also visibly excited, feeling a newfound closeness among them. Hobert smiled, "All right, enough about business. Let's move on to free exchange and trade." Audrey added, "Miss Zio and Miss Furs have completed the task I entrusted to you. They had traced Kalangos, which forced him to act prematurely, increasing the likelihood of exposure. And you both took on considerable risk. This is your reward," Audrey continued, surprising Carl, Kalangos. Vice Admiral Kalangos. For several days, the disappearance and alleged death of Admiral Kalangos in the storm had been reported. He was said to have prepared for a ball but was discovered and killed after a fierce battle. As for which ball he attended and why, the public was unaware. However, the three nobles present knew the answers to these questions. Carl, however, did not. Kalangos' death was related to Audrey, the most dazzling gem of Backlund, and the two ladies before him. Carl's astonishment pleased Audrey, who nearly disclosed her role in the event. "Yes," Audrey finally restrained herself, "we played a certain role in this matter." Upon seeing Audrey's reward, Zio and Furs couldn't help but smile. The risks they had taken made it all worthwhile. They then realized that since joining the Justice League, their income had doubled. Finally, they thought back to how difficult it would have been to escape without Hobert. Thus, Zio said to Hobert, "Thanks to you for stopping Kalangos' attack and misleading him. I think our reward should." Hobert waved his hand, "That was entirely coincidental. Even if I hadn't intervened, you would have found another way to escape. No need to thank me or split the reward with me." Carl once again scrutinized Hobert, reshaping his perception of the young lawyer, who could withstand attacks from Vice Admiral Kalangos, a pirate general widely recognized as one of the world's strongest. This excited Carl, who felt he was in the right place, even seeing his bright future ahead. Upon hearing Hobert's words, Zio and Furs did not insist further, and they made a verbal agreement with Hobert regarding the main materials for the sheriff and trickmaster. Carl fell completely silent, surprised that a single gathering had resulted in trades for 3 main materials. The other members also belatedly felt somewhat incredulous at achieving such fruitful results at only their second gathering. Audrey then brought up a new topic, "I hope to get clues about the psychology alchemist or the spectator pathway." Furs said, "Recently, I heard a clue about the psychology alchemists. It's a mysterious gathering held at the medical school. When they hold their next meeting, I'll invite you to join." Previously, in order to save Zio from imminent imprisonment, Furs had promised to help Audrey and Glaint find clues about the spectator and apothecary. At Mr. A's gathering, they obtained a clue about the apothecary and later completed the trade of the apothecary potion formula and main materials with Hobert. As for the clue about the spectator, it still remains elusive. All right, Audrey took out a painting she had prepared long ago. Hobert, this is a painting I specially made for you. I wish you success in your lawsuit. She presented a painting depicting a young lawyer laughing heartily, a reluctant judge, and a stern middle-aged lawyer. Thank you. Hobert examined the painting. I will hang it in the living room. He asked, does this painting have a name? Audrey shook her head, not yet. Hobert thought for a moment, then let's call it Shadows of the Court. As night fell, it was time again for Backlund's noble socializing. Their way of socializing was through balls, under various pretexts. Here, they exchanged political and commercial information within their circles. The ladies also kept busy, trying to help their husbands gain information and the favor of others in the circle. During their conversation, the ladies began discussing the recently much discussed industrial injury compensation case. They forgot who initiated the topic, but it was highly appropriate and reasonable. Through information obtained from other ladies, they speculated that Arnold had deceived them. Originally a profit-seeking merchant, he caused many workers injuries but refused compensation, thus concocting an incident where workers excessively demanded compensation. The credibility of this news was very high, based on their analysis of information inadvertently revealed by others. Watching the ladies, each seeming to have exclusive information, Audrey finally smiled slightly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ball, a group of noble youths also discussed the case. Viscount Glaint embellished Arnold's despicable methods but didn't mention the Backlund Chamber of Commerce's explicit support for Arnold. The young nobles also realized that Arnold had issues, and this case might not be as glorified as widely believed. As the ball neared its end, Audrey happened to meet Glaint. Both smiled brightly. After the ball, Audrey, who had battled continuously for 3 to 4 hours, finally relaxed. Sitting in the family carriage, Count Hall smiled and praised Audrey. My dear, your thinking was excellent. Then he said to his wife, our daughter has grown up, understanding how to avoid major conflicts. Audrey smiled, the wise Count Hall, nothing escapes your eyes. But you surely didn't know who gave me the inspiration. Count Hall was stunned. Wasn't this Audrey's own idea? Or was someone teaching Audrey how to do it? Glaint. It didn't seem like it. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Workplace Injury Compensation Case Opens. Chapter 166, Workplace Injury Compensation Case Opens. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Tonight, the reception hall of Blackthorn Security Company was bustling with more people than usual. In addition to Hobert, Zio, and Furzwall, Thomas decided to bring Bob along for protection. Apart from the Nighthawk squad, Captain Icancer of Machinery Hivemind personally led 3 members to ensure Hobert's safety. Meanwhile, Hobert made final preparations. Since the afternoon, he had gathered several willing witnesses. Now, his main concern was how to counter the defense strategies of the complex lawyers. Hobert had made numerous plans and considered various defense scenarios. Of course, he knew that no matter how thorough the preparation, performance on the spot was crucial. It wasn't until midnight that Hobert managed to force himself to sleep, needing to be well rested for the challenges of the next day. In the captain's office, Thomas and Icancer discussed whether Hobert could win the case. It looks difficult at the moment, Thomas said. After all, his opponent is a prominent lawyer. Icancer nodded. Actually, at this stage, even if there's no victory tomorrow, the issue of workplace injury compensation has received widespread attention. Thomas smiled. Hobert was right earlier. Arnold has been trying to escalate the situation, which is actually a very foolish move. Icancer sighed. Let's hope this incident can push for relevant legislation. Yes, Thomas agreed. If we can push for legislative changes, Hobert's efforts won't be in vain. Icancer waited for the right moment to add, Bishop Orimic hopes that after this incident, we can together pressure the Loan Council to amend related laws and add regulations that protect the interests of workers. I will convey Bishop Horimic's proposal, Thomas replied. Early Friday morning, under the protection of the Nighthawk squad and Machinery Hivemind, Hobert and his team arrived at the Backlund court. As soon as they entered, they noticed that the public gallery was filled with spectators. Among them were Bob's co-workers, members of the Justice League, noble offspring they brought along, Hobert's family including Christian, and the officers from the mercenaries club they hired. Also present were 2 of Hobert's close friends and the students who came with them. Additionally, there were many clergy members, gentlemen and ladies concerned about the case, and journalists from major newspapers. Also present were key members of the Backlund Chamber of Commerce and the journalists they invited. Upon entering, Hobert and Bob immediately received cheers and applause from everyone. Hobert warmly greeted them, occasionally interacting with those who shouted at him, seeming completely unfazed. After sitting down in the plaintiff's seat with Bob, Hobert immediately adjusted his mindset and made final preparations for his defense. When Arnold and his lawyer entered, they were greeted with cold stares and even some loud questioning from those outside the window who didn't have seats. Arnold, is compensation so difficult for you? Immediately, someone chimed in, yeah. I heard you even threatened the plaintiff and their lawyer. You've disgraced the gentlemen of Backlund. Some started heckling, chanting, Arnold, lose the case. Arnold, lose the case. The heckling grew louder, and the whole courtroom became restless. Facing the uproar in court, Arnold was somewhat surprised. Before entering, he had been quite confident because public opinion seemed to favor him. But why was the reality so different from the reports he had heard before? Hugo, the lawyer, suddenly felt the pressure. As an experienced attorney, he knew that a trial with so many spectators was almost like a public performance, where the judge's emotions could easily sway towards the prevailing sentiment. And now, the sentiment clearly favored the plaintiff. President Gustav of the Backlund Chamber of Commerce was surprised. Just before coming to court, he had just received news that some nobles seemed dissatisfied with Arnold's handling of the situation. This made Gustav suddenly realize that they had made a bit of a fuss about this matter. The atmosphere in court today deepened his concern. In fact, the initial hecklers were hired by Zio to create a stir. When it came to publicity, a group of lone kingdom magnates couldn't compete with a young man from the modern era. Hobert had witnessed how black could be turned into white and everyone believed it. Once the discussion started in court, it couldn't be stopped. People began discussing Arnold's hypocrisy and stinginess, but rarely mentioned the class conflicts triggered by the case. Gustav and others also realized their oversight. They had focused on promoting the matter in newspapers and among wealthy merchants and nobles, neglecting to control the public opinion of the courtroom. But now, realizing this was too late. At 8:30, as the judge appeared, the case officially began. Plaintiff's lawyer Hobert first presented his case, approaching it from the angle of intentional harm, outlining Arnold's charges. Towards the end, he said, I believe everyone has seen the scales behind the judge, which depict a balance with equal weights on both sides. Throughout history, the law has represented fairness and justice. But in the case of Backlund, it seems that someone like Arnold, driven solely by profit, is using the law as a weapon to conceal his unethical actions. And someone like Bob, who genuinely needs legal help, receives no assistance due to poverty. Since when did the law equate fairness with money? Is the law a balance of justice or a balance of money? My speech concludes. Applause immediately erupted in the courtroom. Hobert bowed slightly in gratitude to everyone. Next, it was Hugo's turn to speak. I hope the plaintiff's lawyer understands that this is a courtroom, not a place for moral judgment. He began to outline Arnold's innocence and presented a more sophisticated defense strategy. Arnold did not directly manage the factory, he entrusted the factory manager and workshop supervisors with management, so the charge of nonfeasance against Arnold did not stand. Finally, he called 3 factory workers to testify that production in the workshop was safe. Hobert requested permission to cross-examine the witnesses. Once granted, he asked one of the workers, do you have safety production prompts or reminders in your factory? The worker replied, we have an employee code of conduct that lists the dangers encountered during work. Hobert asked, could you recite a few items from the employee code of conduct regarding the hazards encountered during work? The worker chuckled, sir, we come to work, not to school. Then can you list a few dangers from the employee handbook that you mentioned earlier? Glancing at Arnold, the worker stumbled through listing several. Hobert searched through his folder and pulled out a sheet of paper. I have here the employee code of conduct, as described by the witness, which has 12 clauses, 9 of which elaborate on the consequences of theft and damage to public property, as well as the production of original components. There are also 2 job requirements, not safety requirements, but quality requirements. The last clause explains the leave system. I didn't see any reminders about safety production. May I ask this witness if what you just listed is really the content of your factory's employee code of conduct? Objection. Hugo, the lawyer, interjected. The opposing lawyer is using trap questioning. The objection is overruled. The plaintiff's lawyer may continue, the judge ruled. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, The Case Ascending into Ideology. Chapter 167, The Case Ascending into Ideology. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. After a round of questioning, Hobert concluded, did everyone hear that? There are absolutely no reminders about workplace safety in Arnold's factory. Even just a few phrases painted on the workshop walls with paint would suffice. As for what the opposing lawyer said, Arnold wasn't involved in management. However, Arnold is the legal owner of this factory, and he bears irremovable responsibility for everything that happens in the factory. After summarizing his statement, Hobert also called upon the witnesses he had found. After swearing to their respective deities, 5 witnesses successively proved that there were no reminders about workplace safety in Arnold's factory. Hugo began questioning the witnesses, asking only one question, do you know how to write the phrase, workplace safety? If so, please write it down. Only one worker wrote the crooked phrase, workplace safety, while the other 4 wrote phrases with incorrect grammar and spelling. That's already pretty good because they're workers who at least know some letters and phrases, Hugo shrugged. See, how many people can understand such reminders like workplace safety? What practical use do such slogans even have? This summary statement provoked laughter from Gustav and others, sounding like mockery or ridicule. I do, sir, one witness suddenly said. Although I can't write it, I would recognize it if I saw it. Hugo was taken aback. The other 3 witnesses chimed in, I know too. I recognize the phrase if I see it. Hugo immediately changed his line of questioning, asking, did anyone receive money or goods from the plaintiff's lawyer in return for testifying? The witnesses replied, yes, we did receive compensation for lost wages. The more questions Hugo asked, the more he realized that the witnesses' answers were flawless. He even began to suspect that Hobert had trained these people. Therefore, he set aside all his disdain and regarded Hobert as the most formidable opponent he had encountered to date. This is not to say that Hugo the lawyer's defense direction was flawed or slow. Rather, since becoming a lawyer, he had never handled a workers' case. He simply did not understand workers, or workers were just a concept to him. In Hugo's concept, workers were crude, ignorant, unreasonable, and entirely a group of curly-haired baboons. But he underestimated a person's determination to survive. Even if a person was ignorant, they would show a shrewd side when it came to survival. As described by Hobert yesterday afternoon, these 5 witnesses already understood that the outcome of this lawsuit would affect their future living environment. Therefore, today they were fully prepared. For Hugo, this was just a very lucrative lawsuit. Even the defense materials and finding witnesses were handled by his assistants, as usual. However, this lawsuit would be very difficult to win if conducted according to usual practices. In the first round of witness testimony, the plaintiff side had a slight advantage. During the second round of defense, Hugo made efforts to steer the defense in a direction where he excelled. The Lone Kingdom is most renowned for its freedom and democracy. T/N, it's a monarchy though. Although these 2 terms and their meanings were invented by the Intis Republic, they have been better practiced here. I believe it is Arnold's freedom to hire whomever he wishes to work for him, and it is Bob's freedom to decide whether to work in Arnold's factory. All of this is achieved on the premise of voluntary agreement. Now that Bob is injured, blaming Arnold entirely for all responsibilities is clearly an unreasonable demand. Hobert countered in defense, yes, freedom is a good word, but it must be restrained. The defendant's lawyer's idea of freedom includes the freedom to buy and sell locals as cattle in the southern continent, and the freedom to exploit locals without any bottom line in the Rorsted archipelago. Often, such freedoms represent the darkest side of human nature. The law is the bottom line of freedom, and Arnold's behavior has been without such restraint. My client had already entered into an employment relationship when he entered Mr. Arnold's factory. In this state, Mr. Arnold is responsible for the injury sustained by my client. The judge did not prevent them from engaging in ideological debate because this lawsuit already had a certain social significance. After looking at the judge's expression, Hugo continued, as a citizen of Lone, I have sufficient rights. My client only needs to be responsible for fixed responsibilities. However, if all responsibilities in the factory are to be borne by my client, how can we demonstrate democracy in the Kingdom of Lone? Bob has his rights and responsibilities, but this does not include the right to excessively claim compensation from the employer. If this claim is successful, Bob's interests are protected, but what about my client's interests? As a citizen of a democratic country, my client should not ignore his rights. Otherwise, the economic rules of Backlund will be seriously undermined. Hobert defended, the defendant's lawyer's idea of democracy is merely democratic in terms of money. Ladies and gentlemen, in the lower house, with so many members of parliament, how many represent workers? How many represent farmers? Is democracy that cannot represent all classes really democracy? At this point, Bob's co-workers cheered, but Hobert noticed that the reactions of others were quite normal. Hobert saw the smile on Hugo the lawyer's face and suddenly realized that this was deliberately provoked by Hugo to elevate the conflict between Bob and Arnold to a class struggle. Indeed, he's a great lawyer. Hobert sighed in his heart, realizing so quickly where the crux of the matter lay. He immediately changed his strategy. The defendant belongs to those who not only fail to understand freedom but also don't understand what true democracy is. Such people are quite rare in Backlund, and he has always been using personal grievances to provoke conflicts throughout Backlund. Ladies and gentlemen, are you willing to pay for the consequences of Arnold's inaction? Hugo immediately stopped smiling. He hadn't expected a quiet lawyer like Hobert to react so quickly. Hobert's speech continued, may I ask, are you all aware that an ordinary workplace injury compensation case has garnered such widespread attention throughout Backlund? Why has it received such broad attention? It's because the defendant hopes to escalate the situation and thereby evade compensation. Otherwise, why would everyone care about an ordinary workplace injury compensation case? Hearing Hobert's words, those sitting in the gallery nodded in agreement, especially the noble children who were hearing about a workplace injury compensation case for the first time. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, Defense that can be written into the textbook. Chapter 168, Defense that can be written into the textbook. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hugo secretly thought, "This is bad," upon seeing the reaction at the scene. Hobert cleverly used Arnold's previous momentum to establish that Arnold had ulterior motives for escalating the situation, making it difficult to shift the focus back to class contradictions. Hobert secured another minor victory in the second round of defense. After 2 consecutive small wins, the plaintiff now had a significant advantage. Then, as the third round of debate began, attorney Hugo decisively adjusted his defense strategy again, basing it once more on Arnold's non-participation in specific management, thereby dissociating him from responsibility in the matter. Hobert's defense was simple: if Arnold had no responsibility, why did he make the matter known throughout Backlund? This was clearly an attempt to downplay his own responsibility and deliberately evade it. At this point, Arnold deeply regretted making the case public. He couldn't understand why what he thought was his advantage had completely turned into evidence against him in Hobert's hands. During the fourth round of debate, attorney Hugo simply abandoned the defense of non-liability and began to bargain with Hobert, discussing the amount of compensation and striving to avoid Arnold's criminal responsibility. According to common sense, work-related injury compensation is actually a civil dispute. Legal responsibility is only pursued if it causes adverse effects or major accidents. Therefore, attorney Hugo's defense for exempting Arnold from criminal responsibility achieved some success. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, after a lengthy defense, the judge ruled that Bob was injured and disabled due to Arnold's inaction. The defendant, Arnold, was required to pay Bob a lump sum of £860 and pay Hobert's legal fees of £52 and 6 solely, totaling £912 and 6 solely. Arnold was not guilty of intentional injury and was therefore not criminally liable, but he was ordered to post safety slogans in his factory and provide safety training to employees. This highly anticipated work injury compensation case ultimately ended with the plaintiff's victory. A law professor from Backlund University who was present at the hearing said to his students, "This is definitely a defense that can be included in textbooks." It transitioned from a civil case to a criminal case, then from a criminal case to a social case, and then from a social case to a case requiring Arnold's personal responsibility. I saw Hobert's wisdom in every transition, as well as the fierce competition between the defendant and the plaintiff. Students, this is a very vivid lesson in advocacy. Hobert's defense tells us that the opponent's advantage is not terrible in many cases. On the contrary, the opponent's advantage can be a tool we use. Mike Joseph, a reporter from the Daily Observer, wrote down this passage from the professor in its entirety in his notebook. In the audience, more people were cheering, "Justice has prevailed in Backlund. T/N, the world needs justice. Long live justice. The light of justice shines again in Backlund." Those who were leading the slogans were, of course, also hired by Hobert. This was the reward he prepared for Audrey and Glaint. For them, there was no better reward than the feedback from people for their efforts. Hobert glanced at Audrey and Glaint and saw that Audrey's pretty face was flushed with excitement, and Glaint also had a satisfied smile. Giving them money or even magical items would not satisfy them as much. After Hobert agreed with attorney Hugo on the specific time for compensation, he took Bob away from the plaintiff's seat. Reporters immediately surrounded him. "Mr. Hobert, what are your thoughts now?" "Mr. Hobert, what efforts did you make to achieve today's victory?" "Mr. Hobert." Hobert raised his hand wearily. "I'm sorry, everyone, the defense just now has made me feel a little tired. If you want to interview me, please come to Aslan Barton Law Firm in the afternoon, where I will accept your interviews." So the reporters immediately changed their interview target. "Mr. Bob, how do you plan to spend the compensation? Are you satisfied with the amount of compensation?" Hobert raised his hand again. "I'm sorry, my client is not prepared for an interview." "No, lawyer," Bob suddenly said, "I want to tell everyone, yes, I must tell everyone, I met a good lawyer." As he spoke, Bob burst into tears. "Before I met lawyer Hobert, no lawyer was willing to take my case. Just when I was most desperate, just when I was about to accept Arnold's compensation as if it were charity, lawyer Hobert appeared. He made me regain my dignity as a person." Bob cried excitedly. As long as there are lawyers like Hobert, there is hope for Backlund. The newspaper reporters quickly wrote down the sentence, and the sketch artists also wrote furiously, recording this scene. The current photography technology still has certain flaws. The subject has to remain motionless in one position for a long time to complete the photography process, so newspapers basically hire sketch artists to record classic scenes and match them with the text in the newspaper. After squeezing through the crowd with Bob to the carriage, Hobert smiled and waved to everyone as he got into the car, which caused the sketch artists to write furiously again. In their opinion, this was a salute to victory. After the carriage started moving, Hobert finally relaxed. Then, he felt the high degree of integration between his spirituality and his body. The victory in today's lawsuit allowed him to perfectly complete a performance again. He planned to take the briber potion tonight. Thomas and a cancer were also in the carriage. The two captains congratulated Hobert on his victory. With this case as an example, other workers will be able to claim more reasonable compensation when they suffer disabling work injuries in the future. Hobert first thanked them for their congratulations, and then said to a cancer, "You have to find a way to give Bob a new identity and a new place to live, otherwise he will easily be targeted by robbers or thieves." A cancer nodded, "Leave it to me, we will protect Bob." Hobert smiled at Bob and said, "You will follow Captain Cancer in a while, get ready to welcome your new life." Bob held Hobert's hand. "Mr. Lawyer, I don't know how to thank you." Hobert said meaningfully, "I also want to thank you, because in this case, I have gained and felt a lot." Back at the law firm, Hobert rested for an hour or two, and the reporters arrived as scheduled. Hobert certainly knew the role of public opinion and patiently answered every reporter's question. Even if some questions were tricky, the reporters were no match for Hobert. It wasn't until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Hobert saw off the last reporter. He stretched. Today's work was finally over. However, because the potion was further digested, he didn't feel too tired. So he chatted with Barton for a few words and returned to the rental house. Zio and Furs left a note saying that they had gone to the bar to celebrate today's victory. Hobert came to his room, used the method of praying to himself, obtained the characteristic of the briber that had completed reaggregation, and went to Gar's herbal medicine store to buy the necessary auxiliary materials. He returned to his home in Empressboro with all the materials for the potion. According to the agreement with Christian, he had to talk to Christian before drinking the potion. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, The Emperor's Descendants. Chapter 169, The Emperor's Descendants. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The atmosphere at home was also lively. After all, they had all attended Hobert's defense today and knew that Hobert had achieved a great victory. Donna said that several of her female classmates had expressed their admiration for Hobert and encouraged her mother to propose marriage. Tyron also hoped to be admitted to the law department so that he could defend justice in the future. T/N, what was his name again? After the lively dinner, under Hobert's signal, Christian took him to the study. Sitting on either side of the desk, Hobert said, "Father, I have completely digested the barbarian potion before, and today's victory made me feel the high compatibility between the potion and my spirit. I think I can take the briber potion now." Christian was stunned. Can handling cases also speed up the digestion of the barbarian potion? Yes. Hobert corrected, handling social cases does have this effect. This time Christian didn't do the certification like last time. He believed Hobert's feeling, "Maybe you are the hope of your family." He looked at Hobert with relief for a few seconds before saying, "After you digested the barbarian potion, your father left you 2 options. One option is to stay at sequence 8. I will give you a sealed artifact. After taking this sealed artifact, you can transfer the crazy whispers in your ears to others. But each time it can only be transferred for 12 hours. After each transfer, you need to rest for 14 hours before you can use it again. Although you will still hear crazy whispers, because you have enough rest time, your spirit will not be under too much pressure. As long as the barbarian potion is completely digested, there will be basically no signs of losing control. That sealed artifact took Rex a lot of effort to find. It is only applicable to sequence 8. Once you take the briber potion, there is no turning back." Hearing this, Hobert suddenly asked, "Father, Mr. Rex, I mean my biological father, why does he always provide me with such negative options?" "Child, you are too young to understand a father's worries." Christian said, "Gaining power comes at a price, and the greater the power gained, the greater the price to be paid. You will have such worries when you have children." Hobert nodded. He really hadn't experienced the feeling of having children. What about the other option? "I will tell you all the known information about the Heller family curse, and you will continue to look for answers based on this information," Christian said. "In addition, you have passed your father's test. According to your father's last words, if you can't find the briber potion formula before you completely digest the barbarian potion, then you only have the previous option. If you pass the test, I will do everything I can to help you advance to a higher sequence." Hobert suddenly realized that Rex's test was equivalent to a screening mechanism. He had previously thought it was a trap for his son. After a brief consideration, he made a decision. "I still insist on my previous choice, advance to briber, and investigate the family's curse." Christian took a deep breath. "Okay, again, I respect your choice." He paused before saying, "Let me tell you about your family's history first." Hobert sat upright in his chair, listening carefully to Christian's words. Christian looked at Hobert. "Your surname is not Heller, but Trunsoist." Hobert was stunned. This surname sounded so familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he suddenly realized, Trunsois the Night Emperor. Christian nodded. Hobert took a second or two to digest this information, and then he realized that the family's curse might be because of this surname. Rex spent his whole life failing to find the source of your family's curse. Christian said, according to your ancestors' records, this curse appeared suddenly. The time of its appearance was around the time of the Night Emperor's fall. Because your ancestors only knew the general time of the Night Emperor's fall, they didn't know whether the curse appeared before or after the Night Emperor's fall. Christian got up and poured a glass of wine for himself and Hobert, then sat down and continued, the fall of the Night Emperor is still a huge mystery. Logically speaking, he was the victor in the early stages of the War of the Four Emperors. The Black Emperor Solomon was an enemy of the gods, and his refall was expected. The Blood Emperor Tudor was in a half-crazy state, which made it difficult for him to achieve final victory. But the Night Emperor clearly had the support of the gods and had gained a huge advantage in the early battles, so why did he suddenly fall? Moreover, the Orthodox Church's investigation of the Trunsoist family was particularly fierce. The Solomon family and the Tudor family were only hunted down by the Orthodox churches for a period of time. Later, these two families hid, and the Orthodox churches did not actively look for their traces. But the Trunsoist family is different. The Orthodox churches have been actively searching for the remaining forces of this family. This forced most of your family members to hide in the southern continent, where the Orthodox church's power was weak, and change their names. Hobert was stunned. Could it be the Balk family? He asked, are there other members of my family? That's right. Christian said, after they went to the southern continent, they changed their surname to Bark. Rex also visited them and, after obtaining the permission of the Patriarch, took away a sequence 4 characteristic. More than 20 years have passed, I wonder how they are now. Hobert thought, they are doing pretty well now, their family even has minds. Christian continued, your father guessed that your family's curse should be related to the fall of the Night Emperor, so after he returned to Backlund, he began to look for ancient relics everywhere, but unfortunately he only got some clues and did not find any evidence to prove his guess. He sighed, you need to find the source of the family curse yourself, and you also need to find a way to solve the curse. Your father once had a last word that becoming an angel of the lawyer pathway, that is, sequence 2, could lift the family curse, but unfortunately he failed when he became an angel. Speaking of this, Christian shook his head, I don't know why he failed, he could have succeeded. He sighed again, as if he had fallen into distant memories. Hobert suddenly asked, Father, what about you? Is your surname really Geoffrey? No. Christian said, my surname is Tudor, yes, Tudor the Blood Emperor. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 170, Become a Briber. Chapter 170, Become a Briber. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Christian added, the Tudor family has 3 surviving bloodlines, and we are one of them. Before the War of the Four Emperors, our branch had been consuming the Arbitrator Pathways potion. So, after hiding our tracks for a while and reappearing in public, no one suspected our connection to the Blood Emperor. The combination of Christian and Rex made Hobert feel strange. I heard that the Trunsoist family and the Tudor family don't have a good relationship. During the United Empire era, Tudor and Trunsoist, the sequence ones of the Black Emperor pathway, both faced the pressure of Solomon's resurrection. Trunsoist obtained the support of the 6 gods and was promoted to the true god justiciar of the adjacent pathway. This led to the immediate collapse of the joint government, and Tudor had no choice but to be promoted to the Red Priest of the non-adjacent pathway. In theory, the two should be opponents. That was a long time ago, Christian said with a helpless smile. Now, both emperors have fallen for over 1,000 years, and our primary goal now is survival. In the face of survival, some past grievances can be completely abandoned. Just like back then, for the sake of survival and family interests, 2 sequence ones of the same pathway could actually carry out joint governance. Hobert didn't continue the topic, the problem I'm facing now is finding the source of the family curse and solving the curse. Mr. Rex's method may not be useful. Christian nodded, that's right. Hobert pondered for a moment and then asked, what about Mr. Rex's remaining Beyonder characteristics? According to Christian's meaning, Rex was a sequence 3 during his lifetime. If he had his remaining Beyonder characteristics, it would save Hobert a lot of effort after he became a demigod. Can't find them. Can't find them. Yes, Christian said. At that time, Rex went to solve the family curse alone. When we found him, he was already dead, and the characteristics were gone. Could it be that someone murdered Mr. Rex? No, Christian said. Although there were traces of fighting at the scene, no trace of any enemy was left behind. This is the result I have repeatedly confirmed. It's like Rex was fighting with himself. Hobert frowned and said, that's strange, where could the characteristics go? According to your ancestors' records, Christian said, before, when sequence 3s wanted to solve the family curse, their characteristics disappeared without exception. This. Hobert scratched his head. This is really strange. Christian sighed. Now you know your father's good intentions, right? There are still too many mysteries about your family's curse. Hobert nodded, but didn't take it too seriously. He now has the nation of disorder in his control, and he believes that even if he doesn't take the initiative to solve these mysteries are likely to come to him directly. I still insist on my choice. Hobert took out the beyonder characteristics of briber and auxiliary materials. Father, do you have red wine here? The auxiliary materials require 80 milliliters of red wine. Yes, Christian rummaged through the wine cabinet and found a bottle of red wine and handed it to Hobert. Then he took out tools such as measuring cylinders, balances, and beakers to supervise Hobert's preparation of the potion. Hobert compared the potion recipe, first put in 5 drops each of golden mandala and black mandala juice, then dripped in 4 drops of colored psychedelic grass essential oil, and poured in 80 milliliters of red wine. Because there was psychedelic grass essential oil, only after putting in the auxiliary materials, a little bit of magical mist appeared in the beaker. Then Hobert put in the characteristic of briber. The mist immediately became larger, and quickly disappeared after a few seconds, leaving only a brown jelly-like potion. Pouring the potion into the cup without leaving a drop, Hobert seemed to vaguely hear a very tempting voice from the potion. Gathering his courage, he drank it all in one gulp. The moment the potion fell into his stomach, Hobert immediately felt his mind seem to fly away from his body. He seemed to see the night sky full of stars that seemed to be blinking. Hobert quickly gathered his spirit. The previous role-playing played a role at this time. His spiritual body and astral body were highly consistent with the etheric body representing the body, allowing him to quickly regain control of his body. Immediately afterwards, he felt the potion transforming his astral body and spiritual body. He didn't feel much pain, but his spirit was very heavy. If he hadn't fully digested the potion before, it would be very dangerous to advance to sequence 7, and his spiritual body and astral body might be overwhelmed. This wonderful process lasted about a minute, and Hobert gradually regained consciousness. He immediately felt that his spiritual body and body had undergone different degrees of change. Smoother than expected, Christian smiled and said, "Feel the new abilities of briber." Hobert radiated his spirituality and quickly realized that he now possesses the ability bribe. The process of bribe is to give the opponent something, regardless of whether the opponent is willing to accept it, and even the thing given does not need to touch the opponent to complete the bribe process. As long as you bribe once, you can continuously use beyonder abilities on the opponent. If the opponent willingly accepts the bribe, then the effect of the bribe will be strengthened. Sequence 7's bribe has 4 uses: weaken, charm, arrogance, and connect. Weaken is the most widely used. Whether it is physical attack, beyonder ability attack, or mental attack, as well as the opponent's defense, speed, etc., it will cause a substantial weakening. It can be said to be a universal skill. Charm is to make the target have a strong liking for Hobert, making it difficult to have hostile intentions. If the conditions are right, the charmed target has a very small probability of attacking their companions. If it is a strange enemy, this ability will have unexpected effects. If it is an enemy who already knows each other well, it will be difficult to use this ability to influence the other party. In addition, Hobert's personal charm has increased a lot, and his remarks will be easier to convince people and easier to gain people's support. Arrogance is to make the enemy proud, arrogant, and reduce the other party's mind, causing the other party to make misjudgments. Connect is to allow Hobert to establish a connection and association with others or opponents. If used in hostile situations, the effect is similar to charm. If used in ordinary times, it will make the other party feel that they have a great relationship with Hobert. It is easy to find common ground, and it is easy to become good friends. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, The Help of the Nation of Disorder. Chapter 171, The Help of the Nation of Disorder. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Besides bribe, distortion has been enhanced and can distort the language and actions of enemies, which can now be used as an offensive ability. Physical fitness has also been strengthened, and the berserk state can now last for more than an hour. Most importantly, spirituality has greatly increased. Now, Hobert can fully exert the power of the psychological spoon. And there is no need to save the spirit necklace. It is estimated that spirituality will not be exhausted even after 10 or 8 consecutive psychic sessions. It can be seen that spirituality has been qualitatively improved from sequence 8 to sequence 7. However, the ability to find loopholes and summarize laws has not been significantly enhanced. After understanding his new abilities, Hobert left the study and returned to his room. It was still early, so he didn't go to sleep immediately, but sat on the chair and considered how to act as a briber. The new abilities that appeared gave him a lot of inspiration. The purpose of bribery is to make more friends and fewer enemies. And because the ability to find loopholes and summarize laws has not been significantly enhanced, does it mean that the process of bribery is to actively create loopholes and actively change the rules? Does this indicate that the acting of bribers should be more proactive and more active? Hobert also thought of his thoughts on how to act as a barbarian. His thinking at the time was very successful. It was because he followed the acting rule of not obeying the order of civilization as a barbarian that his potion was digested so quickly. And Hobert has realized that the core content of the entire lawyer pathway is inseparable from order and rules. After association, Hobert realized that the acting elements of bribers are likely to be actively making rules appear as loopholes that are beneficial to oneself. Hobert decided to take the initiative to act according to this rule when he has the opportunity to see if the potion will loosen. Then he locked the door and entered the Nation of Disorder to see what changes have taken place in the Nation of Disorder after becoming Sequence 7. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert first saw the blurry figure trapped by him in the pool, which became clearer, and he could already see the face shape. It was a handsome young man. Hobert strengthened the seal of the pool on this figure. The power of this figure has indeed been strengthened, but the Nation of Disorder is Hobert's home field, and he can still easily seal it. Then Hobert began to seriously consider this question: whose projection is this blurry figure? Could it be a projection of the Knight Emperor? Thinking of this, Hobert shook his head, feeling that it was unlikely to be the Knight Emperor, because the reasoning didn't make sense. If it was the Knight Emperor, why would he use curses to torment his descendants? Hobert also felt that he couldn't be so arbitrary, because there might be some operations contained in it that he didn't know at all, such as whether this would be a backhand for the Knight Emperor's resurrection. After becoming a true god, it becomes very difficult to kill, because they are already the order itself in some aspects, or existences outside the order in some aspects. Life and death are concepts that only humans have, and these concepts may not be able to encompass gods that already have abstract meaning. After entering the Nation of Disorder, Hobert found that he had some memories about the Knight Emperor in his mind. In these memories, the Knight Emperor's experience was similar to Christian's description. What Christian did not describe was the part about how to become a great old one. After the fall of the resurrected Solomon, the Knight Emperor probably obtained the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway and at least one Sequence 1 characteristic. The Knight Emperor was already a justiciar, and with the uniqueness of the Black Emperor and a Sequence 1, he only needed the Sefirah to become a great old one. So, did the fall of the Knight Emperor have a direct relationship with his efforts to become a great old one? For example, the 6 gods at the time were unwilling to see an existence stronger than them, such as the Knight Emperor being corrupted when searching for the Nation of Disorder. Hobert suddenly thought that he had a close connection with the Nation of Disorder as soon as he crossed over. Was it because the original owner was surnamed Trunsoist? He also recalled that the uniqueness of the Judge's pathway, the Trunsoist brass book, was contaminated by the Nation of Disorder. But the problem lies here. If it is said that the Trunsoist brass book was contaminated by an outer god, or contaminated by the Sefirah Castle or the Chaos Sea, it makes perfect sense. Why was it contaminated by the Nation of Disorder? The Nation of Disorder is also the Sefirah of the Justiciar pathway. What kind of contamination can it cause to the uniqueness of the Judge's pathway? Or is there another hidden story in it? For example, the Knight Emperor was caught in some trap of the uncertain mist. So the Knight Emperor was contaminated, and the 6 gods had to kill the Knight Emperor. If it is a head-on confrontation, the uncertain mist may not be the opponent of the Knight Emperor, but his position as a great old one is there, and it is very easy to plot against the Knight Emperor, and the Knight Emperor is difficult to resist such a plot. Thinking of these, Hobert patted his forehead. These questions are not something that he, a Sequence 7, can understand. Let's wait for new clues in the future before thinking about it. Hobert sat on the Iron Throne and radiated his spirituality. First of all, he felt that he had the ability to distort in the Nation of Disorder. The level of this ability is very high, and it can distort some natural laws, such as distorting a small area of midsummer into severe winter. As for distorting the intentions and wishes of enemies, etc., that is even easier. Like the other 2 abilities, order and chaos, distortion has a time limit. It does not mean that after distorting the midsummer of a place into a severe winter, it will always become a severe winter. After a few minutes, the power of distortion will gradually disappear. However, the consequences caused by distortion cannot be restored. For example, after it becomes severe winter, many plants are frozen to death, that is really frozen to death. Then Hobert immediately felt that the area he could control had become much larger, and the lakes, forests, and grasslands at the foot of the mountain were within his control. And he found that in his controlled area, there were some special black rocks, and the composition of these stones was similar to that of the teleportation statue. Hobert got up from the Iron Throne, took a step, and came to the location of the black rock at the foot of the mountain. Picking up a stone, Hobert immediately felt the ability of the rock, distortion. And it is a very high-ranking distortion that can even distort beyond her characteristics. The effective attack range is 3 meters, which can distort natural laws such as temperature and mechanics within these 3 meters, and even cause the enemy to show signs of losing control by distorting the beyonder characteristics of the enemy. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, The Fork with Healing Technique. Chapter 172, The Fork with Healing Technique. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert decided to name these black rocks disorder stones because he felt that the best ability of these rocks was to distort the beyonder characteristics of enemies, causing them to lose control to varying degrees. As for the power of the disorder stones, it is directly linked to Hobert's sequence. For example, if he is currently sequence 7, then if used against sequence 8, the opponent has a 30% probability of immediately losing control. Even if they don't immediately lose control, they will basically lose their combat effectiveness. If used against sequence 9, there is a 40% probability of causing them to immediately lose control. If Hobert advances to sequence 6, then when used against sequence 7, the enemy will have a 30% probability of immediately losing control, and sequence 8 will have a 40% probability of immediately losing control, and so on. When used against enemies of the same sequence, unless they are individuals from a pathway that was prone to losing control, there is only a small probability of causing the enemy to lose control. The main effect is to increase the pressure on the enemy's spiritual body and astral body, making them very weak, and even having the power of their beyonder powers. When used against enemies of a higher sequence than Hobert, it can also put enormous pressure on the enemy. If the opponent is not in a good state, there is a high probability that they will make misjudgments or become mentally confused, creating more opportunities for Hobert. The method of using the disorder stones is very simple, similar to using charms. Set the incantation in advance, infuse spirituality, and then throw the disorder stone within a 3-meter radius of the enemy to immediately distort their beyonder characteristics. If there are multiple enemies within a 3-meter radius, it can attack multiple targets simultaneously, making it Hobert's first group attack skill. Moreover, Hobert can control the number of times each disorder stone is used, ranging from 1 to 8 times. For Hobert, this is a very practical weapon, equivalent to having an extra beyonder ability that is difficult to defend against. However, he felt that he should change the appearance of the disorder stones. Throwing stones at enemies during a fight seems like something only children would do. It should be packaged as a hidden weapon to look more like something. The first thing Hobert thought of was tarot cards, but square hidden weapons are not as easy to use as round ones, except for bricks, of course. But if the disorder stones were really made into the shape of bricks, firstly, he wouldn't be able to carry many, and secondly, only hooligans and ruffians would use them in fights. It would be inappropriate to use bricks after being promoted to Baron or Earl. Therefore, Hobert finally decided to make the disorder stones round, about the size of his palm. Originally, he wanted to add a symbol representing the creator, but he was worried that it would expose his connection with the creator. But a plain round pebble looked very tasteless. After thinking for a while, Hobert decided to engrave the Emperor's pattern from the tarot cards on the pebble in relief. Even if someone picked it up in the future, they would only associate it with the mysterious organization, Tarot Club, and Mr. Fool would take the blame. As for the number of uses, considering the issue of recycling, Hobert felt that it would be most convenient to use them as charms, so he could carry several on his person. Back on the Iron Throne, Hobert suddenly thought that the next time he entered the Nation of Disorder, he should bring the psychological spoon with him to give himself enough psychological cues that information about the outer gods could only be recalled in the Nation of Disorder. The same should be done with information about Adam. The protection of the Nation of Disorder for Hobert is more like a mechanical protection. Information about the outer gods would cause Hobert's pollution, so the Nation of Disorder would automatically help Hobert block it. However, Adam is still only the King of Angels, and the Nation of Disorder only blocks partial information about Adam. Logically speaking, the more one knows about Adam, the more Adam will know about Hobert. The information that the Nation of Disorder does not block may allow Adam to know of Hobert's existence, but Hobert was only a sequence 8 before, so Adam probably wouldn't take him seriously. For safety's sake, it's safer to leave most of the memories about Adam in the Nation of Disorder, especially as Hobert's sequence increases, it will attract Adam's attention. But this operation cannot be done at home, lest Christian notice it again. Finally, Hobert finished building the hall that he had built halfway before. From the outside, it was a hall with a clear Qin and Han style, dignified and domineering. Back in the real world, a little tired, Hobert meditated to gather his spirituality and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, after Hobert had breakfast and picked up his cane to go out, he immediately felt something, because he had advanced to sequence 7, the power of the Tree of Order had increased by half. Originally, it could grow into a tree with a crown diameter of more than 10 meters, but now it can grow to more than 20 meters, and all the beyonder powers of the Tree of Order have also been enhanced. "Hobert, let's take a carriage to work," Christian said from behind. Hobert came back to his senses. "Okay." After getting into the carriage, Christian took out a fork from his bag. The shape of this fork is exactly the same as an ordinary fork on the dining table. He said, "Your biological mother left you 2 things in total, one is that spoon, and the other is this fork. Before, your spirituality was not enough to use two mid-sequence extraordinary items at the same time, so I only gave you that spoon. After becoming sequence 7, your spirituality has greatly increased, so I'm giving you the fork today. Hobert quickly took it and cursed in his heart that it was still tableware. He injected spirituality into the fork and immediately felt the ability of this fork, healing and stitching. Also two very practical abilities. Hobert judged that the beyonder characteristics of the fork are likely to come from a druid of the planter pathway. Because healing is the signature skill of the druid, and stitching is the signature skill of the doctor of the harvester pathway. Stitching can stitch severed limbs and large areas of external wounds, making the severed limbs as flexible as before, and healing large areas of external wounds in a short time. The use of healing is even more extensive. External injuries, internal injuries, diseases, and even psychological trauma and astral body trauma can be treated. Christian said, the negative effect of this magical item is that nails and hair grow very fast. Hobert sighed again, is this also called a negative effect? The two magical items left by the original owner's mother are definitely good things. Compared to those life-threatening negative effects, this negative effect is almost negligible. Christian continued, your biological mother said at the time that she originally wanted to create a magical item with travel abilities for you, but travelers are too difficult to catch. Hobert almost exclaimed, my mother knows me best. He now wanted to get a magical item with travel abilities. But this fork is also good, and it also plays a life-saving role. Since it has the ability of healing, Hobert named the fork, Fork of Healing, in his heart. Then he asked, Mr. Rex, didn't my biological father leave me anything? He did, Christian said with a smile, but according to his will, I can't give it to you now. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 173, Chapter 173 Go to Tingen City again. Chapter 173 Go to Tingen City again. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert still sat in the law firm for more than 10 minutes before asking Barton for leave, and would come back to work next Tuesday. Barton thought Hobert was a little tired from handling the previous case, so he approved his leave slip. Leaving the firm, Hobert first returned to 192 Blanca Street to complete the deal reached at the previous Justice League gathering. Zio and Furs were both there. As soon as he entered the door, Zio told Hobert that Sheriff Rotal, who had previously brought people to break down the door, had sent £12 in cash. Hobert didn't make things difficult for the sheriff and threw the IOU into the fireplace. Zio had already found someone to repair the door, which only cost 3 soli. So Hobert divided the compensation he received from Rotal into 4 parts, 3 parts of £30 each, 1 for Hobert, Zio, and Furs. Hobert gave the remaining £9 and 17 soli to Furs, asking her to use the money to improve everyone's food. Then, Hobert went upstairs to retrieve the beyonder characteristics, returned to his bedroom, and first used the method of sacrificing himself to bring the psychological spoon into the nation of disorder, sealing most of the memories about Adam. Then, he used the method of praying to himself to bring the beyonder characteristics of a sheriff, trickmaster, and arbiter from the nation of disorder to the real world. Back downstairs, Hobert gave Zio and Furs a considerable discount, selling each beyonder characteristic to them for £550. 2 beyonder characteristics earned Hobert £1,100. Zio and Furs had already prepared the auxiliary materials, and the two of them successively prepared potions and took them. Zio's process of taking the potion went smoothly, but Furs's process of taking the potion was a bit thrilling. As soon as she took the potion, it seemed that there were poisonous snakes crawling around under her skin, making her look completely different. It took Furs 3 or 4 minutes to basically control the signs of losing control. She usually rarely acts as an apprentice, so the apprentice potion was not completely digested. This was something Hobert didn't expect and didn't have time to remind her. Fortunately, she only took a sequence 8 potion. Even if the sequence 9 potion is not completely digested, it will only increase the mental burden, or it will lay hidden dangers for future loss of control. If you can make good use of meditation and other methods, you can gradually control the power of the potion, but if you suddenly encounter a major mental blow, or suffer 2 serious injuries, it will still be easy to lose control. Hobert poured a glass of wine for Furs, who was quite frightened. Before you completely master the power of Trickmaster, don't continue to advance. Furs wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and took 2 gulps of wine before saying with some lingering fear, I have been an apprentice for so long, why is it so dangerous to take a higher sequence potion? No, Hobert said meaningfully, you haven't been an apprentice for a day. Furs sat on the chair and thought. She seemed to understand what Hobert meant, but she also seemed to understand nothing. Hobert simply made it clearer, I suggest you find a restaurant, learn cooking for a while, or learn something else, in short, really be an apprentice. Zio, who was always slow to react, understood before Furs, Hobert, do you mean that the name of the potion is a trick to better master beyonder abilities? She immediately thought that she had been doing arbiter, so she had no resistance when she took the sequence 8 potion. Hobert nodded, Accurately speaking, it is the key to avoiding loss of control. He said seriously, this is very advanced knowledge. You can communicate with each other, and you can ask me if you don't understand, but you are not allowed to spread it. Zio and Furs nodded immediately, indicating that they understood. After Furs recovered, the three of them took a taxi carriage to Viscount Glaine's mansion, handed the potion formula and the main material of Arbiter to Carl, and completed the last transaction at the Justice League gathering. This transaction earned Hobert £320 and Zio £300. Hobert told Zio and Furs that he was going on a business trip and would be back tomorrow, and then left in a taxi carriage first. Zio and Furs watched Hobert's carriage go away, and Furs sighed, what should I do? We owe Hobert more and more. Zio smiled helplessly, maybe Hobert doesn't care too much about these. He can not care, but we can't pretend not to know. Furs secretly made up her mind that if Hobert asked her for help one day, she would do her best to help. Hobert didn't go to the train station immediately, but went to the bank first. His current savings have reached £2,834 and 7 soldi. Hobert didn't feel safe keeping this money on him or storing it somewhere, so it was better to deposit it in the bank. After depositing £2,800 into the bank, Hobert had £34 and 7 soldi in cash on him. If it didn't involve large transactions such as buying a house or a car, £34 in cash would be enough for him to spend for a while. On the train to Tingen, Hobert was still sighing, it's not easy to make money. His goal is to save enough £12,000. With this money, he will have the opportunity to buy it when he encounters items with travel abilities. He also thought that Audrey and Alger still owed him a sum of money, and he must remember to collect the debt at the next tarot gathering. And the reason he went to Tingen today was to help Mr. Fool. He had been resting for so long, it was time to get up. Whoosh. On the train to Winter County, a young man with black hair, green eyes, and a poetic aura was seriously reading the headline of today's newspaper. After a while, he put down the newspaper, looked at the snow-capped mountains gradually becoming clearer outside the window, as if he was talking to himself, and as if he was saying to the snow-capped mountains, no wonder I couldn't even attend the funerals of Captain and Klein, it turns out you have more important things. He put the newspaper on the chair, and the headline was the news that Hobert had won the work injury compensation case. And this young man reading the newspaper was Leonard, who was going to the Holy Cathedral for training. He looked at the sky, as if recalling the scene when he and Hobert faced the offspring of the evil god together. Then he looked at the snow-capped mountains in front of him, as if feeling the long road ahead for the first time. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Hobert arrived in Tingen. Seeing that it was still early, he went to visit Ulysses. Nothing happened, just chatted for a while and gave some small gifts. Hobert has completely adapted to the way of doing things in this world and is actively building his own network of relationships. Hobert's visit made Ulysses very happy and prepared to hold another dinner for Hobert. Hobert quickly said that he was just passing by and would leave in a while. When parting, Ulysses said, Elizabeth has always wanted to communicate with you, but she feels a little abrupt. Write her a letter when you have time. Her friend's relatives recently passed away, which makes her a little sad. Help me to enlighten her. Hobert was slightly startled, okay. He asked for Elizabeth's mailing address before leaving, and then went straight to the cemetery. He had previously learned the general location of Dunn and Klein's graves from correspondence with Leonard. After finding Klein's tombstone, Hobert quietly waited for the arrival of night. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 174, Chapter 174 Klein is resurrected in full blood, Bonus 1. Chapter 174 Klein is resurrected in full blood. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Dusk descended, draping the cemetery in twilight. Hobart placed 2 bouquets of flowers in front of the tombstones of Dunn and Klein respectively. These 2 bouquets were purely for cover. If he didn't bring flowers, people would definitely wonder why this young man was coming to the cemetery. Hobart couldn't very well say, I'm waiting for a friend, he'll come out after dark. Waiting for what friend? Saying such things in a cemetery was just asking for a beating. Hobart looked at Klein's tombstone, but was thinking about other things in his heart. After tonight, he and Klein could be considered friends who knew all of each other's secrets. Klein knew that Hobart was a believer of the Creator, and Hobart knew Klein's secret of resurrection. Hobart was working hard for some future plans, waiting for the Fool to develop in the future. Hobart would still need him to first acknowledge and support the new Black Emperor. Although that step was still very, very far away, some things had to be prepared in advance. Just as he was thinking this, Hobart suddenly felt as if some unknown change had occurred around him. When he turned around to check, a middle-aged man appeared on the road not far behind him. The middle-aged man wore a silk top hat, a black formal suit, was of medium build, with bronze skin and soft features. Hobart's first reaction was, when did he appear? Why didn't his spirituality detect it at all? Hobart's second reaction was, could this be Mr. Azek? Looking more closely, bronze skin, vicissitudes in his eyes, and there was indeed a black mole below his right ear. That's right. Hobart nodded slightly towards Mr. Azek, at this time rushing up to call out, Mr. Azek, would likely complicate things. Azek gently tipped his hat as a return greeting. He placed the flowers in his hand in front of Klein's grave, and then asked Hobart, are you also a friend of Klein's? Hobart replied, a colleague. Azek seemed to understand something. He was a very good young man. He was also a very good colleague. Hobart sighed. He wasn't married yet, hadn't enjoyed a good life yet. After Klein crawled out of the grave, he completely said goodbye to the life of an ordinary person. Buried here, is Klein's life as an ordinary person. Azek also sighed. Death is the most helpless magic. It is in front of people from the moment they are born, but we have no choice but to approach it step by step, touch it. He glanced at Klein's tombstone. If only I was in Tingen at the time. It was only a few minutes late, and a living life became a cold stone monument. There was silence in front of the stone tablet for a while. Azek then said to the tombstone, I'm leaving Tingen City, I'll come back to see you when I have time. He reminded Hobart, young man, it's getting late. Hobart nodded, I know, I'll stay a little longer before leaving. Azek, Ed, and quickly left, soon disappearing into the twilight. Hobart was not in a hurry to establish contact with Azek. He was only sequence 7 now, knowing too much would be problematic instead. First get acquainted, and it won't be too late to establish a more solid connection when there is a chance to meet in the future. The waiting time was always long, the twilight gradually disappeared, and stars appeared in the sky. There were no longer any people offering sacrifices in the cemetery, only the calls of a few night insects. Hobart wasn't worried about encountering zombies or ghosts here, because the people buried here had already been purified by priests. It was just a bit cold. It was already autumn. Tingen City was in the north of Backlund, and the temperature was colder after nightfall than in Backlund. Hobart looked at his pocket watch again and again. The time finally came to be past 10 o'clock in the evening. Dong dong. There was movement behind the tombstone. Pfft. A pale hand stretched out from the dirt. Hobart didn't care about the dirt on Klein's hand. He grabbed the hand and pulled Klein out of the coffin. Fortunately, the customs of the Lone Kingdom did not have the procedure of building a grave mound, otherwise it would have taken Klein a lot of effort to climb out of the coffin. Klein sat in the coffin somewhat dazed. He first saw Hobart under the starlight, spawn of the evil god. His memory was still at the moment when he had just killed the spawn of the evil god. Already dead. Hobart said. Klein suddenly thought, I'm also dead. In the middle of the night, and in a cemetery, don't say such things. Klein quickly pulled open his clothes, and only after seeing that the wound on his chest had healed did he realize that he had been resurrected again, but this time the resurrection took longer than the last time. Suddenly, Klein looked at Hobart in shock. Don't look at me like that, I also thought you were dead at the time. Hobart said. Then why are you here? Guess. Klein immediately understood, it was the Creator, it must have been the Creator, who told Hobart that he could be resurrected. Seeing that Klein guessed correctly, Hobart then said, get up, say goodbye to Dunn, we should all embark on new journeys. Captain. Klein looked at the tombstone not far away, a strong grief filled his heart. He came out of the coffin, standing in front of Dunn's tombstone as if talking to himself, and also as if talking to Dunn's tombstone. Captain, that day you said you brought Kenley into the dream, and also said that you couldn't bear to sacrifice your teammates, so you hoped to see them often in the dream. Klein paused, shook his head and sighed, I don't even know what I am now, maybe just an evil spirit crawling out of hell, wanting revenge. As he spoke, he suddenly couldn't continue, tears streamed down his face, and finally, he choked out, Captain, we also can't bear to part with you. Hobart patted Klein on the shoulder, saying meaningfully, this is a world full of mystery, anything is possible. Klein didn't quite hear what Hobart said, but he knew that now was not the time to stand here and cry. Let's go. Hobart said, we'd better leave here a few blocks before taking a taxi carriage, otherwise it might scare the coachman. The two of them left the cemetery one after the other in silence. After walking out 2 blocks, they found a taxi carriage. Arriving at a nearby hotel, Hobart asked for 2 rooms. After going upstairs, Hobart first came to Klein's room, locked the door, and the two sat down face to face. Hobart took out 2 5-pound banknotes from his wallet and said, I have to go back to Backlund early tomorrow morning, I think you should need some cash now. No need. Klein immediately declined. There were still £300 of anonymous deposits lying in the bank, which he could withdraw tomorrow morning, and he felt that he owed Hobart enough, and didn't want to owe him any more favors. Hobart didn't insist, took back the banknotes, and then wrote down the address of the law firm. If you need help, write a letter to this address. Klein put away the address. Thank you for your help tonight. Otherwise he might have to sleep on the street. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Show list disorder, stone X disorder, stone X Blanca X. Chapter 175, Chapter 175 Hobert's Rumored Girlfriend, Bonus 2. Chapter 175 Hobert's Rumored Girlfriend. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The next morning, Hobert bid farewell to Klein and left Tingen City on the first train to Backlund. He arrived back in Backlund at 10:30 in the morning, and it took him another half an hour to return to Blanca Street by taxi carriage. Zio and Furs were not at home. There was a note on the table for Hobert, saying they would both be back at noon. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Furs returned first. She had found a job as a chef's apprentice in a restaurant on the next street. To be honest, this writer miss does have some initiative, as long as she can overcome the temptation of the armchair. Today, Furs was making fried squid, a dish she had just learned. She cut the squid, washed it clean, mixed it with seasonings, and then fried it in hot oil. The aroma could be smelled in the street. Zio returned with bread just as the squid was almost done frying. She tidied up the dining room nimbly and then sat there like a good baby, waiting for dinner. After busying herself for a few more minutes, Furs brought the squid to the table. None of the three had a habit of praying, so they started eating immediately. Hobert took a bite and found it delicious. The freshness of the squid was brought out by the hot oil, and the seasonings removed the fishy taste, leaving only the smooth and fresh flavor. However, why bread again? Hobert decided that he must make some pancakes for dinner, or go out and buy some rice to cook. Thinking of this, Hobert felt a little strange. Logically speaking, since there are farmers in this world, why haven't they cultivated hybrid rice yet? This makes the price of rice much higher than that of flour and beans. Even the middle class can't afford to eat rice every meal. Lost in thought, Hobert quickly used his knife and fork to grab another piece of squid, or Zio would eat it all. This girl's figure has remained in her teenage years, and her appetite seems to have remained in her growing-up stage. After eating his fill, Hobert got up and said, "I went to bed a little late last night, and I'm still a little tired. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. No need to buy bread for dinner. I'll make some different staple foods." Zio and Furs agreed. The two chatted while cleaning the table. After Furs washed the dishes, Zio had already made tea. One shared her experiences as an apprentice, and the other talked about the tasks she had received today. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zio looked out the window at the door. Outside was a girl with naturally curly golden hair and a boy with short golden hair. The girl wore a dress with blue lace and a blue ribbon, while the boy wore a well-made shirt and jacket. Zio could feel the youthful energy even through the door. "Who are you looking for?" Zio didn't open the door immediately but asked from inside. The girl and boy were taken aback, and then the girl said apologetically, "Sorry, we have the wrong place." "It's okay," Zio said with a smile. Judging by their appearance and hair, they should be siblings. This reminded Zio of her own brother, so she took a few more glances. The girl and boy returned to the entrance and carefully looked at the door number, then their faces filled with disbelief. Zio probably understood. She opened the door and asked, "Are you here to see Hobert?" Yes, the girl and boy were Donna and Tyren, siblings. They had mentioned during dinner at home that they would come to see Hobert. But Hobert was too busy this week and forgot. Donna looked at Zio with surprise. Zio's attire was not that of a maid. Could it be that she was Hobert's girlfriend? But she looked like she was still in grammar school. She should be 6 or 7 years younger than Hobert. "Who is it?" Furs also came to the door to ask. Donna nodded. This lady was about the same age as Hobert, and both her looks and temperament were very good. If Hobert's aesthetic was still normal, this should be his girlfriend. Then Donna smiled. No wonder Hobert wanted to move out, it turned out he had a girlfriend. Tyren, on the other hand, had already honestly introduced himself and Donna. When Furs and Zio heard that they were Hobert's younger sister and brother, they warmly welcomed them in. Donna asked, "Where's Hobert?" Zio poured tea for them while casually saying, "He's resting upstairs." Donna was stunned. "He doesn't have the habit of taking naps." Zio rummaged through the cabinets for snacks while casually saying, "He was a little tired last night, so he's resting at noon." Donna seemed to realize something. "How do you know he was tired last night?" "He said it himself." Zio breathed a sigh of relief, finally finding a box of snacks she hadn't eaten. Donna sized up Zio. "So you and Hobert, have already, sister-in-law." Zio was stunned. "Huh? Who's here?" Hobert asked as he came downstairs, yawning. Donna rushed over. "Hobert. What did you say before? Telling me not to date in school, but you're so fast to find a girlfriend. And, she's still in grammar school, how can you?" Hobert looked at his sister with disbelief. "Donna, did you leave your brain at home when you went out today?" A few minutes later. Amid Hobert's laughter, Donna blushed and kept apologizing to Zio. "I'm sorry, Miss Zio, I misunderstood you." Zaya waved her hand helplessly. It's nothing. But there's one thing I must explain. I graduated from grammar school a long time ago. First turned her face to the other side, trying hard not to laugh. Hobert laughed even louder. Donna, you should learn to write novels from furs. Your inner thoughts are too much. I admire you. Don't laugh. Donna finally became angry. How could you forget that we were coming today? What kind of brother are you? Hobert did stop laughing. It is indeed my fault, but tell me the truth, do you think every pretty lady who has contact with me is your sister-in-law? After saying that, Hobert laughed again. Brother wants to thank you. You have more ideas than your brother. I'll let you be the brother in the next life. Just as he was about to make Donna cry, Hobert finally tried hard to stop laughing, then introduced them to each other and asked Tyren to help him make pancakes in the kitchen. Donna was a very cheerful girl. She quickly forgot about what happened just now, asking Zio about bounty hunter issues, and asking Furs where the inspiration for Wuthering Heights came from. In the evening, Tyren brought the hot scallion pancakes to the table. Hobert cut some lone pickles, and Furs made a salad. Everyone praised Hobert's invention of scallion pancakes, never expecting that pancakes could be so delicious with just scallions and oil. And the lone people basically eat pies and pizzas. Although they each have their own flavor, both pizza and pie making are too cumbersome and greasy. Hobert sighed in his heart. Fortunately, Roselle left a way out for later generations. In terms of cuisine, his inventions are not many. After eating his fill, Hobert sent Donna and Tyren to their family's carriage. In the carriage, Tyren suddenly said, Hobert is very happy now. Yes, Donna unconsciously showed a smile. He is much happier than before. Maybe he has found the life he wants. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 176, Chapter 176 A Shortcut to Digesting the Potion, Bonus 3. Chapter 176 A Shortcut to Digesting the Potion. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert returned to his bedroom, rubbing his slightly sore stomach. Donna, that lively treasure, always made him laugh heartily. Tonight, he laughed so much his stomach ached a bit. Just as Hobert was preparing to rest, he suddenly heard a prayer from the Nation of Disorder. After becoming a Sequence 7, the prayers were clearer, and he could now discern the source of the voice. It was Elliot. After all, only 3 people knew the honorific name of the Creator, and of those, only Elliot was a devout believer. The other 2 were a king of double agents and someone who had simply disappeared. Hobert shook his head and smiled wryly as he locked the door and entered the Nation of Disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, sure enough, the star representing Elliot was flashing incessantly. Hobert spread his spirituality over and heard Elliot's voice. Great Creator, Elder Calvin told me that from Sequence 7 onwards, the digestion of the potion would gradually slow down. At the same time, he taught me a shortcut to digest the Briber potion and allowed me to read some of the family's precious records. In the ancient documents left by the family, I learned a shocking secret. Our surname is not Balk, but Trunsoist, said to be descendants of the Night Emperor. Who is the Night Emperor? Is he related to the family's curse? We have been in non-existent town for too long, and much of the historical information about the supernatural has been lost. Also, my ancestor mentioned in the documents that bribing a god is a shortcut to digesting the Briber potion. Elliot's tone suddenly became sorrowful as he said, more than a decade ago, my sister gave me the family's beyonder characteristics. Tormented by the family curse, she completely went mad. Can I pray to you to restore my sister's sanity and offer sacrifices, and then ask you to fulfill my request? Hobert's first reaction was, it can be done like this. This is indeed a way to fully exploit loopholes. Then he began to consider whether he could fulfill Elliot's prayer. If it were before, he wouldn't have been sure, but with the healing fork, Elliot's request wasn't that difficult. After deducing it in his heart, Hobert said in a supreme voice, the Night Emperor is one of the 4 emperors of the 4th epoch and is related to your family's curse. He paused and added, tomorrow morning, prepare the altar, sacrifices, auxiliary materials for the lawyer potion, and bring your sister to the altar, then make your prayer. He also hoped to verify whether this method was useful. If it was, he could try to bribe Mr. Fool. Hobert's situation was similar to Klein's. If Elliot bribing him, this empty shell creator, was effective, then theoretically, he could definitely bribe the empty shell of the fool. If Elliot's bribery of the creator was unsuccessful, it wouldn't matter. When the creator healed Elliot's sister, demonstrating the creator's power, even if there were no signs of Elliot's potion being digested, it would be because Elliot wasn't pious enough and didn't offer enough sacrifices. Anyway, it wouldn't be the creator's fault. Without the creator needing to remind him, Elliot would probably go to reflect on his mistakes himself. Thinking of this, Hobert was about to leave the Nation of Disorder when the corner of his eye caught sight of the star representing Rafter, still entwined with a red line. Recalling that it had been a while since he had observed Rafter, Hobert spread his spirituality over. Like Christian, this was also a descendant of Tudor. Rafter was sitting opposite two young women, but judging by their attire, these two women weren't streetwalkers. Especially the short-haired woman on the left, who was holding a weapon that looked like a warhammer. Who holds a warhammer while soliciting customers? The woman sitting opposite Rafter had long golden hair, somewhat naturally curly, thin, and with handsome features, but at this moment, she was furrowing her thick eyebrows. Don't come looking for me again. Hobert was stunned. He seemed to smell the scent of a melodramatic soap opera. The golden-haired woman said, I am just the daughter of a bastard and have no interest in the thoughts of you lords. Rafter said, the Pound family once. The silver-haired woman with the warhammer gently hammered the table, interrupting Rafter. Isn't Jessica making herself clear enough? Listen to me, Jessica, Rafter said, I have found hope for the revival of the Pond family. As long as we cooperate, the Pond family will definitely regain its past glory. I won't let you help for nothing. How about the barbarian potion formula? As long as you help, I'll give you the barbarian potion formula. Jessica was clearly a little tempted. However, the silver-haired woman reminded her, would you be so generous? You definitely have bad intentions. Jessica also calmed down, that's right, I don't want your formula, and I don't want to see you again. The two women became more and more agitated, and Rafter had no choice but to leave temporarily. Hobert withdrew his spirituality and shrugged. Unexpectedly, he watched a family ethics drama. South Continent, non-existent town. After receiving the creator's reply, Elliot paced excitedly, circling the room several times before he gradually calmed down, carefully savoring the creator's answer. So the Night Emperor is one of the 4 emperors. He had heard of the 4 emperors, but he didn't know exactly which 4 emperors they were. It should be a powerhouse of the 4th epoch. It seems there are still many questions to ask the creator for answers. Then Elliot went out, preparing to discuss with Calvin what sacrifices to offer to the creator. Backlund, Northborough, a bachelor apartment. Daly sat by the window, looking at the grey night scene outside. On the table next to her was the newspaper that had been delivered yesterday. She had been very busy these past few days. Only by putting all her energy into her work could she avoid overthinking. So she only saw yesterday's newspaper today. In the most conspicuous position was a report about Hobert's victory. Daly glanced at the newspaper again, and you said you had no sense of justice. Tingen City, Elizabeth and Selina watched Melissa return home before they took a carriage home together. To alleviate their friend's sadness, they had been frequently accompanying Melissa shopping until late at night recently. Selina asked Elizabeth, did you see yesterday's newspaper? Elizabeth was stunned and shook her head. Selina took out a copy of the Lone Daily from her bag. I knew you hadn't seen it. Lawyer Hobert won a widely watched lawsuit in Backlund. It is said that the impact of this victory is far-reaching. Elizabeth immediately took the newspaper and started reading it under the street lamp. Selina continued from the side, Lawyer Hobert is the most amazing person I have ever met. He is handsome, has a sense of justice, and knows so much about mysticism. Do you think he would agree if I asked him to be my mysticism teacher? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 177, Chapter 177 Bribing the Creator, Bonus 4. Chapter 177 Bribing the Creator. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. On the Backlund train. Klein opened the local newspaper he had just bought and was quickly drawn to an article in it. After reading the report on Hobert's victory, he was silent for a long time, not expecting Hobert to have such a side. This increased Klein's trust in Hobert. The believers of the Creator often represent the intentions of the Creator. Since Hobert is willing to defend the workers in a weak position, it can be said from the side that the Creator is not an evil god like the true Creator. However, Klein still didn't plan to contact Hobert, who was also in Backlund, immediately. He needed to calm down and think carefully about how to proceed. Waking up, Hobert saw the pattering rain hitting the window. It seemed to be the first autumn rain, and people on the street were already wearing coats and jackets. After going downstairs to eat the breakfast Furs had left for him and cleaning up the tableware, Hobert had just returned to his bedroom when he heard Elliot's prayer. He smiled wryly. Today was Hobert's day off, but the Creator had to be open for business as usual. Arriving at the Nation of Disorder, it was indeed Elliot who was praying, and he was already prepared. Hobert spread his spirituality over and saw the altar Elliot had prepared, as well as a young woman with disheveled hair and somewhat sloppy clothes sitting in front of the altar. Seeing the madness expressed in the young woman's expression and eyes, it was likely Elliot's sister. After Elliot finished praying, he went to coax his sister, asking her to sit obediently in the chair. Hobert first brought the psychological spoon and healing fork to the Nation of Disorder by offering them to himself, and then said to Elliot, begin. Elliot heard Hobert's instructions and comforted his sister a few more times before focusing on praying in front of the altar, O Creator in the shadow of order. After reciting the honorable name, he continued, Your faithful servant begs for your favor. I beg you to help my sister Moira, who is in front of the altar, get rid of her madness. After listening to the prayer, Hobert threw a portion of the lawyer and a portion of the barbarian characteristics, which had been crushed and reaggregated in the initial experiment on the stone platform next to him, into the gap in the bronze door. Then Hobert said to Elliot, prepare the lawyer potion. You only have 10 minutes. Elliot in the real world was slightly stunned. In Moira's current state, she would not be able to control the power of the potion at all, and she might lose control the moment she drank it. However, out of trust in the creator, he immediately went to prepare the potion. While Elliot was preparing the potion, Hobert first gave Moira a psychological cue with the psychological spoon, ignore the crazy whispers in your ears. Although such a psychological cue may only last for a dozen minutes, it is completely sufficient. Then Hobert hypnotized Moira to reduce the madness of her spirit body and astral body. If he had the ability to appease, the effect would be better. Hypnosis is not quite right for the symptoms, and the effect can only last for a while. Fortunately, Hobert now has the healing fork. After laying the groundwork, a healing spell went down, and Moira's spirit body began to recover. Another healing spell went down, and Moira's spiral body became completely normal. Theoretically, the cursed whispers would immediately appear in Moira's ears at this time, but because of the previous hypnosis and psychological cue, Moira would be awake for a dozen minutes. Using this time, she drinks the lawyer potion, and she will not be troubled by the curse for half a year. Moreover, Hobert generously gave Elliot the extraordinary characteristics of the barbarian, so Moira will not hear the crazy whispers from the curse for a whole year. This year is enough for her spirit body and astral body to completely relax and completely recover. Finally, Hobert collected the sacrifices on the altar into the nation of disorder and continued to observe Elliot's digestion of the potion. While Elliot was preparing the potion, he felt waves of power descending. This relieved him. He knew that the creator would not allow Moira to take the potion in such a state. Little Ellie. The potion was finally prepared. Elliot was just about to examine his sister's condition when this voice entered his ears. Little Ellie is Elliot's nickname, and no one has called him that since his father passed away. Elliot looked at Moira in disbelief. Her face was smiling, and her eyes were full of clarity. Is that really you? Little Ellie. The potion in his hand almost fell to the ground. Elliot steadied his mind and said, yes, it's me, Moira. Little Ellie has grown up. Moira reached out to Elliot. Elliot then reacted and quickly came to his sister's side. Why are you crying? Moira stroked her brother's cheek. I'm not crying. Elliot didn't even realize that tears were already streaming down his face. Still as crybaby and liar like when you were a kid. Drink the potion quickly, Moira. Elliot finally remembered the important thing, take advantage of your clarity and control the power of the potion. Although Moira didn't understand what was going on, she quickly decided to listen to her brother and drank the potion in one gulp. It took a minute or two for Moira to control the power of the potion. Elliot finally breathed a sigh of relief, at least Moira could be awake for half a year, no, a year. Elliot also saw the black cherry-like barbarian potion. After a year, Moira will be able to use beyond her power to resist the family's curse. Moira put down the cup in her hand. Little Ellie, why did I suddenly wake up? She said, I seem to have had a very long, long dream, as if I would never see the end of the dream. Fortunately, I saw you. I saw you after I woke up, which let me know that the previous dream was over. A great being has come to save our family. Elliot's joy and disbelief gradually faded away, and he gradually became a little excited. My sister is not crazy. My sister's illness is cured. Elliot quickly pulled Moira to the altar and thanked the Creator piously. At this time, Elliot heard that supreme voice again, you can spread my name. But only within your family. Elliot shed tears of joy again. The Creator finally accepted the Bulk family. Although Elliot felt that he had too much to say to Moira, now was not the time to chat. Several elders of the family were still waiting in the living room outside. The Bulk family attached great importance to Elliot's bribe this time. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 178, Chapter 178 2 Sacrifices, Bonus 5. Chapter 178 2 Sacrifices. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Calvin and the other 6 elders immediately gathered around upon hearing the door open. They knew from Moira's expression that Elliot's bribe had succeeded. Elder Bowen said, it's unbelievable. When Elliot planned to bribe the Creator to restore Moira to her normal state, Bowen thought Elliot's request was too difficult and the Creator might not agree. Last night, Bowen learned that the Creator had granted Elliot's request, and he remained skeptical. In fact, Bowen had always been somewhat doubtful of the Creator's attitude, but after seeing Moira's recovery, Bowen's attitude towards the Creator completely changed. In non-existent town, which family doesn't have a crazy relative? Moira's awakening also gave all the elders hope of lifting the curse. After everyone congratulated Elliot, Calvin asked, "Is there any sign of digestion of the Briber potion?" Elliot's emotions had been too volatile just now, and he was reminded by Calvin. He radiated his spirituality to sense the state of the potion, and after a while, he exclaimed with joy, "Half of it has been digested at once." Everyone was filled with envy. They had all experienced Sequence 7 and knew that from Briber onwards, potion digestion required more time and acting. And Elliot had digested half of it almost effortlessly. Hobert carefully scrutinized Elliot. Judging from the other party's reaction, this shortcut was feasible. Moreover, as long as he bribed God twice, he could basically digest the potion. With some acting in normal times, he could achieve a high degree of compatibility between the potion, astral body, and ether body, completing the thorough digestion process. Then, Hobert looked at the sacrifice before him, a specialty from the southern continent, a characteristic of a werewolf, and a sealed artifact from the death pathway. Hobert's cost was a characteristic of a barbarian and a lawyer, making this deal a huge profit. He first held the werewolf Beyonder characteristic in his palm. He remembered that if he used a Beyonder characteristic from the prisoner pathway to perform divination, it would attract the attention of the Mother Tree of Desire, and be contaminated without realizing it. He wondered if shattering the werewolf characteristic would attract the attention of the Mother Tree of Desire. After a little thought, Hobert felt it wouldn't. First of all, the Nation of Disorder could isolate most of the attention. Secondly, he was using the power of chaos to shatter the characteristic, which theoretically could isolate all mystical powers. With 2 layers of isolation, the Mother Tree of Desire should not be able to sense the shattering of this werewolf characteristic. Even if the Mother Tree of Desire noticed it here, Hobert had enough home field advantage in the Nation of Disorder. So Hobert immediately tried it, first wrapping the werewolf characteristic with the power of chaos, and then trying to shatter it. Suddenly, a huge tree appeared before Hobert's eyes. It was full of vitality, constantly growing, flowering, and bearing fruit. This tree floated in the dark universe, nurturing life on planet after planet. On many planets, stones, magma, and even entire planets had life. They intertwined and collided, constantly giving birth to new life and constantly destroying old life. Hobert was startled. This should be the main body of the Mother Tree of Desire. Just as he was about to end his operation, the picture suddenly disappeared. The werewolf characteristic had been divided into 3 parts and began the process of recondensing. Hobert then realized that it was not the gaze of the Mother Tree of Desire, but the influence of the Mother Tree of Desire on this characteristic. Before it was destroyed, it established some kind of connection with Hobert, allowing Hobert to see the past or present body of the Mother Tree of Desire. Seeing the past, Mother Tree of Desire, was more likely because Hobert did not feel the other parties looking back. It was likely the state of the Mother Tree of Desire when it influenced this Beyonder characteristic. Looking at the Beyonder characteristic divided into 3, Hobert seemed to see 3 stacks of gold pounds. Then he summoned the sealed artifact to his hand and quickly understood the ability of this sealed artifact using the authority of the Nation of Disorder. It can hide in the spirit world for 60 seconds, temporarily avoiding enemy attacks. It can make the holder very agile. Wearing this sealed artifact makes it easy to encounter ancient ruins or tombs. The negative effects are, you must not move when hiding in the spirit world, or you will be completely lost in the spirit world. You are easily hated by undead creatures. The wearer will increasingly like to tell ghost stories, and the plots in the ghost stories are likely to happen to the wearer. Hobert first thought that this sealed artifact was probably comparable to a grade 3 sealed artifact. He threw the sealed artifact onto the stone platform. This sealed artifact was not very useful to Hobert. Perhaps its greatest use was that it easily encountered ancient ruins or tombs. And there were considerable risks. He should put it in the Nation of Disorder first and take it out when it was useful. Back in the real world, Hobert stretched and looked at the drizzle hitting the window, quietly enjoying the state of emptying his brain and body. At noon, after Hobert had lunch with Furs, he returned to his bedroom and read a novel for a while. At about 2:50, he locked the door, closed the curtains, and prepared for the Tarot Club meeting. At 3 o'clock sharp, Hobert's vision was occupied by grey fog, and the giant palace appeared in his vision. A new round of the Tarot Club meeting began. Klein, who had activated his spiritual vision, immediately noticed the change in Emperor, which greatly surprised Klein. Emperor was already Sequence 7. Justice Audrey, Hangman Alger, and son Derek did not immediately notice the change in Hobert. Audrey was about to greet him happily, but Alger preempted her and said, "Mr. Fool, I have collected a total of 19 pages of Roselle's diary this time. Here, I must thank you for sending your attendant to help us eliminate Kalangos. These diary entries are the reward I should pay." Klein smiled faintly. This is in line with the principle of equivalent exchange. Alger's attitude was somewhat humble. "My current memory limit is 6 pages, please allow me to give them to you in installments." Klein, shrouded in thick grey fog, nodded slightly. "No problem. Then came the expression process, and the part where Klein began to read the diary. Audrey, sitting opposite Alger, was already very excited. Kilangos was really eliminated by Mr. Fool's believer. Mr. Hanged Man's attitude became humble, probably because he had seen Mr. Fool's powerful believer. Then she looked at Sun. Mr. Sun was not surprised at all. After all, he was in the Forsaken Land. Mr. Emperor was a little surprised, but his surprise seemed a little fake. Wait, something was wrong with Emperor's state. Could he have advanced again? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 179, Chapter 179 Intercepting Each Other, Bonus 6. Chapter 179 Intercepting Each Other. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Bodybags87 for becoming a member, plus 5 bonus chapters on top of bonus CHP for my birthday. Audrey recalled that when the Emperor joined the Tarot Club, he was just an ordinary person, but now he was already Sequence 7. At that time, Audrey was already Sequence 9, and she is still Sequence 9 now. Audrey clenched her fist. No, I must advance quickly too. I really want to ask Mr. Hangman now if he has obtained the complete pituitary gland of an adult rainbow salamander. No, it's Mr. Fool's reading time now, I have to wait. Unlike Audrey's torment, Alger and Derek also saw Hobert's differences. While they were surprised by Hobert's speed of advancement, they felt that it seemed acceptable. After all, the Emperor knows so much knowledge, perhaps he knows some methods to accelerate advancement. Hobert didn't pay much attention to everyone's emotions. He was thinking at this time, I wonder if Klein has arrived in Backlund. It stands to reason that he will definitely come to Backlund. After all, there is hope for him to become stronger, and Lenivus, who participated in the descent of the true creator, is also in Backlund. After everyone waited with various emotions, Klein tapped the edge of the long bronze table with his right index finger a few times. Roselle mentioned some covered history in his diary, and mentioned some simple common sense. The latter reminded me that I don't seem to have told you. Audrey looked happily towards the head of the ancient bronze table. Mr. Fool is taking the initiative to mention the contents of Roselle's diary. What will be recorded on it? Compared to her, Alger was much more stable, but his unconscious straightening of his back still ruthlessly betrayed him. Derek, on the other hand, didn't know about Emperor Roselle, nor did he know what this name represented in the northern continent, so he just couldn't hide his curiosity, and didn't show too much abnormality. Only Hobert didn't react, because he knew that Mr. Fool was planning to use this gimmick to make money. Audrey couldn't hold back and asked, Mr. Fool, what common sense did Emperor Roselle mention? I can pay a reward in exchange for this information. Klein chuckled and said, no need, these are all simple common sense. Seeing this part of the diary, as the convener of the Tarot Club, I think it is necessary for you all to know. Of course, I am very clear that some of you already know it. He was mainly referring to the Emperor and the Sun. The former has a terrifying reserve of knowledge, and the latter lives in Silver City, where almost everyone is a Beyonder. Audrey responded, thank you so much. Mr. Fool, you are really too generous. Hobert smiled slightly, young lady, you are still too young, you may not know that in the AD era there was a saying called, free things are the most expensive. This is just a marketing method. Klein described in a calm tone, the first common sense, most high sequences have a longer lifespan. For example, the Night Emperor, one of the 4 emperors who appeared in the 4th epoch, is actually one person, not a collective term for several generations of emperors. Alger was surprised at first, and then he became excited. He had similar guesses before. Mr. Fool's words confirmed his previous guesses. Yes, only with an extremely long lifespan can one accumulate power and enjoy the pleasure brought by power for a long time. Audrey was so shocked that she covered her mouth. With her rich historical knowledge and mystical knowledge, she certainly knew the 4 emperors, but today she learned that one of the 4 emperors was called the Night Emperor, and this historical figure more than 1,000 years ago was actually a high sequence Beyonder, and quite long-lived. While subverting Audrey's cognition, she more deeply realized that she lived in a world full of extraordinary power. As a spectator, she habitually looked at the Sun and the Emperor. Neither of them are surprised. That's right, the Sun's textbooks have acting method. Who knows if there will be some other knowledge in the Silver City textbooks? Audrey asked Hobert, Mr. Emperor, do you also know the Night Emperor? Hobert thought, I know too much. He smiled and said, yes, the Night Emperor is the Emperor of the Trunsoist Empire. Audrey nodded, and suddenly had a feeling that mystical knowledge and historical knowledge were combined. As for why the Sun, Derek wasn't surprised, it was really because their textbooks had a simple description of angels. Klein continued, the contradictions between the gods actually have internal causes, which involves the second common sense, law of similar sequence Beyonder characteristics conservation. Audrey and Alger were both stunned, and looked at Hobert together. Of course, they remembered that law of conservation of Beyonder characteristics that Hobert had said before, but in Mr. Fool's description, why was there an extra phrase like, similar sequence? Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. He was intercepted by Mr. Fool. He originally planned to sell the knowledge of adjacent pathways exchange for £1,000. Derek also became serious. He also knew the law of conservation of beyonder characteristics, but he didn't understand the meaning of similar sequence. This time it was Alger who couldn't hold back. Why is it similar sequence? Klein smiled and replied, what are you willing to pay to get the answer? What did I say? Hobert thought, common sense is free, explanation is charged. Hee, what a deal. Learn from Mr. Fool. If the Fool had simply mentioned some simple common sense recorded in Roselle's diary, Alger would never have been determined to pay a reward. However, the relevant description about the Night Emperor in front made Alger have a strong interest, but he couldn't understand some of the descriptions. Mr. Fool, what do you want to get? Audrey and Derek also expressed their desire to join the transaction, so the dear Mr. Fool staged a good show of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. First, trade with Alger and Audrey for information about the secret order. Of course, they don't have this information yet. Mr. Fool will explain first, and they will pay the reward later. Derek used the compensation he had accumulated before to join the transaction. In the previous 3-party transaction, he only exchanged the Sequence 8 telepathist formula for the Sequence 9 Bard formula. Klein promised to compensate him, and his choice at the time was to accumulate it to prepare for subsequent potion formulas and main materials, but this gathering used up the accumulated compensation without hesitation. Only Hobert did not participate in the transaction. Mr. Fool can shield my hearing. Klein shielded Hobert's hearing out of responsibility to his customers, and then explained to the others what adjacent pathways are. As soon as he said this, Alger immediately understood why the Lord of Storm's Church and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church are mortal enemies, because the 2 sides are adjacent pathways. He even understood the internal principles of many things in the upper echelons of the church. When their transaction was over, Hobert said, I have some information about the secret order here. Who wants to trade with me? And immediately pay Mr. Fool's reward. This time it was Klein's turn to twitch the corner of his mouth behind the gray fog. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 180, Chapter 180 Bribing the Fool, Bonus 7. Chapter 180 Bribing the Fool. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Audrey and Alger both looked at Hobert, but their gazes were different. Audrey was excited. Great, great. She was worried about not having a channel to investigate the intelligence of the secret order. Although Alger was also a little tempted, he was still rational. No need, I have a channel to investigate the secret order. So Hobert asked Audrey, do you want to trade privately or publicly? Publicly, Audrey said with a smile, this way, Mr. Hangman will know which information is already known. In other words, Hangman must collect information that Hobert has not mentioned in order to complete the transaction with Mr. Fool. Hobert almost covered his face. What a nice girl who thinks for others. Klein also sighed in his heart, as expected of Miss Justice. Alger was a little helpless, wondering when he had offended Justice, but thinking about how he had previously used some not very valuable information to to trade £1,000 from Justice. But today, Mr. Fool generously disclosed some very valuable information. Alger estimated that Justice was a little angry about being deceived and a little unbalanced about spending money unjustly. Even if Justice doesn't care about £1,000, the feeling of being deceived will still make her a little unhappy, so Alger didn't refute after hearing Justice's words. Hobert said to Audrey, let's talk about the reward. How about £500? It's still a profit for you, because the information that Mr. Fool traded with you just now is worth at least £1,000. In fact, this information is only worth £300, but if Hobert says that, Audrey probably won't refuse. Sure enough, Audrey nodded happily. Okay, £500 it is. Plus the £1,500 you owed me before, you owe me a total of £2,000. You can pay me together after the gathering. No problem. Hobert organized his words and said, the secret order possesses the Seer pathway potion formula known for its mystery. The members of this organization rarely appear in people's sight. Each time they appear, they are generally looking for the Antigonus family's relics. Klein, behind the fog, immediately thought of the Antigonus notebook. For him, that was the beginning of everything. Hobert continued, according to the law of conservation, it is not difficult for us to guess that they are actually looking for sealed artifacts or characteristics related to the Seer pathway. According to reliable information, the secret order is a secret organization established by the Zeradal family. The Zeradal family had angels in the 4th epoch and were mortal enemies with the Antigonus family. Although the Church of the Evernight Goddess controls their Sequence 5 advancement channel by capturing and raising mermaids, it is believed that the current strength of the secret order should not be weak. It is said that the secret order once cooperated with Emperor Roselle and is still an important part of the Beyonder force of the Intis Republic. Their members are all over the intelligence department of the Intis Republic. The Intis Republic embassy in Backlund should be able to find traces of its members. Miss Justice, are you satisfied with my information? Hobert didn't know if Audrey was satisfied, but he knew that Mr. Fool must be satisfied with this answer. After all, Mr. Fool suddenly wanted to popularize common sense. In fact, he wanted to get information about advancing to sequence 7. Hobert simply stated where the members of the secret order were in Backlund, which was exactly the information Mr. Fool needed. I am very satisfied, Audrey said with a smile, then she seemed to suddenly think of something and asked to the head of the bronze long table, Mr. Fool, are you satisfied? Klein, who was very satisfied in his heart, said faintly, yes. Mr. Fool's answer made Audrey very happy. She not only got very valuable information about the adjacent pathway from Mr. Fool, but also got information about the secret order from Mr. Emperor, and she only spent £500 for this information. If Mr. Fool knew Audrey's inner thoughts of only £500, I don't know what he would think. After the mysteries transaction ended, Hobert said to Klein, Honorable Mr. Fool, my next request does not mean to disrespect you. After all, this is the Tarot Club, Klein's territory, and he should have the proper attitude. Alas, Hobert sighed in his heart, only those who impersonate evil gods know how difficult it is to impersonate evil gods. Everyone looked at Emperor and guessed what he was going to say in their hearts. Klein realized that Emperor was going to give himself a problem, but the other party's attitude made him not stop Emperor's next words. Hobert continued, I have just become a briber and have obtained a key piece of information. The briber potion can be quickly digested by bribing gods. Mr. Fool, if possible, I hope to digest the potion by bribing you. Klein's first reaction was the same as Hobert's when he first heard this operation, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, I didn't expect there to be such an operation. Alger was first shocked, bribing gods. That's bribing gods. How dare he say it so easily? Then Alger regained some rationality, but was still very surprised, what mysterious organization or beyonder organization would have such blasphemous records of gods? Finally, Alger suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, the Emperor's amazing knowledge reserves made me guess that he was like Mr. Fool, a hidden existence that was awakening. Now it seems that he is just a sequence 7 who has just been promoted. But this breath only eased halfway, Alger was still shocked by the blasphemous proposal of bribing gods. At the same time, he also marveled at another thing, Emperor described it so surely, obviously he was very sure about this matter, so did the organization to which Emperor belonged really bribe gods? And succeeded more than once. Audrey and Derek were also very surprised, but their focus of surprise was different. Audrey was amazed at the novelty of the mysterious world and had a feeling of, sure enough, Emperor really mastered many shortcuts to digest potions. Derek was surprised by the Emperor's sequence, daring to blaspheme God so much, but not being abandoned by the gods. Hobert continued, Mr. Fool, this does not mean blasphemy, you can see it as a prayer, I offer a sacrifice that satisfies you, and you agree to my prayer, that's all. Alger laughed in his heart, easy to say. Audrey felt that the Emperor's way of changing the concept was a bit familiar. Only Derek, who was not deeply involved in the world, did not quite understand the subtlety of Hobert's words. This reminds me of some past events, Klein said, hiding behind the grey fog. He did recall the fragmentary description of bribers, and the sentence was paving the way for the next words, I can grant your request, but you must offer a sacrifice that satisfies me. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 181, Chapter 181 Hobert's Sacrifice, Bonus 8. Chapter 181 Hobert's Sacrifice. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Klein was also curious whether it could really help Emperor digest the potion. As for whether he, a self-proclaimed god, could meet Hobert's needs, he and Hobert were on the same page. If it doesn't work, that's your problem, what does it have to do with the great Mr. Fool? Hobert asked, Mr. Fool, what offering do you desire? Everything about 0-08, Klein said in a supreme voice, even the parts one already know. For him, the biggest obstacle to avenging himself and the captain was in Sanguil, who might have already been promoted to a demigod, and the 0-08 in his possession. Information about Insa's movements might be obtained in the future, but 0-08 was a high-level secret of the church. After leaving the Nighthawks, he had no way to obtain such information. Alger's eyes narrowed. He naturally knew what a Grade 0 sealed artifact represented. He sighed inwardly, that's right, only items of this level can attract Mr. Fool's attention. Audrey noticed the Hanged Man's abnormal reaction, but she didn't understand what surprised the Hanged Man. 0-08, is this code name special? I really want to ask what's going on, but now is not a good time to ask questions. Derek, however, was not surprised. The Forsaken Land also had the concept of grading sealed artifacts. Of course, he knew what was special about Grade 0 sealed artifacts, but wasn't it normal for a god like Mr. Fool to pay attention to this level of item? Hobert said, I happen to have the offering you need now, why don't we start now? I will ask you for mystical knowledge and then offer information about 0-08. You can freely tell us some mystical knowledge to complete the bribery process. Klein nodded slightly, okay. The other three were excited and a little thrilled, staring at Hobert without blinking, for fear of missing any of his actions. Hobert stood up and said to Klein and Hermes, "Great Mr. Fool, your loyal admirer begs you to tell us some mystical knowledge, and I will offer you an offering that interests you." Klein also said solemnly, "Good." Suddenly, the grey fog in the great hall seemed to be pried open by some force, flowing between Klein and Hobert in a circle. Hobert immediately felt his spirituality seemed to be watched and pulled. He continued, "The offering I offer is all the information I know about 0-08. 0-08 is also called the Quill of Al-Zahad. It is said to be the characteristic condensed after the death of the dragon Al-Zahad. Its appearance is an ordinary quill. The stories it writes will become reality. When you know it, it also knows you." Klein was a little surprised. The stories it writes will become a reality. When you know it, it also knows you. Such a strange ability. This is truly a grade 0 sealed artifact. Fortunately, with the obstruction of the grey fog, Alger and the others did not see Mr. Fool's gaffe. Alger certainly knew that grade 0 sealed artifacts were high-level secrets in the church, so he listened very carefully, but when he heard the ability of 0-08, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Then he was overjoyed, happy to know such high-end information. Derek was not surprised, because dragons were once the Silver City's mortal enemies, so many legends and information about dragons were circulated in Silver City. He had heard a little about the high sequence of this pathway. Audrey couldn't help but ask, "Sorry, Mr. Emperor, to interrupt you, what does it mean that the stories it writes will become reality? What does it mean that when you know it, it knows you?" "It means exactly what it says," Hobert explained. "For example, if it writes that someone will drown on a certain day, then on that day, many coincidences will definitely happen to make the drowning event a reality." Audrey said in surprise, "How is that possible? Doesn't that mean that the person who drowned didn't even know that he died at the hands of a pen? Others would also think it was just an accident." "Miss Justice, anything is possible in the mystical world," Hobert said playfully. "Moreover, the nightmare dragon Al-Zahad is sequence 1 of the spectator pathway." I. Miss Justice said excitedly, "Will I also have such abilities in the future?" Hobert smiled, "Theoretically, yes. You and Susie both." Hobert continued to explain, "As for when you know it, it will also know you, it also means exactly what it says. When you know 0-08, it will include you in its story." Audrey was a little surprised, "I already know 0-08, what should I do?" Hobert smiled, "Don't worry, with Mr. Fool's protection, 0-08 doesn't even know we're talking about it here. As long as we don't talk about it or think about it after we leave the Tarot Club. If you become a psychiatrist in the future, you can also hypnotize yourself to temporarily forget all the information about 0-08, and then restore your memory when certain conditions are triggered." Hobert also reminded, in addition, the effective range of 0-08's ability is a city. As long as you are not in the same city as it, even if you know of its existence, it cannot write you into its story. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. But Hobert's next words made her worried again. Hobert said, "According to the information I, accidentally, obtained, 0-08, which originally belonged to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, was stolen, and its current holder is likely to go to Backlund recently. Then what should I do?" Audrey asked anxiously. She felt the real danger from the Beyonder world for the first time. "So you have to be promoted to psychiatrist as soon as possible," Hobert smiled, "or rent a magical item with hypnosis ability from me and hypnotize yourself." "I want to rent," Audrey said immediately. "Okay, but please let me complete the bribery process first." Sorry. Audrey, who got the answer to the question and the way to solve the problem, sat quietly in the chair. Klein also breathed a sigh of relief. He was planning to leave Backlund just now. With Miss Justice's rental, he could also use the Emperor's magical item to eliminate hidden dangers. Hobert returned to the previous topic. The known negative effect of 0-08 is, it will keep trying to write its holder to death. The above is my offering to Mr. Fool. Klein nodded slightly. In response to the Emperor's prayer, I will tell you some more common sense. For example, the 4 emperors refer to the Black Emperor, the Blood Emperor, the Night Emperor, and the Underworld Emperor. After a series of battles, they eventually fell one after another. The Underworld Emperor was the last to fall. He had seized a lot of benefits from the previous wars, but in the end, he went mad and became stronger. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 182 High-End Tarot Club, Bonus 9. Chapter 182 High-End Tarot Club. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hearing Mr. Fool's words, Alger was shocked, madness, and also stronger. What does this mean? It is said that the Blood Emperor was also in a half-mad state. Is this an operation applicable to high sequences to become stronger? No. Is it related to the characteristics in their bodies? Audrey was very excited after hearing this. Today, she learned who the 4 emperors were, which is very different from the history textbooks. The most important thing is that the 4 emperors seem to be people from the same era, not emperors of empires that existed successively as described in some textbooks. Although Derek didn't know who the 4 emperors were, when Mr. Fool mentioned Underworld Emperor, he recalled the former chief who built a mausoleum for himself and appeared less and less, and he worried about the chief's current state. Klein added, for example, the benefits seized by the Underworld Emperor allowed his power to surpass that of gods. Alger's eyes narrowed, but he was still mad. Alger looked at Mr. Fool. Yes, that's what Mr. Fool wants to express. Gods can also go mad. Audrey focused on power surpassing that of gods. How could there be power surpassing that of gods? This is such blasphemous language. Ah, right, Mr. Fool is very likely a god, so it doesn't count as blasphemy when he says it. Derek frowned, still not believing that there could be power surpassing that of gods. Hobert respectfully said, Mr. Fool, thank you for your gift. The information you provided is far higher than my sacrifice. Klein smiled slightly, saying nothing and making no movements, as if this was an insignificant matter. Immediately afterward, Hobert felt that his spirituality seemed to have undergone some kind of change, but because the potion of sequence 7 in the ether body was not in this space, he was not sure whether his potion had been digested. Hobert smiled and said, I really want to go back to the real world now to feel whether the potion has been digested, but I still have a deal to complete. At this time, Alger, Audrey, and Derek came back to their senses. This is Hobert bribing the gods in order to digest the potion. Is it because this idea is blasphemous that Mr. Fool gave such blasphemous knowledge? In fact, what they didn't know was that Mr. Fool didn't know that much in reality. He just mentioned these contents from Roselle's diary he had just read. In any case, they were all shocked by everything they had just heard, and then they almost simultaneously exclaimed, only the Tarot Club has such high-end information exchange. Alger suddenly thought, Mr. Emperor, we talked about the Antigonus family a long time ago. At that time, you said that Antigonus had a good relationship with 2 big figures, and you also said that knowing the names of those 2 big figures would bring disaster. Are they, or rather are they, at the same level as 0-08? Are they also high-sequence beings of the audience pathway? Klein and Audrey also recalled that gathering one after another and each had their own associations. Hobert nodded, one of them is, and their position is even higher than that of 0-08. Alger was surprised, the position is even higher than that of 0-08. Audrey was surprised, is he still alive? Yes, he is still alive. Didn't Mr. Fool just say that many high-sequence beings have longer lifespans? Hobert replied, as for Mr. Hanged Man's question, it has great value and needs to be traded. Alger had already guessed something with his knowledge, I don't need such a transaction for the time being. Hobert nodded and said to Audrey again, then let's talk about the transaction of renting magical items. He smiled and said, because of Mr. Fool's witness, only the Tarot Club can have such a rental transaction. It is a magical item that roughly matches sequence 6. I named it Psychological Spoon. How about £60 per use? After all, I have to bear some risks. Just now, they were talking about topics of sequence 1 and gods. When they talked about sequence 6, everyone felt like they were back in reality. Klein immediately realized that this was a great opportunity to conduct an experiment. He tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers and smiled, are you willing to cooperate with me in this matter for a try? Hobert was stunned, could it be? Audrey had already nodded elegantly and said, I am happy to cooperate. She clearly remembered that Mr. Fool had only tried 2 things, once was when he pulled her and Hanged Man into this mysterious space, and the other was when he gave the honorific name and let the 2 of them try to pray. The results of both attempts were very successful and exposed some of his essence. Hobert said, I am also happy to cooperate. Klein smiled and said, this attempt will make your transaction simple, safe, and confidential enough. Hobert thought, sure enough, Full Express Delivery is about to open. He had been expecting this for a long time. Do you still remember the sacrificial ritual described by the sun? Klein deliberately mentioned this matter to show his frankness. I remember, I usually have contact with this kind of thing. Alger honestly replied, but because the Orthodox gods rarely respond to similar rituals, since the 5th epoch, the word sacrifice is often equated with evil gods and demons. Klein said to Hobert, my idea is that you sacrifice the magical item to me through a ritual, and then I will bestow it to Miss Justice. This form of transaction is convenient for both of you. It can be like this. Audrey was immediately dumbfounded, feeling that this exceeded the limit of her imagination. But soon she woke up and understood the advantages of this method and the divine essence hidden beneath the seemingly simple operation. This made her sigh, the Tarot Club is really a high-level secret organization. We not only talk about gods, but also use the methods of gods to conduct transactions. The next thing was simple for Hobert. He often performed the rituals of sacrifice and bestowing to the great creator. It's just like playing house, playing with yourself. Klein mainly taught Justice how to perform the ritual, and gave Justice and Emperor the pattern symbolizing the Fool. It was a mysterious pattern composed of a pupilless eye symbolizing secrecy and a twisted line symbolizing change. Finally, Klein added, if you have forgotten anything, you can pray to me, and then you can recall it. Thanking Mr. Fool again, Audrey smiled and said, I really want to end the gathering now and perform the ritual. Alger, who was not involved, shook his head almost imperceptibly, and sighed in his heart at Justice's naivety. This is a ritual told to you by an evil god. If you are not careful, you will fall into the endless abyss. But Hobert launched a new transaction. Help me pay attention to magical items with travel abilities. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 183, Chapter 183 Fool Express launched, bonus 10. Chapter 183 Fool Express launched. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. I've heard of this ability, Alger said. It seems to be an ability possessed only by a Sequence 5 traveler of the apprentice pathway. Klein, Audrey, and even Derek, who possessed a lot of knowledge of mysticism but was somewhat uninformed in some areas, hadn't even heard of it. However, this wasn't Derek's first time attending the gathering, and he knew that at his current level and with his current knowledge, he should listen more and speak less, so he rarely spoke during this gathering. Klein almost had the urge to cover his face, a mysterious organization whose big boss was only Sequence 8, and the highest Sequence member was only Sequence 7, with 40% of the members being Sequence 9. Such an organization was actually initiating a trade for a Sequence 5 level magical item. Audrey, of course, once again marveled at how the Tarot Club's trades were becoming increasingly high-end. Alger continued, putting aside the level of such magical items, the price will also be very considerable, and there will be a premium. Beyonder characteristics at Sequence 5 level are generally worth £5,000 to £6,000, but everyone knows that characteristics at this level are priceless, and it is normal for the price to be inflated to £8,000. In addition, if it is a magical item, the premium will be even higher by £1,000, and this rare ability will also have a premium. If you want to complete this transaction, you must prepare at least £10,000. Klein immediately began a series of associations with, I have £10,000, which was still an unattainable price for him at the moment. Audrey, who had almost never worried about money, also exclaimed, the price of mystical items is really high. Probably more than that, Hobert said with emotion, I know its general price, so I am working hard to save money for it. Alger shook his head almost imperceptibly, such a huge amount of money couldn't be saved just by saving, I will keep an eye out for you. Audrey also made the same promise, although she didn't know through what channels she would keep an eye out. Then she asked, Mr. Emperor, what exactly is the ability of traveling? You can use the travel in the spirit world to reach the destination you want to reach, Hobert explained simply. For example, it may take more than half a month to travel from the northern continent to the southern continent by boat, and there are also storms and bad weather. But if you use travel, you only need to rest a few times on the way, and you can reach it in a few minutes. Audrey exclaimed, what a magical ability. She also wanted to have such a magical item. After that was the transaction between Audrey and Alger for the complete pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander. Because Audrey had once again found Kalangos' location, Alger would provide this ingredient to Audrey for free. At Audrey's suggestion, this transaction would also be conducted using the method of sacrifice and bestowal. This made Alger feel frightened, but he dared not refuse. Finally, Audrey asked the Fool about the standards for new members of the Tarot Club, so the Fool assigned Audrey the task of assessing new members. Hobert was stunned, the assessment of furs had already begun. In the end, this tarot gathering, which once again changed everyone's perception, ended, but the transactions reached at the gathering had just begun. Hobert returned to the real world and immediately felt the changes between his spirituality, potion, and body. The pleasant feeling of digesting the potion reappeared, and Hobert experienced for the first time the comfort of digesting half of the potion at once. It really works. Theoretically speaking, if he bribed Mr. Fool once more, he could completely digest the briber potion. In this way, the digestion speed of the briber potion may be faster than that of the barbarian and lawyer. However, he should also pay attention to acting usually, so that the potion and himself can achieve a high degree of compatibility. After calming down, Hobert set up the altar. The symbol in the center of the altar was the symbol representing the Fool. Immediately afterwards, he skillfully performed the sacrifice. Unlike the sacrifice to the Creator, there was no huge bronze gate, but the flame of the candle symbolizing the Fool expanded rapidly, tearing a virtual door in the wall of spirituality. The symbol engraved on the door was the symbol in the center of the altar symbolizing the Fool. After the door opened, countless indescribable shadows could be seen, and streams of clear light containing vast knowledge. Above them was an ancient palace in a thick gray fog overlooking the real world. Only after Klein took the psychological spoon from the altar did Hobert exclaim, "There is no momentum of the Creator's sacrifice door, but it is full of mystery and illusory feeling." At this time, he heard the voice of the fool constantly echoing, "Well done." Hobert bowed to the altar, "Praise the fool." In the middle of the turbulent waves of the Berserk Sea, the Blue Avenger was like a leaf, sometimes thrown high, sometimes rolled down, but without the slightest sign of capsizing. Alger was in the captain's room, pacing back and forth with his back to the shelves filled with red and white wine. Finally, he gritted his teeth, returned to the desk with a serious expression, took away the brass sextant, found paper and a steel pen, and leaned over to depict the complex and mysterious symbolic symbol that the fool gave him. After lighting the candle, setting up the altar, and building the wall of spirituality, Alger instinctively took a breath, lowered his head and chanted in Hermes, "The fool who does not belong to this era." After reciting the incantation, Alger also saw the illusory door. He immediately lowered his head, holding the complete pituitary gland above his head with both hands, and offered the sacrifice in his hand. A mysterious suction appeared on the altar, sucking away the complete pituitary gland. Alger felt his hands become lighter, but he still didn't dare to look up until he heard the voice of the fool, "Well done." "It's my honor," Alger replied without hesitation. After extinguishing the candle according to the normal procedure and ending the ritual, Alger sat down with a complex expression, guessing the state of the fool. At the beginning, he could only pull people into the world above the gray fog. After a while, he could listen to prayers and respond, and now he can accept sacrifices and bestow them. Mr. Fool is getting out of trouble step by step. This guess and conclusion made Alger feel both afraid and worried, and a little bit of rejoicing expectation. "At least I am a member of the Tarot Club, the earliest member." Alger took a deep breath and got up to check the sea chart. In any case, he must improve his strength as soon as possible. Strength is always his confidence. The Blue Avenger is now approaching the first location marked in the Elven ruins. In the magnificent palace above the grey fog, Klein was looking at the psychological spoon and the pituitary gland in front of him. Picking up the psychological spoon, he once again exclaimed the benefits of being a platform. Pouring spirituality into the psychological spoon, he immediately noticed that he had 3 new abilities: hypnosis, frenzy, and psychological cue. And the negative effects are just crying or laughing. This is a good thing. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 184, Chapter 184 Newcomer Jessica, Bonus 11. Chapter 184 Newcomer Jessica. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for 60+ advanced chapters. Thanks to Reality MC, free member +1 bonus chapter, showing 42/week RN. Klein, who had more contact with the Nighthawks, had more contact with sealed items that could kill the holder at any time, and rarely came into contact with items with negative effects within an acceptable range. Even so, it didn't affect his judgment of the psychological spoon. After using hypnosis to deal with the memory of 0-08, and setting it to be forgotten in the real world, and then recalling it in the space above this grey fog, Klein notified Audrey to start the ceremony of bestowing. "The attempt has been successful," he said in a supreme voice. "When are you going to perform the bestowing ceremony? Provided that there are no other Beyonders around you." Audrey was a little excited when she heard Mr. Fool's notification. It really succeeded. Then she felt a little guilty. Does a dog count? Thinking of this, she once again asked Susie to help her stand guard at the door, and then recited the honorable name of the fool. "Mr. Fool, now is fine." This was the first time to conduct the ceremony of bestowal. Audrey could not help being cautious and repeatedly compared. The moment the illusory door of bestowal appeared, Audrey breathed a sigh of relief and curiously looked at the door full of mystery. It was not until the pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander and the psychological spoon appeared on the altar that Audrey came back to her senses. After praising Mr. Fool again, Audrey ended the ceremony and thought triumphantly, "Our tarot club is at a higher level than all secret organizations." She first picked up the psychological spoon and used the method taught by Emperor before to spread her spirituality to this seemingly ordinary spoon. Through spiritual perception, she immediately realized that she could use 3 new abilities: hypnosis, frenzy, and psychological cue. Is this a magical item? That's great. I really want to have it. I wonder if Emperor will sell it. It seems a little impolite to ask directly. I'll inquire about it from the side at the next gathering. Audrey first completed the hypnosis on herself, which was similar to Klein's operation. She also forgot all the information about 0-08 in the real world, and when she returned to the grey fog, she regained the memory of 0-08. In theory, as a sequence 9, it should be difficult to exert the full effect of the psychological spoon, but Audrey is a spectator, and has a very high degree of compatibility with the psychological spoon, and the hypnotic effect is actually very good. Audrey reluctantly put down the psychological spoon, and then sacrificed it to Mr. Fool with the prepared gold pounds, asking him to help give it to the Emperor. This month's pocket money is all spent. Audrey sighed. It was not difficult for her to take out more than £2,000 at one time. After completing the sacrifice, Audrey picked up the soft thing that was constantly changing color and covered with hills. Also because of the same sequence relationship, without verifying the authenticity, Audrey's spirituality knew that this was the pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander. She had already prepared other materials, so a few minutes later, she had a bottle of liquid that was constantly changing its luster in her hand. Audrey drank the potion and successfully passed the characteristic integration stage and was promoted to sequence 8. After using meditation to restrain the divergent spirituality, Audrey opened the door and let Susie in. "Audrey, something seems to have changed about you." Susie's mouth opened and closed. Audrey smiled slightly. "Is there?" Finally one sequence higher than Susie, otherwise Audrey sometimes didn't know how to face Susie. "If you meet other Beyonders, how should you introduce yourself?" And Susie, "I am a spectator, and my dog is also a spectator." It's embarrassing to think about it. Audrey sat on the soft stool and changed the subject. "Susie, how do you think I should tell Zio and Furs in a concealed way without revealing my identity, and make them interested?" As soon as she finished speaking, Audrey also seriously thought about the task assigned by Mr. Fool. Then she looked at Susie, Susie looked at her, and finally Susie broke the silence. "Audrey, I'm just a dog." Hobert praised the fool when he saw the gold pounds and the psychological spoon appearing on the altar, and then picked up the money to count. A total of £2,060, no more, no less. Looking at the cloudy sky outside, Hobert finally overcame his laziness and deposited £2,000 into the bank. Now Hobert's savings have reached £4,800, and Hobert also has £91 and 7 solely in cash in his wallet. Hobert sighed after leaving the bank. He was obviously so rich, but he was still living a poor life. Sure enough, once you enter the world of Beyonders, you are as deep as the sea, and from then on, the rich become poor. Even so, Hobert still bought some barbecue to reward himself, and also to share his joy with Zio and Furs. The atmosphere at dinner was good. Furs shared her recent experience as an apprentice and the interesting stories in the back kitchen. In the past, in her impression, chefs were grumpy and rude people. After this period of contact, Furs realized the delicate and focused side of the chefs. Because she has been focusing on being an apprentice, Furs feels that her spirit is not so tense anymore. Zio has recently set her sights on 2 robbers with bounties on their heads. As long as she determines their strength, she will decide to take action to capture them. The total bounty for the 2 people is only £20. Judging from the amount of the bounty, they are unlikely to be extraordinary people. In the evening, Hobert had a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Hobert went to the law firm to prepare to return to work. As soon as he arrived at the office, Hobert was a little dazed, because his desk was full of letters, as many as 30 or 40. The colleague next to him smiled and said, "Hobert, you are a famous lawyer now." Hobert piled the letters together. "I don't know if I'm famous or not, but I'll be busy these days anyway." He immediately entered a working state, first making a simple distinction between the letters. Most of them were consultations or entrustments, and some were letters from newspapers or magazines, hoping to interview Hobert or do a special interview for him. In addition, there was a letter from a Cancer, the captain of Machinery Hive Mind, and a letter from Loretta, a member of the Nighthawks. Loretta asked him to meet at the Obsidian Bar tomorrow afternoon. The letter was sent yesterday, which means that the meeting time is actually this afternoon. While Hobert was sorting and looking through the letters, a formal lawyer from the office next door brought in a woman in her 20s. "Everyone, let me introduce to you, this is our new colleague, Miss Jessica." Hobert was stunned and looked up, and sure enough, he saw a woman with golden hair with natural curls, one of the 2 women he had seen in Rafter's Star. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for 60+ chapters. Chapter 185, Chapter 185 Personal Lawyer Team, Bonus 12. Chapter 185 Personal Lawyer Team. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. New member, Cethos, thank you for joining. Another 5 bonus chapters. Hobert looked at Jessica, who was slightly nervous but overall dignified and composed, and his thoughts wandered. She should be a lawyer, otherwise Rafter wouldn't have used a barbarian's potion formula as her reward. But he wondered if her friend with the warhammer was also a Beyonder of the lawyer pathway. While thinking, he politely greeted Jessica. Jessica warmly said to Hobert, "Hello, Lawyer Hobert, I've attended your defense as an observer, it was wonderful, and I hope to learn from you in the future." Hobert smiled slightly. Mutual learning. Jessica obviously wanted to chat with Hobert a bit more, but it wasn't appropriate to say too much in front of everyone, so she had to go and greet other colleagues with some regret. A few minutes later, Jessica went to other offices to meet other colleagues. Hobert's colleagues were all male, and they immediately began discussing the new beautiful colleague. Judging solely on appearance, Jessica was definitely a beauty, and she was dressed smartly, with a ponytail, giving off a very energetic feeling. Just as everyone was talking enthusiastically, a colleague suddenly said, "What's the use of us talking about the new colleague here? She clearly has a good impression of the great lawyer Hobert." For a moment, everyone lost the interest to continue talking. Hobert, who was reading a letter, heard the sourness in that sentence, but he didn't respond, not even raising his head. No matter what industry, as long as you do well, there will always be people who are jealous. Hobert focused his attention on the letter in front of him, which was from Captain Acancer, first conveying Bob's gratitude for receiving the compensation, and then briefly mentioning their arrangements for Bob, sending him to Constant and changing his identity and household registration. The industrial city of Constant also has a large working-class population, and there are many clergy members of the Church of Steam and Machinery there, who will constantly monitor Bob's condition. At the end of the letter, Captain Acancer talked about the Roselle Memorial Exhibition, which would open this Wednesday, that is, tomorrow, and enclosed 15 VIP exclusive tickets with the letter. Hobert scratched his head. He had been too busy recently and had forgotten about it. Now that it was about to open, the matter of the Black Emperor card had to be put on the agenda. As a beyonder of the Black Emperor pathway, he definitely had to obtain this blasphemy card. Hobert put the tickets and letters in the drawer, and took out letter paper, preparing to write a reply to Acancer. But just after writing a few words, Barton appeared at the door. "Hobert, come here for a moment." Hobert capped his round-bellied fountain pen and followed. Arriving at Barton's office, a middle-aged man was also sitting in the reception area, the great lawyer Aslan. Since coming to the law firm, Hobert had only seen this great lawyer with short brown hair and glasses twice. He specialized in commercial dispute cases and had some fame throughout the country, so he usually traveled all over the country. The simultaneous appearance of two great lawyers must mean there was a major issue to discuss. After a brief exchange of greetings, Barton began to talk about the work injury compensation case that ended last week, and the impact of this case. Aslan occasionally echoed, expressing his affirmation of Hobert's achievements. Then Barton mentioned that the firm intended to establish a lawyer team for Hobert, specializing in handling such work injury compensation cases. Barton said very frankly, "There are two reasons for this plan. The first is that the defense you made had a huge impact. The letters on your desk are enough to illustrate this point. I think our firm will receive many similar cases in the future. The second is that in this lawsuit, you offended the gentlemen of Backlund. Besides this type of case, it may be difficult to receive other cases. As for the treatment offered by the two great lawyers, it was very generous. Hobert would become the third partner of the firm, and he could receive 50% of the remuneration for the cases he handled, and receive 10% of the dividends at the end of the year. Because Hobert was not yet a recognized great lawyer, and had joined the firm relatively late, he could only receive 10% of the dividends for now. Hobert certainly understood that this was actually a choice and compromise made by Barton and Lancaster. Their choice was not to abandon Hobert, but in order not to affect the firm's other business, they made a certain separation of Hobert's business, which was a compromise to reality. With such good treatment, Hobert certainly wouldn't refuse. His current workload was not enough for him to establish his own law firm, and the key was that his lawyer potion had already been digested, and he didn't want to go through such troublesome operations again. Barton finally said, "I will arrange 3 independent offices for you, and you can also transfer 3 colleagues to help you." After thanking him, Hobert immediately mentioned Raska and Dyko, 2 colleagues who were relatively familiar and had enough goodwill towards him. But Hobert hesitated about the third candidate. He spent less time in the office and was not very familiar with his colleagues. Suddenly, Jessica's name appeared in Hobert's mind. She was a lawyer and might be helpful for future business, and could barely be considered well-known. After confirming the colleagues to be transferred, Lancaster got up to leave. After sending away this great lawyer, Barton took Hobert to see the offices. The 3 offices were 2 small and 1 large, with the large office opposite the small offices. The people from the logistics department were already cleaning, and Hobert asked them to add some filing cabinets and other office supplies. Then he talked to the 3 colleagues. When talking to Raska and Dyko, he didn't avoid the others. Several other colleagues in the office looked at the colleague who had spoken sourly just now. That colleague seemed not to hear, and was still sitting there reading the materials, but he hadn't turned a page for several minutes, seemingly revealing that he was pretending to be calm. Whether it was Raska, Dyko, or Jessica, they were all willing to join Hobert's team. For them, this was an opportunity. Generally, entering a professional team would have more opportunities to appear in court, and the types of cases handled would be similar, unlike now where they had to take on any type of case. That morning, the 4 of them moved to the new office location. The new office was on the first floor and close to the side door, making it easy to enter and exit. Hobert divided the 3 offices, one was for his own use, one was for the assistant to use and also as a reference room, and the large office was used by the remaining 2 colleagues and also as a conference room. After dividing the offices, Hobert asked, "Who is willing to be my assistant?" In addition to handling cases, the assistant's job also includes organizing materials, receiving and sending letters, etc. Of course, the weekly salary will also be £1 to £2 higher. Me. Jessica's reaction speed was extremely fast, and she took the initiative to persuade the other 2 colleagues, in addition to organizing materials, the assistant is also responsible for receiving visitors. Women are more suitable for this job. Raska and Daiko both thought it made sense, so Jessica became Hobert's assistant. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 186, Chapter 186 Payday, Bonus 13. Chapter 186 Payday. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. After lunch, Hobert held a meeting with his 3 subordinates. The team's current tasks are primarily to sort through the incoming mail. Jessica is mainly responsible for reading and replying to letters from newspapers and magazines, and for creating an interview schedule, inviting reporters to come in for interviews soon. Raska and Daiko are to sort through consultation and commission letters. Raska and Daiko can reply to consultation letters at their discretion, but commission letters must be approved by Hobert before a reply is sent to accept the commission. At the end of the meeting, Hobert announced that he would treat everyone to dinner that evening to celebrate the team's formation. After arranging the work, Hobert returned to his office and wrote a reply to a cancer. While writing, Hobert suddenly remembered Ulysses's instructions, so he wrote a letter to Elizabeth as well. In the letter, Hobert shared some tough love, telling Elizabeth that death happens every day and that she should not only dwell on sadness and awe of life but also look forward. After finishing, Hobert gave both letters to Jessica and instructed her to mail them that afternoon. Then, Hobert put on his trench coat, picked up his cane, and went to visit clients. He first walked back to his rented apartment and left notes for Zio and Furs, telling them that he wouldn't be home for dinner. Only then did Hobert take a hired carriage to the Obsidian Bar in the North Borough. He arrived more than 10 minutes early, but Loretta was already sitting at the bar, having ordered a beer but not taken a sip. "You're here so early." Hobert placed his cane and also ordered a beer. "I just happened to be free today, so I came early." Loretta took out an envelope. "This is your salary for last week. We pay salaries every Saturday afternoon. You can either pick it up directly at Blackthorn Security Company, or we can mail it to you, but you'll need to submit a written request for that." Hobert naturally chose to have it mailed. He immediately took out paper and pen, wrote a request, and asked Loretta to submit it for him. The format and wording of the official document were fairly standard. Loretta glanced at it and put the request away. Hobert asked, "Is there something else you wanted to see me about today?" This was the first time a member of the Nighthawks team had proactively contacted Hobert. "It's just to give you your salary, and you're already 2 days late in receiving it." "Just to give me my salary?" "Just to give you your salary." Hobert recalled his previous encounters with Loretta. This woman seemed obsessed with paying salaries. Had the Nighthawks team been known to delay salaries? That couldn't be right. If an official Beyonder organization had a financial crisis, it wouldn't be far from disbanding. "Okay, that's definitely a big deal." Hobert casually agreed and then asked, "I previously reported a secret supplicant named Kate. How far has your investigation progressed?" He added, "Ms. Daly promised to inform me of the investigation results at the time. We've already found the Hyman you mentioned." Loretta looked around to make sure there were no customers nearby before saying, "He seems to be in contact with 2 other Aurora Order members. We plan to launch the operation this week or next week." "Oh, right, the captain said that you might have to participate in the operation as well. Prepare yourself these next 2 days. Well, that's one of the reasons I contacted you today." "That's the more important reason for the meeting, isn't it?" Hobert couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Did the Nighthawks really owe you salary?" Hobert took a deep breath to calm himself and nodded, "I will never be soft on these lunatics. You can write to me or directly notify me when the operation time is set." "No problem." On the way back to the law firm, Hobert realized that Loretta might be wearing some kind of mystical item that made her so focused on salary. The more Hobert thought about it, the more he felt it was the case. Otherwise, wouldn't the Nighthawks team be afraid of Loretta's debt collection? How could they dare to have a member who was so focused on salary? Back at the firm, as Hobert was hanging up his trench coat, Jessica came to Hobert's office. "Lawyer Hobert, I've read all the letters from newspapers and magazines and drafted an interview schedule. Take a look and if it's okay, I'll write back according to this schedule." "That's fast." Hobert took the schedule and glanced at it. "No problem." Jessica said a little embarrassed, "Lawyer Hobert, do you have any extra tickets?" Hobert was stunned for a moment before realizing that Jessica was talking about tickets to the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Jessica continued stuttering, I have a friend who admires Roselle very much, but we don't have a way to get VIP tickets for a close-up visit, so." During the meeting in the afternoon, Jessica saw Hobert take away a stack of VIP tickets while sorting the letters. At that time, because there were 2 other colleagues present, she was embarrassed to ask. She hesitated for a long time this afternoon, always feeling that it was not good to make such a request on the first day of work, but thinking of her friend's happy smile, she decided to ask for a ticket for her friend. "Yes." Hobert generously gave out 2 tickets, These tickets are the Church of Steam and Machinery's gratitude to me." Jessica thanked him repeatedly, her face filled with joy. Back at her desk, Hobert handled official business for more than an hour, and then it was time to get off work. Hobert's team had dinner together at a nearby restaurant. This dinner brought everyone closer together. However, Hobert had just received his salary in the afternoon and spent £3 and 3 soldi, half a week's salary was gone. Now Hobert suddenly understood why Loretta valued salary so much, and valued payday so much. If you spend a week's salary in 2 days, then the remaining 5 days, payday would be like looking forward to the stars and the moon. Wednesday, the opening day of the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Hobert is now the head of the department, and he doesn't need to ask for leave or go to the firm to go out and visit clients. Arriving at the exhibition hall, the queue was already packed with people. Hobert really didn't expect that Roselle had been dead for more than 100 years, but he still had such a great appeal. But then he thought that entertainment was scarce in this era, so such a memorial exhibition was very popular among all classes. Because Hobert had VIP tickets, he could avoid queuing and enter directly from the side door, and he could visit the things Roselle had used up close. As soon as he entered the door, Hobert saw a member of the machinery hive mind, who had once protected him. He knew that the other party must be very busy today, so he just smiled and nodded to the other party without going up to talk. Entering the exhibition hall, as a person from the modern era, Hobert was not very interested in these things. He only praised Roselle's golden toilet as really luxurious, and wondered if he could really poop on such a toilet. Hobert tried to make his speed look normal as he came to the study area. He had just glanced at the tall bookshelves in the study when he saw Jessica and the silver-haired woman in front of the bookshelves. At the same time, Jessica also saw Hobert. She quickly waved her hand and said, "Lawyer Hobert, I'm not skipping work, I took a leave of absence." Hobert smiled, "I'm not skipping work either." Jessica was stunned for a moment, as if she understood something. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 187, How to Steal the Card of Blasphemy, Bonus 14. Chapter 187, How to Steal the Card of Blasphemy. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. "Hello, Lawyer Hobert," the silver-haired woman said generously with a smile. "I've attended your defense for Mr. Bob, it was wonderful." Hobert smiled. "I didn't realize I was so famous now." Jessica then realized she hadn't introduced them and proceeded to do so. The silver-haired woman was called Carrie. She had short hair, wore knightly attire, was tall, had tanned skin, and looked very healthy. From a distance, she looked more like a young man. Carrie thanked Hobert for the complimentary tickets. Hobert exchanged pleasantries while recalling that Carrie's weapon was a warhammer, a rarely used weapon requiring astonishing strength and reflexes. Carrie's broad frame did prove she had sufficient strength. After a few pleasantries, they each went to explore. Hobert began to earnestly search for the Black Emperor card. Just then, he heard Carrie whisper to Jessica, "I originally thought your boss giving you such precious tickets meant he had feelings for you, but now it seems I was overthinking it." There's no trace of impure thoughts in his eyes. Hobert was stunned. "Are you two intentionally talking loud enough for me to hear? Or do I look like I'm deaf?" Jessica said, "Keep it down, Carrie." Carrie flipped through a high-quality replica book provided by the exhibition and casually said, "It doesn't matter if he hears. I'm complimenting him." "So, you're relieved now?" "No, Jessica, for a woman, this is where you failed." It seemed they were good friends like Zio and Furs, so they spoke so casually. Hobert smiled and shook his head, then went to observe the bookmarks in the exhibition area from another angle. Although the VIP ticket allowed close observation of the exhibits, there was still some distance. Even so, Hobert's spirituality quickly discovered the Black Emperor card. He couldn't explain why he had such a judgment, but he knew that bookmark was the Black Emperor card. Hobert pondered for a moment, then began to observe the structure of the exhibition hall, leaving after 10 o'clock. Back at the firm, Raska and Daiko had already read all the commission letters and consultation letters. There were 10 commission letters in total, which Hobert briefly glanced at and found all within his team's scope of work. So, Hobert picked the case that seemed the most difficult to handle, and distributed the other 9 relatively simple cases to others on the team. Hobert also assigned the consultation letters that needed replies, then he took the work he needed to handle himself back to his office. Although he appeared to be reading the letters, he was actually thinking about how to steal the Black Emperor card. He had been thinking about this issue on the way back and already had some ideas. Hobert's first idea was to hypnotize a staff member and have the hypnotized person swap out the Black Emperor card, or complete a sacrifice in the exhibition hall. But considering this exhibition had the background of the Church of Steam and Machinery, operations like hypnosis would easily be exposed, and it would be easy to trace back to him. The second method was to ask Furs to help him steal it. She had the ability to open doors and was now a trickmaster who could easily divert people's attention. During the exhibition, she could use the Trickmaster's methods to steal it and then pass it out through the open door. Even if the anti-theft building block sealed artifact detected Furz's door opening, it would be fine because the blasphemy card would be passed out quickly, and Furz only needed to immediately leave the place where she opened the door. But this plan could only be carried out during the day, when there were many people and it was easy to be noticed. If discovered, it would easily attract the attention of the machinery hive mind team. Hobert took a deep breath, recalling how Klein stole the Black Emperor card, which was by summoning himself, entering the exhibition hall in spirit form. This method was impossible to replicate. The Sefirah castle was above the spirit world, making it relatively easy to borrow the power of the spirit world, while the Nation of Disorder did not necessarily have such abilities. After thinking about it, Hobert decided to try it anyway. He locked the office door. Such a summoning didn't necessarily require an altar, but to increase the probability of success, Hobert set up a simple altar on his desk and solemnly chanted in Hermes, "I, in my name, summon the Creator in the shadow of order." After reciting the summoning incantation, he immediately entered the Nation of Disorder and saw a majestic bronze giant door appear at the entrance of the palace he had built. At this time, the two bronze giant doors were slightly ajar, and he could roughly hear his summons to himself. Spreading his spirituality into it, a huge suction force sucked Hobert's entire spirit body in. Hobert saw himself standing motionless in front of the altar with a dazed look. He was now in spirit form and could easily pass through all obstacles unless a Beyonder activated spirit vision, otherwise no one could see him. Hobert began to try to penetrate the walls to a greater distance. He saw Raska and Daiko discussing how to reply to letters. Penetrating the walls again, Hobert came to the street, but soon, he encountered an invisible barrier and could no longer move forward. As he had envisioned, the Sefirah castle was above the spirit world and had the help of the spirit world, so Klein's spirit body could move long distances through the spirit world, while the Nation of Disorder did not have such a deep connection with the spirit world and could only support Hobert in this form to move about 20 meters away from his body. Ending his summoning to himself, Hobert left the Nation of Disorder and returned to the real world, cleaning up the altar. Sitting back in his chair, Hobert sighed. He couldn't use the method Klein used. Then he suddenly thought of Medici's evil spirit. He could ask other spirits for help, but he would rather not have the Black Emperor card than ask Medici for help. First, Medici was currently unable to leave his territory, and second, it would only complicate matters further. So, who to ask for help? Spirit world creatures. For example, find a messenger of Klein's level. He believed that even if Miss Messenger carried her head and directly killed her way into the exhibition hall to take the blasphemy card, a cancer would not dare to object. But such spirit world creatures were hard to come by. Hobert decided to think about whether there were other ways first. Teleportation statue. Hobert suddenly thought of the abilities of this sealed artifact. It was very suitable to use the teleportation ability to get the Black Emperor card, and even a switch should be no problem. But the problem was, once the ability of the teleportation statue was used, it should be immediately detected, and they would definitely conduct an investigation. How to avoid the investigation? Also, the Nighthawks had a record that the teleportation statue was in his hands. Once the machinery hive mind saw through his methods, it would be easy to expose himself. Hobert leaned back in his chair. If he had Amon's methods, stealing something would be like a game. He rubbed his temples, about to work first to change his mind, and talk about stealing the card later. Suddenly, Hobert thought of a way. Rafter should be used here. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 188, Chapter 188 The best person to steal the blasphemy card, bonus 15. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 188 The best person to steal the blasphemy card. Hobert's thoughts immediately cleared up. From the moment he took control of the Nation of Disorder, the star representing Rafter had appeared in the pool in front of the Iron Throne. Before that, Hobert didn't think this down-and-out baronet was of any use. Only today did he realize that this guy was meant for this. With this pawn, things would be easy. Hobert immediately had a feasible plan. He deduced it several times in his mind and didn't find any obvious loopholes. After making up his mind, Hobert immediately got up, picked up his cane, and returned to 192 Blanca Street. This matter had to be completed as soon as possible, otherwise, in a few days, he might encounter Huang Beibei visiting the Dear Daddy Memorial Exhibition, which would make the situation very complicated. Just as Zio and Furz were out, Hobert returned to his room, locked the door, drew the curtains, and entered the Nation of Disorder, also bringing the psychological spoon and spirit necklace into the Nation of Disorder by offering himself as a sacrifice. On the star representing Rafter, there was still a thin red line wrapped around it. Hobert's spirituality extended to the star. He saw Rafter fighting at the gambling table, and the ghost wrapped around him was also watching the game, obviously enjoying the pleasure of gambling. After carefully observing for a while, Hobert confirmed that the power of the spirit on Rafter was still very weak, at most a clone of Medici's evil spirit. So he waved his hand and held the spirit necklace in his hand. In his vision, Medici's ghost immediately became much more solid. After preparing, Hobert immediately took action. Through Rafter's star, he descended his power and pulled Medici's evil spirit from Rafter's body. Immediately afterward, the surging power of distortion descended, wrapping the evil spirit. Hobert clenched his fist, and the power of distortion tightened, distorting the order in a very small area into an environment extremely unsuitable for ghosts to survive. Poof! Medici's ghost clone shattered, as if it had never possessed Rafter. Hobert had deduced this operation countless times in his mind, so when he actually operated, the speed was so fast that Medici didn't even react. In the underground ruins of Backlund, Medici was stunned. What just happened? Sauron in the evil spirit said, "It's the power of distortion. I've only seen such pure power of distortion on one person. The Black Emperor is back." Einhorn said, "Were we really watched by the Black Emperor some time ago? Why would he target us?" "Our plan may have been discovered by the Black Emperor," Medici said. Einhorn sneered, "I said before, the people we possess look so stupid, this plan will definitely not succeed." Sauron also said, "Medici, your choice has exposed us to extreme danger." Argue, Medici said, "It's best if we're still arguing when the Black Emperor finds us. At worst, we'll submit to the new Black Emperor again," Sauron said, "Anyway, it's not the first time we've submitted." Einhorn said coldly, "Does the Black Emperor need the submission of an evil spirit? What use are we? To guard his treasure, to be as loyal as Fulgrim's hound. The thought of such a job is disgusting." This argument was far from over. At the gambling table, Rafter felt that his spirituality seemed to suddenly become very active, and his spirit suddenly improved a lot. He didn't know what was wrong a few days ago. He always felt very tired, and no amount of rest helped. The sudden change in spirit and spirituality made Rafter realize that he might be encountering something. He looked left and right, and then opened his spiritual vision, but he couldn't see anything. At this time, Hobert in the Nation of Disorder was preparing to carry out the second round of operations. He could use the stars in the pool to descend his power, but he couldn't directly capture anything with the stars. This showed Rafter's usefulness. After Hobert cleanly resolved Medici's possession, he began to descend the power of the psychological spoon on Rafter. In the noisy casino, Hobert quietly hypnotized him using Rafter's star. "You suddenly don't want to gamble anymore, you suddenly really want to see the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Rafter immediately pushed away the cards in front of him, frowned and said irritably, "No more playing, no more playing. How can playing this thing be as interesting as going to see the Roselle Memorial Exhibition?" The casino was quiet for a while, and then everyone burst into laughter. A gambler said, "Sir, remember to bring us souvenirs." Another gambler shouted, "It seems that Sir's luck is not very good today, he's so angry that he's preparing to go to the memorial exhibition." Normally, when faced with the gambler's sarcasm, Rafter would definitely put on the airs of a baronet and teach them a lesson. Today, Rafter left in a hurry, just waving his hand, unwilling to entangle with the gamblers. It wasn't until Raft got into the carriage that Hobert began to use the ability of psychological cue. When you see the manuscript left by Roselle, immediately summon a mysterious existence. The incantation is, "I, in my name, summon the Creator in the shadow of order." Finally, Hobert instructed, when you finish reciting this incantation, you will immediately forget the content of this revered name. On the first day of the Roselle Memorial Exhibition, this day was not a day off, but the number of people visiting the exhibition still exceeded the expectations of the Church of Steam and Machinery. At 9 o'clock, there was a long queue at the ticket office, and at around 10 o'clock, there was also a long queue at the entrance. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the trend of congestion had not been alleviated. This made Icancer, who was in charge of security work, have to sigh at the appeal of Roselle, this legendary figure. At the most crowded time, Icancer saw Archbishop Oramic getting out of the carriage with two friends, obviously also here to visit the memorial exhibition. Oramic is not only the Archbishop of the Church of Steam and Machinery in Backlund, but also a well-known scientist and honorary professor of the physics department of Backlund University. They all had VIP tickets and entered directly from the side door. Icancer quickly stepped forward, "Your Excellency Archbishop." Oramic nodded. He looked at each guide, each followed by a large group of people. "Do a good job in security, don't let stampedes occur, and also pay attention to the distance between visitors and exhibits." "Yes, we have done relevant rehearsals." "This way, please." Icancer personally gave them the explanation. When they came to the Roselle's Notes exhibition cabinet, Icancer introduced, "As we all know, what is used above is the mysterious symbols created by Roselle, and these symbols have not been deciphered by people so far. Many historians and archaeologists believe that these notes should record the unknown secrets of Emperor Roselle." Two friends of Archbishop Oramic were examining those notes when suddenly a visitor interjected, "Could this be the curse left by Roselle? After all, he had so many regrets when he died." Icancer looked back and saw that the person who interjected was a middle-aged man with graying temples and puffy eye bags, but judging from his clothes, he should be a figure in the upper class. Are you also full of curiosity about these notes? Icancer asked. No, the middle-aged man said, I'm very interested in Roselle's study. There are so many people. The middle-aged man without a VIP ticket shouted, make way, make way, make way for Sir Rafter Pound. Hobert, who had been paying attention to Rafter, smiled in his heart when he saw this scene. Sir Rafter has come to compete to be a pawn. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 189, Seizing the Black Emperor card, Bonus 16. Chapter 189, Seizing the Black Emperor card. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Shows 47 new CHP/week RN. When Hobert saw Icancer, he was a little nervous, fearing that the other party would notice his gaze. However, he soon realized that the kind-looking old man wearing a soft hat beside Icancer was more threatening than Icancer. Hobert couldn't help but wonder, could he be so unlucky as to run into the Archbishop of the Church of Steam and Machinery? Fortunately, the old man only seemed to notice something and glanced at Rafter a few more times. This was the reason Hobert used psychological cue instead of hypnosis. Although hypnosis was more effective, people who had been hypnotized would always reveal some abnormalities in their words and actions. Using psychological cue was much better, and it was difficult for security personnel to detect. Because of Rafter's shout, people quickly made way for him. Icancer smiled and continued to explain to the Archbishop and his two friends. Oromik, the old man, also shook his head slightly and stopped paying attention to Rafter. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief and followed Rafter into the study area. The study area was some distance away from the notebook area. Hobert re-rehearsed the plan and felt that even with Icancer and the old man present, he was still confident in obtaining the Black Emperor card. So the plan continued. Hobert knew very well that once such a plan was implemented, it had to continue unless it completely failed. If he started over, other problems might arise. Because Jessica and Carrie had VIP tickets, Northwest One would drive them away. So Carrie simply skipped lunch and took notes furiously while flipping through the high-quality replica of the manuscript provided by the exhibition hall. Jessica also helped her friend organize her notes, and inadvertently, she saw Rafter. Jessica quickly tugged at Carrie and pointed at Rafter. Carrie said coldly, if he dares to pester me here, I'll kick him out. The two of them stared at Rafter coldly, but strangely, Rafter clearly saw them but immediately looked away. Jessica also noticed this, he seems to be looking for something. When Carrie saw Rafter's gaze stop on the original manuscript, she said with disdain, this kind of scum, what does he know about creativity? But then, the two ladies seemed to notice something was wrong with Rafter. He lowered his head as if he was praying, but soon, a surging power descended, tearing open a space above Rafter's head. Then, two majestic bronze doors appeared in the lady's vision. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying force swept up the original manuscript. The crowd suddenly became chaotic. Although ordinary people could not see the two bronze giant doors, they could feel the powerful pressure emanating from the giant doors. Their less sensitive spirituality also made their spirits terrified and panicked, and they ran around holding their heads. The peaceful exhibition scene just now was suddenly filled with screams and cries. Carrie's eyes narrowed, some hidden existence is trying to steal Roselle's manuscript. This can't even be called stealing anymore, Jessica smiled helplessly. This was simply robbery. Oromik, who was in another exhibition hall, seemed to realize something and immediately went to the study area. However, there were too many people, and they were running around in panic, so Oromik couldn't get in at all. Oromik stretched out the index finger of his right hand, opened the fingertip, revealing the sharp thorns inside. Pointing upwards, the sharp thorns in his fingertip shot out with thin steel cables, nailing them to the roof. Oromik clenched his fist, and using the pull of the rope, he rose into the air and flew over the heads of the crowd. Entering the study area, Oromik first saw the majestic bronze giant door, and then he saw a black, blurry figure, like a spirit, steadily catching the swept-up manuscript. Oromik opened his left palm, revealing a small caliber muzzle in the palm of his hand, but there were too many people around, and so many exhibits, which made Oromik hesitate slightly. It was this hesitation that gave the black shadow time to bow slightly to Oromik, and then, disappear. At the same time, the bronze giant door also disappeared instantly, and the oppressive terrifying power disappeared without a trace. Oromik's pupils changed from black to blue, but he still couldn't find the black shadow. His pupils turned red again, but he still didn't see the black shadow. Oromik landed on the ground, scrutinizing his surroundings, hoping to find some clues. In the end, his gaze fell on Rafter, who was full of confusion and was also running around with the crowd, holding his head. Rafter's confused and bewildered expression was the most eye-catching, because everyone else's expressions were panic and fear. Oromik ordered the security personnel to arrest Rafter. What did you just do? I don't know. Rafter said with a bewildered expression, wasn't I at the casino? Why am I here? Oromik tightly grabbed Rafter's wrist and stared at Rafter motionlessly, as if to see through his soul. Rafter immediately showed a very painful expression. 3 seconds later, Oromik threw away Rafter's hand. He has been hypnotized. How Rafter escaped was completely beyond Hobert's consideration. Because of the existence of the Nation of Disorder, divination would also be blocked. No one knew what connection the hidden existence that took the manuscript in full view at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition had with Hobert. Hobert on the Iron Throne opened the manuscript and searched for the bookmarks inside. This one is so ugly. What is this lump supposed to be? Why are the graffiti on these bookmarks so ugly? Only 2 of them are drawn decently, one of which is the Black Emperor card, which depicts Roselle sitting on the throne. Even in the Nation of Disorder, he couldn't feel the specialness of the Black Emperor card, but Hobert's spirituality could faintly feel that this bookmark seemed a little special. Bernadette. Hobert chanted the incantation in Hermes, and the bookmark in his hand suddenly sank, emitting a clear brilliance. On the card, the image of Emperor Roselle became more three-dimensional and more realistic. He sat on an ancient stone throne, wearing a black crown inlaid with various gems, wearing black armor, covered with a black cloak, holding a scepter, and looking forward with cold eyes. The original flat card became like a notebook with thickness, and star-like fonts condensed in the upper left corner of the card. Sequence 0, Black Emperor. Finally got it. Hobert smiled and immediately looked at the blasphemy card, skipping the parts from sequence 9 to sequence 6, and looking directly at the sequences above that. Sequence 5, Mentor of Disorder. Order and chaos are opposites, but they also encompass each other. There is a code of chaos in order. When people are tired of chaos, order will inevitably appear. The Beyonder of this sequence can plunge the order of a certain area into chaos. He will become very majestic, making people unconsciously submit to him. They already have their own understanding of order, distortion, and chaos. Usually, they will teach several students to spread their understanding of order and distortion, and to verify their ideas. Potion Formula. Main materials, complete crystal of the crown tree, heart of the phantom chameleon. Auxiliary materials, 10 milliliters of crown tree sap, 1 black giant golden monster flower, 10 grams of dragon pattern tree bark, 80 milliliters of white wine stored for more than 3 years. Ritual, there must be a territory belonging to oneself, and the potion must be taken in the heartfelt support and recognition of the people in the territory. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 190, Chapter 190 The Consequences of Stealing Cards, Bonus 17. Chapter 190 The Consequences of Stealing Cards. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for 60 chapters advance. Thanks to Thomas Fordham for becoming a free member plus 1 bonus chapter. Seeing the content on the blasphemy card, Hobert was a little surprised, never expecting it to describe the various sequences. The first part of the description was a guide on how to act, while the second part described the sequence's main abilities and people's impressions of the Beyonder. What a bargain. Absolutely worth it. For Hobert, it was just abandoning a small account, but he obtained his complete sequence potion formula and so much valuable information. He hurriedly looked at the following content. Sequence 4, Earl of the Fallen. Main materials, the complete essence of a Black Mist Lord tree, the complete brain of a 6-legged imp. Supplementary materials, 20 milliliters of Black Mist Lord tree sap, 12 grams of 6-legged imp bone marrow, 15 grams of powdered addle flour, 70 milliliters of white wine aged for more than 10 years. Ritual, orchestrate a conspiracy about power. The strength of the conspiracy's victims must be at the same level as or higher than that of the conspirator. Obtain all the victims' authority and wealth in this conspiracy, and consume the potion amidst the victim's despair and pain, and the support of the people belonging to the victim. Hobert was stunned. Why was there no description for Sequence 4? He looked further, and there was no description for Sequence 3, Frenzied Mage, either. It seemed that the sequence descriptions only went up to Sequence 5. Then Hobert looked again at the advancement rituals for Sequence 5 and Sequence 4. Sequence 6 was Baron of Corruption, which meant corrupting the people in his territory, but he still had to make them sincerely support him during the advancement. No, Hobert suddenly thought that corruption generally doesn't affect the people. Usually, corruption affects colleagues or superiors. Hobert had an idea of how to play the role of a baron, corrupt superiors, treat the people well. Sometimes giving them preferential treatment doesn't necessarily mean they will support you. Hobert thought, the core of the acting is there, now all that's missing is the title and territory of a baron. Hey, it's not like I can just go to some baron's territory and start working anytime. As for the Sequence 4 advancement ritual, Hobert seemed to remember that the ancient name of Sequence 5, Mentor of Disorder, was something like Viscount. Does that mean that a Viscount has to seize the territory and authority of another Viscount to complete the ritual? This is really a rebellion pathway. Hobert wondered if he should find some time to seriously recall the contents of selected works of Mao Zedong. After pondering for a while, Hobert realized that instead of considering these rituals, he should rather think about how to become a baron. Then Hobert looked at the description of sequence 7. Order cannot be shaken, but it can be biased in your favor by bribing the agents of order, allowing loopholes to appear in order and rules. Order is not meant to be obeyed. Its existence only tells people, when your strength is not strong enough, you must learn to obey the arrangements of the strong. This sequence's beyonders might not be bad people, but they will always exhibit characteristics such as flattery and fawning. Anything they give may be a bribe. A true briber has understood the true meaning of loopholes. The true meaning of loopholes. Hobert keenly grasped the key words. Because he needed to understand the true meaning of loopholes, the ability to find loopholes that he possessed since sequence 9 didn't become correspondingly stronger. He immediately realized that this was something to pay attention to in future acting. As for the expressions of flattery and fawning, Hobert estimated that it should be an occupational disease when playing the role of briber, but Hobert himself could avoid such expressions because he had found a shortcut to acting, bribing gods. As for the core of acting described by the blasphemy card, it can be summarized as finding ways to make order and rules beneficial to oneself, which is similar to Hobert's previous ideas. After understanding the relevant information that he needed to focus on now, Hobert regripped the blasphemy card. Its high level and its connection to the same pathway as the Nation of Disorder allowed Hobert to operate the power of the Nation of Disorder with ease. The Nation of Disorder space that he could control didn't change much, but the operation of its space became more diverse. For example, the mountain below the Iron Throne. Now, if Hobert wanted to, he could change the terrain of the mountain at any time and turn it into a plain. This was an operation that was impossible before. Of course, the greater role of the Black Emperor card was to greatly increase the power that Hobert could descend, especially his control over these powers was greatly strengthened. Before, Hobert only had an empty shell in the Nation of Disorder, but now he really had some of the strength of an evil god. The role of the Black Emperor card in the Nation of Disorder was definitely greater than in the Sefirah castle. If Hobert, holding the Black Emperor card at this time, encountered a spawn of an evil god, he wouldn't need the help of that black eye at all. Hobert's own power would be completely capable of crushing that little brat. In addition, the blasphemy card had greatly changed Hobert's level. In the eyes of the outside world, the person sitting on the Iron Throne at this time was no different from the Black Emperor himself. At this time, going to swindle, going to scare enemies, the probability of success was higher. Even the spawn of an evil god wouldn't dare to look directly at him now. Reluctantly putting down the Black Emperor card, Hobert considered what impact his actions today would have. First of all, he was holding the spirit necklace at that time, and his spirit body was very powerful, so he simply snatched the entire manuscript. Even now, Icancer and the others probably don't know his true purpose. In other words, they are unlikely to realize the existence of the blasphemy card now or for a long time to come. The impact on the steam and machinery church can be ignored. The biggest impact is still on Klein. Klein will use the Black Emperor card in the future to save Little Sun, and play the role of Hero Bandit Black Emperor to digest the magician potion, saving the girls locked in the basement. Currently, Hobert has no plans to play the role of Hero Bandit Black Emperor, and there is no way to save Little Sunday. This may bring no small variables to the future. It is very likely that the one with the monocle may take advantage of the fool being weak and climb into the Sefirah castle along the connection between Little Sun and the Sefirah castle. Whether it's losing the Forsaken Land proxy or the Sefirah castle changing hands, these are results that Hobert is unwilling to accept. But it's impossible to give the Black Emperor card to Klein. If it were any other card, it would be fine, but the Black Emperor card and the Justiciar card cannot. Then how can he make the development of the situation meet his expectations? As thoughts churned, Hobert decided to think about this problem later. Today, he should rejoice for obtaining the blasphemy card. Problems that he can't think of a solution for today can be left to tomorrow. If he can't think of a solution tomorrow, there are more tomorrows. Outside the Roselle Memorial Exhibition, Jessica and Carrie waited for the reopening. The venue was already crowded with people, some of whom had escaped from the exhibition hall during the previous chaos, or were asked to leave. Most people didn't know what had happened and were preparing to enter the exhibition hall to visit, and some were there to watch the excitement. Amidst the noise, Carrie whispered to Jessica, "Does your family have any connection with any secret existence?" Jessica shook her head, "Maybe, but I don't know." Rafter's actions just now were evidence of Carrie's guess, but Jessica, as the illegitimate daughter of the family, had never heard her father mention this. Just as everyone was speculating about what was going on with the chaos in the exhibition hall just now, someone suddenly shouted, "Make way for the king, pay tribute to the king." Everyone looked incredulously at the outer edge of the crowd, and sure enough, they saw a luxurious carriage with the royal crest stopping. It really was the king. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 191, Chapter 191 Investigation into the Thief Leads to Nothing, Bonus 18. Chapter 191 Investigation into the Thief Leads to Nothing. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks you Valrith for becoming a member, +5 chapters. Inside the Roselle Memorial Exhibition Hall, security personnel had completed an emergency evacuation. In the study exhibit area, Rafter sat slumped on the ground, as if he had lost his soul, his eyes staring blankly ahead. Oromik frowned and said, "The other party is very cautious and left no information behind." He had just used relatively brute force methods to invade Rafter's spirit, but found no clues. Because of this intrusion, Rafter's astral and spirit bodies suffered varying degrees of damage. For the next 3 to 4 days, he would appear dull, like a walking corpse, and it might take 1 or 2 weeks to fully recover. Icancer had no choice but to take out an ancient silver mirror with strange patterns from the special pouch at his waist. The mirror had eyes decorated with black gemstones on both sides. Icancer lightly brushed the mirror surface 3 times. "Honorable Rhodes, my question is, who instructed Raft to disrupt the order of the venue and steal Roselle's manuscript?" The surrounding light became deep, like paint seeping from an oil painting. An extremely blurred picture appeared on the mirror. Icancer looked at it carefully for a long time before determining that it was a towering bronze gate. Such a bronze gate had appeared just now in the study exhibit area. The picture disappeared, and blood-red words appeared on the mirror. "According to the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you lie or can't answer, you will accept the task and punishment I arrange." 2 or 3 seconds later, these sentences disappeared, and new words formed a question. "Do you like to solve problems with violence?" Icancer breathed a sigh of relief. "I don't like it." The blood-red words disappeared, and Icancer did not receive any punishment. Immediately, Icancer asked Oromik, "Your Excellency, does the bronze gate have any special significance?" "It represents some abilities of the death domain," Oromik said with his hands behind his back. "It also represents some sacrificial gates of the gods. As far as I know, the sacrificial gates of the Sailor Pathway, the True Creator, and others are all bronze-colored." Icancer looked at the silver mirror in his hand. This is the first time the Erode's mirror has given such a vague answer. "This shows that the person who stole the manuscript has a very high sequence," Oromik said. "Change your question and try to find a breakthrough from Rafter." "Yes." Icancer smiled helplessly and picked up the Erode's mirror again. "Honorable Erodes, when did Rafter decide to visit the Roselle Memorial Exhibition?" The mirror rippled like water, revealing a picture. Rafter was scattering sweat on the gambling table. Suddenly, his movements became a little stiff, and he began to look around. After a while, Rafter's expression changed obviously, and he stood up and said, "I'm not playing anymore. How can playing this be as interesting as going to see the Roselle Memorial Exhibition?" The Erode's mirror used text to indicate what Rafter said. The picture in the silver mirror ended, and everyone could see that Rafter's decision-making appearance was very wrong. Blood-red words appeared on the mirror again. "It's my turn to ask a question. Have you ever wanted to hang up and ravage a colleague around you?" Icancer, face turned livid. "No." A silver-white lightning bolt appeared out of thin air and struck Icancer on the top of his head. Zzzzz. Icancer, hair stood on end, and a little black smoke came out of his body. If he hadn't held onto the wall in advance, he would have fallen to the ground. The other team members thought of the previous question. Since the captain doesn't like to solve problems with violence, why would he hang up and ravage someone? Or is the ravage here not referring to beating? Although everyone wanted to pretend they didn't see anything, they moved away from Icancer as if they had a telepathic connection, still betraying their inner thoughts. Icancer took a few seconds to recover, and then spit out a puff of black smoke. "Your Excellency, Erodes doesn't even know who influenced Rafter." As for the tricky questions in the mirror just now, and the consequences of answering the questions, Icancer was already used to it. Oromik still had his hands behind his back. "Find the casino as soon as possible and see if you can find any clues." This demigod couldn't help frowning. He rarely encountered such an event with no clues. Not only did the Erode's mirror not provide clues, but he also didn't find any clues with his own abilities. The similar cases he had encountered before were all related to true gods. Could it be? Impossible. Oromik immediately denied his idea. The power of the black shadow in the study exhibit area was very weak, and it had nothing to do with gods, but those 2 bronze gates. Just as he was thinking about this, a security guard ran over quickly. "Your Excellency, the king's carriage has arrived. Viscount Stratford wants to see you." Oromik was stunned. Why is the king here? Is he also here to see the exhibition? Even if he wants to show that he is close to the people, there is no need to show it like this. Before Oromik could say anything, Stratford entered with a loud laugh. "Archbishop Oromik, I am relieved to have you here. You will definitely be able to find the culprit who caused the chaos." Viscount Stratford was the captain of the Royal Guards. He walked closer and gave a noble salute, and then said, "The king asked me to ask, who caused the chaos? Do you need help?" Oromik smiled and said, "We are investigating." Then he seemed to think of something. "Is the king coming to visit the Roselle Memorial Exhibition?" Of course not. Viscount Stratford said, no leader is more enlightened than King George, and Roselle is no exception. Yes, yes. Oramic said casually, then, why did the king suddenly appear here today? The king suddenly recalled that he had passed by here a long time ago, and today he suddenly wanted to pass by this street to take a look. Oramic smiled and said, I see. After sending away Viscount Stratford, Oramic immediately said to a Cancer, the chaos just now was probably caused by a high-sequence beyonder from the Lone or Phaenopoda royal family. He paused and then said, the possibility of the Phaenopoda royal family is higher. After all, George III was the one who was attracted here. A Cancer immediately understood the basis for Horamic's judgment, the law of beyonder characteristic convergence. Since the king, who was born into the Arbiter family, was attracted here, it must be that other high-sequence members of that pathway are committing the crime. The other members of the team did not understand why His Excellency the Archbishop made such a firm judgment because they did not have the relevant knowledge. A Cancer glanced at Rafter, what should we do with him? He is just a pawn, Oramic said, send someone to monitor him for 2 weeks. If no abnormalities are found, withdraw the surveillance personnel. As he spoke, he was already considering how to investigate the Phaenopoda royal family. After all, this was the only clue to the robbery. Let's complain about this archbishop, this result is worse than no result. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 192, Chapter 192 Carrie and Jessica's Return Gift, Bonus 19. Chapter 192 Carrie and Jessica's Return Gift. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. All afternoon, Hobert was in a wonderful mood and worked with great enthusiasm, accepting interviews from a magazine and a newspaper. During the interviews, he produced many quotable lines, often prompting the reporters to take rapid notes. The reporters were very satisfied with the interviews. In addition to this, Hobert also researched the case he had just taken on and formulated a corresponding defense plan. He also began processing the second batch of letters he had received, working with astonishing efficiency. When it was time to leave work, Hobert stretched luxuriously, picked up his cane and briefcase, and went home. Back in his rented apartment, Hobert only found furs. Upon asking, he learned that Zio had received a contact signal from the masked men and had gone to the agreed meeting place. Hobert nodded, trying hard to recall. Why did he remember Zio wouldn't receive the masked man's commission until much later? The heavy fog in Backlund blocked the sun in the sky early, and the not-so-wide street immediately became dim. Zio arrived only a dozen seconds earlier than the agreed time. The masked man had not yet arrived, and she crossed her arms, vigilantly observing her surroundings. A little over a minute later, the masked man appeared. Zio said, "You're late." "No, I arrived earlier than you," the masked man said. "You seem to be a sheriff now." Zio understood what he meant. The reason he arrived early was to use the opportunity to observe her. "Yes," Zio admitted frankly. "I'm curious, what is your relationship with General Christian's eldest son? Does this question have anything to do with the task you're going to give me?" "No, it doesn't," the masked man said gently. "You may not know, but 3 months ago, General Christian's eldest son was very ordinary. He seems to have been very active in the last 3 months, as if he suddenly became a different person." Zio asked again, "Does this have anything to do with the task you're going to give me?" "Still no," the masked man said. "All right, let me tell you about the task I'm giving you today. Track Rafter Pound, here is his information." Zio took the masked man's information but did not immediately look at it. "How long do I have to track him? What is the level of danger?" "Track him for 2 weeks initially, the reward is £20, the masked man said. "There may be no danger, but the level of danger could also be very high. However, you are only responsible for tracking. If you discover any danger, you can immediately end the mission and contact me using the emergency contact method." Zio nodded. "Okay, I accept this task." The masked man took out £10 in cash. "This is the deposit. When you report the tracking results in 2 weeks, I will give you the other £10. If any abnormalities are discovered during the mission ends, and the reward will still be paid." "Oh, right, the tracking results should preferably be in the form of a written report." Hobert sat on the sofa, reading the Backlund Evening News he had just bought. On the second page, he found the report about the chaos at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition this afternoon. Regarding the chaos that occurred at the Roselle the Great Memorial Exhibition, staff claimed that it was a farce caused by a baronet because he could not buy a VIP ticket. It is reported that the exhibition area was not greatly affected, and order was quickly restored, and the exhibition reopened. Some viewers claimed that they saw an old man flying over their heads, and others seemed to see the outlines of 2 large doors in the air. As expected, Roselle was full of mystery, and his memorial exhibition was also full of mystery. Because it had just happened, the report on the incident was very short. Hobert couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the Church of Steam and Machinery planned to deal with the matter lightly and did not even plan to publicly announce the theft of the creative manuscript. Holding up the newspaper, Hobert considered that, in order to show his frankness and what he had said to a cancer before, that he was very interested in Roselle the Great, Hobert planned to visit the exhibition in the next few days. Furs had already prepared dinner, but Zio had not yet returned, so she could only read magazines and wait. It wasn't until around 7:30 that Zio came back with a file bag. "Thank goodness, there's such a delicious dinner waiting for me. My stomach is almost empty." She put down the file bag and helped Furs serve the food while saying, "You don't have to wait for me." Hobert put down the newspaper. "If we wait until 8 o'clock and you still haven't returned, we'll eat first." All three were hungry and quickly finished their dinner, then sat around the table, chatting and drinking tea. Zio talked about the task she had just received. She would be monitoring a baronet named Rafter for the next period of time and might rarely come back for dinner. Through Zio's description, Hobert learned that Rafter had been released. The consequences were better than Hobert had imagined. He had originally thought that Rafter would not be able to withstand the interrogation and would go crazy. He believed that the Church of Steam and Machinery would also send people to monitor Rafter. For Hobert, this baronet no longer had any value. For safety's sake, he didn't plan to observe him through the stars in the future. The next morning, Jessica went to work as usual. Hobert held a small meeting to remind them of the precautions for the cases they had on hand. After the meeting, Hobert had just returned to his office when Jessica knocked on the door and came in. "Lawyer Hobert, thank you again for the VIP tickets you gave us. My friend has prepared a gift for you." As she spoke, she opened a small box. Inside was a keychain with a golden badge, on which was drawn the symbol representing the eternal blazing sun. "This is a small thing my friend made herself, it's not much." Hobert did not refuse. "Thank your friend for me." Taking the keychain in his hand, he immediately felt the warmth of the badge. Hobert immediately judged that a small amount of extraordinary materials from the sun pathway had been added during the making of this keychain, giving the keychain some beyonder characteristics of that pathway. Although it does not have active abilities, some undead creatures will stay far away after sensing the existence of the keychain. This was made by himself. Hobert thought of the lady he met at the Eye of Wisdom gathering who was looking for the barbarian potion and had contact with a wild craftsman. Could that be the combination of Jessica and Carrie? Hobert did not expose them. He chatted with Jessica for a while. During the chat, Hobert learned from Jessica that George III had also arrived at the scene yesterday. Hobert immediately realized that George III was attracted by himself, or rather the Nation of Disorder. It was because George III learned of this incident that he ordered people to start monitoring Rafter again. It is estimated that the Masked Man is just one of the forces monitoring Rafter. Thinking of this, Hobert mourned for Rafter for 3 seconds, no, 1 second. He had finally tricked the monitors by pretending to be crazy, but he didn't expect to be monitored again. However, this monitoring should not last long, because the process of Rafter being used as a pawn is too obvious. Then Hobert thought that in the future, the use of the power of the Nation of Disorder in Backlund should be restrained. Although George III's process of becoming a god was a bit hasty, and his state must be very bad, he remembered that he seemed to have used a loophole to jump directly from Sequence 5 to Sequence 1. But with Adam's blessing, George III's current state should be very delicate, possibly more easily attracted by the power of the Nation of Disorder than the King of Angels. After talking for a while, Jessica said goodbye. Looking at the keychain in his hand, Hobert didn't think much about it and put it in his briefcase. Although these two female Beyonders had shown enough friendliness, they were not very familiar with each other. After a fulfilling day of work, Hobert left the office with his briefcase. He was wondering what to eat for dinner when he saw a carriage with the dark sacred emblem blocked at the door. Loretta opened the door and smiled. "Time to work." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, Joining the Nighthawks Operation, Bonus 20. Chapter 193, Joining the Nighthawks Operation. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In the carriage, Hobert, rubbing his stomach, asked, "Is food provided?" "Our salary doesn't include a meal allowance," Loretta said. "We can buy 2 simple meals at the restaurant ahead to make do." "All right," Hobert said. "I need to go back and grab a few things for final preparations." "No problem." Back at the rented house, Zio and Furs hadn't returned yet. Hobert left them a note, then went back to his bedroom and, in his own way, brought the teleportation statue, spirit necklace, and psychological spoon into the real world. Then, he checked his orderwood and uncontrollable stone, especially the uncontrollable stone, which should be particularly effective against the Aurora Order. After putting on the spirit necklace, Hobert immediately felt like he had a small heater in his pocket, Jessica's keychain. Hobert held the keychain in his hand, feeling it was warmer than usual. It seemed he couldn't carry it with the spirit necklace at the same time. Putting the keychain in the drawer, Hobert did a final check of his belongings before heading to the operation site with Loretta in the carriage. Only then did Loretta say, "After tracking Hyman, we found a total of 6 Aurora Order members, including Hillman, who you mentioned before." Hobert was stunned. The Nighthawks had done a lot of work recently. Wait, this isn't quite normal. Hobert felt like the results were too good. Are those people really Aurora Order members? I know what you're questioning, Loretta smiled. The Aurora Order has existed for so long, their members aren't fools, of course. But according to our observations, Hyman is deliberately letting us discover these Aurora Order members. Hobert immediately understood, he wants to escape the Aurora Order's control. He remembered that Lenivas had done something similar. That's right, that's what we think too, Loretta said. If we continue to monitor, we might find more Aurora Order members, but based on our judgment, continuing to monitor could alert them, so we decided to take action and capture all 6 Aurora Order members now. Hobert nodded. This was the wisest choice. If the Aurora Order noticed the Nighthawk surveillance, they might not even be able to catch 6 people. Loretta added, our team has 3 people, you, me, and Borja. Borja has already arrived at the scene and has been monitoring the target. The target is a Sequence 7, Shadow Ascetic. You have experience fighting that sequence, so I don't need to explain their abilities. It's precisely because you have experience fighting that sequence that our team will be led by you, with me and Borja assisting you. The captain's requirement is not to harm innocent people and to subdue the opponent, dead or alive. She smiled, I believe the 3 of us Sequence 8s should be able to handle the opponent relatively easily. You're wrong, Hobert said. It's 1 Sequence 7 and 2 Sequence 8s. Oh, then you should quickly write an application so you can get at least £6 more salary next week, Loretta said with emotion. £12 a week, that's a relatively high income even among the middle class. Hobert smiled helplessly, your focus is really hard to describe. While speaking, the carriage stopped in front of a restaurant. Hobert and Loretta went to buy a simple meal, and Loretta didn't forget to bring one for Borja. Then, the carriage headed to Gaspin Street 107 in the Southern Bridge District, the location of the capture operation. The carriage stopped just after entering Gaspin Street. Hobert and Loretta got out of the car and walked for a few minutes to the surveillance point. The surveillance point was a utility room opposite 107. As soon as he entered, Hobert smelled the dampness. The 3 of them kept an eye on the opposite side while eating their simple meals. 107 was an apartment building with 3 floors and only 1 door. The target lived on the 2nd floor. Although they couldn't directly see the target from here, they could observe them whether they went out through the door or the window. It was currently the end of the workday, and many residents were dragging their tired bodies home after finishing a day's work. Hobert and the others had to carefully examine everyone who came out of the apartment to prevent the target from escaping in disguise. Borja, upon hearing that Hobert was now Sequence 7, finally gave a more normal reaction, our team's combat power is excessive. We can go support other teams after completing the capture mission. From Borja, Hobert learned more detailed plans. The Backlund Nighthawks team had almost come out in full force for this capture operation, divided into 6 teams to simultaneously capture the targets at midnight. There were a total of 6 targets, including 1 Sequence 6, Hillman, who Hobert had mentioned before, led by Thomas himself. 1 Sequence 7, which was the target of Hobert's team. There were also 2 Sequence 8s, including Hyman. 2 Sequence 9s, including Kate, who Hobert had discovered. At first, Thomas wanted to find an opportunity for these 6 Aurora Order members to gather together, or for 2 or 3 of them to gather together. But these cultists already had a set of methods to counter official Beyonders. They didn't gather at all, only communicated through single lines, and the meetings were very short, so there was no opportunity to capture them all at once. So, they could only split into teams and capture them together. After finishing their meals, Hobert and his team first confirmed their plan of action. Thomas was very confident in this team. He didn't give Loretta and Borja any instructions regarding the capture plan, so the 2 of them looked at Hobert. Since I'm the main force in this operation, please follow my command for now, Hobert said without hesitation. The plan doesn't need to be too complicated. You 2 lie in ambush on the street, and I'll attack from the direction of the door. If my attack goes smoothly, I'll drive him out, and you immediately open fire, trying to turn him into a sieve. If my attack doesn't go smoothly, you rush in from the windows and attack from both sides. Hobert had used this trick when he participated in Zio's operation to capture cultists, and the effect was very good. Borja agreed, the simpler the plan, the greater the chance of success. Loretta also nodded, expressing her agreement with Hobert's plan, so they took turns monitoring, preparing to act. Around 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, the smell of food from the surrounding residents' homes permeated the entire street. Around 9 o'clock, the gas lamps were gradually extinguished. By 10 o'clock, there was almost northwest one on the street. Hobert and the others made their final preparations, and around 11:50 in the evening, Hobert took the lead. He pried open the anti-theft window on the stairwell window, climbed to the second floor, holding the teleportation statue in one hand and a gun in the other, and kicked the door open. Hobert sighed. After sequence 7, his strength had increased a lot. Hee 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 hee. A sinister laughter came from the dark room, as if some ghostly figures were flashing. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 194, Chapter 194 Hobert's Current Strength, Bonus 21. Chapter 194 Hobert's Current Strength. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Jonathan Gages, bonus chap release. Hobert didn't immediately open fire upon seeing the figure because, according to the information from the teleportation statue, there was only one person in the room, and these figures were just illusions. However, the atmosphere in the room felt like the domain of the Grim Reaper, and Hobert felt a sudden sense of dread in his spirituality. Nevertheless, Hobert stepped into the room, immediately feeling as if eyes were staring at him from all directions, making it difficult even for the teleportation statue to distinguish the real enemy. The feeling of being surrounded by evil spirits was unbearable, and Hobert guessed that this ghost domain must be a special ability the opponent gained during the listener stage. Beyonders of that sequence often obtained many bizarre abilities from the information they gleaned while listening, which were further enhanced in the Shadow Ascetic sequence, becoming unpredictable and formidable. Hobert holstered his gun, took another step forward, and pulled out several uncontrolled stones from his pocket. A series of sinister voices echoed, "Arrogant fool, do you really think you can defeat me?" In the darkness, the figures in the room reached out to grab Hobert, and his spirituality warned him that being caught by them would cause some damage to his astral body. Moreover, the room was filled with a chilling atmosphere of terror. Although Hobert didn't find the scene particularly frightening, his spirituality was constantly trembling. However, thanks to the spirit necklace, the fear was still within an acceptable range. Just as the shadows were about to grab Hobert, he finally made his move, throwing 3 uncontrolled stones in quick succession toward the direction of the voice, achieving saturation bombardment while chanting the incantation. Distort. 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 In the room, the high-ranking power of distortion erupted, and order seemed to suddenly collapse, as if everything around was shrouded in this force, becoming exceptionally fragile. The movements of the surrounding shadows froze, like puppets with severed strings, only able to maintain their final poses. While throwing the 3 uncontrolled stones, Hobert also completed the process of bribery, and then continued with his combo move. Weaken. A large portion of the surrounding shadows immediately vanished, and the room was no longer pitch black. A few rays of light filtered in, indicating that the opponent's power had been significantly weakened. This was the main reason why Hobert dared to be so reckless in this operation. His strength was there. He was now sequence 7, and he possessed many mystical items, some of which were particularly effective against Beyonders of the Secret Supplicant pathway, so Hobert directly chose to confront the enemy head-on. Having been a Beyonder for so long, Hobert had roughly realized that the entire Black Emperor pathway, on the whole, was about challenging order and challenging rules. Such sequences often required a spirit of daring to face enemies head-on, which was the biggest difference from the Seer pathway. Hobert even considered whether Klein became Klein the Coward because he chose the Seer pathway. Was he Klein because he was a seer, or was he a seer because he was Klein? After all, each pathway had its own characteristics. The charlatan-like aura of Sequence 9 Seer was sometimes very annoying, and since they didn't have much self-defense ability, they could only follow their heart's choice. And one of the characteristics of Sequence 9 Lawyer was that they liked to argue with others. Because this sequence didn't have very strong abilities, they often had to endure. By the time they reached Barbarian, they couldn't endure anymore. At this stage, they had both the habit of arguing with others, and if they pushed the other party too far and they wanted to fight, the Barbarian could continue to physically persuade them. Because of the difference in abilities, the Beyonder's temperament would often change accordingly. Anyway, Hobert felt refreshed every time he acted recklessly, and even his spirituality would become more lively. Of course, he would be reckless when he should be, but if the opponent was a Sequence 6, Hobert wouldn't have any psychological burden to use dirty tricks. For example, using the teleportation stone statue to move an uncontrollable stone under the enemy's feet to seize the initiative. And when encountering enemies of higher sequences, he should still run when he needed to. Recklessness didn't mean stupidity. These thoughts were just some of Hobert's previous reflections, flashing through his mind. Returning to the scene of the capture operation, although this was originally the Shadow Ascetic's home turf, Hobert gained an absolute advantage as soon as he made a move. Got you. Hobert laughed. The teleportation statue finally found the Shadow Ascetic, who was struggling to resist losing control. Now the opponent was moving slowly and was very weak, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. With a teleportation, the Shadow Ascetic appeared in front of Hobert. Hobert smiled as he grabbed his gun. Who's the fool? With that, he fired at the Shadow Ascetic. At the moment of firing, the Shadow Ascetic used his ability with a face full of pain, making himself ethereal to avoid Hobert's bullet. The shadow ascetic's left shoulder suddenly swelled up, as if a new head was about to grow, because he had used his beyonder power again, bringing him closer to losing control. Hobert calmly fired another shot, and all the shadows in the room gathered around, and these ghostly powers helped the hermit block the shot. The fear atmosphere emitted by the ghost domain immediately dissipated, and the shadow ascetic's eerie abilities had been completely defeated by Hobert. Taking advantage of the shadows blocking a shot for him, the shadow ascetic quickly jumped out of the window. But just as he ran to the window, he was moved back by Hobert using the teleportation statue. The shadow ascetic was stunned. Didn't he just get to the front of the window? Could it be that he had signs of losing control and was hallucinating? Hobert didn't hold back. Bang. He fired a third shot. The shadow ascetic didn't dare to use his beyonder abilities anymore. He desperately dodged, taking the shot on his shoulder, and then jumped out of the window. Whoosh. The window was smashed by the shadow ascetic, but the shadow ascetic returned to Hobert's face. He opened his mouth wide. That's not right, wasn't I jumping out of the window? How did I jump in front of him? If it were normal times, the shadow ascetic could have guessed that this should be the ability of an enemy's sealed item, but now his mind was full of maddening whispers, and the reason left to him was full of unreality. Bang. Another shot. This shot hit the shadow ascetic's head solidly. The shadow ascetic almost instinctively etherealized his head. Although he dodged the bullet, his loss of control became more severe. Seeing that the time was right, Hobert poured his spirituality into the psychological spoon, madness. The shadow ascetic lost his last shred of reason. Just as he was about to completely lose control, Hobert fired the remaining 2 shots, blowing through his head. Seeing that the opponent's loss of control was still continuing, Hobert simply put away his gun and used the teleportation statue to move the shadow ascetic to the street. Bang 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 bang. Loretta and Borgia, who were ambushing outside, fired continuously, emptying all their bullets. The shadow ascetic fell to the ground, the signs of losing control stopped, leaving only instinctive twitches. Loretta blew on the muzzle of her gun. I can collect my salary with a clear conscience after firing all the bullets. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, Encirclement and Suppression of Aurora Order Members, Bonus 22. Chapter 195, Encirclement and Suppression of Aurora Order Members. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. It shows 53 new CHP/week RN. From the moment Hobert kicked the door open to when the shadow ascetic was riddled with bullets, it took no more than a minute, and the capture operation concluded successfully. Borgia asked Hobert, shall we go together to support the other teams? Should we leave Loretta to clean up the battlefield herself? When he first met Hobert, Hobert was just a sequence 9, and a wild beyonder at that, naturally short-tempered. But now Hobert could single-handedly deal with a sequence 7. Borgia had the insight to see this. His and Loretta's final shots were just for a sense of participation. Even without their shots, Hobert would have been fully capable of taking down the enemy. Borgia's politeness to Hobert was, in fact, an acknowledgement of Hobert's strength. Hobert nodded. Okay, which team is closest to us? The team capturing Haman, Borgia replied. As soon as Hobert heard Haman's name, he immediately said to Loretta, leave this to you, let's go. Just as Hobert and Borgia got into the carriage, many people who had been awakened by the gunshots began to poke their heads out to investigate. Loretta held up her badge. Police business. Everyone was frightened and quickly retracted their heads. On the other side, in the carriage, Borgia was explaining the plan to capture Haman. According to our analysis, Haman should be a swindler, a very cunning and agile sequence. Therefore, we have deployed a sequence 8 and 2 sequence 9s to capture him, and we are carrying a grade 3 sealed artifact. Hobert nodded. Thomas was indeed an experienced Nighthawk, knowing where to deploy heavy troops. Although swindlers don't have many bizarre beyonder abilities, underestimating them would definitely lead to a great loss. The carriage sped along the deserted streets. Even if there were pedestrians on the road, they quickly made way. The Southern Bridge District mainly consisted of residential areas, without many bustling streets, so the streets were very quiet at night. Hobert and Borgia, who were chatting idly in the carriage, suddenly sensed danger with their spirituality. Before they could react, a huge black shadow crashed into the horses pulling the carriage. While knocking the horses away, the shadow raised its long, sharp claws and tore one of the horses in half, scattering horse blood, intestines, and internal organs all over the ground. The out-of-control carriage crashed into a building on the side of the street. Fortunately, Hobert acted quickly and teleported himself, Borgia, and the coachman to the side of the street one after another. Bang! The wooden carriage crashed into the wall, suffering severe damage. Using the light from the gas street lamps, Hobert and the others saw a humanoid monster covered in black. It was tall, at least 3.5 meters, with long limbs and long, sharp claws. Its head was very peculiar, composed of individual eyeballs and a clump of hair, without any other organs. The entire head was like those eyeballs were bundled together with hair. Just making eye contact with any one of the eyeballs would make one feel as if the madness deep within the soul was being released, and reason would gradually be lost. Hobert and Borgia both looked away. At the same time, they were a little surprised. This was Backlund, after all. Why would such an aggressive monster appear here? The monster seemed to enjoy killing. With another swipe of its claws, it tore off the head of the other horse. Then, it set its sights on the coachman behind Hobert and Borgia. The coachman was an employee of the Blackthorn Security Company and had basic professional qualities. He didn't panic at all and immediately fled in the opposite direction. Hobert teleported the cane from the carriage into his hand while summarizing the monster's behavior: bloodthirsty, and targeting weaker lives. Its intelligence doesn't seem to be very high. While thinking, he and Borgia drew out their canes from the left and right. Smack. The cane clearly struck the monster's thigh, but it felt like hitting an iron pillar. Borgia's cane was directly broken, and the other half in his hand flew out. The hand holding the cane was even shaken to the point of bleeding between his thumb and forefinger. Hobert's cane was made of special materials, so it only numbed his hand without breaking. The two men's strikes were not without effect. The monster's two long, thin legs were broken, and the monster fell to the ground, its eyeballs scattered everywhere. Hobert was still wondering, did we just take it down? Judging from the monster's appearance, it didn't seem like it would be so easily dealt with. At this time, two nighthawks chased over, shouting as they ran, "Don't let the eyeballs get close to any flesh and blood." But their warning was already too late. Several eyeballs had already rolled to the corpses of the two horses. The flesh and blood of the corpses, upon touching the horse blood, were like clay being sculpted by some force. Almost instantly, they turned into two humanoid monsters with slender limbs and hairy bodies. The heads of the two new monsters were composed of long hair and eyes. Four huge horse eyes also joined the ranks of the eyes. The eyeballs on the ground regrouped towards the first monster that appeared. When they reunited on that tall, slender body more than 3 meters high, the monster's broken leg suddenly changed. A joint actually grew out of the broken bone, and such a serious injury was actually healed by itself. During this scene, Hobert did not blindly take any action but carefully observed the monster's changes. At this time, the coachman had already gone far away. The three monsters simultaneously charged towards the sequence 9 among the pursuers. Hobert took action, using the teleportation statue to move and change the positions of the three monsters, preventing them from attacking the sequence 9. Taking advantage of this gap, the Nighthawk who had come to chase quickly said, "This is a monster summoned by Haman using some method, and it has already killed many people." Two of the eyeballs, like they had transformed the corpses of the two horses, transformed the corpse of a victim, entangling 3 Nighthawks. The monster's main body therefore escaped the control of the Nighthawks. The 3 Nighthawks, with one companion seriously injured, managed to deal with the transformed monster and then quickly chased over. The 3 monsters were temporarily controlled by Hobert using the teleportation statue within a range of a dozen meters. Just as they were about to run out of the teleportation statue's control range, Hobert teleported them back to their original positions. If they kept running like this, they would never be able to escape. Hobert said to Borgia, who had good marksmanship, "Shoot those eyeballs." Obviously, those eyes were the key. Borgia raised his gun, but his hand trembled violently. "No, I can't make eye contact with those eyes." At this time, the monsters seemed to have sensed the existence of the teleportation statue, knowing that they were trapped here, all because of that stone. So, they changed their habits and began to charge towards Hobert, the strongest here. Hobert didn't dodge, but instead threw the pen he carried with him towards the monster's main body, completing the process of bribery, weaken. He had already found a way to deal with this monster. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, Hobert the Healer, Bonus 23. Chapter 196, Hobert Healing. Bonus +1 for new free member Big Mike. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. This multi-eyed monster possesses extremely high attack power and beyonder abilities similar to flesh magic, along with tenacious vitality, making it difficult to subdue. Its only weakness is its low intelligence. The teleporting statue in Hobert's hand happens to be quite effective against this type of enemy, so while Borgia and the other 2 night watchmen were helpless against the multi-eyed monster, Hobert was able to control the situation relatively easily. With Hobert's current attack power, he doesn't have a direct way to eliminate the monster in front of him, so he began to carefully observe the monster's every move, trying to find a solution. Just as the multi-eyed monster attacked Hobert, Hobert thought of a way. After weakening the monster, Hobert immediately poured his spirituality into the psychological spoon, hypnotize. Close your eyes. That's right, it's close your eyes. Since the multi-eyed monster's eyeballs are the key, why not just make its eyes close? Although the multi-eyed monster's strength is very strong, its level of strength definitely does not exceed sequence 6. After Hobert weakened it, the psychological spoon can completely complete the hypnosis on it. Those eyeballs have no eyelids, so they can't close at all, but all the eyeballs seem to have lost their luster, and Hobert and others can look directly at them. The movements of the three monster bodies immediately slowed down, and their movements lost their purpose. Open fire. Hobert took out his pistol. Target those eyeballs. Eliminate the two smaller monsters first. Bang 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 bang. The four people fired together, and one eyeball after another was hit, broken, and flowed out with some foul-smelling gray liquid. The multi-eyed monsters, transformed from two horses, were the first to be eliminated. Their flesh and blood collapsed and quickly turned into lumps of wriggling horse meat. However, the main body of the multi-eyed monster was awakening from the hypnosis because some of its eyeballs were continuously damaged. Clang clang. Shells landed. Everyone ejected the shells from their revolvers and were reloading bullets as quickly as possible. Hobert reloads the fastest. He only needs to eject the shells and then teleport the bullets into the revolver of the pistol. If it weren't for the structure of the rotating shaft, which requires the ejection of the shells before firing again, then his reloading speed would be even faster. But it was still too late. Hobert, who held the psychological spoon, had already noticed that the multi-eyed monster had basically awakened, and it had begun to attack Hobert and others by instinct. Charm. While the opponent's weakened state was still in effect, Hobert immediately used another signature skill of the briber. In an instant, Hobert became extremely charming. The multi-eyed monster, which was not very intelligent, became unwilling to attack Hobert and his companions under the blessing of the weakening and hypnosis states. While the multi-eyed monster hesitated, everyone had completed reloading and started a new round of shooting again. Bang 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 bang. In this round of shooting, the four people tacitly fired one after another. After repeated shooting, the eyeballs of the multi-eyed monster were basically blown out. However, the main body of the multi-eyed monster showed no signs of collapsing. Hobert noticed the clump of hair in the eyeballs. He just wanted to take advantage of the multi-eyed monster not being completely awake to grab the clump of hair. After looking at it twice, Hobert felt that the hair in the broken eyeballs was disgusting, so he said to Borgia, "Take advantage of the opponent's slow movement and grab the clump of hair." Then Hobert used hypnosis again. As he expected, this hypnosis did not have the same effect as last time, only making the other party reluctant to move. Borgia, who had just reloaded, put away his gun and, with his agile skills, avoided the multi-eyed monster's instinctive attack, jumped up and grabbed the clump of hair. With a pull outward, the hair brought two eyeballs, which Borgia completely tore off. After losing the hair and the two eyeballs, the main body of the multi-eyed monster collapsed with a crash and immediately turned into pieces of foul-smelling rotten meat. The moment Borgia clenched the hair in his hand, it was as if maddening whispers sounded in his ears. He quickly threw the hair to the distant street. After confirming that all three monsters had lost their aggressiveness, everyone went to look at the clump of hair and eyeballs. The two eyeballs seemed to be growing on the hair. Even though Borgia threw them so far away, they were still connected. The two eyeballs were still turning around, as if staring at Hobert and others. Looking at the eyeballs will immediately be affected by it, and the heart will become chaotic. And the hair that Borgia had just pulled apart turned back into a clump, looking like a brain made of hair. Hobert said, "This looks like a sealed item. It probably comes from a runaway Rose Bishop. Maybe Haman didn't summon this monster at all, but used the sealed item to create this monster." As he spoke, he took off his windbreaker, first covered the hair and eyeballs, and then used the windbreaker as a net bag to hold the sealed item in the windbreaker. As long as you don't look at the eyeballs, there will be no feeling of madness in your heart. Hobert handed the windbreaker to Borgia. "Don't hold the windbreaker in your hand, lest the hair inside spread out and touch your skin. To the sealed item, you are just a lump of healthy flesh and blood." Borgia nodded and put Hobert's windbreaker on the corner of the street. Hobert said to the other two night watchmen, "Take me to your capture location, I'll see if I can find any clues about Hyman." Hobert glanced at Borgia, who understood, "I'll guard the scene here." Pretty clever. Hobert followed the two night watchmen to the scene quickly. From quite a distance away, he heard crying. Some of the windows of the houses on both sides of the street were broken, and some of the doors were missing. The multi-eyed monster had broken into many residents' homes and carried out a massacre. Many residents' families were killed. The two night watchmen looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Captain Thomas also told them that one of the goals of the operation was not to harm innocent people, but they failed to do so. Arriving at the capture location, the severely injured night watchman was lying on the street. A doctor living nearby, wearing pajamas, was trying hard to cover the wound on the night watchman's stomach. When the doctor saw the night watchman's companion coming, he sighed and said, "He's dying." Brian, the squad leader of the operation to capture Haman, squeezed out a smile. "Thank you, doctor." Let us say a few last words to him, you go and rescue the others. This is to prevent the team members from losing control before death. After the doctor left, Brian held the hand of his teammate lying on the ground. Will, do you have anything to say? Tell Mary, I love her, said Will, the dying night watchman. Brian nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll tell her. Brian, I ask for your forgiveness, your swallowtail coat was actually accidentally torn by me, causing you to be embarrassed at the engagement ceremony. Brian was stunned for a moment, then became a little annoyed, but seeing his teammate's current appearance, he sighed. Go in peace, I forgive you. Hobert suddenly asked, have you finished giving your last words? Will nodded slowly. I'll sew up his wound. It's useless, Will said, I can feel that my life is. Hobert didn't waste time talking to him, took out the needle and thread for sewing up wounds that he had asked former doctor first to get for him, first stuffed the other party's internal organs back in, and then quickly sewed up the wound. Brian immediately discovered the bleeding has stopped. Then Hobert cast a healing spell, and he immediately lost his dying state. He was first filled with joy, then he exchanged glances with Brian, and both of them had complex expressions in their eyes. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 197, Chapter 197 The Harvest of Action, Bonus 24. Chapter 197 The Harvest of Action. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Bonus +1 for free member Emanuele Palumbo. Now is not the time for flirting, Hobert interrupted the eye contact between the two Night Watch members. Will lost too much blood just now. Although his life isn't in danger, he's still very weak. You rest here, and the rest of you come with me to search Haman's residence. Brian nodded and immediately led Hobert the way. After the team members left, Will finally felt the wonder of the mystical world. He had almost died, but he was still alive. Just then, the doctor who had rescued him passed by. You're not dead. Will quickly and unsteadily got up and said, Doctor, thank you for taking care of me just now. Yes, well, one of my teammates is a skilled surgeon. Lord of Storms. I must be dreaming. The doctor said incredulously, only in dreams would there be a surgeon who can heal wounds instantly. Hobert and the other two arrived at Haman's residence, which was a two-room apartment on the second floor. Now both rooms were in a mess, filled with the smell of rotting flesh. Hobert noticed several large pottery jars on the floor that had been broken. The foul smell was coming from the fragments of the pottery jars. And on the table over there was also a smaller pottery jar. The lid of the pottery jar had an iron buckle that could firmly fasten the jar in the lid. Hobert said, that small jar should be what Haman used to store sealed items, and these broken large jars must have contained a lot of rotten flesh. The main body of the multi-eyed monster should be pieced together from these rotten flesh. He suddenly belatedly realized that although his ability to discover loopholes and summarize rules had not become stronger, his observation ability had become much stronger, and he could quickly find the clues he wanted. For example, the pipe on the ground should be something Haman left behind, but Hobert did not immediately remind the other Night Watch members. He said to the Sequence 9 member, take this pottery jar to Borgia and have him store the sealed item. Wait, there should be something else. Found it, take it to Borgia together. What Hobert found was a wooden clip that was dropped on the ground. Using it to clamp the sealed item would prevent him from being affected by the sealed item. After the Sequence 9 member left, Hobert said to Brian, go to the room inside and see if there is any of Haman's hair or his discarded personal belongings. Brian had seen Hobert's strength in the previous battle, so he was willing to obey Hobert's orders. When only Hobert was left in the room, he picked up the pipe that was half covered by a tile and put it in his pocket. If it were before, he would definitely give this clue to the Night Watch, because he had no divination pathway, and having clues was useless. But now that Mr. K has come to Backlund and he has a divination pathway, he plans to keep this clue. Maybe he can find a few more of Haman's dens. The last den had more than £3,000 in cash and property. If he could find one or two more of these, wouldn't he be rich? Hobert had previously obtained Haman's pipe, but at that time Hobert was only Sequence 9, and because it involved the Aurora Order, Hobert did not dare to keep such clues. Now it's different. Hobert is already Sequence 7, and he is the kind of Sequence 7 that can fight other Sequence 7s head-on, and he knows that Haman is determined to leave the Aurora Order. The former makes Hobert not worry that Haman will trace back along the clues, and the latter makes Hobert not worry that the lunatics of the Aurora Order will trace back along this clue. A few minutes later, Brian said, I've searched, Haman is very careful and didn't leave any clues. Hobert nodded, we'll go to the street to wait for follow-up support. Go around and ask if there are any people with severed limbs or large wounds. Bring them over and I'll stitch them up. Brian immediately went downstairs, feeling very grateful to Hobert. Being able to save a person would lighten the punishment their team received. Hobert carried a chair and sat down next to Will. While resting, Hobert sorted out his feelings from the previous battle in his mind. At the moment of defeating the multi-eyed monster, Hobert felt the liveliness of his spirituality and the loosening of the potion. At that time, he realized that the process of defeating the multi-eyed monster must be able to summarize important information about digesting the briber potion, or about his own sequence. Hobert first simply reviewed the previous battle. He found the weakness of the multi-eyed monster, and dealt with it flexibly. After a little thought, Hobert immediately understood that this combat process conformed to the characteristics of bribery. Bribery is originally the process of finding the other party's weaknesses and then using these weaknesses to complete the bribe. For example, if the administrative officer of a certain county is lecherous, then this is his weakness. Bribery is a further action taken against the weaknesses of others. That is to say, in battle, or in court, or even on the field, as long as you find the other party's weaknesses and use that weakness to achieve your goal, you are also playing the role of a briber. Then Hobert's thinking became more and more open, and he finally completely understood the description of the briber on the Black Emperor card. The real briber has understood the true meaning of loopholes. The opponent's weaknesses are the loopholes in him, and the reason why the Sequence 7 potion is called briber actually emphasizes the first half of the bribery process, finding channels for bribery. This is a process of finding weaknesses and loopholes. Hobert finally understood why the word loopholes was in quotation marks in the description. It refers to the concept of loopholes, not just loopholes in order or rules. Having figured this out, Hobert felt the liveliness of his spirituality again, and he completely understood the meaning contained in the name of the briber potion. At this time, Brian came over with several seriously injured residents. Hobert came back to his senses and began to use stitching to treat the injured residents. More than half an hour later, police support arrived, and the follow-up work was handed over to them. Hobert and several Nighthawks members returned to the Blackthorn Security Company one after another. Because the other teams had not returned yet, except for the sleepless, everyone else was arranged to rest in the lounge. Hobert lay on the sofa and slept for 2 or 3 hours before being woken up by Borja. All the Night Watch members have returned. More than a dozen team members held a meeting in the conference room on the second floor to report on their respective results. The actions of the 6 teams were not smooth in the capture of Hillman and Heyman. Hillman had foreseen the capture plan in advance and used mystical means to summon a Sequence 5 to help. Even with the use of 2 to 365, the black glove seized from the Tamara family, Hillman still escaped. However, Hillman was also severely injured as a result, and it may take a long time to recover, or he may never recover to his best state and may lose hope of advancing. After learning about the results of the other team's actions, Thomas said, "There is no doubt that Hobert played an important role in this operation. It is not necessary to mention that Hobert almost killed the Shadow Ascetic alone, which has exceeded the set task that Thomas gave him." Hobert's support and interception later were the main reasons Thomas praised him. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 198, Chapter 198 The True Face of the Berserk Sea. Chapter 198 The True Face of the Berserk Sea. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. At the meeting, Thomas informed everyone that the police would be launching a series of operations to arrest the involved cultists. During the previous surveillance, the Nighthawks discovered many ordinary people who believed in evil gods, but this was not within the Nighthawks' jurisdiction. After the Nighthawks meeting, Hobert was called into Thomas's office alone. Thomas said, "Without your timely support, many more people would have died in the Southern Bridge District tonight. Such a contribution is enough for me to apply for some rewards for you. Considering that we don't need to provide you with the main materials for promotion, as well as corresponding professional training, you have 2 choices in terms of rewards. The first choice is £500 in cash, and the second choice is 1/5 of a Judge B under characteristic. Generally speaking, it is difficult to hire a Sequence 7 to participate in a battle as dangerous as tonight's for £500, but Hobert is a member of the Nighthawks team, receives a salary, can do things under the banner of the Nighthawks, and is protected by the Evernight goddess. So these £500 are just a reward for him, not a fee for hiring him to fight." Hobert would of course choose the latter. "I choose the Judge B under characteristic." Adding his previous merit accumulation, plus this 1/5, he already has 4/5 of the Judge B under characteristic. In the eyes of official Beyonders, that is just a Sequence 6 Beyonder characteristic, worth about £2,500. In wild Beyonder gatherings, it will be priced at £3,200 to £3,500. But in Hobert's eyes, that will be another 4 stacks of gold pounds. Thomas nodded. "Okay, I will report your merits and register your accumulation." Hobert asked, "Captain, can I use my channels to issue a reward for Heyman and Hillman? And issue a task to capture them?" Thomas was taken aback. "Yes." He pondered for a moment and then said, "Heyman's reward can be set at £600, and Hillman's reward can be set at £1,500, dead or alive. If the Nighthawks team catches these 2 people in advance, remember to withdraw the reward and task. Usually, the reward for sequence 8 is between £400 and £500, but because Haman is a swindler and very cunning, the reward is exceptionally raised to £600. And the reward for a sequence 6 is generally between £1,800 and £2,000, and there are even exceptions like Kalangos, with rewards as high as £10,000. But because Hillman was severely injured, the reward is only £1,500. Thomas can make the decision on this kind of thing, and he only needs to submit a report to the Archbishop later. Hobert liked the phrase, dead or alive, the most, which means that he can receive a reward of £600 from the Nighthawks team with Haman's body, and he can also get his Beyonder characteristic and sell it for £900. After settling the merits, Hobert wrote a written report on this operation. Borgia, who was on duty in the reception hall, said to Hobert, who was about to leave, "I'll have the coachman send you back." Hobert was stunned for a moment, and then he seemed to realize something and looked at the clothes on his body. Because he had rescued many ordinary people who had been scratched by the multi-eyed monster, there were many blood stains on his shirt and trouser legs. If he took a taxi carriage like this, the coachman would probably send him directly to the police station. When he left the Blackthorn Security Company, it was already dawn. This time of day is when the fog in Backlund is the thickest. Although the lights were on in front, the coachman did not dare to go too fast. In the carriage, Hobert saw the figures who needed to get up early to work through the thick fog. He suddenly had a sense of accomplishment in protecting the city. Maybe this is why many official Beyonders are willing to protect a city with their lives, Hobert thought. Back at 192 Blanca Street, Hobert changed his clothes, took a shower, and then began to catch up on sleep. He got up just in time for Furz's lunch. In a casual chat, Hobert learned that Furz would take Audrey to a Beyonder gathering this afternoon, which was suspected to have clues to the psychological alchemists. Hobert recalled that Audrey seemed to have established contact with the psychological alchemists from this gathering. After lunch, Hobert, full of energy, walked to work. On the way to work, he suddenly thought, "Oops, I forgot to ask Thomas to reimburse me for the windbreaker." But then he shook his head. Now he has thousands of pounds in his hand. Why would he care about this small amount of money? He soon realized that it might be because he participated in the Tarot Club and was affected by the god of poverty. On the Berserk Sea, Alger ordered the Blue Avenger to sail into the waters outside the channel, preparing to take the opportunity to get rid of the two three-masted sailing ships that had been tracking them for 2 days and 2 nights. In theory, the speed of the pursuers was far lower than that of the Blue Avenger, but these pursuers were followers of the sea god Calvetua. Alger believed that there must be attendants of the sea god on those two ships. The sea breeze always blows their sails, and the waves always push them forward. When they first sailed into the unknown sea, the sky was clear and the sea breeze was gentle, which looked similar to the sea in the channel. More than 10 minutes later, a cloud floated from the horizon. It looked like an ordinary white cloud, but when the distance was close enough, the white cloud began to turn black. In 1 or 2 minutes, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Strong winds blew on the sea, and the waves were several meters high. This is the unknown sea of the Berserk Sea. Such drastic changes only took 1 or 2 minutes. Alger held the crystal scepter, closely watching the dark clouds ahead. Several sailors on the ghost ship were trying hard to steer and struggling to take up the sails. They didn't know how they had provoked those pursuers, and they didn't know why the captain would go crazy and order them to sail into the unknown sea. Drip. A hailstone the size of a bean fell not far from Alger, followed by the sound of drip, drip, one after another. Suddenly, it started to hail. These hailstones were small, the size of beans, but most of them were the size of apples, and some were the size of watermelons. The crew members were desperate. Hailstones the size of apples could kill people, and hailstones the size of watermelons could even sink the entire ship. Alger held the scepter tightly, and a storm swept over, taking away all the hail in the sky above the Blue Avenger. This storm lasted for a long time and has been protecting this ghost ship. Alger breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he obtained the crystal sapphire scepter in his hand during the previous exploration, otherwise he would not be able to get rid of the pursuers at all and would be caught up by them sooner or later. In fact, Alger could also go ashore and seek help from the Punishers on a certain island, but in that case, he would have to expose the first location marked in the ruins. Storms also blew over the two sailing ships behind, but they were only attendants of the sea god, which was not comparable to Alger, an attendant of the Lord of the Storms. Soon, the two sailing ships were sunk by hail, and the cold and ruthless waves devoured lives one by one. Alger smiled slightly and began to direct the ship to sail away from the unknown sea. When they were safe, the crew members cast admiring glances, and of course, there were also questioning glances. "Did you think I would take you to find death?" Alger had already found an excuse for himself. "When you went to the island to have fun before, I got a high-level storm charm." The questioning glances disappeared. "I'm going to take a rest. Don't disturb me for the next period of time." Alger entered the captain's room and glanced at the 6 pages of diary and the pattern copied from the ruins. As soon as 3 o'clock arrived, Alger's vision was shrouded in grey fog. This week's tarot gathering has begun. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters.